This way, girl. Good girl. This way. Come on, this way. This way. All right, let's get out of these leaves, Ruby, so we don't make so much noise. All right. Hey, happy Sunday to everybody. Out in the woods, I'm going to try to walk in places where there aren't so many leaves so it doesn't make too much background noise. If you hear leaves, it's the dog. I can't control every step the dog takes. How's it going? I don't know if anybody was just on the live that I was on. It was Eli, I think is his name. And he had 9 people on when we first got started. I think we got up to like close to 100 after about 30 minutes. So hopefully he enjoyed the attention his live got. But it unfortunately devolved into a name calling contest, which was a little sad, which I hate to see that happen. You know, we want to stick to the issues, but it was one of those cases where you get to talk for 4 seconds and the 5 people talk over you kind of thing. And then they blame you for not speaking to something. You're like, I didn't get to finish my sentence. So anyway, that's unfortunate. No, they're not getting my goat at all. That one kid, Palliative, the reason why I'm frustrated with him is all he ever does is come on and start doing what he did. He interrupts the panel, he takes over. I don't like anybody who comes on a panel and just starts talking over everybody and taking the stage. And that's what he does, which is unfortunate. In this case, on top of that, he just started slinging all sorts of silly insults to derail the conversation from the topics we were talking about. So unfortunately, that's what it devolved into, so I politely decided to depart, as one should. But I think he's a very sort of vicious, unfriendly, attack dog kind of guy, which is, that's a way to handle yourself, but not the way I like to do things. So he can have somebody else up for that if he wants. Anyway, well, thank you very much, Fat Cat. I try my best. It's not always easy. And again, when people are constantly accusing you or impugning your motives, and they think you're biased with no acknowledgement of the other side's interests, I don't know what else I can do. I don't agree with a lot of the justifications for their interests, but I understand them, and I do speak to them. And when Israel does do things that I think are praiseworthy, I do praise those actions, because when you tell somebody to get out of harm's way, that's a good thing, right? Before you level a building, if you give a warning, that's a good thing. I don't agree with leveling the building, but at least people don't lose their lives. But unfortunately, and this is the point I was trying to make, they disagree with me. They think that their military operates in this, absent some quote unquote mistakes or bad apples, in a very moral way. I think that there's a lot of evidence to indicate something to the contrary. I do think it's fair, though, to allow investigations to take their course by competent organizations, investigators, independent investigators, as well as those who have been assigned by the courts to make final determinations. We know there was recently a report from Amnesty International, and based on their findings, and again, this word to me is less relevant because the actions are what they are, right? If you end up unaliving 20, 30, 50, 100,000, whatever the number is, it's anything more than a small amount is not acceptable in my view. But whatever it is, the Amnesty International report says specifically that the conduct in the carrying out of the Gaza war does meet the definitions of genocide. So I don't get hung up on that, though. I never have. People have criticized me for not making that claim. Even after like a month of the conflict, people used that word, and people got really angry at me because I wouldn't phrase it that way. But to me, it's irrelevant. It's horrible what they've chosen to do. And, if the motive does turn out to be things like forced displacement and ethnic cleansing rather than just evacuation orders for their safety, I think that that's worthy of attention and categorization accordingly. So we'll see where that goes. Anyway, you're wrong, though, Chip. Well, though is spelled Though, just so you know, but maybe you're just trying to be short for the comments. I'm wrong, though. Well, listen, I could be. I said, listen, one of the things I think we all should be is humble. Humble enough to say that, I always repeat this to the audience. I'll say this again. I have a take. I'm a Westerner. I don't know the quote-unquote Arab world, they tell me. I don't know how Muslims think, they tell me. Although I've met plenty of Muslims who I think are perfectly reasonable human beings and kind people, but maybe there are that aren't. I don't know. But, I'm just a guy in America. I'm somebody who's had time to look at this for some time and do a lot of reading and research. And I've watched things develop for many decades, and I've watched what people have said on both sides, and I've watched what the actions actually are. And I think based on that history, you can draw certain conclusions. Someone doesn't have to agree with those, and some of the details of my research may be incorrect. There may be some holes in my knowledge. That's okay. I like to learn stuff as much as the next guy. But what I do make a sincere effort to do, they don't believe this, is I try to incorporate the new things that I learn into the body of knowledge, and then of course shift when appropriate what I speak about and what I think. What else can you ask of somebody, right? So I hope they'll do the same. The problem that I have with the way that people encounter me from the other side is they don't seem willing to do any of that. And then they criticize me for not doing any of that myself, which I really, really go out of my way to try to be fair, although they think I'm completely biased. Maybe I have a huge blind spot. I don't know. Now, some people claim that I'm on the wrong side of history, right? You're on the wrong side of history. You don't get it, Chip. We're dealing with bad people. Listen, there's plenty of criticism to go around. And in terms of impugning an entire people for being, quote, bad or good, I think that's silliness. I think you go with what the actions are. And then you make decisions based on those actions. Yeah, there's been some statements made by certain people on both sides that I think are outrageous in terms of their aspirations to do X, Y, or Z. And they should be called out. But most people aren't radical. I don't think most Israelis or supporters of Israel are radicals. And I don't think most people who support the Palestinian cause are radicals. They're just regular people trying to make heads or tails of something they're seeing a lot of specific video about. And it's hard to refute video. And it's hard to refute the reports of doctors who have served in multiple war zones for decades who say this is like nothing else they've ever seen. It's hard to refute pictures of mass graves inside of hospitals in other parts of Gaza. It's hard to dispute the physical destruction that's been laid on the territory. That's all documented on video. It's hard to dispute the young children who have had things fired at them by snipers that unalive them. That's hard to dispute. It's hard to dispute the dropping of 2,000-pound bombs on areas where you've told people to evacuate to. That's an indisputable act that occurred. So people are seeing that. And listen, if you don't want people to react negatively to that, don't do that. Don't blame people for being wrong about acting the way they do about it. That's absurd. Like I like to say, and again, just to be fair, if any of what we're seeing in Gaza were happening at the hands of the Iranians inside of Tel Aviv or Haifa, there would be outrage. How dare you take down one building that has an IDF commander? How dare you unalive 16 Israeli civilians? You're just a bunch of terrorists. How could you possibly do that? But if an H group militant goes home at night with a cell phone or a pager and you find out that he's in a building and you go, we have a chance to get a terrorist. And they level the whole building and 16 people lose their lives. Oh, well, it's collateral damage. They shouldn't have gone there, right? How can that not be a double standard? Am I losing my mind? I mean, sometimes when I speak to people and I hear their logic, I try to make sense of it. I'm like, am I dealing with an alternative universe that my brain doesn't function in? And I think to some extent I have a reasonably able brain, but sometimes I have to question it when I hear people making some of these arguments. Anyway, I could be wrong, like I said. What I would like to see is praiseworthy behavior from both sides, which would be a peace accord. And people living beside each other, hopefully, if necessary, separately, if that's what it's going to take, with some sort of international body to protect from violence on both sides. Or if people can find a way to live together, maybe some of the radicals can be weeded out on both sides, and people who can't live together can be, dealt with in some way that's humane. Then you have a good solution. Either way, I'm happy with that. What I think most of us are very troubled with is what's happening right now. I was told today that the H group is not being humane by not releasing all the hostages, that they're making their cause worse. And what I responded with that, again, I'm for the hostages coming back. Why would I want to have a human being sitting in a tunnel or a house against their will for a year? That's crazy. But what I said is, and again, I can separate myself and my personal views from the interests of others. Even though I don't agree with what the Israelis do in many cases, I can still see it from their point of view and speak to it that way. And likewise, I don't agree with what the H group does as far as hurting civilians, but I can see what their interests are within their long-term goal as I understand it. And in that regard, what sense does it make for them to just unconditionally return something that provides them a lot of leverage? It makes no sense. So while I'd like to see them come home, it makes sense to me why people without some concessions would decide not to allow that to happen. They were hoping from the beginning to use them as leverage to get their people out of confinement. Sorry, my dog's starting to freak out. Come on, Ruby, this way, this way. And that makes sense. Now, since that didn't happen, you could say, well, just let them go. But in the end, that's really some of the only leverage they have over their adversary right now. So that makes sense that they would hold on to them, absent the moral judgment. Also, people ask me, well, what good are they doing by what they're doing? I think two things, because the claim was they don't care about their people, that Hamas doesn't care about the civilians. I think just like during the American Revolution, where U.S. colonists, the colonies that were in place when the British were overseeing them, when people were caught conspiring to overthrow the government or to organize something like that, they were hung. When people fought the British, a lot of people died. Well, do you think the American Revolution shouldn't have happened then? They should have just, quote, dealt peacefully with the British. So it's not unusual for fighting to occur in the stages of these struggles. And so similarly, the Palestinian cause, as far as I understand it, the H group is not against its civilians. It doesn't want to hurt people. It wants to eventually liberate and have a better outcome for their people to live dignified lives. And if that in the early stages requires some loss of life, whether themselves or their civilians, that's the cost that has to be paid, because up to this point, the political inaction has been such that they aren't able to achieve any of their goals, which is why I believe they were elected into power in the first place. If somebody disagrees with that assessment, come up and share with me your views. I would rather, in 1988, that this group not form. I would rather they didn't have a charter and didn't have to think the way they think. I would rather there be a political solution that would take the steam out of all this stuff. But unfortunately, that hasn't been the case. So it doesn't seem shocking to me that when you make the choice as an external party to close people into a small enclosed area that's 5 miles wide and 25 miles long, you control everything that goes in and out. You control the people. You let a few out with work permits here and there. But for the most part, you make their lives miserable. You take away their ability to fish past a certain point. They can't have any exports. They don't have to have an airport. They don't get to move around between their loved ones. It's just a tough way to live. And to then act shocked when some of those very people who are living under those circumstances would lash out in some way, I think that's naive. Because I think if people from Israel were experiencing that, if they were to attack the party doing that to them, I wouldn't look at that and be like, well, why did that happen? How could they possibly do that? These people are barbarians. No, I'd say, listen, I don't agree with the tactics they used, but I understand why they would want to lash out, right? I think that's not being unfair or one-sided. Does anybody think that's one-sided or unfair? I just don't understand. So Kadima says, consequences of their actions, chip thumbs up. I'm not sure what you mean by that, whether you're speaking to the Israeli party or the Hamas group. So maybe clarify who the there are. But I have somebody I have two people in the guest box. Let's do this today. I know I can go on and on and on, and people are like, dude, I get it. So let's bring up some folks. We have Amjad and we have FDR was good. I'd really like to get somebody who's in favor of the Israeli point of view. What I'm not going to do is what I just experienced on the pro-Israeli panel, is get into petty name calling and interruptions and all this other silly tactics to avoid talking about the substance of this issue, which is a very important conversation to be had. All right, let's bring up Amjad. Let's bring up Zuko, and let's bring up FDR, and let's have a little conversation. Let's keep it polite, folks, and let's keep it, adult-like.
Quick question, Bob.
Yeah, sure thing.
I've seen your live on HAQ yesterday or the day before. I don't know how it was, but my question to you is, how do you compose yourself while speaking to someone that was nearly an hour late to an debate and was doing ad hominems for the rest of the debate? Did you gain anything from that debate, or what was your point of view from that debate?
No, that debate, unfortunately, was like a professional fighter fighting a 3-year-old in the ring. It was really
Hey,
unfortunate. And
check
listen,
one.
this person's entitled to their views. Obviously, I respect anybody's point of view. However, the way that he chose to go about expressing his views was nonsensical. He didn't address any of the questions that were raised. All he did was call me names and associate me with hate groups and say that Israel was great. I mean, that's not having a debate, and he didn't do a good job. And I
Hey,
think
Chip
people who
Barnes, I just
watch
want to
that,
ask you just one question.
just wait a second, don't interrupt me, please. It doesn't really represent a nation or an organization well when you choose to go about things that way. The ad hominem attacks, I am so used to that. I've been getting those things forever. It's not so much the name calling that I mind, it's certain people who have repeatedly done it in ways that are just so interruptive and counterproductive that I don't like. So, did you have to get in something, FDR? Are you in a rush or something?
Yeah, so I know you've probably seen that clip on CNN with Mehdi Hassan from MSNBC. He was like, if you guys don't want to want to be called Nazis, stop doing Nazi-like things. And then Ryan Gidersky, that's the guy's name. He said, I hope your beeper doesn't go off. What do you think about that? Wasn't that funny, to be honest? It was a little bit funny
Well,
to me.
this is kind of old news, but I'll go into it. So, for those who don't know, there was a 4 or 5 person panel on a Saturday afternoon or something like that, kind of a more casual talk panel. And one of the pro-Israeli guests, after Mehdi Hassan made some comments he made a quip about, is your pager going to go off? This was right after the Israelis had executed that mission where they had pagers and
Yeah.
other devices go off on members of Hezbollah in Lebanon. And it was still very newsworthy at that point. Listen, that is directly wishing harm to somebody in a joking way. I mean, if
Yeah.
Mehdi Hassan would have said, stop acting like Nazis or you should be headed back to the ovens. Like, what
Yeah.
would the guy have said if he said that, right? That's
Yeah.
a similar kind of thing to say, which is just inappropriate. And
Yeah, it
again,
was.
an underhanded comment that's unnecessary. So
But it was
again,
actually.
this is what people do when they don't have when you can't defend the indefensible, you shift the goalpost somewhere else. That's what happens.
Yeah, I know, but it was pretty funny too. So it's okay for Mehdi Hassan to call people Hitler and Nazis, but a beeper joke is where CNN draws the line.
Well, in other words, when he said, no, he didn't call them Nazi. He said behaving like. Is that clear? You
Yeah,
understand the difference?
yeah, I get what you're saying.
So when someone says you behave like a jerk, it doesn't mean you're a jerk for life. It means you're behaving like a jerk. When somebody says you're behaving like the schmazzies, it means you're doing things behaviorally that are similar to the things they did to the people who were oppressed long ago. Now you're a member of, and you're allowing some of that same behavior to persist among your current peers and
Yes.
supporting it. That's worthy of being called out, I believe.
Yeah, and Megan Kelly had platformed the Ryan Gidersky, and the people in the comment section didn't agree with him with what she had did.
Well, I'm okay with anybody platforming anybody for whatever reason they choose because I'm a free speech advocate. But I think it's fair to point out, just again, just ask people to behave better is what I would say.
Yes,
Yeah,
I'm a free speaker.
I Jeb.
That's all. Hey, I'm Jen.
That was not a debate, really. That was a group of people who one opinion. They don't want to listen. They don't want to make you speak, and it was shameful. They have no shame. You know, when you speak, they are cutting you off. They are trying to cover what you're saying, and that was not a debate at all. That's one. And when I come up and I speak about the IDF when they bump where is the hostage, and they make sure they bump again to make sure everybody on life, they drop me down. So they don't want. They want one side story. They want to market their lies, their stories, and they want you to agree with them. If you don't agree with them, they make you I don't know what picture they want to draw about you. So it is very sad how those people thinking and the sick brain they have, and when we said that what happening in Gaza is same what the Nazis did, they upset.
Yes.
It's similar. There is big similarity between the two crimes committed against humanity. They always speak about the Israeli side, how many alive, but they're not speaking about 40,000 children and women. What kind of people who defend Israel think if your child being alive and you, for example, defending those who kill children and women, what kind of human you are? What kind of person you are?
Yes.
How you think?
Mm-hmm.
Those people
FDR, I need you to stay muted, okay? Please.
could do it in your own country.
Yeah, well, let me share an alternative way of looking at this, which is why I don't get that upset by it. Some individuals who tend to communicate a certain way tend to upset me, but I try to keep my cool despite that. Sometimes I'm human. Sometimes a little bit gets let out of the bag. But what I would say is this. So have you ever had a friend who's addicted to alcohol or drugs, or DRE, somebody who's under the spell of something in their lives, where they're so connected to it, they're so immersed in it, in many cases, there's no reaching them in the short term. something, they call it hitting rock bottom, right? We've heard that term, where something so dramatic, emotionally jarring has to happen for something to shift their way of thinking and make them kind of consider different options. Similarly, and this happened to me, by the way, this is not exclusive to people who are pro-Israel. Not everybody meets this thing, but a lot do. In my life, I was brought up in the American system. And similarly, I was told a lot of things a certain way and culturally explained, and my beliefs were shaped accordingly. The difference between my American experience and their experience, in my view, is that because they are of a certain ethnicity and of a certain faith, or maybe one or the other, and they believe that the safety of the and safety of their entire people, their identity as a living human, is tied to the existence of a certain nation state, that anything that criticizes not only the state, but criticizes their existence. And so therefore they tend to conflate that criticism with being against their entire people. And I think that's where I diverge with the way they view it. And it's hard for them to see it differently. So I don't fault them for thinking that, just like I wouldn't have faulted me if somebody criticized America when I was 20 and didn't know much of it better. And I would have told them, you're crazy. Why would you criticize America? We're the good guys, right? And that was my identity when I was younger, at least not as much as what I'm talking about here. So it's not their fault. Those of us in life who are subjected to very, very thorough and effective indoctrination and programming, it only makes sense that we would see things that way. So in that regard, I have sympathy for people. I wouldn't want people to have criticized me when I was younger just because I didn't know any better. And likewise, and I know this probably sounds terribly condescending and I apologize, but the epiphanies that those of us go through, and there are probably others that I can't see now, that I'll eventually learn more about and go, wow, why did I think that back when I was 57, which is my current age? This is the process of growth as a critical thinker. A lot of people cling to their views so firmly that they're unwilling to encounter or have that experience that changes your views, and they go to their deathbed not having shifted at all, which is, in my mind, tragic. So unfortunately, when someone who does go through that, they look at them like they're crazy, like the Palestinian Jew that was on the Hope Live yesterday. They look at that person as a traitor, a turncoat, a crazy, a lunatic, a hater, what they call a self-hating Jew. That is really unfortunate. But I understand why they feel that way. It makes sense. Does anybody want to speak to that?
I
Yeah,
just want
I wanted to speak to that.
Go ahead, please.
I'm 35. I'm an American. I'm neither Palestinian nor Jewish. I kind of feel like you're gonna drive yourself crazy, Chip. And I'm gonna use not the Israelis and Palestinians, but so my family is first generation Dominican. And I don't know if you know this, but the Dominicans and Haitians share an island, and they haven't always been nice to each other. So what you're seeing is something that is not unique to Israelis and Palestinians. It's just human nature that when you've been at war and fighting each other for decades and hundreds of years, potentially, all right, there is no good guy or bad guy anymore because everyone has done bad things at some point. That's number one. Number two, obviously you are going to get people who do discriminate on the other side, because it's not just about race, it's also about who people who have actually attacked their people, right? So it's a cycle of violence between two groups. Each side has grievances about what one side has done to the other during different periods of time. And if you were hosting lives about like Haitians and Dominicans, you would get the same phenomenon. And then you would still get people like me who are Dominican who have no problem with Haitians, who want like a better life forward on the island. And that's just human nature. Like it's not about it's not about like, I mean, am I making sense here?
Yeah, of course. These are just divides or chasms that are normal between human tribes. And this phenomena goes back to how we developed, and over time as society started to grow and people migrate towards each other, there's territorial conflicts, and these things have become formalized into nation states in the modern day, and we as citizens tend to lean towards protecting our nation state or our tribe. And even within those nation states in our country, we have such an amazing division between left and right, where people are getting basically squeezed by this small but wealth gap growing oligarchy, and they can't even see it as they're being exploited. So it's normal behavior. I agree.
Hey Chip, just like to say, I heard you earlier tonight on Ellie's platform and Ellie's live, and I think you did well. You were up against a whole panel of Zionists, and you did quite well. I just wanted to point something out. A lot of these Zionists continue to argue who owns the land, and by doing so, I think they are either directly or indirectly deflecting from the real issue, and that is that, as I mentioned earlier, I'm not sure if I mentioned it here or not, but 50,000, as we all know, 50,000 approximately Palestinians have been unalived. So this conversation about who owns the land, in my opinion, with all due respect, is a deflection because there are crimes that are being taken place at the moment, crimes against humanity. That's the first thing I'd like to mention. The second thing is a lot of the Zionists then would claim that there are always civilians casualties in any war. However, when we look at what's happening in Gaza, every single hospital has been destroyed. Now, in my opinion, you obviously know better than I would, being ex-military. Um, to me, that seems like it's intentional. And if it is intentional, then that establishes the case for a G-side. So I just wanted to put that to you and see what you have to say about that.
Yeah, I think some of the allegations are more along the lines of war crimes, and some of the allegations, when taken in totality, can constitute some meeting of the definition of genocide. So I like to talk about right now, at least for now, I talked about forced displacement. You can argue that it's for the safety of the population. You can make that public statement. Or it could be the intent is to permanently move people off the land, destroying it in such a way that they can't return, which could be one of the possibilities. I think it's more likely than not that that is the possibility, at least in the north of Gaza. Some people criticize me for making that. That's my personal view. But I do think it's important that we defer our final judgment to the international institutions and authorities who are familiar with making these conclusions, and we should let them adjudicate it, not us as hobbyists. I think that's fair to say. Easterley, did you want to jump in by any chance? Or how about Scott? Would you like
Yeah,
to jump in, Scott?
Chip, if you could just let me, I'm gonna leave. I have to move over to a better place to talk. So if you could just give me a couple of minutes, please.
Sure, man. Sure thing. Scott, would you like to jump in?
Aloha, my brothers and sisters.
Hi.
Yes, um, we all, every single one of us, all pretty much agree on the same thing. Because if 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 this was happening to any one of our families at any place in time in history, we would all be in the hero group. Um, uh, the the powers that be, they obfuscate the reality, and they throw shiny baubles out there in order to distract humans from what the realities are taking. And that's because we're obsequious. We're a herd animal, and we're easily led, and that's just the nature of humans. Um, we're brought up to believe in goodness and kindness, and that um, we have to turn the other cheek, so to speak, when others wish ill of us. However, um, being in the military and living to the ripe old age that I am today, the psychosis of fear is a reality, and fear is very hard to overcome. And the manifestation of the Israeli soldiers in their barbarity that they televise, and is just the manifestations of man who are scared and are doing some of the most horrific things that they never thought possible, and it's on blast, and it's all across the world, and this medium that we're on right now here, TikTok. A year ago, you wouldn't have seen me here, This was a space for children, as far as I was concerned. Um, but it is a clear and present danger to the forces that are entrenched throughout the world in all our governments, and it's designed. It allows us to communicate across the divides, and that is what um, our elected officials fear, because they've lost control of the narrative. And so going forward, the only thing that we have is Veritas, and to not recognize your own Veritas in your place in
Can you
society.
just clarify? People may not know the meaning of that word. Can you explain what that means for some? What does
Truth.
Veritas mean? Okay, thank you.
Truth. So the truth, and people say everybody has their own ideation of what truth is, and that very well may be correct. However, but when you're faced with truth, and it's laid at your doorstep, and you fail to take action, whatever it is, then you're complicit in whatever it is that you fail to speak up about. We are all on the same path. None of us is getting off this path, and any day is a good day to die, as long as we die on the right side of history and doing what's right. So the fear mongering and the psychosis of fear that governments use is just that. It's a tool, and then every now and then, like I guess right now there's some like UFOs or whatever that are flying around the country, the world, or whatever, and these are all designed to deflect, to grab our attention, and so that we don't see the atrocities taking place in front of our eyes. And the minute you recognize that it is fear, and you put away your fear, and you say no, I'm not gonna continue down this path. That's when you've realized the importance of living life in the moment, and not in some sort of abstract contrived data point that somebody wants to give you and make that your reality. So, Chip,
Okay, those are some
and all you folks
good
that
observations.
are on here, you guys
I just want to let
you guys are
Paul,
doing an amazing
you know,
job, because you guys are the leading edge. You're the tip of the spear, and you're doing a great job. And I want to thank every one of you, because you guys are here and you're doing what needs to be.
you hear me? I'm kind of a bad cell. Internet.
The argument was in the panel where the so-called debate.
Amjad, real quick. Amjad, I want to let False Flag go, and then we can come back to you. He hasn't had a chance to talk yet, okay? False Flag, did you want to
Hello,
jump in?
thank you. I just want to say I've been following your videos, and I have a lot of respect for you. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, good to talk to you.
Yeah, you too. Glad you're here. You want to say anything else, or?
Well, basically, I've gone through for 12 months, and you know, I knew about it before as well, but you know, so October 7, like, didn't surprise me, and yeah, like, when you are living in those conditions, how can you actually get upset at the response to living like that?
Amjad, would you like to go?
Yes.
You too, man.
No, the argument it was in the panel earlier that the Palestinians use in civilians human shields, and that's not correct. A proof to that, what happened in West Bank. West Bank, the regime there is the Palestinian Authority, and that's territory supposed to be for the Palestinian state. And they are entering every day, they killing civilians, they killing people, they shooting children and women.
I don't know if I've lost audio, but I can't hear anyone. So.
The only thing I can hear everybody except Chip right now.
Okay.
Just to remind the audience real quickly and the guests. So unfortunately, TikTok has these crazy algorithms. So if we say prohibited terms, one of which is really seriously prohibited, like schmatzi or any derogatory terms about groups, protected groups, like, you know, that are just derogatory to people. If we use loud cuss words repeatedly, or if we say things like KILL has to be unalive, or things like, you know, SHOOT has to be pow pow, or something like that. Okay, it's silly, but it's what it is. So please. And by the way, Easterley, are you ready to go? Did you want to jump in, Easterley, or you want to finish?
By the way, and by the way, for a minute there, we couldn't hear you, so that's why I was trying to convey to you that we couldn't hear you. But now we hear you again.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
Okay,
I just want to add the point. You know, this argument that the green, let's say about it, the green in Gaza Strip, using people as human shields, and the argument about warning from the IDF is incorrect, because they misplace people from their homes, tell them to go to this area, and they bomb them in tent, and they burn people alive, and they killing they unliving people, and they are coming with this argument in the panel. That's not correct. It's BLIs, and I can't understand how somebody will sit in a media and defend war criminals, which the international court did find them or said they are war criminals. Your prime minister and your defense minister are war criminals, and your soldiers are war criminals, and even though the IDF soldiers who was serving in Gaza Strip, they come out and they testify that they commit crime. There is crime being committed in Gaza Strip. So your own people are testifying. Even your hostages, they are saying that they are being treated good and in a human way, and they're that. And there is still people coming here to say more lies, and they're repeating the same lies IDF before was repeated. So I feel sorry for those people. Their argument is not acceptable, not in America, not in anywhere in the world. And thank you, Burns.
When this is all, when everything is finished.
I think Easterley wanted to go next, and then we'll let you go next. Okay, I promise. Go ahead, Easterley.
Okay, I'm about to make a point. And some of you may find my points offensive. I don't mean to be incendiary, but I'm going to be as honest as I can regarding my
can you
position.
address what he said? So his argument is he's still a. This is what Amjad said. He said that he can't understand how people can support the actions of a prime minister, a defense minister, and soldiers that are being accused of committing war crimes. What would you respond to that with?
Well, simply know that I'll give you my reasons, but just to respond immediately, no war crimes have been committed. What has happened is a rather difficult, a difficult objective has been achieved, and it was your government, because let's face it, H group represents your government authority, they represent your military authority, and they represent you as a region that can be properly described as a nation that has not been yet recognized by the United Nations.
Is it okay if I say one? Is it okay if I just say one thing? Because I just heard your claim. If I understand it correctly, you're saying that's because no war crimes have been committed. Was that what you said?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so here's an exercise I want everybody to go through. East LA, you can do it too. I don't know if you're in front of a computer. I did this. Now, by the way, this covers allegations against both sides, to be fair. So I'm not trying to say it's all anti-Israel. There is a Wikipedia page. You can argue the validity of it, but I know that there are pro-Israelis who try to go and edit these pages. You type in war crimes committed during the Gaza war. Just type that in as a general search. The very first link that comes back is a Wikipedia link, and it goes through all the allegations against the H group and all the different aspects, both during the conflict as well as what happened before it on 10/7. And it goes through all the allegations against the Israelis with all the detail, every single allegation. I encourage everybody to look at that. My question to East LA would be, if there's page after page after page after page after page after page of alleged war crimes, is that just made up, or are people just completely wrong? How would you make that statement? Because we know there are war crimes committed by the H group. Right? I've acknowledged those. Why do you think there are war crimes committed by the Israeli side?
No, because I think that I have history on my side. When you look at some of the things that have taken place in that region, okay, you realize that if you compare them against conflicts that have taken place elsewhere throughout history, that the operations, the method of attack, the method of even using air support, which in many ways I have disagreed with, but I've never called it a war crime. I just disagree with it tactically, based on my once again knowledge of history. But every action that Israel has taken, you can make the point, which is what I'm trying to make, because I passionately believe this, that every point there, that everything that every tactic they have utilized, with an overall strategy of not creating excessive collateral damage, but with the intent of destroying a group that attacked them, and that would be H group, and attack them. And if we talk about crimes against humanity or war crimes, etc., how can you not place those same accusations against the military authority that has dominion over the Gaza Strip, which would be H group? They are the ones.
What did I just say? What did I just say a second ago? Just to be clear, what did I just say a second ago? I'm somebody who's claimed to be a very biased pro-Palestinian content creator, and I just went through and I told you that there are plenty of allegations, and I happen to agree with many of them, that they're accurate about the H group. Did that just get lost in the did the signal break up when I said that, or what happened?
No, and
So why are you saying what you're saying? What you just said is you're trying to lay that blame, which I've already acknowledged. So why are you going back and focusing on that?
Because
this man, he don't want to acknowledge the work.
Hold on, just
let me finish, please. Because
do you think you're being one-sided, East LA? Why? Here's a question. Why is it so difficult? And this you can answer for others or yourself. Why is it so incredibly difficult for somebody who supports the Israeli side of this argument to acknowledge some of the things that may meet the categorization of both war crimes, forced displacement, and ethnic cleansing, when I've acknowledged both the crimes that have been committed by the H group as well as my own government at a much greater scale as an American? Why is it so hard?
Because quite frankly, though, I do not like the concept of collateral damage, and I in no way support it as something that is, how can I put it? It is something that is unfortunately necessary in a defensive war. So if
That's
your intent is to neutralize
right.
a military target, and here's the difference. If your intent is to neutralize a military conflict, and unfortunately as a result of that act of self-defense, there is collateral damage, that in no way proves any crime. However, if your intent is to invade a region that is not yours and then have a complete system of search and destroy every target of opportunity with the expressed intent, because they have said that that was what they intended to do, number one, and number two, with the obvious intent based on their actions of not only seeking targets of opportunity, but seeking targets of opportunity specifically that were entirely populated by people who had no way to defend themselves and who were in fact innocent bystanders, which would be the people at the festival. Okay, this is what they did, and
Okay,
within that, to
so
commit some of
hold on,
them.
right there. Hold on, Eastlake. Whoa, hold on. I have to interject with one question. So fair enough, you can categorize some of the airstrikes that way. Maybe they're 100% legitimate with quote what you said, collateral damage. I highly doubt that. I think the findings from the court will be completely contrary to that conclusion, but we'll have to see. Here's my question. We know this is not disputable. This is factual. We know the Israeli military has disabled or destroyed 95% of the medical system in Gaza. Most of the hospitals aren't even functioning. Many of the doctors have been unalived or taken prisoner or both. Many of the staff has been unalived. And we have situations where patients were forcibly moved out of places where they died because they didn't have the care they needed. Incubators were turned off where there was infants. This appears to be to the average onlooker and even people that are investigating this as a blatant war crime in and of itself. Do you deny that that happened?
I'm going to tell you the what appearance has been established by the other side. And by the way, when
Just
the
do you
idea,
do you deny that that happened? Just real quick answer to that. Do you deny that happened?
to a degree, no, but let me tell you why. Let me qualify my answer. Okay. What the IDF does through their analysis, through their very
By the way,
careful
I want
analysis.
to say, sorry, I didn't finish the allegation. I'm so sorry. Where in every case where this was alleged, there were no presence of militant members. That's the clear part. I want to make a differentiation. Where there were militant members and they engaged in combat, I'm excluding them from the conversation.
Once you establish an area, regardless of where it is, as a place where you are storing your supplies that will be used to prosecute a conflict against people. Once again, a conflict that the other side displayed the intent to.
I said excluding military members, including equipment. No military base or operations, anything military remotely related, simply destruction of the facility.
That is where we
What
need more.
about
No,
the
that is where,
Catholic
hold on,
Church
let
in
me answer.
Gaza?
No, I want to answer Chip specifically, please. That is where you and I are on equal ground, okay? You and I are not the experts, okay? So what's going to happen once the smoke clears, and what I believe will happen in the favor of Israel, is once Israel, when they are not in the midst of fighting a terrible conflict, okay? Once they are able to provide that information to us and the rest of the world, specifically as to why and where there were supplies being stored, as to why and where opposing units were being housed and covered, okay? Once they can establish those places as a threat to the existence of their nation by means of aggression, that we will all see very clearly. Once again, you and I, Chip, don't have the facts. So we're merely debating an issue, but once that is established by the IDF, who are experts in analysis, experts in military tactics, experts in a defensive war, their name denotes that they are a defensive force. They are the best in the world at defending. So once these are established by Israel, both you, I, and the world will acknowledge that yes, there were supplies, and
All right,
yes,
slow down,
there
slow down.
were.
Okay, I got it. Your
Tim, can I
argument is that
talk?
hold on. This is really important. This is such an important distinction that I want to make, and this is very clear. Okay, so the argument that I just heard is once that the quote unquote experts of the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, call them what you want, that their experts are so incredibly better versed than me and East LA Bakery that once they come out with their conclusions, he believes, he envisioned that they're going to come out with claims that there were indeed things present in these hospitals. So here's a question I want to ask.
False flags. Close your mic, please.
Amjad, please don't interrupt. I'll make sure you get a turn. I promise you. This is important. And this is where I'm good at this stuff. So let me go. Okay. So there's eyewitness testimony at dozens of hospitals that have said the exact antithesis by the physicians, by the nurses, by the patients, that there was no presence of the H group, no tunnels underneath the hospital, no presence of military equipment, no use of the temporary firing base for rockets, no military presence. And yet, the Israeli military came in and physically, to some degree, either destroyed the hospital, took out the staff, or unalived them, or some combination of these three, making it an unusable facility for medical conditions for all the injured Palestinians. Now, here's my question to you. Is that eyewitness testimony irrelevant?
It is not irrelevant, but it is not something that we should take as accurately factual, because
Excellent. I agree with you. Now, on 10/7, eyewitness testimony has claimed that women were sexually assaulted, that people were put in ovens, that these horrible things happen, these excessive things, babies being removed from someone's midsection. Eyewitness testimony. And we're told by the other side, hey, don't discount the eyewitness testimony. These things happen. We shouldn't have to provide proof. We have religious customs that don't allow us to do X, Y, or Z. It might not have been caught on video. Why do you have two different standards when it comes to providing proof of what has happened?
because there were two different methods of operation, quite frankly. When you're
What does it
talking about
matter? What does it matter? What was done? Listen, this is where I diverge from somebody being genuine, okay? If you're going to come on here and say because of activity A was different, and therefore it being recounted by witnesses is therefore somewhat valid or valid entirely, well, because other behavior was different, but the recounting of that is somehow invalid, you have no place in being a fair arbiter of any kind of political conversation, because you're not being fair. You're applying a different standard to how we interpret evidence of what may or may not have happened. If you can't see that, then you just can't see anything impartially. And this is my argument that gets back to people who believe in the story, the fairy tale, the upbringing, the indoctrination of the pro-Israeli narrative, fundamentally are incapable of seeing things for the most part objectively. Like someone like me who doesn't have a tie to Israel. I'm not Jewish. I don't have a belief in the Jewish state per se as being important to my life. I also don't have a connection to the H group. Liberating the territory isn't important to my life. I have no connection to Islam. But someone who comes here and makes these types of statements that are so inconsistent and incongruent with each other is what gets me incredibly frustrated. Does that make any sense? It doesn't matter about this conflict, LA. It could be any place on the earth. But why are you applying different standards?
Well, first of all, because I'm applying the same standards. Now, if you want to berate me as a private citizen,
No, you just said a second ago that you're applying the same standards. I just gave you clear depiction of how you're using different standards with the same expectations. Is my cognitive abilities gone?
Yeah.
Am I no longer?
This is what I'm requesting. Before you think I'm about to take one pathway on a narrative, you let me please finish my statement, and you'll see that I was going to go a different way.
But that question I just asked you is a really important one, Eastale. I said, let me repeat it one more time. You're saying that on the one hand, because of the circumstances that happen are different, that the eyewitness testimony of doctors, nurses, patients, and other people who saw what the Israeli military did in these various hospitals, a dozen or two of them, and you're saying that because of the circumstances, it's dubious or not applicable. But when it comes to the events of 10/7 and some of the more egregious accusations of things like SA, ovens, and other atrocities, it should be believed inherently because it's a different situation. Now, do you understand that that is completely out of the realm of human, that is so inconsistent, it doesn't even hold water? What are you talking about?
Here's the difference. I'm not in any way 100% debunking you because I don't have the capacity, nor do I have the full disclosure to do so. But let me say what I'm about to say, please, sir. But what I do know at this point, that the United States State Department is meticulously preparing charges against H group, charges that validate the subjugation of women, charges that validate the intent to destroy us and summarily execute innocent people, charges that literally implicate Sinwar as both a perpetrator of crimes against humanity and crimes against women. And I say when the U.S. State Department does something like that, they should be taken very seriously. And in that light alone, I have justification to the claims that it is Israel using discretion in a defensive war, and that it is H Group who in fact is guilty of crimes against humanity. And by the way, the ICJ, who is motivated in any way, in every way, to come to a complete, compelling argument as soon as possible in order to save the lives of people who they accuse are being genocided, okay? But yet, they cannot yet establish the proper method of explaining this to the rest of the world because they keep stalling for time. So in light of those two things, I stand, and in light of the history of what I know about how conflicts are prosecuted, yes, I give complete credence to the Israelis. However, once again, I acknowledge that both neither you or I have full disclosure regarding both sides. Neither you or I are there. So what we are having is a debate in which I think that I have a very credible argument.
Let's let False Flag go in and I just want to say this one thing. I have a very, very, very difficult time digesting. Hold on just one sec. I have a very, very difficult time digesting, accepting that style of approaching conversation. I think it's disingenuous. I think it's not adhering to standards that are acceptable to both sides. It's an inconsistent standard applied to both sides. So yes, we don't know for sure, but you're asking of us to give more credence to one set of third-party analysis than the other. I think that's just disingenuous. Go ahead, False Flag.
The major stumbling block with finding out anything that is going on is the Israeli government. I mean, the IDF bans journalists, and
exactly.
I can't tell you how much listening to you, East LA, it makes my blood boil, because you just can't get through to you. I mean, the intent was outlined by the Israeli government a day after. No food, no fuel, no water. We're dealing with human animals. I mean, what do you expect a sane person to actually conclude? I mean, really, are you that brainwashed that you can't see the wood from the trees? Really? Seriously?
No, sir, I'm not brainwashed at all. As a matter of fact, based on what I have seen, okay, regarding the videos, sir, that I have seen, that no one is challenged.
You don't see those 40,000 children and women being unalive. You don't see.
Hold on one sec. Paistale, when you say the videos, can you please be a little more specific as to what specific behavior was documented in these videos?
Yeah, the capturing and the quartering, the forced subjugation of innocent people who pose no threat as military operatives, and the only intent was to hold these innocent people who did nothing. The only intent was to hold these people as hostages.
Can you just say taking hostages? What other behavior?
That's in and of itself is both hideous and reason enough to.
We're talking about some of the most egregious allegations. You talked about taking hostages. What other behavior? What other behavior? Gotta have that. What other behavior?
Well, in the case of what's her name, Noah or Organami, I don't know the quick. Somebody correct me. In the case of her, you actually see her in a video, and it's very obvious that she's being assaulted by a male.
So?
It's a terrible video, and it's not very graphic.
What kind of assault? Are we talking about being slapped across the face? Or are we talking about more violence?
You're talking about her being. No, and I've seen this video. You're talking about her literally being forced contact by someone, by a man. She has no way of defending herself. This person is much larger and much more powerful than she is. She is being forced into an act of subjugation by that person, and you see it. You just don't see.
Real quick, hold on. This is an important differentiation. I'm not trying to split hairs with you, but you're making a general statement that's hard to decipher. So let me give you an example of a couple scenarios. You can tell me which one it was, A, B, or C. A, someone is holding them closely and touching them in an inappropriate way. B, they're forcing them to perform some sort of act on them that they don't want to do. C, a much more egregious act of tearing their clothing off and doing all sorts of things that would be that husband and wife activity or worse. Which one of those scenarios, A, B, or C, are you referring to?
The one where you said.
Which one of those scenarios, A, B, or C, are you referring to? False Flag, you got an echo. You got to stay.
Okay.
You got to stay.
Yeah. The example that you gave, which showed that somebody was
A, B, or C. I
forcing
said
upon.
A, B, or C.
I
Basic,
don't remember.
intermediate, or advanced.
I don't remember the lettered. See, it's hard for me to remember the lettered sequence. Okay, I don't think that's unreasonable. So I'm going to tell you the one that.
Hold on. It's either basic, intermediate, or advanced. Like, is it really bad? Is it somewhat bad? Or is it kind of tepid? That's what I'm getting at.
The reason that it's severe is because it's against her will.
Jesus Christ, man. I'm going to say this one more time. There's a huge difference under the law. Whether someone touches you on the shoulder, grabs your boob, or whether they grab your butt, or whether they rub up against you and try to do something to you, or force them to do something involving, tration penna, or whether they try to physically go the entire way. Those are different crimes. So even though somebody wasn't consenting to it, what does the video show? Please be clear.
It shows someone who has her in his clutches, and she is trying to resist, but she's helplessly cannot resist. So therefore, she is suffering through it. That's what it shows, sir.
So just so you know, in terms of crime, that's called battery, unwanted touching. And it can be a certain degree of SA. And my dad was a criminal attorney, so I know this shit like the back of my ass. In my view, the charges that would have been brought against somebody in a traditional civilian environment would be third degree S offense and criminal battery. That has not reached the claim of RAPE in the second or first degree. That just doesn't exist. There has to be some sort of tration penna with either digits or you know what else. So with this person, we hear these claims of widespread grape and SA. Okay, the levels matter. If somebody's uncomfortable being hugged by somebody or touched by somebody, yeah, that's horrible that a human being has to endure that. But that's not what's being claimed. You're saying you've seen the video. This is part of my problem. I swear to God, I'm trying to put this to bed so that I can tell the truth. I really want to tell the truth. I don't want to see it for pleasure or some sick fascination, but I do want to be able to say, okay, this happened. There's evidence this happened. We're saying earlier that the eyewitness testimony given by people is insufficient to clarify the legitimacy of claims, according to your definition when it comes to the hospitals. So we have to apply the same standard to some of these broader claims, whether it be mothers and babies, ovens, SA that goes much further than someone being uncomfortable being touched or groped. Okay, not that I think that should happen or it's justifiable, but it's a much different thing the way it's been described to the public. It's been used as atrocity propaganda to enrage the public to justify a hugely disproportionate response, at least in some of our views. So can you please clarify? And if you have video showing something more extensive than that, can you please find a way to share it with somebody who can corroborate it that's independent of the IDF? And by the way, saying that the IDF is going to come up with findings is a joke. Those people lie through their effing teeth and have since the time I've been watching this conflict. I'd be shocked beyond belief if they told one single truthful thing in public about what happened on 10/7 or anything else in Gaza. They just don't tell the truth. That's how they operate. They are abject liars. Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, who was the chief of staff to Colin Powell during the Bush administration for 6 years, worked for him and engaged directly with the Israelis. It was his job. It was one of his assigned areas to cover. And he said at the conclusion of his service, he said, you cannot trust a single word that comes out of an Israeli official. They are liars. They are veteran liars. They lie.
Okay, first of all, although that is one person who is highly qualified, that is still one person who is offered dissent. Okay, I'm not going to give complete credibility to the claims of the other side based on one person who is dissenting within the corporation. Number one. Number two, going beyond. Now, I'm trying. What I'm trying to do here is give you many instances of why I believe that it is the IDF that is telling the truth and not H group. The other reason.
No. Whoa. We're not talking about H group. We're talking about international aid organizations and eyewitness testimony from Gaza, not the H group.
Then regarding the international organizations, and by the way, the hospital personnel and people who are actually there, they don't have any military access to information. Therefore, they're seeing things as civilians. Therefore, they don't really know where and what is being stored in which positions, right? IDF did.
Real quick, East LA, have you ever witnessed a crime in your life? Anybody assaulting somebody in the real world, like out in the middle?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Did a cop come up to you and say, you're a civilian, you're not a police officer, your eyewitness account is invalid? Did they say that to you?
But when
so if you're going to listen, I'm trying to give you standards that you're holding things to that are absurd. Okay, if any of these things were happening inside of Israel and someone from the pro-Palestinian side was speaking the way you would, I would call them out in a heartbeat. That's not a standard you can hold people to. You can't say to somebody, "Well, you're not an Israeli, you're not an Iranian military soldier who invaded Israel. You can't possibly have an eyewitness testimony that's valid." That's absurd.
No,
That's
no,
an
sir.
absurd standard to hold people to.
So,
Will you
since
stop?
you,
You're being disingenuous, man. Will you stop being disingenuous, please?
sir, I'm not being disingenuous, and if you'll let
You
me
are
finish the
being
statement once again,
disingenuous.
you
You are
used
being
me as an
disingenuous.
example. You used me as an example, and I'm going to show you how there is still, even in my example, as a reason for not seeing the full thing. Okay, what I could establish is when I saw what I saw. What I saw.
Can Mr.
Okay, when the
Bakri tell
crime.
us where he from?
Let me finish, please. When I witnessed, and I've witnessed other times, and each time that I saw someone being unalived by force, by unaliving, by discharge of an implement of a pew pew. Okay, what I saw was one person, no doubt, discharging against another person with the intent and the result of ending their life. The person died in my arms. Okay, so I saw it, I was right there. But what I could not establish was motive. I could not establish who was being the defender and who was being the aggressor. I could not establish whether or not the person who was dying in my arms, in fact, during the commission of the act, was in fact himself armed in any way, utilizing deadly force or the potential therein of. So once again, though I could establish the act itself, which was heinous, I could not establish intent. I could not establish who was the defensive force and who was the offensive force. I could only speculate. Therefore, the only way my testimony was valid was to witness the act itself, but not whether or not it was illegal. Because you have a right to self-defense by any means necessary as long as you don't break the law. This is the exact.
That's an interesting argument. Let me reset the foundation for you so we can just the circumstances you just described. It's a valid way to analyze it. I agree with you. You don't know for sure what's up. What I'm saying is that was not the circumstances at the hospitals that were attacked by the IDF. They knew there was no combatants there. They were no. You know when you work at a hospital who the hell works there. You know based on patients that have been there for month after month after month who the elderly patients are, who the cancer patients are. This is how the medical system works. When a soldier comes into a facility and starts firing up people in front of everybody, and you know everybody who's there, and they unalive people or capture a doctor, take him to interrogate him, or you unalive a nurse or do the same, that's not knowing what's up. And what I'm trying to get you to acknowledge is this, man, and I know it's so hard to do. You've been trained your entire life to believe that this entity, this Israeli state, is moral in its actions. That when it does stuff, you've used the word defense so many times in this conversation. What I've seen in my lived experience and my studied experience is different from that because I'm not tied directly to an upbringing that has coached me to think a certain way. In fact, it was when I was younger. I was taught a much different story than what I've come to learn, but it wasn't as pervasive as I believe others go through. What I'm trying to say is because of that experience that those like you have had, you're fundamentally incapable of seeing things from a more objective standpoint. You try to bring into doubt anything and everything that might obviate your side from being alleged and having committed a crime. And it makes it impossible to have a legitimate, objective conversation about incidents because you always try to defend the indefensible behavior by trying to push it onto some other circumstance or say, I'm not an expert, or you're not an expert, or it wasn't the military, or the IDF, which is the perpetrator, hasn't investigated their own crime yet. We should wait and hear what they have to say. Or the international groups are somehow anti Semitic, or they fired the so and so from this group, or they've always been. Again, it's always the same thing. It's deflect, dismiss, ignore, explain away. And people like me get so tired of this. And when we have our leaders of our government that work directly with the people who are doing these things that I've noticed for decades, and this person noticed dealing directly with them on the highest levels inside the government, you go, well, that's just one person's opinion. That's just one person's opinion. So do you see how this gets difficult for someone in our position to try to have any sort of logical exchange? Earlier, you said that the witness testimony was insufficient. It requires further investigation. I said, when I brought up this 10-7 allegations, we're supposed to, and by the way, this has happened with me with hundreds of people who are making the argument about the allegations on 10-7 being irrefutable and not even to be discussed, not even to be questioned. I've gotten total shit for even bringing it up, much less speaking to the fact that no evidence has been presented that's anywhere near the standards to which I'm held when it comes to other incidents and allegations, which I provide, and then they dismiss and ignore. It's like it's a no-win situation. But if you're going to hold one standard to being that eyewitness testimony is insufficient, you can't then ask somebody to say, well, because this has been discussed a certain way and put out to our society a certain way, absent any physical or forensic evidence, and it gets broadcast everywhere as if it's true and oft repeated over and over again by officials with no verification, that we're somehow just to accept it as what it is. Do you see how that's an unfair playing field to set up? I'm trying to be as fair as I can and not do it in a mean-spirited way, but it frustrates the shit out of somebody like me and others.
Okay. I think you make a valid point, and if you give me half the time that you took to challenge me, I'll give you. I'd be more than happy to take
Well,
half
I
the time
think
to respond.
you've made the theme of your points. I've made the theme of my points. I don't want to
Here,
more to
okay.
addition
Now
of
you've
themes.
established that hospital personnel have borne witness to
No,
unlawful military.
not just hospital personnel, doctors who have visited from outside of Gaza, who've done
Doctors
tours of
who
duty
visit.
inside of Gaza. So nobody who
Okay.
has a reason to lie for the H group or H group sympathies.
They're not lying, sir, but what they do not possess is full military disclosure. They're not part of the military corporation of H Group, so they don't know whether or not or where specifically, where military personnel are being quartered, where they.
I've had enough. So here's what I'm going to say. East LA, I hate to drop you because I almost never drop anybody. But what I said is the premise to the last situation. I guess you wanted to ignore it or say that it's an invalid premise. These are situations where the staff knows 100%. There is no ambiguity as to who's in the facility, how it's being used. There's no tunnels, no members setting up a fire base, no materials being stored in the hospital because people see people coming in and out. If the H group is going to use a facility for those purposes, they have to go in, they have to go under, they have to come in and out, right? It's just, it's reality, it's physics. So in these situations, and by the way, if it was one or two hospitals, okay, there can be some doubt there as far as the testimony of these people. This is happening in dozens or maybe 25 or 30 instances of all the hospitals around Gaza, and 95% of them have been completely destroyed or disabled, or the staff taken out or unalived. Now, this is a pervasive pattern of behavior. And then you say, well, we don't know for sure what might have been there. We have to have the IDF come in and give the military context. When this gets investigated, when it gets adjudicated by the International Court of Justice, and I hope it does, and I realize that it would be nice to have their findings all wrapped up in a bow to slow down the conflict. Maybe it would put pressure on Israel to stop fighting. But they're doing their due diligence in a way to make it irrefutable. It's what court cases are built upon. If they rush to completion and there's holes in their case, then they'll be criticized for having holes in their case. You didn't do enough research. What are you guys are incompetent? If they take more time to do it with due diligence, they're delaying it and they don't have enough information. It must be because they don't have it. They don't have the goods. They're trying to change the definition. Do you see how these standards just get moved left and right and the goalposts keep getting shifted around? I'm like, what do we have to do to pin this balloon to the wall? It's an unbelievable set of standards in the game that gets played with the officials, the statements made publicly versus the physical evidence. We have videos. I have probably 70 plus videos on my phone right now that I can go back to my computer and play for every one of you that show a building sitting still in the middle of the day with no notice to anybody. No advance notice, no leaflets, no flyers, no text messages, no notice. Nobody leaving the building as civilians, which of course they would do if they got the notice. And then kaboom, a missile comes in from an F-35 that is at the base of the building. It drops the whole building. And we're told there must be bad guys forcing people to stay as human shields. Do you see how that's complete bullshit? And that's happened hundreds of times, not just here or there. Then you have people that are told to move from one place to the other, and sometimes in mass, which they then start doing. And then Israel drops ordnance on the locations or the convoy. Do you see how that's problematic? Yes, no, maybe. Well, it must have been the H group holding onto their goods. Yeah, a 95-year-old woman on a horse-drawn cart is an H group member who gets blown to smithereens, right? Is that the argument we're going to make? Video of that can bring it up. Incident after incident after incident. I could spend 10 hours and not get through it all in terms of presenting the evidence. This is why it's such a hard thing to do, to have these conversations. It makes it so frustrating for anybody on this side to try to show somebody who has an inherent reason to put out doubt from the start, to automatically dismiss first and not even consider the possibility of. I've asked people on these conversations, is there any possibility that the Israeli government has authorized and formally put forth a specific and purposeful event that would harm civilians? You know what the answer I've gotten, bar none? Never had somebody say, no, not possible. They don't do it. It never happens. It's the most moral army. They would never do that. They want to avoid civilian casualties. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Do you know how frustrating it is to go through this process for the last 13, 14 months and have these conversations and be spit on and shit on and told that I'm a KKK member and I hate Jewish people because I'm bringing these inconsistencies up? Never once having said anything about the word Jewish in the conversation, not once ever. Do you know what that's like to go through that? The irrationality of exchanges like the one we just had today? You can believe whatever you want, but there are standards and practices and processes for how these things work. And this is what we agree upon as humans in terms of how we adjudicate matters. And somehow you take this standard down the middle way of adjudicating things and you just shift it all to one side and say, well, that doesn't matter in this case because it was different circumstances. No, it's the same set of standards. I'll repeat this one last time because I don't want to be somebody who's an obstinate, insensitive jerk. I cannot inherently deny any of the allegations that happened on 10/7. That wouldn't be fair for me to do because that's being immediately dismissive, the way in which I'm saying that you've been and others have been. So that's fair. And what I am saying, though, is if people regarding an event like I've described right now, and I have the goods to back all of this up, including drone strikes, double taps on ambulances, Hind job, the whole nine, it's just, it happens so frequently. It's ridiculously easy to put forth the evidence for this. There's so much of it. It's absurd. It's obscene. It's so troubling. It causes people like me to go through emotional duress, which I rarely do for much things in life. But the chapters of this conflict have been so disgusting and so over the top and so disproportionate and so criminal that to have it discussed otherwise to me is just impossibility. But I understand people just see it from one vantage point with one set of glasses. The bottom line on this is this: if you want to put to bed the allegations on 10/7 of the more egregious atrocities. I acknowledge that people at the rave festival were unalived by H group members. I acknowledge that in Kibbutzim, they came in and they wreaked havoc and they unalived people. They came in and they did horrible things. I saw a dog, a beautiful, just Labrador retriever running up to a military and he unalived it. That was the very first video I ever saw, by the way, which broke my heart and it made me angry. And I acknowledge it's in every instance where I've been able to gather information. Criticism of those who don't see it the way that I do, that I acknowledge these things happened. A lot of times I saw the aftermath, not the during, but I did see some of the during. But it would make sense to a logical person like I'm asking you to be, that if the H group came into a territory, why would the Israelis do something unless it was part of their response, which was accidental and collateral damage, which we don't know the extent to which that happened, but people deny that. But the Hannibal Directive says that when shit gets crazy, we don't want hostages or soldiers being taken. So we do what we got to do to eliminate that threat, and so be it. It's just unfortunate. People got caught in the wrong place, wrong time. It's what we got to do to protect ourselves. Unfortunately, and I acknowledge that's a possibility too. I don't know the extent of it. I do know that a certain number of soldiers were engaged that day. Intelligence was gathered as far as collaborators inside of Gaza and other intel. In addition, a lot of civilians, probably twice or more the number of soldiers, were unalived and lost their lives to some extent or the other, probably mostly from H group or civilians who poured through. I think that's a fair acknowledgement, an objective assessment based on the video evidence and other evidence I've been able to compile. Just one second. Somebody's at my window here. Yes, ma'am.
You know this is for handicapped.
I'm about to move out right now.
Yeah, I got here and there was nowhere to park.
I'd be happy to move out if you'd like me to.
I'm leaving now.
Okay.
Because I've already done, but please don't do it again.
I got you. There were no other spots to park or I wouldn't have done it.
That's not the point.
It's okay, ma'am. I'm not going to get a ticket. Have a good day. Have a good day. Okay, so what I was saying, guys, is this. So what I was saying is that this is a situation where the evidence is so one-sided, it's absolutely absurd. So it's impossible to hold people to the other standards. If there is evidence, not that I'm entitled to it, F me, I don't care, but the information that was provided to the international community for journalists, which is a 47-minute compilation of a combination of GoPro and first responder footage, was used to say that not only did that happen that I just alleged, that I just referred to, but everything else that's been alleged was covered in that presentation, which it wasn't. Because we have journalists that have said that while it was very disturbing what they saw and it made some people sick, it didn't include coverage of the other allegations. It's not fair to dismiss it outright because I don't want to be a denier of anything. I'm not someone who denies what's happened in World War II. I'm not that kind of person. I don't do things just to be kind of mean-spirited and cause questions for no reason. But if you want to demand that people acquiesce to the allegations being made, which is, if it happened, it happened. If it happened, it's horrible. I don't want that shit to happen to anybody. But it's unfair when you have a pattern of misrepresenting or exaggerating things to expect somebody all of a sudden to just take your word for it. The boy who cried wolf is a story for good reason. The kid said, woof, woof, woof. Everybody comes out to protect the village. No woof. Ha ha, kid laughs. Does it 4 more times over the course of a couple days. And then what he does is the 5th time it happens, 4 days later, he yells woof, woof, woof. And a bunch of wolves are coming into the journey. And guess what happens? Nobody comes out. And because nobody believes somebody who lies repeatedly is the moral of the story. It's impossible to trust the word, take our word for it, of the IDF. Asking us to wait for them to perform their investigations, why would they fairly investigate themselves? This is putting the fox inside the hen house and say, trust us, the fox wouldn't eat a chicken. That's not going to happen. So these standards that are being put forth are just so frustrating. I'm sorry to be emotive, but I've been at this for so long. I got to pull over for a second here, guys. I'm sorry. I had to move my car off the parking spot. So anyway, that's the point I'm trying to make. I'm not trying to be inflammatory or mean-spirited by this, but I know that it's just the frustration of having these exchanges this way. It's so frustrating. Anyway, Scott, did you want to jump in? I think you're muted up, Scott. Hold on. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that the metrics don't work, and in any.
Well, Scott, can I ask you this? Do you think I'm being totally unreasonable? I'm just trying to. Am I not being fair?
Oh, absolutely. You're being more than fair. More than fair. The thing is that they dehumanize their fellow brothers and sisters to such a degree that they can't see anything but their bloodlust at this point. They've been fed a constant diet of fear their entire life, and for 80 years. 80 years, the boogeyman was going to be here to gobble him up in any minute. And so in order to justify the Congressional Military Industrial Complex, which is the most profitable money-making industry devised by man, it needed an enemy. And unfortunately, they picked the kindest, gentlest people on the planet and waged war against them because of their fear. So this is a hard nut to crack because these people are all mentally unstable, and they need medical help. All you have to look is at the videos of the Israeli terrorist operations that are going on there, and see the lack of humanity. We have here in the United States, we still have our brothers and sisters that are unaliving themselves. Just this year, I knew two of them personally, and it's not going to get better with obfuscating and refusing your own humanity by telling falsehoods. Because we're all a testament of who we are. Not a single one of us is exactly the same. Not any one of us has all the answers. All of us together collectively have each individual part of the equation. But yeah, it's how do you get through to somebody that is so traumatized and scared, right? It's quite the nut that we have to crack. It's a conundrum wrapped in a riddle. So I'd be willing for anybody's input to tell me just exactly how we're going to bridge this divide with people that are so scared that it will justify unaliving their fellow brothers and sisters.
I'll tell you how. Unfortunately, it's going to be hard to bridge because there is the other side. The Israeli side is disingenuous, and I'm Syrian. I'm Christian Syrian, and Israel has proved in the last 2 weeks that they are not genuine. When the Syrians were busy with their war, with what was going on, taking care of their country, and Assad fell in the last week, and they were busy fixing their own country. Israel was occupying more land. They were stealing more land. And I don't believe anything, like Chip was saying. I don't believe anything Israelis say because Syria had there was zero danger or that was imminent towards the Israelis. They did not. There was no danger towards the Israelis. Yet they stole more land. They took the highest point. They took the Konitra, you know where the Golan Heights is. They expanded. They took the highest point on Mount Hermon, and Netanyahu is claiming that they're going to give that land back, or they said it's temporary until we know we secure we make sure that our security is secured, and that's all a bunch of BS. That's all a bunch of BS. They took the land, and they're going to do the same thing they did when they took the Golan Heights, when they took over Gaza, when they took the West Bank. The same thing. When they annexed the West Bank, they promised. They say, well, we'll give it back. We'll give it back. It's just temporary. But the matter of fact is that they're not. They're disingenuous. They're lying. They just want to expand. They want to take more land. And they want to make the excuse, oh, the other side, they're teased. Syria wasn't a danger to Israel. There was not even they said, they made the excuse that the Syrian army fled. There was a vacuum there, and they wanted to make sure that they're safe. What difference does it make between, there was already a buffer zone there. Why are you taking more land?
For the greater Israel. That's what they're doing.
I'll be honest with you. I don't make that argument of the greater Israel, but I make the argument of what they're doing right now. It's a proof that, like, it's evidence right in front of you what they're doing right now.
Well, these are called contingencies. Our Pentagon has already drafted all these plans decades in advance, and for each and every country in every single region. And under any and all situations, they're all covered, and that's how we're able to react like we do. The Syrian people right now, this is a very critical moment in the stage of history, in that even if the Syrian people were to come together, and not a single faction was to do anything against it to elect their government, a problem would be invented and installed in order for our son of a bitch to be in charge, and that's the thinking of these leaders and military positions, and so the ball is and with the trying to take away TikTok. Hopefully, we're going to get another platform much freer, I guess, than this.
I found out more info on the TikTok thing. It's going to be banned for use in the US, but you can still utilize I have an actual video of a content creator that actually you have to go to your app and do some settings. So it's on my list of videos that I did a content on. I duetted one because it needed to go out. You're on mute.
That probably won't work though, guys. I'm pretty tech savvy, so those changes alone, what they're going to do is, they're going to update. Yes. They're going to update the app for the iPhone across the world, and if you download the app again to use it, because it'll stop you and say you have to update the app, we're not going to have access to that update through the App Store, so it won't work. So in order to get that app, you have to use a VPN, which will allow you to say it from any other place. Then you can go to the App Store based on the VPN and get the update, and then you can update your app, and then you'll be able to use TikTok.
Exactly. The guy talks about that, but you're still going to need to get a VPN to do all this stuff. So we all have to do what we got to do.
So you basically like trick the system as if you're in another country?
Exactly.
Yes.
It happened. They banned it in Jordan, my own country. We have to be using VPN.
Someone's got a big bad echo.
And this is why it's critical.
Who's got the echo? Is that Amjad? Yeah, Amjad, I think you have an echo, my friend. Or maybe Sebastian did. I'm not sure who muted up there.
Angle.
Let me get out of it.
Okay,
One
let
second.
me go down and come
Yeah.
up again.
Yeah, sounds
Yeah,
good.
that's not
Yes.
best.
This is the first time in human history that we have been able to bridge the divide and to speak with others in real time as situations are unfolding. So this is why it's so imperative that they regain control of the narrative, because the fact that we the people here today are having these discussions, and even in my almost 50 years of working for the United States government and the United States Air Force, I believed the bullshit that was fed to me, and Chip's right. When we had Israelis in our areas, they would have court-martialed me if I let any single one of them go someplace by themselves, unescorted by another person and myself. And that included the bathrooms, because that's how big of a threat that they were to the United States. They were our number one threat.
Wow.
Especially for espionage. So, and make no mistake, we the people of this United States of America, man, we're damn pissed off, especially those of us that know and have signed these non-disclosure agreements, if you will. So there's a lot of pissed off people in this United States of America, and they're trying whatever they can to try and grab this narrative back.
You know, I
But like I
remember.
said, this
Sorry about that. I was reading for background noise.
the fact that we all here today are here having this discussion is a win for humanity across the world. And so I applaud all of you for being here. Even some of these Zios,
Yeah, one of the things that
who
this
come here with their preconceived ideas, and they've been able to reason themselves out of the fog that they've been in. So you guys are, like I said, you're the tip of the spear. You guys are the ones that are doing the important work. I'm here today, and that's proof positive that this is going to work. Aloha, my brothers. God bless.
Thank you. We're going to have to, because to try to say, you think Israel bad, a troop good. Okay.
Yes, I can hear you.
Froze for a minute. I think he's just in an area where there's no signal.
Was acting up.
So yeah, in regards of the evidence, I mean, the prosecutors, in order to actually make a case, apply for these for the arrest warrants, they would have to see actual evidence in front of them. Like, people don't understand that. there would have to be overwhelming evidence that these, because especially you're dealing with like leaders, like the officials, you know, like high, like, and you can't just arrest people just for, you know, like a small amount of evidence. So there would have to be overwhelming evidence in order for them to apply. And even after applying, the judges or whoever decides to accept that application, they would have to see that there is enough evidence for them to arrest these officials. So, and there would have to be, I heard a woman on a panel one time, she said, I was one of the teams that collected all these evidences and sent it to the lawyers that actually were working on the case. So, and the things she saw, what the Israeli military has done, obviously I saw the October 7th videos, and it was horrific what they did, that the H group did. No question about it. But they don't want to admit that the IDF has done horrible things, war crimes beyond belief as well. So when they send this information, when they look at the evidence, they have to see that there is enough evidence for them to arrest those people. So when people say, oh no, there's not enough evidence, well, you didn't see everything. You didn't see everything. You didn't see all the evidences they've collected. And it was, what, 5-6 months? There were lawyers were working on the case for a long time. So it's not just like, it's not a joke, right?
Habib, did you want to say anything?
Well, yeah. Hi there. How you doing? From yesterday. Hello, everybody. So I'm from Ohio. I'm an American. I live in Arizona. My father was Egyptian. My mom is white. I've been dealing with this whole conflict for years and years and years. This whole Israeli conflict. You know, and what I wanted to say, I didn't get a chance to finish up yesterday, was my biggest thing right now is seeing how, you know, they just keep wanting to take more and more territory. Israel just wants to keep, like what you said earlier, Chip, and now what I think it was Sebastian that was talking earlier, how, you know, Israel keeps playing this victim, and they keep making excuses to keep intercepting more and more land. Where are they going to find? To what I've heard, they've drafted our military or our armed forces. They've drafted our armed forces to go over there to help the Israeli IDF. And, you know, if anybody's listening that's pro-Zio here, you know, I don't know where you're going to find manpower at. I mean, you ain't getting it from me. I'm an American, and I'm not going to go fight for Israel. And I'm not doing it. And,
Yeah.
you know, I had a grandfather.
To the Ukrainian families, they're forcing to reduce the age of service. I don't want any more of my family. My family is an American.
Right.
To fight a war that we're not going to get on anything other than honoring us once a year. I'm done with this.
And our country. Okay, I've been traveling the world since 2018 by myself, since my father passed away in 2017. I went to Egypt and London by myself, then I went to Dubai, I went to Abu Dhabi, I went to all these other countries, and I'm like, wow, man, look at these airports, man. These airports are magnificent. Look at them. Marble floors in Hong Kong. I just left Hong Kong about a month ago. Holy smokes. I was like, I haven't seen a marble floor anywhere in America in an airport. And it's like, wow. How many billions of dollars we just sent to Israel, and then how much we sent
Ukraine
to
is
Ukraine.
62 billion as of today.
You know, and the thing is, it's like, okay, my grandfather on my mom's side, he fought in World War II, Harry John Jakin. My grandmother was a nurse, and I almost went to the army. And when I was 1998, 1999. Graduating high school, my grandfather walked up to the recruiter and said, "You stay the F away from my grandson." And everybody that has fought in the service that I've told this to, anybody that's come back alive, I've told this to, they said, oh, he knew what was coming. That's why he didn't want you to join. He wanted you to stay away from all that. I completely respect the fact of, you know, if we have to do something in our country, we do it for the right reason. You know, supporting my country. I'm an American, yes, of course. But when it comes to this whole Israeli regime, this is absolutely ridiculous, man. I mean, I know since 1948 that all the problems that have been going on, because I grew up watching this in a household. I grew up in Kent, Ohio. Okay, I was born in Cleveland. I grew up in Kent, Ohio, and I grew up watching, you know, all of the my father watching the TV. You know, we didn't have smartphones back then. We didn't have all this other stuff that we have now back then. And you'd see how upset he would get when another attack happened, what's going on? My father, everybody loved my father. You know, you could call him every race in the book and be disrespectful to him. My father was the nicest guy in the world. I mean, he was a nice man. Everybody loved that man. And I've watched this stuff from growing up as a kid till today. And it's like I've dealt with the Chip was just talking about. You were just talking. I heard something about discrimination, if I'm not mistaken, when I was just driving back from the store. Well, you want to get into that conversation? Oh my God, man! Growing up in the country, you know, I only had a handful of friends growing up. Being a mixed race, I'm half white, half Egyptian. When I came to Arizona in 2001, the Twin Towers got knocked down. And I'm like, what the heck? I didn't even know what a Twin Tower was. And you could just imagine being in a Republican state, what the heck I was going through. And, you know, it's just, I want to know where the hell these people are going to find military power. Where this Israeli, Netanyahu, the government of Israel, all these Zios that are running the country, that are corrupted, where are they going to find military power to help them continue their evil regime that they're doing as they keep doing it? I mean, is it going to, are they offering people millions per head to go out and help them fight and take over land and bomb buildings where there's innocent civilians? You know, you know, they better not count me in. They better not expect me to do it, because if they want to draft me to do it, you know what? If my choices are go to jail, prison for a month or what, you know what? I'm going to jail. I ain't doing it. I'm not going to go fight no damn stupid war that is supporting genocide. I'm not going to, you know, Netanyahu. I can't stand that guy. Oh man, don't even get me started with Netanyahu and all of them. I've listened to all of them on camera. I've watched them all on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. I've listened to the Orthodox Jews that are out there marching with the Palestinian flag and with the Israeli flag with a big X through it. I'm like, man, dude, when was that march? When was that protest? I wanted to walk. I'll march with those Jews. All those Orthodox Jews I see standing there, they shut down the freeway. What was it, last year around this time? I just shared that on my Facebook page. You know what? See, I was on a couple days ago. I ran into somebody had a live. They had a big Israeli flag on the top, and then on the very bottom they had Israeli flag, Egyptian flag, and American flag. I'm like, whoa, what's going on here? And there's no reasoning with these Zios. I've watched videos on I've watched YouTube videos on I gotta watch my mouth with his name, the mustache guy. Everybody knows who I'm talking about here. Yep. I've watched videos on him. Everybody knows this guy was a horrible person, and now he's rebirthed again as a Netanyahu. And you know, watching all this for how many months now, and not even knowing until you know, TikTok brought most of this back to my attention, because 2 years ago I went to go check on family in Egypt. I flew across the world December, January 2022, and I decided to take a different route. I went from Phoenix to Chicago to Amman, Jordan, and to Cairo, Egypt from there. And I said, you know what, let's take a different route. Never been to Jordan, even though it's going to be just the airport. I go take that route, and I'm thinking, okay, hi, how you doing? Meeting people, talking to people. Yeah, I'm Palestinian. Yeah, I'm Palestinian. Yeah, I'm Palestinian. Wait, what? Wait, Palestinian? Am I going to Palestine? Am I going to Gaza? Or am I going to Jordan? Why is everybody not Jordanian? And that's where I started finding out more and more about, oh, wow, this occupation's still going on today. Interesting. How come Fox News and CNN and CSNBC, all these, none of them talk about it? Because they're lying to us. Every one of them's lying to us. And now this, what's that? I'm sorry? So TikTok bounces into this social media, and now I'll tell you what, what's this threat that we're losing TikTok now in America? I'll tell you what, I've connected on this panel. I've connected on this panel with everybody around the world on this globe. I've connected with made more connections before October 7th happened, and after that, seeing more and more truth of what the heck is going on here. And I've been spreading a message on all my social media. Keep in touch with me. I'm on X, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Facebook, I'm on LinkedIn, I'm everywhere. And it's like, just because TikTok's gonna fall doesn't mean I'm not gonna keep trucking, and I'm not gonna shut my mouth either. And you know what? If I get murdered eventually over what I'm saying and what I'm sharing, I'm 45 years old and I've lived a good damn life, my friend.
Fucking right.
I've lived it. So I'm not gonna shut up. I'm an American. My father, I take after my mother's side as well. My father was a very calm person. He put up with a lot of crap, unfortunately. And my mother she was the bulldog. She was like, don't F with me. She was the bulldog. And I'll tell you what, I got a lot of that bulldog in me. I don't shut up very well. I don't know if it's the American side of me or if it's just my mother's side of me, but I mean, my mom taught me how to fight back really good. My father was a loving, caring person, a wonderful guy. And so I got a little bit of both in me, and it's like, I won't put up with it. And if I end up getting assassinated one day over all the stuff I'm posting, you know what, man? I went down fighting. I went down
God will
fighting.
love you for it, bro.
So anyway, not to keep. Go ahead.
My story is very similar to yours, and one thing I love about what happened earlier, I actually saw Chip lose his cool for the first time ever. He called the guy a D-bag. Clearly, the guy was a D-bag plus some, and everybody was just sitting there trolling the guy. And Chip was just trying to state a fact before he'd get interrupted and accused of being an anti-Semite or a Yahtzee or whatever it was. It's atrocious, their behavior. The fact that they can go and take a population over the course of 70 years out of villages, put them in an open air prison, and if you walk within 2 feet of that prison, you are unalived, and then say that they have a war against a population that's unarmed, that can't even collect friggin' rainwater.
Yeah,
nice
exactly.
war. And then you'll ask one of them about Hind. How can you not say that's an atrocity? And they will plead ignorance. And then when you call them a Zio, that's actually a derogatory term to them. So from now on, I'm not using that word anymore. I will call them their full name, the Zionist, the what do they call that? The superiority complex, where in Canada, and I wanted to come to America. I always had the dream of growing up, and as soon as I hit 20, 21, I'm going to move to America and live the American dream until, like you said, 9/11 happened in the Twin Towers, and the whole world was shocked. And they keep using these shock and awe campaigns. The campaign now with the drones to put everybody on edge. And what the hell is going on? It's aliens. It's Iran. I heard another congressman or politician say it's Mexico. We gotta go get Mexico now. Like it's just these fear.
Or it's China. China this, China. Dude, I was just in Hong Kong last month and a half ago. Dude, I was ready to get a train and go into China and go check it out. I got a friend over there from here, over there. We talk on WeChat all the time. He's sending me videos of the place. Like, dude, China's a threat? Really? Interesting. You know what? If I had the money to go right now, jump on a plane, let's go check out Shenzhen or let me just fly in there and let me go check it out. Show me your threat and everything else that I want to see. Because you know what? I'm looking at it on social media and I'm talking to people from China. And I'm like, what threat? What threat? I don't understand. I see the threat I'm seeing right now in front of my face is Israel. That's what I'm seeing, and we're funding the son of a guns.
Not so much Israel as the Zionist agenda, bro.
Right.
And that's documented.
Exactly.
Documented from like 1917 when they came out with their militant group and they started creating atrocities across the world. And an American that will say no. that we've got to stand with our brothers and sisters. Just look to the USS Liberty and a Christian that says,
Yes.
it is our promised land. Just watch how they walk by and spit at your church. Like, it's insane. There is no reasoning with
I've
insanity.
posted so many videos.
I
If
literally
you go on
had
my
a-
TikTok,
Mental illness, exactly. That's exactly what it is. Mental illness on a massive
It is a total mental illness. I've indoctrinated so many times of this inbred, same old crap, regurgitated.
So, so we're all aware of this now.
Let me speak to that to be fair. Okay, so first of all, Jewish people have been historically persecuted. Right? That's indisputable.
I agree to that.
But what happened in World War II was one of the worst modern things that ever happened in the history of the world, in modern history. So understanding both of those realities, I can understand why somebody has emotional and historical fear over that. I think that's a really normal human reaction. I think wanting to have a safe place in the form of a state is a very logical next step, right? I think that's reasonable. And the question I think, which is where I diverge a little bit from that, not that I don't support those objectives, is where and how you choose to go about doing it. And I think that, again, you can make the argument from history about the kingdom of David and the biblical references about this being a return to ancestral homeland. Okay, it's a little tough given the way modern statehood works. And let's face it, people have been displaced over time, right? So you have to weigh both of those. But if you look at the way things, let's assume you agree with it being the way it was. Okay, it's unfortunate, people had to move, all the problems that happened. I'm not minimizing for those who went through that. It was horrible too. But let's just say that is what it is. Now, what's happened since this happened? Look where the territorial changes have occurred. Look where people have their military and their people that they weren't initially in one place. This has gotten bigger and it's gotten broader, and the amount of violence that's been used to maintain it has been at a great scale. That's indisputable. And since this decision to make the changes to the region have occurred, it's been nothing but turmoil, nothing but chaos, nothing but strife. And listen, just because you're for a Jewish homeland doesn't mean you have to be for the way it came to be. And if you look at just when you have 75 or 80% of one group of people in a region, and then a power comes into power like the British did, and they make the decision unilaterally to put into place a ethno-state from a minority population where more than half the territory is suggested for that purpose, anybody from the majority population is going to look at that and go, I don't think that's a good idea. Like, that doesn't seem fair for starters. And two, why are we going to make these disruptive changes when the world is living as it is now and it's not that big of a deal? Why do we have to make these changes? So I can see both sides of that. The aspiration is not invalid, but the resistance to that aspiration is not invalid either. So as time goes by and the things shift and one party decides to push back against those shifts, it shouldn't be unexpected, or they shouldn't be blamed for what they're trying to do. Any other national resistance movement in the history, like the United States, South Africa, and elsewhere, they're not blamed for fighting back against the people that have the dominant control over them. But somehow, when the Palestinian people do it, they're the bad guys because of the tactics that they've employed. Now, I'm not for all the tactics. I wish it could be done differently. But when you're in an asymmetrical military situation, you don't have the backing of the United States. You don't have the money, the equipment, all the support from the Western nations. You don't have the same resources to draw from to fight fair. Neither did the American colonists, who had to go around the corner and sideswipe British convoys and run off in the woods, which they called cowardice and terrorism. You see a parallel there. So the problem that I have is this: it's just everything to the Israelis right now is a nail, because all they want to use is a hammer. And their goal is they're going to hammer into submission anyone who doesn't want to work within the framework that they want to set forth. That doesn't end well usually for people. Very rarely does somebody who uses brute force, eventually it doesn't work out in their favor. The English got away with it for a long time. The Romans got away with it for a long time, but it never lasts. And by the way, when it changes, it doesn't change as nicely as you would like it to, because people have long memories when it comes to this type of mistreatment, torture, subjugation, unalivedness, ethnic cleansing, all the things we're seeing right now. So there's going to come a day when the U.S. empire is not as capable as it is now. That could be sooner, that could be a lot later. Therefore, the backing that it has from the Western powers could no longer be there as a crutch. I think that would lead to an inevitable decline. It may happen sooner on its own internally, but this is not going to last forever. And for those who are sitting there smugly backing up saying we're winning or whatever and kind of laughing at the other side, I say good luck if and when things change.
Chip, can I just respond to that, if that's okay?
Sure.
Okay, so you mentioned what happened to the Jewish people um, during World War II, specifically at the time of Schmittler. Okay, I don't think, with all due respect, I don't think that is a relevant argument to what's happening in Gaza at the moment, and even in previous times since 1947. And I'll tell you why. That doesn't make any justification to what Israel is doing. What happened in Germany by Schmittler to the Jewish people is a completely separate matter. Now, you mentioned the point that you do recognize that the Jewish people deserve a homeland. My response to that is Schmittler and his entire regime, the Third Reich, was completely dismantled. It doesn't exist anymore. So as far as the threat to the Jewish people is concerned, it doesn't exist if we're talking about World War II and Schmittler. So they're the two things. Number one, it's not relevant to what's happening in Gaza. Number two, the threat to the Jewish people doesn't exist, and so why would they have to have their own homeland? If that argument was to hold up, then everybody would have a case to present. The Kurdish people could say, "Listen, we have been through a genocide, and we have to have our own homeland." The Armenian people could say the same thing. The list goes on and on. I mean, it doesn't make any sense to say we live throughout history, and so we deserve to have our own homeland. The fact of the matter is, what Israel is currently doing in Gaza and has been doing for 76 years has been a breach of international law. What happened in World War II is completely irrelevant, in my opinion, because they're two separate matters.
Well, that's a good argument. Let's go to Sebastian. Have you had a chance to get in on the conversation yet? We have someone else with, I can't read their name. It's like Eisnoda or something like that. They haven't had a chance to talk yet either. Sebastian, did you want to jump in?
Yes, I actually did speak. You were disconnected, or you were froze for a bit.
Okay.
But I just want to say, I mean, like, just common sense. When you have an army, a powerful army, and you have the most sophisticated, most powerful weapons on earth, and you use that against a population that doesn't have tanks, doesn't have defense systems, doesn't have sophisticated weapons, all they have is AK-47s and RPGs or whatever they have, they can't defend themselves. And you go and you target residential buildings. There is thousands of videos of them targeting residential buildings, which there is no excuse to that. Even if it's empty, why are you destroying why are you destroying the whole human and infrastructure that's needed for life? Why are you doing that? I think Israel has an insidious nature where, and I'm talking about the government strictly, but there is also, they've indoctrinated the people. They're people that, look, these are our enemies. We have to, we have to get rid of them, or we have to eliminate the threat. So we have to do it in any way possible. And there is no excuse for what they're doing. There is no excuse. There's a reporter that went to the West Bank. I'm trying to remember his name. Nahini, his last name is Tomas, something like that. I can't remember. He was on NBC. He was on NBC, CBS. He was drilled for writing a book. Part of his book is about the apartheid in the West Bank, where he was guided by a Palestinian who was born there. His parents were born there. His grandparents were born there. And he can't go into an area and walk in an area where he was born. His ancestry is from there. But yet he's guiding a guy who's from the U.S. He's guiding him, and the IDF soldiers would not let the guy, or the Palestinian who's there, they would not let him in, but they would let the guy who's American, they would let him in to enter to whatever area he wanted to go into. And he had to ask him, what religion are you? He asked a reporter, what religion are you? So when they say it's not an apartheid, that's a bunch of nonsense. That's a bunch of nonsense. That's all I got.
If it's okay, yeah, those are great points. I wanted to ask the audience if it's okay. I want to address a couple comments that came through. So one of the comments was, And by the way, anybody who wants to come up and speak, I'll make room for you. It's always fun to have a balanced panel so we can have a good exchange. Now, those pro-Israelis who I encounter on this app, whose lives I try to go into and have civil dialogue, they never come into my lives to come up. And you know why? Because they know they'll be treated fairly and given the opportunity to speak their views. And because of that, we have a dialogue where their indefensible points are easily overcome. I had a dialogue yesterday with somebody. It was scheduled a week out, and it was embarrassing, quite frankly. Not to toot my own horn, but the audience will tell you it wasn't even two people that were having a dialogue on the issues. It was one person just blatantly flowing out personal attacks with no substance to the argument, which is a lot of what happens, which is unfortunate. The other comment that came through was, we left Gaza in 2005. So let me address that one, then I'll pass the mic. In 2005, if you don't know, Israel had settlements from 1973 to 2005 inside of Gaza. It's 32 years. The Sharon government made the calculation because there was huge security concerns. If you don't know, the people of Gaza don't like being effed with, obviously. So with these settlements in North Gaza, there was huge security problems. It became impractical to maintain them. This wasn't some generous gift given to the Palestinian people or the Gazans. It was a security issue. It was a hornet's nest. They're like, enough, we can't do with this. The settlers didn't want to leave. They had to go in and forcibly remove 5,200 settlers from North Gaza. They did. So the claim is, we gave Gaza back to them. All we got were rockets in return. In other words, we're dealing with an inherently violent group of people that no matter what you do with or to or for them, they're going to be violent. That's kind of the overall theme of that statement. Let me elaborate on what actually happened. So if you look at the totality of the Palestinian people, there are Palestinians that live in occupied East Jerusalem since 1967. There are Palestinians that live in the occupied West Bank, what some people call Judea and Samaria, whatever, call it what you want. There's still military people around people who don't have equal rights because they're not citizens, and they live a much different life. That's why people call that apartheid. Then you have people in Gaza. All of these people are refugees from 1948 and 1967. They've all been scattered to the wind, out of their historical places, living as best they can, making new lives, living under these duress situations. Yes, Israel wasn't inside of Gaza technically, but they were maintaining since 2006, when some of this fighting spurred up, a formal and ongoing military blockade. Now, if you look up military blockade on Google, you will see it says it's an ongoing act of war. It's not a peaceful situation. So when you block somebody's ability to access the sea, the air, and the land, and you do it militarily, where you decide as the external power who goes in and out, what goes in and out, whether there can be an economy that has any sort of external connection, which is hugely important. Israel exports all sorts of things, technology and other things, which is hugely critical to its GDP. The people in Gaza did not have any of that available to them. In 2006, after the election took place for the H group, the international community started cramping down even more on the ability of Gaza to have any sort of economy and life for the people. Unemployment rate hit over 50%. People were not allowed to leave the enclave. They couldn't visit relatives in the West Bank. They couldn't go to East Jerusalem to pray. Imagine living a life where your entire religious identity is tied up in having access to your holy city, and you're being completely denied access to it. Imagine that for a second. I mean, I'm not super religious, but I can imagine that's a big deal. Imagine you have relatives in all of Palestine, and you can't even go see them. Imagine that for a second. Imagine if you're Israeli and you have people back in the United States and you can't leave. You'll never see them again. Just imagine that for a second. So that can't be easy. If you add in all the other things, which is the way in which Israeli brutalizes people in the West Bank. So you have relatives who are dealing with the oppressive circumstances. You have relatives in East Jerusalem, many of whom are losing their homes to settlers that come in and forcibly kick them out. If you don't believe that's true, do some fucking research. And all this is going on, and you're in a little enclave, you can't leave, and you decide to start fighting back. Most of us, under those circumstances, would not want to just start whistling and walking down the street singing Dixie. We'd be pissed. Whenever you're blockaded under international law, you have the right to resist your occupier by any means available. Look that up. So when the people of Gaza, under the leadership of their duly elected government, which they were duly elected democratically 76% to 24% in 2006, which the international community didn't want. They wanted the PA to be elected, but they weren't. And why wasn't the PA elected? You know why? Because the PA in 1993 decided to engage in the Oslo Accords, a temporary power sharing arrangement in the West Bank, so that the Israelis would control effectively 82% of the territory, primarily or in cooperation with the Palestinian Authority, which was maintaining its own authority in Area A, which only comprises 18% of the territory, in exchange for a movement towards a peace accord and a separate state solution within 3 to 5 years, which never came to fruition. So they're living under these circumstances since 1993 until the 2006 election, which is, a long time, 13 or so years, watching frustration after frustration, more land being settled, more people losing their lives, more farms being burned by settlers, more incursions by the IDF, inability to move around and have an economy in both the West Bank and Gaza. And then you look at these people and say, what are you, crazy? Why would you attack us? What did we do? Does that make any sense to you? Laying that backdrop for a second, does that make any sense why people would want to do something from the standpoint of being to forcefully push back against those circumstances? I'm not justifying what happened on 10/7 in terms of the harm against civilians. Don't get me wrong. But I'm saying for you to somehow look at those circumstances and say that things somehow just sprang up and began on October 7th, I don't know an honest person that can do that, lay that groundwork and that foundation and then make that claim, which is what a lot of people say. They started it on 10/7. We're going to finish it with the brutality we're choosing to do because we have no other choice to defend ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, choosing to drop a 2,000-pound bomb on a densely populated refugee camp to unalive 2 opponents and kill 350 people in the process, that's not defending yourself. That's mass murder. That's called war crimes. Okay? If you don't know that, look at the international standards that apply to warfare. I don't know how else to help you along the way other than to come to your house, get on the internet, and walk you through it. Okay? But this is the kind of work that I've done in the past. I'm not a dumb idiot. I have a master's degree. I'm well educated. I actually speak fairly eloquently, and I try to be fair-minded. But in the end, I look at these circumstances and making heads and tails of it, can't agree with the Israeli argument because of these circumstances that are the context, that are the backdrop to the violence that has occurred. Absent that context, which most Americans have never gotten, including myself when I was younger, it seems like the Palestinians are the bad guys. Why are they attacking Israelis? Why do they hate the Jews? Why are they blowing up this, that, and the other? But if you look at that context and you see how difficult their life circumstances are and how impossible the Israelis make them to work peacefully within that context, you then start to understand why some of these things happen. Not that I agree with all of them, but it makes sense why they would fight. Now, if you don't agree with that, if you think they should just lay down their arms, give up, return the hostages, and go back to the status quo, that doesn't make any sense. I would still like the hostages to come home because they're human beings and they're under duress, but it's not abnormal under a national liberation struggle for it to turn to chapters that are violent. It happened in my country, it happened in South Africa, it's happened elsewhere, it will always happen that way. Now, that doesn't mean that people hate the Jewish people. For me to acknowledge what I just acknowledged, where did you hear me say it's the fault of the Jews? Where did I say that? I didn't. You know why? Because it isn't. And that's not where my motivation comes from making that analysis. The Israeli government, not the people, but some do support the excesses of the government, but not everybody. Some people have protested against this. Some are parts of groups called Jewish Voices for Peace, who are Jewish, who don't agree with the excesses of the Zionist movement in accordance with the government's actions. I agree with them. I'm not against having a state for Jewish people. I'm all for people to be protected from harm. But when your identity and your entire upbringing is tied to this concept of an ethno-nationalist state that you feel is just being unnecessarily and unprovoked attacked for no reason because people hate you for who you are, you're missing the bigger picture. And you're using fear and disparaging comments to excuse and to avoid all that context I just laid out. Does that make any sense to the average watcher? I'm not trying to be denigrating to you for feeling the way you do, but I'm letting you know why people feel differently and how I arrived at the way I look at this.
Chip, can I just say that I completely agree with what you said there, and I'd just like to add to that, if I may, 3 things. Number one, what happened on October the 7th obviously didn't happen in a vacuum. So there's a history of violence between the Israelis and the Palestinians on both sides. Number 2, I think you made a very, very good point when you said that illegal occupation of Palestinian land is in itself a declaration of war.
Just look at one thing I just want to let you go. I have to go on dark for about 5 or 10, maybe 15 minutes. So please go back and forth. Please be respectful. guests in the queue. We have 6 or 7 guests. I will get to you, but I have to do something first before I do. If anybody wants to drop down, I can bring them up.
Wait, can't you wait a few minutes? I want to respond to what you just...
I'll leave.
Well, I won't be able to respond. I have to go because I've been waiting until now, and I should have gone 2 hours ago. What I'll do is this. I'll answer as quickly as I can. I'll pull over if I have to. I got to do something that I have to set my phone down and come back and get my phone. But here's what. If anybody wants to drop down first so I can bring up other guests, I'd like to have a more balanced panel so people have a chance to respond to some of the things that are being said. Does anybody want to drop down?
Me. I'm good.
Buddha? Okay, thanks for being here. Okay, thanks for...
Who's got here?
Did I drop Buddha accidentally or no? I'm not going to drop anybody who just got here. Let me bring up a couple more people. Trying to bring up an even panel. I don't know who. I know Z is pro-Israeli, so I'll bring him up. Let me try to bring up one more who I think might be. I'll bring up Gold Seal. I'm not sure which side you're on. I apologize. And other guests, I'll get you as fast as we can. Thank you for being patient. Great conversation. Please tap my face. Guys, the likes, let's get them up to like 30K because we have 24K. We've had a great conversation. We've been on this thing since about, 10:45. Got about 2.5 hours in. Okay, guys, go for it. I'll be back on as soon as I can. And if need be, I'll try to answer as fast as I can, okay?
I just wanted to continue with what I was saying. The 3 points, you're right, Chip. The 3 points that I wanted to make was number one. So just going back to what Chip was saying, October 7th didn't happen in a vacuum. And I think we all know that. Anybody who fails to look at the context of Israel and Palestine prior to October 7th is not being realistic. I think you're being disingenuous, and you need to be real to yourself. There's obviously been a history of conflict since 1947. And so October 7th didn't happen in a vacuum. That's point number one. Point number two is that October the 7th, as Chip pointed out, and other events as well, are basically a response. And I don't agree with what happened on October the 7th, mind you. But if you look at it from a legal point of view, Israel's illegal occupation of Palestinian land is in itself a declaration of war. And Chip made that point excellently. The third thing I'd like to say is I personally believe that the Palestinians were coerced into what happened on October the 7th. And the reason why I say that is because the security apparatus on the Israeli side completely failed. And I think the Zionists will also agree with that. I mean, they should have prevented this. But somehow they didn't, for whatever reason. But it's still a failure on the Israeli government side.
Okay, so first of all, you said the conflict since 1947. It's much before that. If you want to be accurate, you can go even to 900 and 1900 to the beginning of the conflict after World War I, when the Ottoman Empire fell, and then the British Mandate came and started to ruin shit up. Basically, started to do so much horrible things to both Jews and Palestinians that lived here that time. Now, when you started to talk about the illegal occupation, it's also important to say that you are probably referring to West Bank, Judea and Samaria, or you're talking about Israel completely. Then if you talk about the whole land of Israel, then what is the illegal occupation in the land of Israel? You will probably talk about the West Bank, about like the illegal settlements. And this is a fair point. But before you talk about that, you need to remember that the West Bank wasn't like that before the first Intifada. It's something that came to effect because of security measurements that Israel didn't start it. The first Intifada came to be just purely for the hatred of a Jewish state, launched by Yasser Arafat. This is something that had nothing to do with the conflict you're talking about right now. It's something that is much older than that started with the Mufti, the leader of the Palestinian people in the 1920s, that in the end sided with Schmittler. And by the time they decided with Schmittler, some of the Palestinians were on his side and the others were not on his side. And it's important also to say that in World War II, there's 12,000 Palestinians that came and fought with the British people against the the N word of the schmazis, I will say, because you can't say the exact word in TikTok because you will get demonetized. So they came in with 27,000 Jews that came to fight with them side by side. So if you're talking about the conflict, you need to understand that almost all of it is because of the British mandate that just came in and said, we need this land for our tactical reasons, but we have two groups of people, basically, Muslims and Jews mostly, and in that time around 700,000 Muslims were living in that area, and we are going to just manage them. And they were mass hanging and executing both Jews and Muslims the same. That's the way they enforced everything there. So if you're talking about the conflict, you need to go much, much before that. And in the time when both of the people were suffering under the British mandate, that basically started to make promises to everybody. They told the Palestinian, that they will achieve what they wanted in that time, to have the greater Syria. It was nothing. Nobody talked about the land of Palestine. They never thought about that. We are talking about 1920s, and before that, the plan was the greater of Syria.
I have one question for you, man. Can we point to somewhere in history where hyper-religious nationalism has worked out well? Can we point to anywhere in history? Because like when I think
hold on. What is your point? How is it has to do with the greater of Syria?
We're talking about the hyper-nationalism of Israel, right?
Okay.
We have hyper-nationalism. That means like you're with the state, right? And you have your religion mixed into it, right? So
wait, hold on. This is because you don't acknowledge the fact that Judaism is an ethno-religion. This is why you say it. You say what you say right now because I'm not religious, but I'm still Jewish. And most of the Zionist movement that you like to talk about in a poor way were not even religious. They were succulent Jews. Now that's something that Palestinian leaders did not understand in that time. Mostly the Mufti did not understand it. He said, no way those guys are Jewish and they are not religious. They are succulent Jews. They want to come here and they want to basically ruin the Al-Aqsa, and they want to build the next temple on the Temple Mount.
That's what I'm talking about, right?
But
so I'm
this
just
is fake. This is fake.
You're not answering my question.
This is something that even the Palestinians This is something that even the Palestinians at that time knew this is fake, and he used that as a political point to rally up the people, the Mufti, to say that this is what the Jews are coming from. And then what happened is the Hebron massacre of 1989.
Can we point to a place anywhere in history where hyper-nationalism has worked out well?
You have religion. You have only one religion. You have only one religion like Judaism. You have only one religion like Judaism that is an ethno-religion that wanted to, in the end, were persecuted around the world, around Europe, and it only became worse and worse and worse. And they had
that's hyper-nationalism, though, right? That's hyper-nationalism, like when religion is part of the state, correct? That's the point I'm trying to make. Maybe you're
can you take a look at Poland? Can you take a look at Poland, for example? Poland is a hyper-nationalistic state. Poland does not allow a single Arab immigrant.
Bosnian genocide. Yeah, I mean it's not good. That's the Orthodox Church, Serbian Orthodox Church.
Now Poland is great. And now Poland is great. One of the safest countries in the world.
Here's the Poland. Super nationalists worked for them just fine. They have not a single Muslim terrorist there because they just don't allow them in.
Areas in their country.
Every country had its dark history. Every country. Where are you from, Cody?
Oh, I'm American.
Okay, you have your dark history. You cannot deny it, right? Slavery,
listen, then we should back and leave, brother. We should back and leave, because what Native Americans, would come and say, if you take a look, every bright nation is built on atrocities. You're living in that country. Canada is built on atrocities.
I agree, and
It's
that would
true.
be also be like, you know, Christianity in America, right? Because we use the Bible to cleanse our lands, right? This is the problem that I'm
No,
bringing
it's
up
not
with
just
the,
like
the
that. It's
religion
not
and the
just
nationalism
True.
stuff.
But just one second. One thing
it's
for
not
Z
just
here.
about using the Bible to cleanse your lands. Your whole legal system is built on the Bible, basically, on the values of the Bible, of
No,
killing
separation of
somebody.
church and state, sir, technically is like it's how the government was built here in America, right?
But that's not how we came to
Technically, right?
power,
This is
right?
the Western
Okay, Z.
values
We all
that
know
are
how you
coming
came to
in the
power,
end.
but this is the
They are
question.
born from the
This is a
Bible.
question for you, Z. If Canadians, for example, had First Nations people take them all, round them up in camps, and slowly take over the cities and the villages, and then eventually imprison them and told them to the point that they're not even allowed the right to collect rainwater, do you think it would be just for those citizens had nothing to do with the atrocity of their great forefathers or the immigrants that moved to the country and found shelter from atrocities across the world? Does that give them a right to go and treat them inhumanely?
Can I answer that question?
Yes, please.
Because and my answer to this is very simple. And I agree with Chip on that particular point. I'll try to make it everything is in the context. When people disagree, there will be a conflict. So let's say you disagreed with how the partition happened, how many Jews moved in. You decide for the armed resistance. Great. But there are rules, right? If you're going to decide to engage into a illegal crime, what types of armed resistance, that is, if you want to target military, go ahead. But if you target children and you explode in buses and you target civilians, that's going to evoke another response. Then it's a double standard, right? Then we say as an Israeli, hey, hold on a moment. You are not going to fight fair, right? So you're not going to go after our military, but you're going to go after our kids. You're going to indoctrinate your children that it's okay to explode and then kill and behead and do this. And then the problem is Indians didn't do that, right? They didn't explode mass murder in the churches. So how can you compare two
They had
incidents?
90%.
They're not the same.
Can I say something? Please, Cody, let me finish up here. You're absolutely right. They didn't. In fact, 90% of the population of the First Nations people was decimated. But to go and call people T's and then take the people that created that whole label of T that did that horrible atrocity at 9/11 and then go give them power and on your own border and say that these are good people now, let's take them off the T list after they committed tons of atrocities along the way and say that they're the good people, is you're kind of missing the point, bro.
I'm not sure I understand. Can you clarify for me your
Right,
question?
I
What are you
think
talking?
you-
The
think
proof
it's-
is in the pudding. Here was Habib. He was earlier on, and he was saying that, you know, I was a proud American and I was down for humanity. And then one day 9/11 happened, and all of a sudden my own neighbor and the guy down the street started looking at me as a T. Now those people that created that event, that started this whole event in my lifetime, in your lifetime, and everybody's here's lifetime, that event changed the majority of people's outlook. And it's only till recently, with the powers of TikTok, that people have been able to see the light, to see that this isn't right. So in the last 20 years, the people that did that event, what did they do? They rebranded themselves and pressed Syria for the last 15 years, 12 years or whatever. And now they're in power, and now we're hailing these guys as heroes.
Okay, so I understand. You're talking about Syria and the basic fact that the rebels are ex-ISIS.
Al-Qaeda, man. They're Al-Qaeda. Syria's Al-Qaeda, bro.
Yeah, I know. And now
Okay.
now they so and you don't want them to have a full navy and an air force and tanks and all of Assad the regime's army. You don't want them to have it because you don't know what they will do with that. You will have a good point. You will have a good clue to what they could do with that because you saw what they did with much less and the atrocities they
Yes,
made.
brother. But those are the same people. You're absolutely right. But those are the same people that created this divide among humanity, that gives people the right to go and say that it's okay that this child will be a future T. It's okay to take him out. And that's a narrative that these poor people that have been driven by fear believe.
I understand, and I understand that it's also because this is how they get money from other forces like Iran that is giving.
I
them money
didn't
to
say
do so.
anything about money, man. I'm saying the narrative that created the divide among humanity, where only
Okay,
some people are now starting to see
I
the
really
light.
want to know
Keshev,
more
Keshev,
about
Keshev,
your,
just
like
Keshev,
your point of view about your like ideology. Like, what are you? What in the end? What are you
My
talking about?
ideology is nobody has a right to take the life of an innocent person. Period.
Okay, good.
Can I
But
respond to that, Shadow?
can
Listen,
you
I agree with
defend
you. The
yourself
problem
against
here
them?
is
How can you defend
it's a
yourself
religious
against
war.
them?
It's a religion. I'm an atheist, and I can tell you this: if you read the textbooks of the Hamas organization that are by de facto a ruling party in the Gaza Strip area, this is a pan-Arabism and on a borderline extreme Salafism when they actually want Sharia laws, right? When we're going to have to be talking about Zidya, we're going to have to be talking about crazy stuff, my man. If you take a look
Z,
what they're doing to their own children, this
to
is a religious war.
go and say
This
the
is a
age
religious
group,
war.
to go see the age group and use religion is another divisive technique.
Look, listen.
Also,
If you look around the
The
world,
core of what I'm saying has nothing to do with money, has nothing to do with this
you look
group and
around
that
the
group.
world,
The
the
core
Jewish
of what I'm
people-
saying is
the Jewish
that
people
this
are not
event that
alive.
happened in 9/11 is now being propped up. The same dudes that created it are now being propped up as heroes.
Listen, this is not a religious war. as far
I
as-
understand it. This is something you should worried about. You should worry that guns.
That's why we
should
take
it be
out
worried?
their weapons.
They already took out all their
Jewish people.
military and their infrastructure. Why should it be worried? That country's been decimated for the last 12
You just-
You should be
You
worried
just
that
said
young
you're an
people in America
ethno-state.
right now are celebrating Bin Laden.
if you're an ethno state, then it's a religious war, then, right?
How am I celebrating
What are we
Bin
talking
Laden?
about?
What? Cody,
You said
what
you
are
said,
you talking
you said it
about?
was you're an like Israel's an ethno state, right?
No,
so,
I didn't
oh,
say
so
that.
the war
What?
would be religious in nature no matter what, right?
Fuck, what are you talking about, Cody? What?
No,
I'm
Cody,
just
this
saying,
is
you're
not.
saying
We're
that it's
talking
not
about
a religious
this
war.
is
war.
inaccurate.
Syria, man.
And
We're
you
talking
can't
about Syria.
separate the
Where are you
religion
coming from?
Jewish
from
people
it,
are
right?
claiming that
We
the
don't
land is
fight
theirs.
on the religious aspects.
Jewish
You know, we're
people are
defending
claiming to be
against
chosen people.
extremist religious principles. That would be the accurate way to describe it. Because we ourselves, me and my friend next to me, we're not religious, brother. Like, we are brothers in arms not because we're religious. We don't open a Tanakh and say, go find a poor Muslim Palestinian and kill him because he is a Palestinian. We don't do that.
The justice. I'm going to respond to you. Now, why is it then, if you're trying to separate religion from this, why is it then that the Jewish people are claiming that the land is the promised land for them, and they claim that they are the chosen people?
Who?
Sounds religious. That's what I was
You're talking about
The Jewish people. The
You're
Jewish
talking
people
about.
I am a Jewish person. I never say something like that. Like,
I
why
also
would
never
you?
say something like that.
Why would you say that? I'm not a religious person.
No,
I'm
no,
an ex-military.
look,
I'm a
Z,
secular Jew. Why?
He's taking like echo chambers, like a guy that said it, or just a few people, a group of people that believe that they are like still Jews, or they're belonging to the far right movement.
We're holding you to
You're
your
both being
words.
disingenuous. You know very well that
No,
you
it's like you will hold
Hang on a
all of
second, let
Israel
me
to the
continue.
word of Ben
You
Gvir.
use that religious reference for yourself. You claim to be the chosen people, okay? That's something that you have all been claiming.
Who?
Don't
Who?
be
Nas.
All of us?
Who claims
All of
that?
us?
The
Justice claims that he's an
of
atheist Jew.
Nas,
claim that
it's really
it's the
not
holy
true.
land and it's the promised land and that they are the chosen people. The majority
But
of
this
them.
has nothing to do with
No.
religion.
Wow.
Okay,
Nas, let me ask him a question. Let me ask him a
Not talking
question.
about
Nas.
religion.
No,
You're the ones
see,
who are talking about religion.
All this talk about the chosen people is just really out of context and not
Exactly.
that doesn't have anything to do with the life.
You know very well what I'm
people are
talking
living in
about,
this
but you're
country.
being disingenuous right now.
No,
If
it's
not
like
about
you will
religion,
take. It's like Naz. It's like you will take the words of Ben Gvir, one
It's manifest
extreme right
destiny,
wing,
like early America.
Hold on, Cody, hold
Why-
on. Naz,
if
it's
it-
like
if
you
it's
will
not
take the
about
words
religion-
of Ben Gvir and you will count them as all of Israel. It's
yeah,
crazy.
that's
So you
these
don't
are
believe-
the
so
actual
you don't
officials
believe
that are
Israel-
acting
you
on
don't
what they
believe Israel
read
is
in the
the promised
Bible.
land? So let me ask you then. Let me
What
ask you,
about
do
the
you
canal
believe
that you
Israel is
guys
the
are
promised
planning?
land for the Jewish people?
What?
I believe
What about
that
the
this
canal
is
that
the
you guys are
Historically,
ancestral
yes.
land of the Jewish people. Yes.
Historically, yes. Not religiously, but
Yes, you can
historically,
dig the ground and you
conceptually,
will
yes.
find Jewish artifacts from
That's
What
only,
about
that's
the
not
canal?
religious, Naz. This is
Okay,
historical facts.
Okay, let me ask you the question in a different
Just
way.
ethnicity.
Do you believe that the Jewish people are the chosen people?
No,
No, I don't
I'm
believe.
no
I
more
don't
Jewish. I'm
believe in
like you,
religion
brother.
in
I made the
general.
same. I made the same thing from flesh and bone. I'm no higher than you, no lower than you. I'm a human being. I respect everybody around me for their lives. Like, why would I'm a physician? Like, what are you talking about? We all humans. Like, what?
As a physician, you swear to treat everybody, right?
Absolutely, and we treat it. Yes, in war in our hospitals. My God, we treat people who
When
are
I go to an
wounded.
hospital, a Muslim doctor is treating me, or a Christian, or a Jewish. It doesn't matter.
Beersheba Hospital, it's all Israeli Arab doctors right now. I mean, I don't know, guys. We don't have apartheid. You just never
Bass
been
in
in
the
Israel.
comments. Bass in the comments. BAS makes an excellent point. Then why are you on Palestinian land then?
What?
Why are you living on Palestinian land if this is
Okay, let's begin. So in the
Palestine is a
1900s,
concept that is not recognized. Please, just brother, take
Wait,
it.
hold on.
תסביר לו.
Okay, in the 1900s, there was no. It was the Ottoman Empire. There was no official Palestinian land. It was a name that was called for the area that most of them saw themselves as Syrian or as Lebanese or as Jordanian, but there was no identity as Palestine. So the Jews started to come, the Zionist movement started to come and purchase land legally, just regularly, started to purchase land along the shoreline and mostly up north. And then you have the first.
That's incorrect. They only purchased like 5% of the land.
Correct. That's perfectly correct, and you have all the documents to prove that. You have all the documents. You have all the documents to
That
prove
were
it.
kicked out of the land, they don't have the right to return. Yet a person who's in New York who has never been to Israel has.
Wait, you're jumping ahead. Come on, man.
No, I'm not
jumping.
jumping.
After the Jewish state, so after
This
Israel was
proves
not a
that
name.
this is an ethno-state and it's built on religious beliefs. It's
No, look, there's a difference. This land was built to protect the Jewish people that were persecuted for thousands of years.
Can we not go thousands of years back? Can we just go from September 11th till now to the events
Okay,
that we
let's go from
personally
September
lived?
11. Who celebrated September 11? You want to see pictures of people in Ramallah celebrating the streets of September 11?
Yeah, I also saw the
eating out
5 dancing
baklawas?
Israelis, bro.
What?
Israelis
No,
never celebrated September 11th.
Yo, that's the craziest conspiracy ever. That's so crazy.
Craziest
God.
conspiracy.
You're smarter than that.
Are you
Netanyahu
crazy?
said 2 years before that the best thing that could happen is an event like that. And since then, how many countries
Jew
were
conspiracy
annihilated?
is so crazy. It's fucking
The guy
hilarious.
that's leading now, leading this genocide now, 2 years prior to that event, came out and said that's the best thing that could happen. What
Shadow
the
ban,
fuck are you talking about 1,000 years ago, bro?
Shadowban, I understand you're emotional about this, but just think of it for a second. Do you truly
No,
believe that the president of the country?
It's just frustrating talking about nonsense, bro. Let's talk about a resolution. Let's talk about
Okay.
humanity. Let's talk
You
about
wanna- okay,
no
I
problem.
can talk about a resolution, but who will listen to me? I'm just
Exactly,
a Jew.
we have no
I'm just
partnership.
I'm an Ashkenazi Jew. I'm the most hated man in the world right now. I'm also white. I'm also Jewish. I'm the most hated man in the world. Also a man and white and Ashkenazi.
The world's smallest violin. I'm pulling it out right now.
Lucy,
I'm hated.
I'm not playing a victim card. It's just a joke. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
Reason why
I'm just
No, but
joking about
honestly,
myself.
Shadowban, who do you
these
want us
guys,
to
big
talk to?
justice, are being disingenuous.
You know what? I would like the gentleman that was just talking because he said something very true. He's the most hated person in the world right now.
Yeah, I know. So what? It doesn't mean
What
that the
can
world
we
is
do?
right.
We have
What do you mean,
nobody
so
to
what?
talk
Could I
to.
ask you a question, sir?
I'm a good man.
Because I don't know how to
never
pronounce
did
your name. I'll
anything
just call
wrong
you
to
sir.
anybody, and
Okay?
I'm still hated. And it's okay.
Yeah, man, you're right. But let me ask you a question, sir. If you lived on a neighborhood with 30 houses and 29 of those houses hated you, would you think that the problem lays with them?
We lived like that
If
since
because I'm
centuries.
Jewish, then yes, it's a real situation that happened
I mean,
before.
the world
But
hated us
it's the
since
29
the
houses to
millennia.
blame,
What's
right?
new?
But Shadow, are you Muslim?
I identify as Canadian. I don't believe
Okay,
in any one religion,
okay,
but I
so
do believe
let's
Islam
take the
has
opposite.
truth
Let's say a
to it.
Muslim
Same
guy.
as the Torah does.
Let's say-
Same as the Christianity. Same as Buddhism does, which says there
Let's
is no
take
God,
your
bro.
logic. Let's take your logic. Let's take a Muslim guy that also looks Middle Eastern with a thick beard and put him in Brooklyn in a Jewish neighborhood. Okay?
Habib.
Wait. Let's
that
put
guy.
him there.
He
Let's
can't
put him
come
there.
here. Donald
And
Trump
then
said
let's
no.
take your logic, Cody. Let's take your logic and say the 29 of those houses hate him. just because he's Muslim. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's been going on since
That's the problem, though.
September
It's
11th,
not
bro.
just
You say
because
it's his fault.
of
By the
who
same
you are,
group
His
buddy.
fault.
that now borders the guy that they never attacked. That's a group that went and started this whole it's Islam versus Judaism. That's the
Okay.
same group.
Who started
September
the
11th in
Islam
your
against
lifetime. Don't go
Judaism? Wait.
thousands of years back and don't play
Again,
the
who
victim and don't
started
say
it?
that this happened and that happened. Let's
Again,
talk
again,
about our
again.
lifetime.
Go
I
back.
mean,
Who started the Islam against Judaism? Who started it?
9/11 did.
No, it started way before
In
that.
my
I'm
lifetime,
giving you-
that's when it started.
Okay, so
9/11,
in your
America
mind
was
that's where
attacked,
it
not
started, but
Jews.
it's not true. It's something that it started. If before 9/11, you had the first Intifada. It was Muslims against Jews.
Okay, bro,
Now,
can we just keep
for
it
you-
relevant
for
from that
you-
time
for
till
you in
now?
the
Like
West,
the
this
time
is
that
the
we
first
actually
time you
lived.
experience a T attack. For us, this is
So wait a
many.
second. Do you support 9/11, Shadowban? Do you think
No,
what they
it's a
did in
horrible
9/11?
atrocity. And the events that led from that are just even worse by 100 million times.
All right, and let me ask you this, as someone who participated in military conflicts, if you show me one war when the people did not commit, when both sides did not commit war crimes, I will applaud and concede. Unfortunately, you will not find a single war that people, when you engage in pew-pews, bad things happen, my friend. Bad things happen. So, and if you throw a stone at 9/11, then don't expect we're going to come with cookies to handle it, because there's going to be a lot of...
You're being very disingenuous. The people that, 9/11, when America or even Israel, we have so much more power than the people that we're fighting. You're being completely disingenuous.
Exactly.
And number
What is your point?
two, my point is that you're being disingenuous. It's not
How?
Okay,
it's
so-
not a
but-
fair fight between two equal
Lucy-
powers. So
Lucy,
we don't
because-
have guns. We don't.
Fair fight?
Okay, let's break it down.
Have you heard the
Let's
comment that
break
there
it
is
down.
no
Lucy.
law in love and war? There is no rules in love and war. There's
Wait.
international rules.
There
but-
is rules. Yeah, there should be rules. That's why after the H-cost, we set up rules.
But let's break it down. So you said something that is true.
He's a physician and he's saying there's no rules in war, no morality whatsoever, no morality.
Cody, stop with the personal attacks.
Yeah.
It's not helping anybody.
Let's try to
No,
keep
that's
it
not. That's not.
That's
moral.
a personal attack to
I
say
wanted to
about
say
the judgment of
one
character,
specific
about you
point
being a
is that I think
physician,
to get the
and
conversation back on
irrelevant.
a good track is
Lucy,
that
I want to
it
break
doesn't
it down
become-
because
Please let
you said
Lucy
something
talk.
that is extremely important. You said that you are way more powerful than them, so they know it. Because
Right,
they
yeah,
know
you-
it, they
Okay,
use
give
that
Lucy a try,
as
bro.
their tactic against it. So if the other army is way more powerful than you, how can you make their life miserable? First of all,
I'm sorry. What? Who makes the who's
Let's
making
say-
whose life miserable?
well, if we're talking about a T group against like the United States, so we're talking about Al Qaeda here, okay?
Right.
Okay, so we're talking about what happens after 9/11, when their forces came and started the war, and many have been ended, basically, without saying the word. But you are right now, maybe somebody will say a resistance fighter, or you fighting in a religious war or whatever, and you are facing a great army. What do? How do you handle this situation? You use booby traps, you use civilians as shields, because you know the other guys are backed by international laws, are not allowed to harm you if you are in a densely populated area, and you use it to your advantage. And this should be a crime, but
You're
because you're
describing
not a
like a
sovereign
specific-
state that is a part of the international community.
Okay, so you're just describing a warfare, right? Like Vietnam had a different type of warfare.
But that's
than-
the same that's what in Gaza right now. and
describing
the same in
Exactly,
Gaza.
but I'm saying like what Z Justice literally said was throw out international law. Throw
No,
it
hold on.
out.
Can I respond? Can I respond? Can I respond to you, Lucy? Can I respond to you? Can you listen? Are you capable of listening?
Yo,
I had
don't
one-
yell at her. She'll
I
let
just
you
had
respond.
one thing. I had one thing with trying to get it back on. I would love to like get the conversation back to the meat. Like the reality is the issue comes from whenever the Zionist came and to create a Jewish majority in a land, there was no Jewish majority.
That's
So
that's
in the
not
18
true. The
in the
problem
19
started
so
in
in
the
the
British
1900s,
Mandate.
let me finish. In 1900s, right? In the 1905, there was about 3 to 5% Jewish population. So
Yes.
in order to create a Jewish majority, there had to be ethnic cleansing, there had to be crimes committed. And that is where the start of the conflict
This is
No
a
has
proof
came
conspiracy.
whatsoever.
from.
This is
No
a
proof.
conspiracy. It's not
Conspiracies,
true. It
allegations.
was never
So
meant
there
to
wasn't
happen
3 to
like that.
5% population that increased from
Lucy,
in
this
about
is a
20 years to
conspiracy.
30%.
It's a conspiracy.
Allegations, anti-Semitic allegations by
This is
Lucy
not.
Fair.
This is not.
Lucy,
This is
it's
actually
fake.
objectively
It's
true.
fake. It's not what happened. You have the Peel Commission. You have all the declarations that showed you that the Jews that lived here wanted to live together, and they
No, I'm
wanted
talking
to.
about
They
the
wanted to take
population.
only
I'm talking about the
15%.
population
Only
increase.
15% of the land, and the Muslims and the Palestinians lived here said, "No, we want everything." So
No, explain to
they
me
never
how
meant. They
how
never meant it in that time to be a majority state. They just wanted to have their own territory that they can govern. That's it. And that's when you are saying you're spewing nonsense that is a propaganda and it's fake.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Stop.
Stop saying these hypotheses that are conspiracies.
Yeah,
Start
please don't
with
ask.
only
it's
facts.
actually objectively true. You can look up the
It's not.
percentage
It's
of
not. You can look
Now
yourself
turn up
up
your
in the
microphone and
population
start yelling
from
because
3
it's
to
the only
5
way
to
you're gonna
about
talk.
You
20
have
to 30%.
the disaster
in about
came
20
to be
years.
after World War One, when the Ottoman Empire fell, and then the British came and started to ruin things up, started to make promises to the Palestinians that had no real leader in that time, and to the Zionist movement
I'm
that
not
started
talking
saying,
about
you will
all
get
this
this and you will
ideology
get
you're
this.
talking about. I'm asking specifically, why was there such a giant increase, and how could you
Okay,
Oh,
good.
wait, let me
That's a
finish
good
my
question.
sentence
I can
before
answer
you,
it.
please let me finish my sentence before you start talking over me. Is how can you make sense without the crimes of ethnic cleansing to create the majority?
Okay,
how can
good.
you
That's a
confront this
good question.
reality?
That's a good question. And you have in the beginning, first of all, you have the mass immigration of Jews that came from Europe. Most of them came after the rise of power of the Nazis, and they started to seek asylum, and that's why they also been accepted so easily by the British Mandate, because they were asylum seekers.
Right.
We're
Okay.
talking about hundreds of
That's not what I'm talking
thousands.
about. What I'm talking about is if there is an influx if it goes from 3 to 5% of a Jewish population in a territory, and an influx up to 20 to 30%, right? How do you deal with like the houses? Like, how do you deal with like who's controlling? You have to.
Well,
you
you should
commit
look.
crimes in order to.
You should look at this land at that time. It wasn't like people were living everywhere here. Most of it was swamps and deserts. It was a barren wastelands. Just a few cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, Akko, and a few villages that Palestinians live there, and they are still living there. You can go to Akko and you will see Palestinians living
That
there.
narrative has been disproved multiple
They are
times.
still living in the same places that they lived before.
Can you make sense of the people whose homes were stolen? The Palestinians' homes that were stolen in order
Can you
to.
prove that?
I mean,
Just
like,
when you prove
what?
that, we'll have a legit conversation.
You can prove it. There's a
What are
lot
you
of
talking about?
evidence.
I can give you this. I can give you Tantura.
There's a lot of actual. There's so many.
I will
There's a
help
lot
you
of.
out. I will
There's
help
actually
you out
a
because
lot of
you are
evidence
obviously
of bulldozing, of totally destroying Palestinians' homes in order to create. the state of
bulldozering.
Israel.
There was no even a bulldozer in
There
that
was
time.
actually people who put poison in water wells. There's people who raped. It was an entire.
Oh my
ethnic
goodness, here we go.
campaign.
Oh yeah.
Oh no,
I mean, this was documented.
Lucy,
Just
you
to
have
be clear, are we talking about Guyana?
Between the facts and between the
He's talking
conspiracy.
about Guyana,
About
correct?
what happened.
Let me give you something that is very documented, like the
I just find it interesting.
Listen, one second. Whenever the partition plan came out, Ben Gurion actually, he was planning for months ahead of time to do the ethnic cleansing because there's no way to create a Jewish majority, Jewish homeland in a place where it's Palestinian, right?
Okay, so
Majority Palestinian.
let's go with
So in
your
order
logic.
to create
Let's
the
go-
state, they
Lucy,
had
Lucy,
to.
Stop interrupting her.
Let's go with your logic, okay? So the Israelis are the ones that manipulated Syria, Jordan, Egypt, Lebanon, everybody around
Talking
them
about the
to attack
Palestinians
them.
who
So
lived
they
in
will have to.
Acre. I'm talking about the people who lived on the land.
Okay, but the people who lived on the land, their leaders tell them, get out of the way because we are going to attack the new state of
Oh, I
Israel.
love this line too. I love this argument. Go away because there's going to be a natural disaster, but you can come back. You can
Yeah,
come
you
back.
will come back after we'll
They
kill all
didn't.
the
They
Jews
weren't
and
allowed
drive
to
them
come
out.
back
That's what they
because they
told them.
had to have a Jewish majority.
Benny Morrison documented in his book as an evidence that the Palestinian leaders told them to leave because there will be a war. That is documented by a prominent historian.
You can come back, but then who stopped them, right? Israel stopped them because they had to create a
Because
Jewish
they were
majority.
choosing the enemy side. They sided with the enemy.
There was
Said,
a
"Go
war
ahead,
at that
kill
time,
the enemy."
lady.
That's not true.
That's
What
true.
enemy?
That's
Who's enemy?
you have it in your you have it here. They told him we are going to attack, move out of the way, and then you can come back. But they lost.
Also, it's not even
They
an
lost
attack.
miserably.
The way
So
we talk
the
about
Jews told them we can live together. They chose not to. They chose
Okay.
not to.
One second.
Not even
We
work.
can look at the actual record and see that once the UN partition plan, there was like a little bit of resistance. The people, the Palestinian men in this area, they pushed up a little bit of resistance, right? And then after that resistance was taken over because the whatever Erdogan and these groups who became the ITF, they had way more weapons and training from the UK and blah blah blah. So what they did was they were able to pursue a ethnic cleansing campaign.
No, that's the part when you start to say
Because
fake.
there was no
Now
like
you're starting
fighting.
to
There was
play
no
the
fighting.
Palestinian narrative, the Palestinian violin.
Because
That's not true.
it's not a violin, it is the reality.
The
So how do you
Palestinian at
explain-
that time
how do you
had no clear.
Why would
religion.
you bulldoze homes? Why would you
They
bulldoze
was
everything that
bulldozer
shows
never existed in
Palestinians
that
live
time.
there?
What are you talking about?
Why would you destroy olive groves and then plant European trees on top of it? Because that's what the JNF did, the Jewish National Fund.
Here's
That's
the
maybe
thing,
something that
arguing with
Palestinians.
this guy, he's always going to come
Show
up
me
with
the
something.
documents. Show
He
me
just
the
finished
evidence.
saying
Come on.
that after
Jay,
9/11, it was okay to go attack Iraq. He's justifying it. No matter what you say to the guy, he's going to pull up some bullshit to justify it because he is an Ashkenazi Jew, the most hated person. He said it himself. The most hated person in the world. And why is that? Is because you're driven by an ideology that makes you think that you're superior to everybody else.
No, that's
Everybody
no,
else
no.
is a goyim.
I'm not. I'm just
and
white.
they deserve to
and
be
I'm
your
Jewish.
slave.
You tied
Dude.
everything else to
But
me.
how is 9/11 related to what he's saying? I don't get. 9/11 happened in the United States. Like, why are you
Earlier
accusing
in the
him?
chat, earlier when
No,
we
he's
were talking,
obsessed with talking about
he said
9/11
9/11 started the war.
To another subject.
And then he carried on about 1917 and whatever. Yeah, 9/11 started the war against Iraq. A country had nothing to do with 9/11, dude.
And also, like, okay, so we think about the Hebron massacre always gets brought up too. And if you look at the context of that, of what
Oh,
happened.
the context. I love the context. Yeah, tell me context.
So why
Yes.
continue to bring it up if you don't want context brought
Come
up?
come
No,
on,
Lucy,
give
because-
me. I
because-
please.
because you know what?
Only bring up
Don't
the
talk
facts
to
of
her in a
what's
demeaning
happening,
tone
but we
like
can't
that.
talk about
Don't
the
look down your
reality of the
nose
Come on,
when
go
you're
on.
talking to her.
Justify the Hebron massacre.
No, I'm not justifying it. There's
So
a
give me
thing
the
called
context. What is the
analysis and
context?
understanding
You're trying
what
to.
happened.
You
That's
keep
not
interrupting her.
justifying it. That's
Okay.
something that people need to learn. It's not justifying it by analyzing it. It's saying
Come
this
on,
is why
start to
it
talk
happened.
about the Mufti and what he told them before the Hebron massacre and before they
This
riled
is
them up.
fashion for her. People are funny.
Yeah, you're triggering them.
No one is triggering anyone because when you use the wrong terminology, Lucy here is really trying to whitewash the resistance word. She's trying to say that, oh, they're resisting. But if you read the books and you see how they behave, they're doing the tea attacks. They're doing the
Because
tea
you
attacks
believe
based on
that
national law.
animals.
So in
That's
fact,
crazy. Who are they resisting?
in
Their
fact,
neighbors
The way
that
they
live together
behave
for
is
years
wrong.
together?
Not going and when somebody mentions him to you, you say, "Oh, I've never heard of it." Because that behavior is tolerable, right? Because they're attacking human animals.
Hold on
That's
a
what
minute.
you
Hold
believe,
on.
and you
Never
still
heard
claim to
about
be
what?
true.
war is a
But
nasty
you're
business.
an
I'm sorry.
atheist.
You start the
So
war.
you
this is
are
gonna be a
yourself.
problem.
See,
Here we
you
go.
are yourself. a
War is a
contradiction to
nasty
yourself.
business.
Yeah,
What are you talking about, man?
War's nasty
You can't
business.
just go on a live.
War,
a
it
child
is.
of
War
your
is a nasty
parents.
business.
But it is. It's not nice to have a
flooded.
war. Now, if you would resist like IRA, I would understand, right? Let's say choose the military targets, protests, try to blow up the police stations, but go after children, exploring the buses. No, that's a T attack. So you have no justification.
Okay.
And
So
when you
which
and when
teams
you
are wearing the
violate
shirt
international
saying
law,
one shot,
don't
two
complain
kills?
that someone else
You're the
violates
one claiming
international
that the
law.
children,
So
but
step up to the plate.
is wearing shirts that say one shot, two kills with a pregnant lady on it, and you're
Who said that?
claiming military. The children are being attacked. Your children are being
I remember
let's
those
get-
War
shirts.
crimes
totally
happen
remember.
everywhere, and they're unfortunate, and they
Oh,
should
now
not
they're
happen.
unfortunate.
Period.
But a second ago they weren't
It
unfortunate.
happens.
Like
It's
what the
versus
fuck, bro?
Systematic, where there's literally
Systematic now.
Yeah, because your officers
Let her
and
speak.
and your military, they don't have any rules. They say do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. We have recounts of ITF soldiers who've came out. What is it called? The group of people who, if that after they've been in the army. they come
What is
forward.
ITF?
Israeli terrorist force.
Fuck
Here we
you.
go.
Fuck you.
Y'all are terrorists.
Fuck you.
On a state
No, that's not nice.
level,
That's not. We
on a
don't use
state
that.
level,
That's
y'all
okay.
y'all are committing terrorist acts on.
Do
a
you
state
know what is the
level.
definition?
That's
What
okay.
was the
That's okay. You
beepers?
can say that.
Remember the beepers? Was that not a
Oh
not
my
a T
god.
act?
Oh my
Anyway,
god.
my-
No,
my
it's
brother
okay.
was-
Lucy
my-
is
Just
an
saying.
extremist.
Or
That's
is
fine.
war-
At
it's
least
just
we
war
know.
nasty
At
business.
least we
Y'all
know.
are,
He's
like,
an
Lucy,
you
you're
are
doing that.
unaliving
You're
women and
saying
children.
that.
an extremist.
Y'all are
Then
unaliving
you are
innocent
You're saying that
civilians in
atheist
to
order.
make some twisted point and to
Sorry,
make.
but
That's
if
fine.
you unalive innocent civilians, it's in your
Innocent?
own doctrines. Yes,
So the
innocent.
British
Who's
Every
innocent?
civilian that has
so
not
the
had any
British
type of
Empire is a
trial,
free
criminal
group because
trial, or
they
anything.
fighted
Yeah,
the
they're
Nazis
innocent.
and ended 2 million civilians' life. Because of that, they are T group. In your logic, are you crazy?
You're the one because listen, the only
The British Empire.
Lady
No,
lost
I
it.
would call it a
Wait.
lawless.
The only reason why you don't see yourself as a TS organization is because you have the name, the IDF.
I
That's
see.
the only reason that you think that you're above
Biggest
all of
And
these
what
So,
is
rules.
so
that
Lucy,
name?
let me ask you a
It's
question.
defending-
Lucy,
It's
Lucy, let me
defending
ask you a
the
question.
nation,
So,
the nation of Israel.
So-
That's it.
so,
That's
IDF is the
so
biggest
the
terrorist
UK
Doesn't have
forces
any
liberated
ideological,
Germany should be a T group,
biblical
according to
ideological
you.
behind it.
IDF. IDF is the biggest terrorist
IDF.
organization in the world.
What are you
Facts.
Biggest
defending?
arrogant.
What are you
biggest
defending?
there
You
is
say you're
problems in
defending
the
while you
IDF.
took over
Biggest
lands in
Like
Syria.
terrorist organization
You're
out
claiming
of, but you can
defense.
take
Terrorist
the case of
organization.
You're claiming
Belarusia,
defense
an
while you're
IDF
trying
It's a
to
soldier.
buffer zone.
occupy Syrian lands, more
IDF.
Syrian lands. That's insane.
This is a buffer
This
zone
isn't
Wait,
in
the
the
wait,
land
we have a
of
guy here
Israel.
that explained himself. The people in Syria right now are ex-Al Qaeda. You're not going to just
But
let
why
them.
why keep booming Syria then? Why keep
Because
trying to
you
take
don't
over
want
more
Nobody
them to
land?
have all
booming
the fights
Syria.
over
This
there.
is
Because they
military
want the
targets.
war.
One
Yeah,
second there.
Oh my
Sir,
God.
sir,
What
I
is
can't
the
pronounce your
war?
name,
You
but you made a good point. We all know that the Syrian power, whatever they call them now, are Al Qaeda. So why in the world would they not attack the Judaism if it's truly
Maybe
Islam
they do,
versus
maybe they
Judaism?
don't. I
Why
don't
would
know
they
that,
attack
but
them?
I don't
And then
want to
why
give them
would
the
the
option.
country that's never been attacked by them go and take out their infrastructure and claim so much of their land?
Wait,
Shadow Band.
so much of their
They have
land.
chemical
Hold on,
weapons.
hold on. So much of their
Oil,
land.
oil,
What are you
oil.
talking about?
Oil.
We are
I'm
in-
sorry,
we
what
are
do you guys
inside
call
the
it? A
buffer
barrier?
zone. We are
A
inside
buffer
the
zone? Yeah, buffer
It's
zone
not
for
even,
now.
Buffer zone.
Until we
not
got to
even
expand the
1%
buffer
of
zone
the
a little bit
land.
more, right?
What are you talking about? Syria is huge. Look at the map.
Yeah, okay. They got enough. You
we
guys
can
deserve
settle this
some of
really
it.
quick.
oil.
How do you feel about the Bibi corruption trial?
I
'Cause I
hate
have a
him.
feeling
I
you're gonna
hate
be a
him.
lot
I
like
hate
MAGA.
him. Me personally, I hope he will go to jail. We are
Let him
all
go to
we are
jail. I
stuck with
agree.
him. This is me personally. Not every Israeli agrees with me. I believe most are wanting to vote to another prime minister right now. And the next, I think the next popular choice is Bennett. But we'll see. We'll see when it. In the meantime, there is things that I don't agree with him, and there's things that he did that are good for what happens with the war, for the security and whatever and around that. But in the end, I hate this guy. I hate him. I really, really personally hate him. I think he's a liar. I think he's corrupted. I think everything about it. But for you to understand, Israel is not a dictatorship. Even if we hate our prime minister, like most of the countries that hate their prime minister, we have a legal system that is blocking him all the time from trying to do things and moving new laws and whatever. So they just block him, exactly like what happened in South Korea right now. The president said something that is extremely not okay with their
We're about to
legal
move
system,
into
and
a
they threw
world
him
where
away.
we're not going to be able to hold our leader accountable, right? And they have elected people like what's his name? Mike Huckabee is the ambassador to Israel, who has literally said that Palestine doesn't exist. Said that it's a conspiracy committed by Assad.
If you look at the context, it's a valid point.
You know,
It's a very valid point.
I think if you look at the context that they didn't have any national look, let's break
You
it
made a
down
good
and
point.
let's be
You made a
fair
good
with you
point, sir.
all.
You said
Let's
that
be fair.
Israel is not a dictatorship. I could agree with that. It's not a dictatorship. Would you say that the Mustache Group was a dictatorship?
Was they not? Was they not?
Dictatorship? It was a bunch of deluded people following a crazy, insane ideology. And they use supremacy,
and they executed
use
the people
religion,
that were
and they
against them.
use
This is a good
use the
sign
banks,
for
and they use the poor Jewish people as a pylon, as the fall guy,
as a
to go
scapegoat.
create
Yes,
even more atrocities. Come
Right.
on,
that's true.
And they wrote a book and they called it eugenics. That's not what we're doing in Palestine.
And when you
Absolutely
go
not.
to Gaza, guess what book you find in every second house?
And they kill us for our eugenics. So who is a mustache man in reality?
The mustache
actually, the
man is
Palestinians
anybody
are-
that
If you have a book that says Yal Yehud, find him in a hadith and then kill him because he's Yehud, is it not eugenics to you? How can you make peace with these people? Like, you tell me how.
Okay, Z,
you're
As an
reverting
American.
back. You're
when your
reverting
prime
back.
minister says
You're reverting
that
back
the
to
Palestinians
the
are
Zionist
MLS.
ideology, the same mustache man ideology. How can you deal with these people? The only thing you could do is stick them in camps and eliminate them all. So you're following the same belief, dude, and you're trying to use it as a defense.
I didn't say unalive them. I didn't say unalive them. We try to bring a more progressive government that will probably stop teaching them. You know, right now they're committing crimes against you. Like, if you would take a look at United Nations Human Rights Report of the use of child soldiers in Palestine, this is to me in a nutshell what all the problem is. The use of the young people who have no understanding what they're doing. I didn't write the report. United Nations did. United Nations Human Rights, and I'll refer you to sources, claims that at least 1,000 Palestinian children went through Qassam al-Brigade's training camps, learned how to use RPGs, and then, there were at least 7 or 8 events where they were actually, exploding themselves. So those people use kids for the agenda, right? So now we go in there.
That narrative, I understand that narrative, and I also understand how that narrative feels that you have the justification to attack children. I understand that narrative.
No, but
the
not
same
in
terminology,
He's trying
the
to
same
justify
bullshit
it.
that they were
Pedro,
using
don't
with
like
mustache
that.
man,
We are
bro.
searching for kids.
And-
Hold
and-
on a
and-
moment. We need to change the education system. I didn't say you need to
especially
unalive them.
because in Israel, your whole society is
change
based
their
on
books.
you're going to be drafted at 18. So please spare us.
18
right?
is a
What's the problem with
legitimate age.
that,
Your
Lucy?
society
What's
is
the
based
problem?
on
Most of the
militant,
soldiers are
military.
just drivers and
Not
cooks.
16, not 15. Do you think 15 is a
yeah,
good
there are
age?
kids
Well,
that
you're
go at
still at
16.
16. You're going to training camps, aren't you?
No,
No,
Yes, you
no,
are. You're going to summer
no,
camps.
it's
you're going
okay to
IDF,
take a
summer
population.
camps.
No, that's a
and oppress
conspiracy.
them for
That's
generation upon
you trying to
generation.
vilify the
And give them no
Jews.
autonomy,
What?
and
Give
give them
them
no,
IDF.
no right to collect their own damn
Something like that.
rainwater,
Wow.
and then say that they're all militants. What else do they have? They have no hope. They have nothing else. For generations upon generations, they've been oppressed.
Wait,
and-
hold
and-
on.
and
Come
deceived.
back
They've
to
been
the
oppressed by
rainwater
their own
thing.
people, Shadow Band. They've been oppressed by their religion.
You
They
can't
need to
deflect onto an
de-radicalize.
age group where your own prime minister that's leading now in 2019 before this event said that we have to make sure they're funded. You can't go blame the people that are supporting the people that are doing it, man. It makes no sense.
Hold on, Shadow Man. You try to extend a hand to someone, an olive branch. You hope they will turn towards the good, but they took the money and instead they built the tunnel system that is killing the
Israel
Jews.
has
Like, come
a
on,
tunnel
man.
system as well.
Said that
Come
we
on,
have
don't
to make
stop
sure
him.
they're
Don't
still
stop him.
funded.
Don't stop
It's
him.
so funny. All the arguments can be like put right back to you. So there's really zero arguments
But
here.
Lucy,
Israel
your
has an insane tunnel
way of
system.
answering the arguments is just using conspiracy.
No, it's not conspiracy.
What are you talking about?
Reconcile the Israel's reality, right? And
No,
up
you
until
said
now,
that in
people have
16 we are
acted as
going
if
to
Israel is
a
this
military
Western
camp.
beacon
What
of
are
hope
what
and
are you talking about?
democracy, and now we're finding out the truth.
Democracy.
When
Look at her.
Robert,
You would not be even be to speak in Gaza. What are you talking about? You
yes,
would be
you
like
are.
executed
Yes,
within
you
5
are.
minutes.
I have
Wow.
less.
Human
All of
animal.
these
Like
journalists have
me.
exposed
You
your
know what
lies.
will
You
happen
did
to
Women
El
that.
don't
Al
have women
person
can
that will
talk.
come to
Women are
Gaza?
journalists. So you're just a lie. I'm sorry. Your lies have reached their end at this point, right?
Oh,
No,
you've been
We
so
have the
truthful.
truth.
Everything you said was just so truthful. My God.
I'm so
That's
You're
sorry.
the
why.
I'm
one
so
saying
sorry.
that the
okay.
whole
You can't
religion should
face
change its
reality.
book,
That's
Z.
not my
And
fault.
in the meantime,
Maybe
you're
go get
you're
like
the atheist.
psychological help, you know,
No,
because
I'm
you
sure.
can't face reality. That what the
Reality
reality
is
of Israel
that
is a
Palestine is being
militant
liberated as
state,
we
and
speak.
so whenever you
We are liberating Palestinian
Yeah,
children.
and
Here we
liberating
go.
Syria, and
That's
liberating Lebanon, and
Jesus,
eliminating
man.
all your neighbors, right? The same way that they're all the problem.
Jesus.
Yeah, because of oil. All about oil. It's all about oil.
Yeah,
and
man.
that
They want to
canal
build
that
the
you guys
Oil?
built.
pipeline.
What
They want
oil?
to
There
make
is no oil in Gaza.
the northern
Oil.
Gaza the new
you're
port,
Just
so that they can make more money. That's part
No,
of. This
come
is
on,
it.
It's not
again with the
about money.
This is it,
conspiracies. What?
Habib.
Okay,
It isn't
okay,
just
okay,
about
okay.
the money.
You know what, Shadow?
They
Let's
use
go with your
ideologies.
logic.
They use
So,
religion. They use division among
okay,
the
okay,
whole
okay, okay.
the whole
I
Let's
know.
spectrum. And at the
let's
end,
go with
you'll
your
find
logic.
people coming out and saying that we're God's chosen people and these guys are just
Uh-huh.
animals.
God's chosen
Yep.
people.
What
We
the
don't.
fuck?
What are you
Let,
talking
let me,
about,
let me,
man?
let me, let me,
What's
let
this
me,
canal
let
you
me.
guys are planning on building? What about the canal you guys are You guys are planning on building a canal to compete with the Suez Canal. You guys,
Right?
I don't know the name of
Okay.
Ben Jagawi
Fake,
Canal or something. You
fake
guys are
story,
planning
but
to
yeah,
build
let's
a
go with
canal.
your logic.
Fake
Let's
story.
go.
Here we go. Oh, and what's in Gaza? Gaza's got more oil. There's a lot
What?
of oil in Gaza. That's
There is
Natural
no
gas.
single
you guys
oil
are
in
Wait,
Gaza.
wait,
Maybe
wait,
there's
wait,
a
wait.
natural gas
There's
offshore. Where is the oil in
documentation.
Gaza?
There's oil under. There's
Natural
oil in
gas.
Gaza.
Wait,
And
let me
Natural
go with
gas,
your
not
logic.
oil.
Z,
There's-
let me go with
Okay,
this logic.
There's
semantics.
There's Americans out of work. There's Americans out of work right now. Oil pipelines are shut down in this country because all the money's going over to you guys over there.
Not
in
all the
Israel.
money.
The billions
No,
of dollars are going to
just
you
a
guys. I'm
percentage.
sick of it. I'm sick of it. I'm sick.
I'm
sick of
American,
pretending
brother.
you
I
guys-
don't know why you're complaining. I'm
You-
American, just like you.
You just said you were okay. Well, you got dual citizenship then. Good for you.
Yes, I do.
Good for you.
Yes, I do.
All right.
Yes, I do.
And your government. You guys are running our government over here, and I'm not cool about it. I'm not cool about it one bit.
Come on,
I'm
man.
tired of you
Man,
guys
you're just
intervening.
conspiracies.
Let me ask you, what did you vote? What did you vote?
You can't call it conspiracy.
We definitely have a real problem with
You voted Trump. You voted Trump and you complain.
AIPAC runs this country.
You voted Trump and now you complain.
How do you know
brother?
why he voted, bro?
Okay.
Don't tell me who I voted for. Don't tell me who I voted for. Don't
Okay.
Well,
ever
we
go-
know who
don't-
you voted for.
Yeah,
Habib,
you know.
for anybody.
Habib,
I didn't
let
vote-
me
I
go
didn't
with
vote for
your
anybody.
logic. Habib, let me go with your logic. What you're
I'm an
basically
American
saying.
too.
Okay, good. What you're saying basically is that Israel is behind the attack of Hamas in October 7 and behind the attacks of everybody else because we want them to fight us, so we will have a way to justify ourselves to fight them. So for that to
play the
happen,
victim.
you need to have useful idiots. You describe the Palestinian people as idiots. Good. Wow.
No,
That's how you call
I did
them?
not describe. No,
That's your logic.
Dude,
That's not what
I've
that
listened
means.
to you this whole time. I've listened to every word you've been saying, arguing with Lucy, arguing with Shadow. Dude, you just. The reason I haven't even said nothing is because I'm so tired of listening. You are just blah blah.
That's
blah,
your
blah, blah. I'm
logic,
so
man.
tired.
That's your logic. You call them idiots.
You're brainwashed.
Habib, they're
dude.
gonna start
You're
calling
freaking
you
brainwashed.
anti-Semitic soon, bro.
I'm not anti-Semitic. I'm part of Jewish Voice for Peace. I'm a member of Jewish Voice for Peace. So how does that make me anti-Semitic?
No,
If
you're
you go
not.
into all-
Shadow Ben called you and
if-
see now
if
you
you
blame
go-
us for doing that.
That's what it's gonna lead to. When
No,
you guys
but
keep
we
getting
never
shut
said
down,
that. Why are you
then you start to
predicting
turn the
future?
You
tables.
go
We're
on my
all
Stop.
Go
Yahtzees.
on my
We're
page.
all
Stop.
anti-Semitic.
I really don't
You're
mind
the
if they
But we never
call
said
them
that.
idiots.
Go on
No,
my
we
page.
never said
Go
that.
on my
We
page.
never
We've
said
heard it,
that.
bro.
I mean,
Can you never say
AIPAC's
that?
right below the number one lobbying group, which is
Go-
the
you
National
go.
Association of Realtors, right? Just FYI.
I don't know who
As
does
far as,
that. I don't know if
as
it's
far
even
as
true.
lobbying goes here in America,
Yeah,
they
APEC
probably
is
spend the
probably
most,
very
one of the
powerful.
most.
That's true. That's true. But I don't
You
know.
just said
I,
it wasn't, though. Do you
what
see
do I
why
know
your
about
word
it?
Here,
keeps
once
messing
again,
up
the core
here
issue
and why you
comes
keep
up, right?
getting
The core
exposed
issue
for
of
being a
them
liar?
So,
needing to
Cody, what
have.
you're describing is I'm a victim of APEC as well because they attacked my friends that are dead right now because of October 7th. Right?
Exactly. This is a
That's what
convoluted.
you're
Wait,
saying.
Call that
That because of
anti-Semitic.
APEC, my
And
friends are dead
now,
right now.
Like, do you see what you did there?
What did he say? What did he say?
He said that
because
AIPAC
of
doesn't
your
spend all this
reasoning
money,
is
that it was
because of
a
AIPAC, my friends are
conspiracy
dead
that
right now.
Habib was saying, and it's not. They're one of the biggest, like, as far as lobbying groups here in America. And then you said, oh, well, it's, well, you know, hey, like, I mean, it's, you're...
I said that by going by your logic, that Israel, all they want is a
That's not what
new
you said.
canal.
No, I'm talking about what you said.
He said that Israel is planning to do a new
Habib,
canal and export oil from there, and there's a lot of oil in Gaza. And I
Sir,
said,
nobody
okay.
can come to any
You know what I don't
conclusion
get, though?
you come
And
to
this is the
with
question.
somebody's logic, because you just said
No,
that Habib's
just hold
logic
on, guys.
is saying that all Palestinians are idiots.
Shadow, can I ask you a question? Shadow, can I ask you a question?
Yes,
This is the
Shadow,
question.
that's what his logic is, because he
Wait,
said
that's the question.
Israel is using the Palestinians.
You're the
to
only
attack
one that came to
them
that
and commit
Hold on.
atrocities,
What
so
the,
they
the
can attack them.
argument here is that Israel's using its own citizens as human shields.
Here we go
actually.
again. Oh my
Whoa, how do you
Right,
explain that?
right.
Well,
So if you
how?
look at why would they, after
Lucy,
reports,
you
they had their own
Lucy,
intelligence. Listen, they had
peace
their
be
own
upon you.
intelligence saying kibbutzim because there's people.
Kibbutzim wear a live shield. Okay, all right.
There's
Yes, there's actually documentation of.
Listen,
Wait,
Habib,
hold on. Let's go
Habib,
with the
Shadow,
logic again. Let's go with the
Cody.
logic again.
I have a question
Kibbutzim-
for American brothers. I have a question for American brothers. You look at UK,
it's
Germany.
It's not as
Hold on,
just
Lucy.
as
Can I ask a
narrow.
question? You look at UK, you look at Germany, and you look at the movement of the Islam that is happening in those countries. Are you not worried? I have a question for you. As an American, so have liberties here in the United States. Are you not
Right,
worried
I'm more
what is
worried
happening?
about the fundamental Islam movement and like Al Qaeda that the West is cozying up to in Syria right now. Like that's
Well,
where
let's-
I'm looking
Right.
to as like
All
the
right,
problem.
Lucy, I have a
not
question for you.
like, people,
I
you
have
know,
a- Lucy.
Muslims in the UK that you just want to paint as like some what?
Straight up.
Lucy, I have a question for you.
That narrative has been proven in Syria, bro.
I mean,
The most-
I would
the
just say,
most
would it-
famous-
I would
the
just
most
ask you this
famous
question: would it worry you that that we have a president that's coming in that is cozied up to like literal neo-Nazis, who's wanting to do a mass deportation program? Like I'm just saying, that, like I don't know, I don't know if you understand how this stuff works.
Who is
like
that?
it's fascism,
the
right? So they
neo-Nazi?
always need an enemy. So when they're done going after illegal immigrants, they're going to go after somebody else. They're going to go after somebody else, and they're
We
going to go
have
after
marches.
somebody else.
We have
Look,
right
I
wing marches
believe
in
that
this
you can
country,
deport-
in the
I believe
United
that you can
States, where
deport
they
anybody that
want
doesn't
to
hold the
unalive
values
all
of
the
your country.
JEWs, and those people are protected by the popos. Those people, there's literal neo-Nazi marches that happen in
In
Mississippi.
pro-Palestinian
blah, blah,
protests,
blah.
yes.
No, I'm not talking about protests. I'm talking about literal people who walk with masks. And
With
they're
masks
proud
and with
white
Palestinian flags and do the Nazi
supremacists,
salute,
AKA
right?
Yo,
they don't
man.
like JEWs and they don't like anyone else other than white Europeans. And those people
But what's
are
your point?
protected.
But what's
You're
your point?
talking
This is
about
America.
white
My
power
point is,
in
those are the
America,
people that are
people
your
that
real
are,
enemy.
has nothing to
Those
do
are the
with
people who
Jews
want
as
to
well.
unalive
So
you just
Z,
because
you
of
see
who
why
you
why
are.
these problems are why we can't come to any conclusions is because while she's trying to say that the entire time, this guy is saying that they're Palestinian. I can't say your name. I'm just gonna call you sir, or whatever you want me to call you. This guy keeps accusing those Yazidis that are walking down the street being protected by the police as being pro-Palestinian. You're gonna just go and come to a conclusion that
I'm
has
saying about
no
the people that are doing the Nazi
or
salute.
substance. You're gonna go and accuse
those are the people-
and at the end, when you get cornered, we're all anti-Semites.
Okay,
Because
so the
that's
people,
reality.
the
Those
people that are going with the
marching
flags
down
of
the street are your real enemy. They want
Palestine
to
and doing the
unalive
Nazi
you because
salute.
of who you are, right? They want to unalive you of who you are. That's what you say Palestinians believe, or like pro-Palestinians believe. But pro-Palestinians keep telling you, no, we want freedom. We don't want to be under your
They
occupation.
say
We
from
don't
the
want your
river to the
boot on
sea.
your
That's
overview.
everything.
Do you not
Lucy,
hear
but that's
our
not
words?
accurate. You're
Okay,
not
yeah,
genuine.
like
You're not
genocide. What are you talking about?
Collect their
you're
own
not saying
rainwater.
correct
Maybe they'll
things.
work with you then.
Okay, so when we say please give us our, or when they say please give us our freedom in this literal, just like black and white, we
Sure.
don't want to be
We will
under
do
a
I
belligerent
guarantee you, lay your weapons down, you
So
get
then
your
you
freedom.
say, why
Lay
can't
your
you just
weapons down.
acknowledge that?
Just lay your weapons down, and that's
It's
all
really
we
simple.
That
have.
is not
The
the
stones?
first thing.
That's
Lay the
all.
stones down.
Right?
Of course it is, Lucy, because they said their intention.
Okay, so
Here,
exactly, you
you're
cannot
talking
confront the
talking about
reality. So you say
privileged
random
people that are
shit.
living in the United States and they are protesting without knowing anything. They're saying from the river to the sea, and they don't know which river and
Why
which
are you
sea.
talking about that? I'm talking about Israel's occupation.
Okay, you're talking about the West
This is a
Bank,
military.
right?
This is a military necessary step to ensure security. I'm
Right.
sorry,
Let's
Lucy.
The Palestinians who live in Israel who are under, they don't have
I will calm
self-determination.
myself down and let's de-escalate. Okay, I will breathe and let's come to a let's start to listen to everybody. Sorry for me for shouting. I got excited. Okay, you started to talk about the occupation. Which area is occupied?
Okay, so you have any of the Palestinian territories are
Everything.
under
So
occupation.
everything, all of the land of Israel is occupied.
Hold on. Please, Lucy, let me answer that for him. In Toronto, Canada, they were selling Palestinian homes that are owned by Palestinians to the public, and they weren't allowing Palestinians that were born in Canada to come buy their own forefathers' land.
I don't know.
Is
who
that not
told you.
occupation?
I don't know what.
Shadow, if there is a wrong thing happens, is that
okay.
indicative of everybody? It's not whoever did it, it's wrong. It shouldn't happen. Next, let's get the courts involved. Let's get the authorities involved. I'll vote for
Let
it.
me ask you, Zionist, where do you think there's occupation?
Occupation?
Where
I
do
think
you
there is
think
an
there's occupation? Do you understand English?
Listen. If you're going to be disrespectful, we're not going to have a very productive conversation. There is an occupation. There is an occupation of the Palestine by the H movement for their children. That's what the occupation is. It's indoctrination, and that's what we
by
need.
the group.
Okay.
Leader.
We need to
2 years
free
before
them.
this event,
They need
he
freedom.
said that we got to make sure they're still funded. Have you never heard of a false flag event? We've seen them consistently throughout our history. In fact,
So let's be for real. Answer the question in reality, please. Is there any occupation?
Okay, so
there is a military presence for security purposes. That's how it would go.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. There were none, what you will call an occupation. There was nothing like that before the first Intifada. There was no walls. There was no border between Israel to the West Bank. There was nothing. Then they started to attack. They started to just go and do.
Why do we need to occupy? Ask yourself. What is there to occupy?
You understand?
Can you define occupation?
That's everything.
You guys are exhausting, dude. You can't have a real conversation because you keep talking over people.
Define what you mean by occupation, Lucy.
It's a really simple idea.
She said
You're
everything.
saying-
All of the land is occupied.
I didn't say everything.
Yeah, they are
You're not listening.
Let Lucy define.
Everything they had is all occupied. Every bit of land that you
I
can
would
have is
like
all
to hear
occupied.
what Lucy
That the
thinks.
military, the police, controls the area. Is that not like what an occupation? I mean, right? That's what an occupation is, right?
You can look
What's
at
going
Gaza.
on right
You can say
now
there's
in
an
the West
effective occupation because of the siege and because of the control mechanism that Israel has over it.
Yes.
Then you can look at East Jerusalem, where there's a military occupation, where there's ITF soldiers and there's settlers stealing
Stop
homes.
with the ITF.
Remember,
Either
and
you
then
will say soldiers
you can
or
look
you
at the
don't
West
say the
Bank,
word.
where they have checkpoints it should be sovereign Palestinian land at this point, because at the end of the day,
There is no sovereignty for Palestine. You're out of your mind. It's not an established
but
state.
that
What are
is
you talking
okay, so
about?
When did
Why are you spewing sovereignty? Where did the Ricket now? What's
One second.
sovereignty?
When you say there's no sovereignty, that has always been the objective for peace. Palestinians have to have sovereignty for peace.
But they don't have it, so don't say that they have it. They don't have it. They have to put the weapons down to have it. So there will be no checkpoints.
That doesn't make sense.
Look at the
No, you don't
IDF.
have to put your weapons down to deserve sovereignty. That's not how the world works, buddy.
The IDF.
So
is who
that
has
didn't
the
work
weapons.
out very
It
well
looks-
for them, did it?
Okay, but
The
you're
IDF
just
is
acting
whoever-
like a child in this conversation. You're acting as like your
Okay,
your
so
reaction
wait.
to your emotions
What happened
justify
between the IRA?
reality.
What happened between the IRA and the UK in the end? How did they solve it?
Here we go. That's how you solve it.
The IRA put down their weapons.
And it was peace.
Well, there was obviously a pressure and years of fighting.
Don't be rude, man.
And then what happened in Ireland? The UK dissolved its occupying force. That's why they put their weapons down.
Lucy, I think you're doing
Lucy,
a
you
good
have no
job. You're
compassion
doing
for
a good job
Palestinian children.
trying.
You
You're
have
doing
no
a good job
compassion whatsoever.
I'm
trying.
saying
You
into the occupation, or more Israeli children are gonna die.
What?
In order to stop the violence, the occupation has to end.
No, but
Very
occupation
good.
is to protect us against the religious
But it's not
lunatics.
protecting you. October 7th happened. Israeli citizens were unalived. So please explain to me how it's making you more.
So you're talking about
safe.
Really quick,
but
isn't there a
October
distinction
7th
between Northern and Southern Ireland? Just
Okay,
saying.
so Lucy,
But
the
also,
October
right,
7
like,
happened.
There is
in
no
Gaza.
Gaza anymore, so there will be no Muti attacks very
Okay,
soon.
so your solution is unaliving all of the Palestinians.
What?
Once again,
How?
you're just
No,
reactionary
No,
child.
he's
How
just
many people
going
are
with the
living in Gaza?
propaganda
How
that
many-
eventually it'll all become a tent city, and we're seeing the truth of what your leader said. The same guy that propped up the guys before October 11th, same guy that enticed the 9/11, and the same guy that said we're going to turn it into a tent city and we're going to take the greater Israel is proving exactly what he said.
No, it's
How
not
do you
correct.
try to justify
We're
that?
demilitarizing the Gaza. How else are we supposed to do that?
me.
We're demilitarizing the Gaza zone. That is it. And unfortunately,
with more military, with
let
more
me answer the
balloons,
greater
Earlier you used the defense that they're treating the children.
Hold on,
so
hold
the
on.
word
The
that's
greater,
minimal,
the greater Israel,
right?
okay?
You're
Let's
not
not
using any
forget there's
generalization.
100 hostages.
Wait, hold on,
When
hold
you
on.
go from the single to the whole or the whole to the single, you're not being fair to any party.
Okay.
And that's what you guys keep using as a defense.
Shadow,
you keep saying that
Shadow.
Hamas, the H group, is the one that's occupying their own people, man. Like you're the
Look,
the
they
guy,
are-
not
they
the
are
guy that was
executing
supporting
their own
them.
people all the
It's
time.
them.
That's
You guys,
true. But
your
you're talking
government
about the
created
greater
Hamas.
Israel, okay? You're talking about the
Okay,
greater
okay.
Israel. How?
You guys are not
How?
living in
With
reality,
what
though.
forces? With what forces can you hold this much land? It's impossible. Even with the simple logic you can understand, Israel is not able even to do that. We don't have enough forces to do something like that. It's impossible.
Because at the end of the day, you people have never dealt with the fact that people who are indigenous, they have nothing else
We
left.
are the indigenous
other
people.
options. Can you please stop interrupting me? Those people, the people in Gaza, they have nothing else other than to keep fighting. They're going to keep fighting. They have no reason to stop fighting.
There
because
is more ways
they
to
have
fight, Lucy.
to.
There
They
is
have
more
to
ways to
Lucy,
fight.
can I ask
Lucy, they
Lucy a
have no hope.
question?
You
I have a
all of
question
you,
for
all of you
Lucy.
people here, all of you people here, just belittle every single Palestinians because you think they are not able to do something else instead of committing T attacks like they did in October 7th. So you
Trust
justify
me,
them.
babe.
This is
We
belittling them
justify
as simple
their
people,
lives,
as
unlike
idiots
you.
that
Okay, we
in
don't
the
need
end
to hear
did
you
something
tell
that
it.
made their own demise. This is something that is crazy how you defend
You're ridiculous.
themselves
You're being ridiculous.
doing their own demise.
Lucy, do you
and then
support
attacking Israel
October
for that.
7? Do you support October 7?
We're going to go back to the original narrative that you
You're
have to
not
condemn
able to
Hamas
admit
before
you
you
look
can
at Palestinians as lesser
you can stand
people
up for
yourself.
justice.
You don't think they're able to make the
October.
simple calculations in their head.
Yeah, they
I
they
believe-
are able to make calculations,
So they
and
have
their
to fight.
calculations
They
were
have to
smart.
fight. There is
Because
more than
guess
one
what?
way to
They're
fight.
not gonna.
There is more than one way to fight. There is more
Exactly.
one way
There
to
is an
fight.
international
They
law.
were able
Use
to
international
create
law.
an
Okay,
invasion
so
place
in
Gaza.
2002,
Like you said,
in
Steve Justice literally said,
2002,
we're
when they
political
tried to
power
fight
around the world
peacefully
and then
with their
get what they
marches,
want, but
and then
they
they
didn't
got
do that.
unalived for
What
peacefully
international
marching.
law are we following
That's not
again?
They choose
What
death
international
every
law?
single time they get the offer. They choose war every single time. We give them everything. They got electricity, they got gas, they got water, they got immunity,
Control.
they got hospitals,
All
they got
control.
jobs inside of
All
Israel.
control.
20,000 Gazans
don't
every
want
single day
your
came across the
You guys
border
control
to Egypt.
everything.
Zero. Egypt didn't give
control
them
everything.
anything.
Could
They
you
bombed
comprehend
Rafah
that
and
they
made the
maybe
border
don't
with them.
want
The
your
border that is
electricity?
7 times
They
bigger
want
than the border with
sovereignty?
Israel and Gaza. We made 20,000 of them move to Israel to walk
Okay,
every
okay. Could
single
you
day,
consider
and
that they
still
just
we
want
are the
freedom
occupier, even though they
from-
were a part
not
of
from
Egypt
you?
before that.
Away from
Egypt
you?
was they were a part of Egypt since 47 to 67, and they never asked for a Palestinian state to be governed in Gaza. It's just the Jews they don't want.
Can you please address the fact that that's not true? They want their own freedom. They want sovereignty. They want to stop the blockade. They want to stop the
Let's talk about what they want. We have interviews right here. Them saying we don't want Hamas, we want the Jews. That's what they're saying in Gaza.
Lucy, to generalize.
But you're talking in their mouth. They're saying themselves, we don't want Hamas. Hamas brought this.
Can somebody else talk beside
illness.
Lucy?
Why can't you confront it?
Aren't we all getting tired of her?
Let's hear
I am
Curtis.
not
Let's hear
talking.
Curtis.
I have not been talking the whole time, so excuse me.
It's
You hate hearing a
nonstop
woman's
for an
voice
hour.
or
Chip,
something?
can you
No,
listen
but
to me
Lucy,
talk?
you are saying
Why don't we listen to
conspiracy
Chip for a
after
second?
conspiracy.
Non-stop
Been
for an hour.
talking
One second, everybody, real quick. Sorry, I've been absent for a long time. I've been enjoying the conversation, though. Okay, here's what I'd like to
Lucy
do.
has been nonstop for an hour.
I get it. We have a new guest.
Nonstop.
We have two new guests on the panel. Where's Revolution's not here?
Wait 1 second, Chip. I would really appreciate the fact that this guy and the guy in front on top of me have been the ones who have been talking the entire time, that have not stopped, right? So please don't be disrespectful. You don't know me, I don't know you, so
I've been listening to you for an hour, Lucy.
Because every
Nonstop.
time she tries to speak,
The
somebody
board
else over
came
her.
on.
Okay.
Everyone's had a chance to speak.
Time out.
And you're not letting
I'll be
people
fair.
speak.
I've talked a long
Time out.
time. I'll
Time
be
out,
fair. I'll
guys.
shut up.
Hold on, real quick.
Let her
So
I will try.
hold on a sec. So Lucy, is it okay? I want to give Old Faithful a chance to speak uninterrupted for a minute or two, and then we're going to let Viv come in, and then we can start taking turns. Is that fair? Is that okay? Okay, so everybody, please be kind enough to mute up. I know it's a pain in the ass. You hear something you hate to hear, and you want to come in. Just be patient. I'll get to you. I promise. I'm a fair host. Old Faithful, you have a couple minutes. Have the floor. Nobody interrupt Old Faithful. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Jewish. My father was in the Israeli Navy in the 40s and 50s. And it's hard to listen to people like Lucy say that she supports and is glad that October 7th happened. There were a lot of innocent people there. That's it. I think that's out of bounds for this forum.
Lucy say that? Is there a different Lucy on the panel? Because
No,
think
you said
Lucy,
it.
Lucy, you didn't blatantly say it.
I don't remember
You didn't
hearing
say
that.
it. You didn't say it clear and loud,
I don't remember
but you
hearing
did
that.
justify the fact that they fight, and for you, fighting is what happened on October 7, right?
But don't put words in my mouth. We're bad.
Did you
You're a
say that
16-year-old
what can you
man, don't put
expect
words
from
in my
people
mouth.
that are occupied, they need to fight,
I'm
right?
not talking to you. What's your name? What's your name? I can't read
Me?
Hebrew. Yeah.
Kashaf. You can call me Kashaf.
Kashaf. Okay, I didn't say that, so please don't put words in my mouth. And I think you just have like a personal issue with me, but okay.
No, it's not. Okay, then I'll rephrase the question.
I do have a personal issue with
Lucy,
you. after
Lucy,
you
I'll
said
rephrase the
after
question.
started to
You
say a lot of
were asked,
conspiracies
Lucy,
about
you were
that,
asked
and I don't like
specifically,
it.
do you support the attacks on October 7th? That was the question that was asked to you.
No one asked
So
me
if
that.
Yes, you were asked that
You
question.
can ask me now if you want
Then,
to.
do you support the attacks and the killing of 1,300 people on October 7th?
So there was about 800. We don't know how many were killed by the ITF. 800.
What
There
number?
was-
What
there was
number are
Why
you?
not? Why not? There's a
So
list.
there was
There is a list,
1,300
Lucy.
people,
Why not?
documented to be unalived on October 7th. 500 of those were forces, right? They had pew-pews, or they were part of the military. So we know about 800. We don't know how many whenever they do their.
Okay, Lucy, I'll ask the question a different way.
I'm so sorry, I'm not
For
done.
the
So
Lucy, for
whenever
the
there's a Hannibal
civilians that
direct-
were
Lucy, what
the
is this
civilians that
long
were
answer?
killed-
He asked a simple question. Are you?
She's
are
trying to
you
answer, bro.
against
I
it,
know
or
she's
are
not
you
answering the
supporting of
question.
it?
I'll
She's
ask
not
it
answering
in
the
a
way you
way.
wanna
I'll
hear
ask
it.
in a different way. Lucy,
Okay.
for the civilians, for the children, for the young men, for the elderly people who were not soldiers in the kibbutzes along the border with Gaza, do you
And the music
support that
festival.
attack?
Sure, right, yeah. Any child, civilian that is unalived, I'd condemn it 100%.
Okay, Lucy, do you agree that the same people the same Nukhba that attacked the IDF forces.
No offense, but I think it was my turn.
Viva, wait.
As far as I know, Chip said it was my
I was in
turn
the middle of a sentence.
because
Don't
I
hold-
feel
don't-
sorry. I feel that it's two
No,
people.
don't be sorry, just don't
No.
interrupt.
It's
Viva,
turning
don't
into
interrupt.
two
You
people
just came
attacking
in.
one person. That's what you are doing.
In fairness,
Viva, you
Viv did-
just came in and you're interrupting.
Hold on. Just a second. I did give the order. I said I'd then share the turn. So here's how it went. Old Faithful got to go. Lucy got to go to respond, and now we're going to go to Viv, and then we'll share back and forth. I promise I'll be fair. If somebody brings your name up and brings up a point to answer, please do. Otherwise, let them finish. Then we'll go take turns. Thank you.
If we're going to talk about October the 7th, are we going to talk about Deir Yassin where a whole village was wiped out? Are we going to talk about the blockade on Gaza? Are we going to talk about over 50,000 people being unalived, which are most civilians, which are children and women? If we're going to talk about one thing happening to one civilian population, are we not going to address the other side? The problem I have with the Israeli side is that you guys only see your pain. You only see your people dying. But when it happens on the other side, it's a T attack. They are so bad. They want to unalive us. You unalived one Palestinian child every week. If you want to see their names, you can go to www.savethechildren.net. I want you to put that in perspective. One Palestinian child was unalived every week. The youngest being 2 years old. I don't think a 2-year-old is going to be keeping a pew-pew. Because next they're going to say, oh, it was a child trying to do a T attack. I'm going to say this again. When you oppress a people, you will get resistance. You want to oppress people and you want to get no resistance back. Every action will get a reaction. You oppress people,
Can I
you oppress
answer?
people, and then literally when they come back and they fight for their rights, you will dehumanize them, you will call them T's. But when you guys go and unalive people, it's an accident. It's a mistake. There's no excuse for what you are doing in Gaza. Those are civilians. You want to go after the age group? More than welcome to go ahead. But sniping kids in the head is disgusting. So, Old Faithful, if you want to talk about October the 7th, you okay with Deir Yassin happening, surrounding a whole village, unaliving people, and then going and portraying their bodies in West Jerusalem and then executing them? Let's talk about the Irgun. If we're going to do the same standard, do it for the other side as well.
Talk to me, Viva. Talk to me. I will answer you. Are you the same girl that a few days ago I wasn't alive? You told that my profile picture is a Palestinian kid tied to a car, right? This is you.
Again, you see that picture you put? You see that picture
You
put?
said that my
literally,
profile
that is
picture
a
is a
joke.
Palestinian.
That is a joke that Israelis do. That literally makes a joke when you guys tie Palestinians as human
Okay,
shields.
so I
Yes.
want everybody in this
The
panel
local,
to go
yeah,
ahead,
you guys,
go ahead and
I'll
look at my
explain to you.
profile
I'll
picture.
explain to you. You
Wait, hold
listen.
on.
It's
Viva,
a
you
cartoon
said-
character,
Viva,
and when you
Viva,
guys
you
are
talked and
tying,
I've listened.
listen.
Chip,
I'm gonna
Chip,
tell you.
Chip, go on, come on.
This
come on.
is what
What-
they do.
I
They
know
took a
this- I
cartoon
know
character,
Viva,
they
she's a
laugh, and they
troll.
tie them with chains, and they use them as human shields. If you want, I can show you the same picture of an
I
actual
had no idea.
Palestinian that's tied.
But Viva, you didn't
You want
even
me to show you the
look-
same picture that it looks
Okay,
similar?
Can I answer? Can I answer? Can I answer you? Without you interrupting for 10 seconds.
Don't deflect. Answer what
I'm
I
not
asked
deflecting.
you. You are
I'm not deflecting.
Was
Viva,
I talking about your
you-
picture?
Viva,
Was I talking
wow,
about your profile
wow,
picture?
listen for a second.
No, I'm not
wow.
listening. You're deflecting. You're
I'm
deflecting.
not deflecting.
You are
I'm just saying,
deflecting.
look at
You are deflecting.
You build
I'm
up
not
a full
listening to
story.
you because you are deflecting. Either you answer, was those atrocities okay or not? I don't care about your profile
Okay,
picture.
you don't want to
Brought
talk
up your
about the profile picture. You don't want to
No,
talk
I
about
don't.
it.
I want to talk about what
Even
I
though you
just told
you constructed a
You
full
want
story
to
around
talk
it.
about
That is
October the
fake.
7th, but you don't want to talk about your atrocities. That's your
Okay,
problem.
so let me answer the first thing you said about everything. Can I do that without you interrupting? Thank you. So you are saying then when you are oppressing people, what can you expect except them coming and doing October 7? This is a logical thing that will happen when you oppress people. But I will say to you to you, how? We left Gaza when there was no huge border between us and Gaza. We just they said we want to make a treaty with you. We want to make a deal. Give us Gaza, and we will make peace with you. We gave them Gaza. Next thing that happened, H group came to power. They started to shoot rockets. They started to bomb buses. Then we made the border. For every action, there's a reaction. Every single time they escalated things, we escalated things to protect ourselves on our side. On every single Israeli house almost, there is a bomb shelter. The reason for it is Hamas. And you say you oppress them. How? We give them hospitals. We give them humanitarian aid. We give them electricity. We give them water. We give them money all the time. We help other nations that want to supply money. We give them. They want to give them in cash. We let them do that because they promised they will use it to help their own civilians. They didn't. Now you say you oppress them. I will tell you, it's not oppression when you defend yourself against they that are using their own civilians. So in the end, it's like a collective punishment. Cody, I'm answering Viva. In the end, it's like
Cody,
a collective punishment.
Yeah, real quick, you brought something up about Gaza. I just want to jump in for 1 second. So if I heard you correctly, and please correct me if I'm incorrect, you said that there was a negotiation where there would be peace in exchange for Israel withdrawing from Gaza. Is that what you said?
I did.
Okay, let me read you something. Israel's plan of unilateral disengagement from the Gaza Strip put forth by Prime Minister Ariel Sharon was carried out on 15 of August 2005. The purpose of the plan was to improve Israel's security and the international status in the absence of peace negotiations with Palestinians. Where does that say it was in promotion for peace or exchange for peace?
In that specific article, it doesn't say that. But in others, it does.
This is the historical record of the event that's in the encyclopedia.
But expand on it. Expand on the talks between between the sides. Expand on what they said, what they asked, and what was given.
For those of you who don't know, the reason why the Sharon government made the decision to pull out is it was a security nightmare. It was impossible to keep the tensions from inflaming. The civilians were being attacked, and they decided that they could no longer provide permanent security for their civilians, and therefore they decided to dismantle the settlements.
Just point out which civilians were attacked.
That's it. So that is the history of the event. There was no
point out which civilians were attacked.
And it just let you know, it wasn't some benevolent thing where the Israelis decided to, quote, give back Gaza, and all they got was rockets. That is a myth and a fairy tale.
In the end,
Sorry,
that's
can I
what
also
happened.
say something?
In the end,
Chip?
no, Viva,
can I
no,
say
Viva,
something as
you
well?
will never listen. You
Yeah,
will never
just
listen.
I just want to. Can I just?
Sorry,
please, I
guys.
haven't
It's
spoken
just
for a
one
minute.
more point, Chip. I wanted to say.
Cody, don't let her.
By the way, when you pulled out, the H group had to get rid of the Fatah. I just want to make that was part of
Had
the
to.
deal.
I just want to say, man, when you
H
say
group,
that you,
the H
I just want
group
to say that
had.
you're saying that we give
Sorry,
them all
just
these
one
things.
second.
You're
I
saying
want to
that,
make this clear as well. The H group had to get rid of Fatah. Fatah was another group that literally was a pain in the side of the Israelis. So they had to get rid of them. So it was literally, we'll move out of Gaza, and H group has to get rid of Fatah. They kept to their
You're saying
side.
that
and
Israel has
Israelis left as
orchestrated
well.
everything, right? You're saying that Israel is behind
Yes, you own everything that happens in there goes
That-
to Israel.
So, Viva, I will tell you the same going with your
I'm
logic.
going to explain this to you,
just
right?
proved that by
When-
saying we
Viva,
give
going
them.
with
Some
your
pieces
logic.
according to her
Going with
logic and coming to your own conclusion.
You belittle the people of Palestine so much, you think that Israel is manipulating everybody to do the October 7th.
200%. You literally
Oh, you
control
say they're stupid.
those
You are
people.
saying they're stupid.
No, hold on. I just
Why
want
do you
to I
talk
want
like
to
that about
explain.
this?
I
This
have
is
to
so-
explain to
this
you
is so
how bad you
incredibly
guys actually
disgusting of you to
control
talk
the
about them like
Palestinians.
that.
The PLO, hold on. The leader of the PLO, before he travels anywhere, he has to get permission from Israel. Permission.
To
This
go
is a
through
guy
Israel
that's
territory, yes,
supposed
of
to be
course.
in charge of his people in the West Bank, has to ask for permission. He's right now begs. He has to beg for his money so he can pay his people that is working in the West Bank. And by the way,
Because he
since
uses
October the
this, he
7th,
used his money
since October the
before to
7th,
support the
you
group.
guys are not paying, letting money go to the PLO. You're literally not letting money go to the PLO.
Because
as a
they
form
use
of
the money to
punishment.
pay
As
T
a
group
form of
families.
punishment. Listen, listen.
They had a
Israel
reward
controls
system.
everything. anything that happens
Viva,
in
you're
West
full
Bank
of
and Gaza, you
conspiracies.
control. You knew October the 7th was going to happen 2 years before.
I
Your
knew,
government
me
knew October
personally.
the 7th. You
I
let
knew.
it. Your government let it happen. So you can do it. So you can do
okay.
what you're doing to Gaza. So you can go do a G-side. And you
Gaza.
know what? So you can milk October the 7th. And you can say,
you
we
can
need to
milk
get rid of
October
them.
the 7th.
Let's go unalive them. That's what you're
Let's
doing.
go unalive.
Why are you
Yes,
imitating?
Yo,
Are you 2 years
stop
old?
because
trolling.
Are you
you
Dude,
2 years
sound
the
old?
thing
you
is
sound
like they
Are
don't
you
want to.
sorry? Am I triggering you with the truth that you already know? I'm
No, let's go with
sorry.
your
Yeah, you
logic,
are.
I'm
Dadam.
so
Let's go with
sorry.
your logic.
You're
Let's go
You
with
are.
triggering
your
them, all
logic.
right?
So
It's not
for
logic,
that,
it's facts.
okay, let's
You have
go
no
with
right
your, and I'm doing
to
air
use
quotes, your
somebody's
fact.
logic to come up with a conclusion of your own that comes out of nowhere. You gotta stop saying
Let's
according
go,
to your logic
Viva.
and then come up with
Let's
some
go
nonsense.
to your
Because
facts.
nobody's
Let's go
believing
with
that.
your
And you
facts.
gotta stop using teism as an excuse when we know that your agendas have been propping up teism, and the proof is right now in Syria, pal.
I want to know
Okay. Let's
what did
go.
the
Let's
Irgun
go
do?
with your.
Old
Let's
Faithful,
go with
Old
your
Faithful,
logic.
and your
Let's
man.
go.
What did the Irgun
Let's
do?
go. Let's go with you.
I want to know who's the Irgun. Hold on, we want to talk about T groups. Who's the Irgun? Come on, you know your history. The two of you.
Let's go with you, Viva.
Who's
But you
the
never
Irgun? It's a
listen. You
simple
never
question.
listen. You
Who's
just
the Irgun?
you stand,
Who's the
continue to
Irgun?
yap.
Are you not going to talk about the Irgun? We're talking about T's, right? Who's the Irgun?
Let's go with your logic. Okay, I will answer.
I guess you're
You
not
want
gonna
to
answer
answer?
because
You
it's
just
a
want
T
to
group.
bash things at me. Nah, come on, Chip, get Momo out. This is completely not okay.
Well, hold on a second. We're going to take turns. So if you want to respond to
Momo
Viv,
has a profile picture of a man that killed more Palestinians with his own hands
You
than
have
anybody
a
else.
profile picture of a child
Chip,
strapped
this
to
is
a
not
car.
okay. This is really not okay.
Okay, so real quick, so just to let you know, so what I do is, as far as running my panel, is I get to run it. So the good news is about TikTok is you can open a live and then you can choose to have Momo or not. That's all good. So if Momo does or says anything that's against the guidelines or something that's inappropriate, I'll certainly want to include him. But until he does that, if you just don't like what he has to say or his picture or whatever, he doesn't have a picture of anything that's sort of against the rules of TikTok. If he did, they wouldn't allow it up. So if you're offended by it, you don't have to stay. But
That's not true. That's not true. TikTok does not monitor.
Wait a second.
Chip,
if
a
you
lot
don't-
of people didn't like Che
Listen.
Guevara's image on T-shirts.
Yeah, just one sec. So if anybody's offended by Momo's image and doesn't want to stay in the live because they're upset by it, by all means, there are plenty of other places to go hang out and do stuff. If you can somehow look past his image and you want to include the conversation, let's do that. If he says or does anything that's inappropriate, then I certainly won't include him anymore. So that's the standard I hold to everybody. Plenty of people have come and had things like, Mohammed was a Zionist on their picture, and I don't kick them off for that, which is pretty inflammatory. Okay, so or Mohammed was GAY or something to that effect, or Mohammed kissing somebody, or whatever the image is. I don't kick people off for that stuff unless it's like prohibited images. Okay, so let's give. I don't know your first name. I know you have a Hebrew name. I apologize.
Ashaf.
Ashaf. Hi, Ashaf. Nice to meet you. Let's let Ashaf finish uninterrupted, Viv, for a second, and then let's give Momo a chance to come in, and then we'll go around the horn if that's fair. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going here with the logic that was presented to me that Israel is behind everything. Israel has prompted the T groups. Israel has funded the T groups. They are manipulating everybody. Old Faith, please mute the microphone. They are prompting everything. They are behind everything. For this to actually happen, you need the other people that have been manipulated, and I'm doing air quotes, to be easily manipulated, to be easy to go and do these extreme effects. Even you guys, everyone around here is manipulated by his own government, by media, by everything, but you're not going to the streets, taking up guns and aiming for babies and kids and elderly and people that are living next to you. Towards that to happen, you need to have something that is invented with yourself, that's something that is a part of your culture. And for you to say Israel is behind it, maybe, you know what? I will go with you. Israel is behind it, but you really need to have stupid neighbors to go with that plan for it to work. And that's something that is so belittling for you to say about Palestinians and not seeing them as logical persons that will understand that doing something like that will cause their demise because Israel is so much more powerful than them is just belittling them. And it's incredibly disgusting of you to even think like that, to think of them to be
That's
not humans.
That's not what
Now,
we're
Lucy,
doing.
Lucy,
We're
it's my
saying-
Lucy. I'm just about to finish.
You're right.
I really believe that. That this point of view is belittling Palestinians as being able to think for themselves and to choose their own way of thinking, their own way of going. And for me, the excuse for that, the logical thinking of me is
But that's
the age
okay.
group
That's what
to
you're
wait,
telling
Lucy,
yourself.
Lucy, come on, Lucy, it's my time to talk. Give me a minute. I'm finishing. Thank you. For my logical way to go is that the age group came to power. They use verses from the Hadith. They wait. Lucy, come, please mute the microphone. I'm just finishing. Stop interrupting me. I will shut up when my time. I will do my best to shut up after my. Lucy, please mute the microphone. So they came to power. They used money that are funded from other countries like Qatar and Iran to make their own way of war. They want them to do their own war so they can control all of the Middle East to their context. And I feel sorry for the Palestinians. They had such horrible leaders throughout the years
we're done.
that never
We're done.
gave them a chance. That never gave them the chance for a peace, because they always choose war. When the other side said we will do whatever we can with their reason. I'm not the leader. With their reason to make some agreements. We tried to make a
Can I
petition.
ask
We
a
tried
question
to
to
make
you?
peace. Lucy,
Let me-
stop
let me-
answering me.
I just have a
Lucy,
question. I
stop.
have a question for you about what you're saying.
So let me finish. Let me finish.
Yeah, well, land your plane. You've been talking quite a while, bro. Land your plane.
We have to have reasonable limits on how long we go on. So take another 15 seconds to finish, then we're going to let other people respond, okay?
Okay, just for you to know, if you want, there is a way to do like a countdown of what somebody that speaks. But I will just say that they have poor leaders around the years. It started with the Mufti. Afterwards, it was Yasser Arafat. And after that, you have every single Palestinian leader that became a billionaire. All of them, since Yasser Arafat became a billionaires. And the people didn't have anything. And I want you to acknowledge it. It's a fact. You can check it. And just see it. They are being used by other forces and not Israel. That's it. I'm done.
I love the way he brings up corruption when his own prime minister has corruption charges. I love the way he talks about corruption when literally his prime minister is pulling out to actually let this war go on so he doesn't go to jail. Maybe you should look at your own prime minister having corruption charges before you talk about the Palestinians, just by the way.
Okay,
His whole
Lucy wanted
response-
to ask a question,
No,
right?
Please, okay. Like your entire monologue was about how Israel doesn't have any type of determination. You're acting as if Israel isn't doing these things that we're saying they're doing. You're saying that and then in your mind you're using like this argument that you're saying that Palestinians don't have any rights. No, or any like self-determination. We're saying that Palestinians, what they did on October 7th was a response to Israel's blah blah blah, and then Israel's actions you cannot grapple with. So why can you not grapple with that? They're
can
doing
grapple with
things.
that.
Okay, so when we say that Israel is occupying Gaza, right? It is Israel doing it. It isn't Palestinians making them do it.
But when you say, what do you mean when you say occupying? Please explain it to me like I'm stupid. Maybe you think I'm stupid, but explain to me.
Okay, it's been 2 years almost that you should understand what occupation is.
2 years since October 7, okay?
It's been a long time.
The math
There's
doesn't
a
add
lot of
up, but
occupation
okay.
happening.
It's
You
been
should
400 days, okay?
Okay, just to sit there and be like, explain occupation to me after we've been going through this for over a year.
I want you. You are the one.
It isn't a retort. Let Momo go.
Listen, you talked a lot. Shut up.
You like to talk.
Occupation is
Thank you,
what you're
Shadow.
doing in Golan Heights right now. When you have Syrian sovereign land and then you literally take it over and it's not yours. Occupation, everyone in Golan Heights have a Syrian passport and say they want to be Syrian, and now you're saying it's Israeli land. That's occupation. That's the latest one you've done, by the way.
Okay. So you said everybody in Golan Heights have a Syrian passport. Everybody.
Correct. And Bibi has been trying their best for them to become Israeli citizens. And the Druze that are living there have said no. And if you want, you can go
The
look this
same
up
Druze
yourself.
that
In
are the
2000
same Druze that are
in
serving the IDF,
2010,
right?
in 2010, the people there, which are Druze Syrians, they saying quite blatantly, we are Syrian, but you guys want to push it down their throat that it's Israeli land. So please, right now,
Okay.
Bibi came on smiling with a big smile. Golan Heights is ours forever. So again, you colonize now the Golan Heights as well. Well done. More colonization.
Okay.
I'm sure you're
Does
proud about yourself.
everybody in this panel agrees with Viva that everybody that lives in the Golan Heights has a Syrian passport?
We don't have to answer that question for you.
Why not?
Because everybody is entitled to do their own research and come to their own conclusions about what they find.
Okay, but
We're
I
not on
want
the
to ask
ground
you.
there.
I
We
want
don't
to
know
ask you,
exactly
and I
what's
want to
going on.
understand the majority
Now
of
it's
this
my
panel.
turn to speak. Please be quiet.
Wait,
As far
I'm
as
still
what
in the wait. Momo,
no,
He has
no.
to
You're
deflect.
you're
Let him
give me
you're
deflect
just
and
2
then
you're
go
minutes to
Momo.
answer
making
questions that people tell me. I talked and
you're
people ask
making
me
a
questions,
non
and
sequitur
I'm
argument.
responding to the questions.
You're
Yeah,
making
is
a
that
non
okay, Chief?
sequitur argument.
Chief,
No,
is
it's
that
not
okay?
okay. You're
They asked
asking a
me questions
completely
after I made my claim,
Guys,
and I
you're
want to
asking a
answer.
question completely
just real quick.
deflecting from the
Let's
point.
let some other people talk. Go ahead, Momo. Go ahead.
First of all,
I'm not gonna answer.
when it comes to no, we're not going to answer you, and you could be comfortable with that.
I'm
First
not
of all,
gonna.
when it comes to the fact that I have a hero's picture on my profile, you can read them and weep. I don't really care how you feel about the picture. People didn't like Che Guevara's face being on T-shirts either. Um, Secondly, as far as it goes, as to whether this is an occupation or not, you guys are invaders. There were Jews there, and there have always been Jews there in Palestine. You came from Europe and injected yourself as a new state into a land called Palestine. You are an invader, therefore, any violent resistance to your violent oppression is justified. Now, when it comes to the aspect of intent, what better way to show your intent to eradicate a people in whole or in part than to go after their women and children first? The average age of the unalived in Palestine is 7 years old. And the next highest rate is women. If you ask me, that shows all the intent I need to see. That's
Okay,
all I had to say.
I have
Which
two questions for you.
geography do you call
Can I ask two
Palestine?
questions? Can I ask you questions, Momo?
I'm listening.
First of all, did you read the new Telegraph report? The Telegraph made a report about the death toll in Gaza, and they found a lot of inconsistencies that showed that they inflated the numbers and they faked the numbers to make elderly look like childs and count women and
Okay,
also count people that,
Bro,
that
what?
died from natural reasons.
listen. The actual
You
point
can
is
read it.
the actual point is you are unaliving civilians, and it really doesn't matter. You guys like to make this a numbers
Okay.
game, and you want us to count the numbers, and we don't care how many people you unalive. The definition to G-side is in whole or in part. Means it could be 10 people you unalive, as long as the
Okay.
intention is to eradicate.
Okay. So the intention is to eradicate. How many people lives in Gaza right now?
Not the point.
No,
Why
I'm
are you
asking Momo.
deflecting? Why are you
No,
deflecting?
I'm asking
It
a
is a
question.
good
I
point
asked
because
you
when
if
this
I can
whole
ask you
event
two
started,
questions.
it was 2.4 million. Now they're reporting 1.8. So what is the real toll?
Yeah, I don't know what is the real toll. They just invent numbers.
Well, you do realize, like, Amnesty International, UN experts, Human
The
Rights
same
Watch,
UN that didn't
legal
make
scholars,
the same
genocide
ICC that
scholars
didn't
have
make any arrest
straight up
warrant
called this
towards Assad,
a
right?
genocide.
The same one.
So-
Sorry,
the same
you
one
have
that
no
didn't.
right to bash UN.
So if it could be one person of a group of people, if your intent is to get rid of that entire group, it doesn't matter if it's one or hundreds of thousands. You are attempting G-side, right?
Yes,
Okay, so
therefore every time
we are the
every
worst
time you bring up the
genocide that ever
numbers, you're
existed,
only
right?
deflecting from the actual issue, which is your intentions
No,
as
you're saying
Israeli
we are the
state
worst
is to
genocide that ever
G-side
existed.
Palestinians and remove them from their original lands.
So why there's only this number of death toll if this is our intention?
I'm not talking about numbers. We're not going
Why
there.
can't you answer it
It
with
doesn't
logic?
matter. I don't have to answer you. I'm not
Every
going to go
civilian death
follow
is a
your
tragedy.
narrative. I don't
Do you
need
hear
to
what I
follow your
say? Every
narrative.
civilian
I
death
have
is
a
a
mind of
tragedy.
my own. Of course it is. Of course it
I
is.
believe
We
it.
all
I fully
believe this.
believe it. Every
Please,
civilian
everybody,
death, every
thank you
kid
for the
is a
gifts. I
tragedy.
appreciate it. Oh my God, that's all going back to Palestine. Um, listen, we
Go,
don't care about the
come
numbers.
over,
We're
come
not here
over.
to discuss the numbers. You keep trying to take it back to the numbers because that numbers game is the only way you can make an argument. How about let's not say anything about numbers. What do you believe is the definition to G-side without talking about numbers? Can you give me a
I
definition?
believe it's the systematically killing with full intention of ending everybody of an ethno group or any kind of group that you can group together, that you are aiming and you're doing it systematically, and you are also very good at that, or you really try to.
Okay,
You
So
Momo, please
trying
let me
to end
respond to that.
everybody.
success
Please let me
has nothing
respond to
to
that,
do with
Momo.
it. Please let me respond, please. Success to a G-side has nothing to do with the intent, right? Intent doesn't mean success. That's the whole point. The man who coined the name G-side, Limpkin, right? Limpkin said, after reading about the history of my people, the Armenians, and seeing the G-side that occurred in 1915, he said, how
Horrible.
could this have happened in the past and nobody have come up with a legal definition for the crime against humanity, which is G-side? So he invented the word G-side after seeing what had happened to my people. So when you guys say like never again, and you guys mean it only for Jewish people, you might want to think about where the definition for G-side came from and how it was actually coined because of what had happened to another people, not the Jews.
So I want to say, first of all, sorry for my government to side with the Turks and in like a diplomatic way, and I'm sorry for that. I would never personally side with the Turks on what they did to the Armenian people. It's horrible. It's horrible. I really do. I believe fully that most like 99% of the people here will agree that what happens to the Armenian is just atrocity, and I really condemn my government at that time to not condemn it officially the way they should have done, and they chose to continue their diplomatic relationship with Turks that deny it to this point. To this day, they deny it. So I'm sorry for that.
Momo, I have a question. What is the point of bringing up genocide into this conversation?
Because that's the entire argument. We're saying there's a G-side occurring right now. What do you mean? What's the point of bringing it up? Are you lost?
I know what is, okay, you're saying there's a G side. And so what?
What do you mean?
Why
so
are you
what?
bringing it up? We were not talking about genocide before you came on.
Why
did you bring it up?
Well, you guys were talking
Old
about
Faithful.
occupation, and what happens in an occupation is G-side. The
Old
purpose
Faithful,
of
are you an
occupying them is to commit a G-side.
Can I ask a question to Momo? Are you talking about the occupation in the Gaza Strip?
The entire Israel is an occupation. Israel injected itself into a land. It never was there.
Momo, in
for
the
hundreds
entire
of years,
Israel,
listen, for hundreds
is
of
there a
years you weren't
G-side
there.
is
You
there a
came back,
G-side
even
going
if
on
you
in
came
Nazareth
back.
now?
It's like
Came
that.
back, okay.
It's like
Is
that.
there a
It's like
G-side
that.
going on in Akko now? Is there a G-side going on in Jaffa? Where is the
Happening all over
G-side?
the world, and many of them haven't ever stopped happening, such as the one that started in 48 in Palestine. It happened. It
Okay,
continues to happen.
Momo, let's talk about today. Where is the G-side going on today?
Well, considering that he just brought up the Armenian genocide started with a mass deportation, right? Aren't we about to do that in America?
Momo, is
I'm
there a
not American.
G-side
I
going
cannot
on
say
in the
that.
greater
I'm
Israel
going to
today?
drop.
The G-side
There
is
is a
happening in.
G-side happening in
That's why
Palestine.
you have a court
Is
case. It's in Gaza right now.
okay,
I hope
wait.
that
So
makes
wait,
sense
can
to
I
you.
ask? Can I address it? There's a G-side going on in Gaza. Is that what you're
There's a
saying, Vivi?
G-side happening in Palestine in general. You guys are there
Okay.
on land
How?
where
Is
for
there a
hundreds of
G-side
years
going on in
Palestinians had
Nazareth?
lived in peace with
You're not
Jews,
being
and
very
now you're
specific.
creating a turmoil there with your presence. Just to
Okay.
call it
So
Israel
Momo,
and have a
how
So
many
homeland,
is the
Muslims?
you're G-siding people.
Wait.
okay?
So
Can
Momo,
I
how many
about the
Muslims have
turmoil?
lived?
When two of you are
I'm going
talking at
again
the
to the
same
I know.
time, I
numbers.
can't hear
Can
you
I
either.
let me talk? Let me address
Sorry,
that.
guys.
Is there
Chip, hi,
turmoil?
Chip. Can we allow Rabia on up, please? He's a Palestinian himself, darling. If that's okay with you.
Which person? Rabia?
Yes, of course. It's
Yeah.
Rabia. He's Palestinian. Thank you, darling. Much
Yeah, I have
appreciated.
I have one favor to ask of Old Faithful, if you
Of
could.
course.
So rather than asking that question over and over again about locales, ask what is your standard for that, and are they going on elsewhere? Because you don't have to keep asking the same question with 15
Thank you,
places.
Chip.
It's going to waste of
Well,
time.
it would be nice if wait a minute, Chip.
Yeah.
If
Genocide going
Momo
on
wants
in
to come
Gaza.
in here and say that there's a genocide going on, but he can't put a pin on the map, then I go to why is he bringing it up?
What do you
Okay.
mean I can't put a
Let me
pin
do
on
this.
the
Hold on.
map? I did. I
Hold on.
dropped
Whoa,
the
one
pin
second.
right on.
One sec. Let me do this. So that
Everything. You said all
forget
of
about
them.
Momo. Forget about Chip. Forget about anybody on TikTok. Forget about anybody in Mike. Just follow this, okay? Now we know there's two bodies that deal with these things. The court issues arrest warrants, which is the ICC. They've done so for H group members. They've done so for Israeli officials. There's an ICJ, which is International Court of Justice, which adjudicates the specifics of each geopolitical issue and decides where there may be wrongdoing, and then issues its findings. So with that in mind, we also have third-party, non-governmental organizations that habitually study different theaters of war and make reports based on those findings as well. So I want to share one of those with you. Amnesty International, I'm going to let you look at I'm not making this up. I'm going to show you right now on my computer screen because I just got home. I want to read this to the audience, okay? This report came out 3 or 4 days ago. Amnesty International, actually December 5th, I apologize. Amnesty International investigation concludes Israel is committing a G-side against Palestinians. Wait for it, Old Faithful, in Gaza. No need to ask any more questions, okay?
W Chip.
Okay. Thank you, Chip, for speaking for Momo.
Bro, that's your argument? That's where
Thank
you
you,
stop?
Chip.
No,
Thank you, Chip. He wasn't
said
speaking.
why
He
is
wasn't
the
speaking for
question.
Momo. He was speaking for
Oh,
Palestinians
I
all
said
around
why
the
Why
world.
in
is there?
Gaza.
Listen.
I said to
This was him.
When
Viv,
did
hold on.
the G-side
This was
start?
him. Did you guys just see what he did? Chip gave him exactly what he asked for, the exact answer he asked for, and he went straight to attacking my character, telling me I
No.
couldn't answer for myself and Chip had to do it for me. Bro, your little mind games ain't gonna work. They don't work anymore.
Momo,
Just to
I
add
asked you
just
the
to add something here,
question.
Momo. Thank you very
I
much,
asked
Momo.
you the
Nice to meet you,
question,
Chip.
and
Oh,
you
faithful,
said it
2
was
seconds,
going on
mate. 2
everywhere.
seconds, mate. And to the guy who's right next to
Chip,
Momo,
answer
your
the
victim
question
card has been
specifically.
expired. Your victim card's been expired now. You don't need to play the victim card. It's expired since World War II. The victim
Who is
card
this?
lays for Palestine. If you don't like it, that's down to your history and your facts, mate. Thank you.
Momo,
You
if
want to
you're in
attack me some more?
agreement,
Go ahead.
are you in agreement with what Chip said, or Amnesty International, that the genocide is going on in Gaza?
Yes.
Please say G-side. Please say G-side.
Okay. When did the
150%, and it
G-side
started 75
start?
years ago. 75 years ago it started.
Thank you,
Over
Rabia.
75 years ago. What else would you like to know? Because I'll educate you on everything you want to know about Palestine and about the G-side
The
that's been
gen-
going on, and atrocities that your country has been causing on my people.
Is it the same ICJ that after
Sum
they
it up for you. Sorry,
reclaimed
just 1
their
second.
claim?
Sorry, I just want to say 1 second, one important fact. Right now in the ICJ, you guys plausible of doing a G-side. South Africa,
Yeah.
and by the way, Ireland has decided to join the case. And now the Israeli embassy has decided to close down in Ireland because we decided to join the case, just by the way. So you have a G-side case going on right now. You have up until the 23rd of July, 2025. South Africa has given in the information on the 28th of October. So yeah, you are currently up for a G-side case, which is still going on. So yeah, if the case is letting a G-side case continue, and someone says you are plausible of a G-side, I hope you understand the word plausible means 60 over 40%, which means literally in a nutshell, they think you are doing a G-side, but they need more assurance. I hope that answers your question.
Can I address the poor
that is-
excuse?
that's for Gaza.
Vivia, is you addressing me if I understand the question?
I think you are asking about the G-side, so yes, I am
Yeah.
addressing
So
you.
what I'm hearing on this panel, some of you think that the G-side started 75 years ago in Gaza, and some of you think that the G-side may have started
Sorry,
on
I did
October
not say
7th.
that the
But it's
G-side case.
Gaza.
I
Yeah,
did
somebody
not say
said
that.
Gaza.
Listen.
We said Palestine. You got to
Right,
understand this is
G-side.
what we're saying.
Hold
Oh,
on,
thank
hold
you.
on,
That's
hold on,
not what
hold
Chip
on,
said.
guys. Hold on, everyone. Hold on. I want to make a point here.
Chip
It
had a
wasn't.
different
It
answer.
wasn't until Limpkin, 50 years after the Armenian G-side happened, that it was considered to be a G-side. So for 75 years, one has been being committed, and it is only now that it is being called a G-side. We can chew gum and walk at the same time. You can understand that a G-side has been happening for years, but that now only is it being recognized as one.
And just to
But
add to
how?
that, thanks for raising that moment. But just to add to you, mate.
Chip, according
just
to
to add,
Amnesty International,
just
did
to
they
add
say
one
that
little,
the G-side started in 75 years ago? Or does your document say that it started in October of 2023?
History will tell. History
I
will
asked
tell.
Chip.
History
you
is
say you
being
don't
made as
believe
we
me,
I'm
speak.
addressing
And I
Chip.
hope these conversations
let
on
me answer
TikTok
this.
are
I'm
being
addressing
archived.
Chip.
So why don't you
right,
repeat
oh,
exactly
faithful. Just to clarify something, how faithful. There's a couple of
I'm
G-sides that has occurred. You've
I'm
got the
asking
first thing.
Chip. I asked Chip a question. I didn't
Well,
ask
you've
you
been
a question.
interrupting me whenever I've been
Chip,
opening my mouth. So what are you trying to
according to
do?
Amnesty International, do they say the G-side started 76 years ago or started a year ago?
This investigation is on the post-October 7th conflict.
Okay, that's all I'm trying to define for the group. If you're going to start talking about genocide, I would think it would be important to have a consensus on when it started. This group does not have
It's
consensus.
important to have
Right, so if
That's
that's
context.
the
why
case
I
then,
participate
faithful,
in
right,
these
oh,
It's
faithful.
important to have the
Oh, faithful, if
context.
that's the case then, mate, what happened to Israel? What did the Israelis do to the Bosnians? What happened in 1948? What happened in 2023? Right, can you not
Wait.
take that into consideration, or are you going to wipe that out as well? Because
No,
what you
I
no,
just
no,
asked
no,
Chip
no,
a
no, no,
question.
no. You want to talk
Tell
about
me about
I don't even know who
Faithful.
you are.
Mate.
I asked Chip a question. I don't
Yeah,
even
but
know
I'm
what we're
referring
talking
back to you
about.
because every time
you
I'm trying to talk, you try to
Bosnia?
butt in. What I'm trying to say.
And what happened in Bosnia?
No,
What
no,
are we
no.
talking about?
Stop butting in because
Stop the
every
butting
time
in.
I'm talking, all you want to do is be Mr. Bee's Knees. You're not Mr. Bee's Knees. A lot of things that Israel have done are trying to wipe everything off the internet. What they did to the Bosnians, what they did in Nakba 1948, what they've done in 2023 last year. Do you want me to say more? Do you think Israel's that innocent? Grow up here, mate. Just grow up here.
Okay, can somebody
but
tell me
tell me
how I
more about
defended Israel?
It's not that you defended Israel. It's that you're sitting there and trying to pick apart the semantics of a simple statement.
You're
It's kind of
arguing their
petty.
talking
Isn't
points.
that what a discussion is?
You're
Well, I
arguing
mean,
their talking
you
points.
All
Their
I asked
trying to
was
say a
for,
genocide,
I asked
or
for
sorry, G-side, and
clarification.
you're like, when is the G-side?
I
Are you
asked for
blind?
clarification. I have not said anything pro-Israel or
Okay, and then you attack the panel and
pro-Hamas.
say
Or I
everybody is
just
not on the
asked for
same page.
clarification.
No, you
You're
didn't.
asking for
You attacked
clarification and
my
trying to pick apart
character.
the
Hold
panel.
on, Shadow. Hold on. You
I
attacked
didn't
my
attack your character.
You
I
said I
asked
was
for you to
making things.
clarify.
You said I was making things up. You were trying to dismiss me even from being on this panel, just like the guy next to me, simply for even having a picture. You both were
Right?
trying to dismiss me from this
I
panel the
never
whole
said
entire
anything
time.
about your picture. I never said one thing about your picture. So don't make that
No,
up.
no, I'm saying I'm pointing it out that you, with your rhetoric, are trying to dismiss me, and him with his attacks against my picture. You with
Well,
your attacks. You
if
with
you
your
think I'm
attacks on
trying
my
to
character.
dismiss you, then you misunderstood. I asked for clarification of where the G side was occurring in your opinion. That's all I asked you.
All right, let me jump in for a
You
second.
answered all of Greater Israel. That was your answer.
So we have Rabia here, who I believe is Palestinian. I want to say one thing, and I want to see if
That's all I asked.
That's fair. We have someone here that I think is Palestinian. I'm not, of course. I'm an American. Who knows this issue probably better than I'll ever hope to. I do want to say something.
Why? I'm Israeli. I don't know anything
I want to see.
about
Well, maybe you know it as well too. I'm an American, but I want to say something. He referred back to the totality of this period of time involving the parties, and let me share what some allege. Some allege, based on the writings and memoirs of people like David Ben Gurion and others, he was the first prime minister and a big part of the establishment of the state of Israel, as well as others from the movement, Chaim Weizmann, Theodore Herzl, and others, that there was an initial intent to have a formal and ongoing presence in the land that was not exclusive to the 48 partition plan, that there were aspirations over and above that. Let me explain what they said so you can see if I'm going nuts or not. So in David, I'm going to read this to you, by the way. Let me tell you which site this is from. So this is from Progressive. It's from Progressive. It's Partners for Progressive Israel. I apologize. It's the first link. If you do a Google search, it's say type in David Ben Gurion Palestine quotes, and you'll find the first link. So in that link, it says notorious quotes, their uses and abuses. So here's what he says. If I were an Arab leader, I would never sign an agreement with Israel. It's normal. We have taken their country. That's his words, not mine. It is true. God promised it to us, but how could that interest them? Our God is not theirs. There has been anti-Semitism, the Schmatzis, Schmittler, Auschwitz, but was that their fault? They see nothing but one thing. We have come and we have stolen their country. Why would they accept that? It goes on. Let's not ignore amongst ourselves. Politically, we are the aggressors and they defend themselves. The country is theirs because they inhabit it, whereas we want to come here and settle down. In their view, we want to take away their country. Behind the T-rism is a movement which, though primitive, is not devoid of idealism and self-sacrifice. In other words, saying, we're going to have to expect some blowback with this plan we're going on to try to occupy and take over some of this territory. He goes on and speaks to things in general about having to permanently keep the Arabs out. He talks as a broader sense towards the greater Israel about who he needs to have conquest over, who he needs to vanquish. This was set in place from the beginning. This wasn't a vision of let's just get our little space and everyone leave us alone, as it's typically portrayed. This was not a land without a people for a people without a land. The founders knew very well, as Professor John Mearsheimer frequently refers to, that it was going to be a necessary component of the establishment of the Jewish state to have a permanent level of ethnic cleansing and forced displacement of Arabs.
Okay, so I can give you different quotes of Ben Gurion that said the opposite, and the quotes that you gave doesn't have any documentations of this meeting, of this.
We do have documentation.
No,
There's
you
actually
can
a video
check it
of
yourself.
that. Yes,
You can
there
fact
is.
check it.
You can
I
check
can
it out.
give you.
Literally
I
just
can
watched
give you
that
another
video 2
quote
days
of Ben
ago.
Gurion. Let me give you
Listen,
another
at the end of the
quote.
day, you come up here and you preach that we're all about unaliving and T group and this and that. No, we live together on the same land at the same time. Great, perfectly, no problems. Until you decide to come up with the Zionist entity, Israel state, and kick everybody out of the land and try to take their land. This is when it became a
That's
problem.
what happened.
See, so if you're gonna, no, that's not what you meant. You actually did it because
Rabia,
that
that's what
talks about
happened.
since the pit has been opened.
Rabia, when we lived together in 1920. Rabia, when we lived together in 1920, that's what happened. We just came in and kicked everybody out. That's what happened.
No, you went in there, colonized
There
it,
are
and took it
Palestinian.
all from them.
There are Palestinian
Let
Jews.
Rabia.
There are
Guys, can I
Palestinian.
just ask him a question?
Let me ask you.
No,
Sorry,
Viva,
sorry.
Viva, you do not interrupt the Palestinian
Can
man.
I?
No, let her interrupt. Go
I
ahead, sis.
just ask, guys, can they explain to me what the Irgun, the Sturgeon, and the did in that vicinity? I education purposes, and if they can also
If
tell us
somebody
what
understand
happened in
what you
Deir
said,
Yassin, I'd like to explain that
Viv,
as
your
Israelis,
connection.
please.
Viv, your
there is
connection is a little
actually
bad.
many testimonials coming out of Deir Yassin that said that it was exploded out of what really
Actually,
happened
it
there.
wasn't,
So
man. So I got to
whatever
educate you
you
on
take
everything.
out of it.
I feel like I'm doing too much work if I have to educate you on our own land and our own people. Because the Stern game and all those cowards, their job was to come and cause havoc in that land and unalive as much group as they can, as much people as they can in the quickest time they can. That was
Just
his
like the
job.
Hilltop Youth is
Okay?
doing now
So
in the
don't,
West
you know,
Bank.
don't come up here and speak a ridicule and speak a joke because we all are educated. Every person here is educated. We all read books. We all went to school. We all know history. Okay? But your
Incredible.
history
I
and the
love
history
it.
that the
I
world
love
are
it.
speaking is too
Can
different
I
because
speak
you're
to
speaking
Rabia
as
for a
a
second?
you're speaking as somebody who's like innocent and oh my God, they're gonna unalive us. No, bro. The reason why you guys are doing this to us because you know and you fear in your heart that if we give the Arabs equal opportunity, equal rights, they will attack us because look what we did to them. Look at how much we unalive. Look at how much pain and suffering we caused on them. This is the reason why there will never be a Palestinian state in your mind because of that
Okay.
fear.
So Rabia, Rabia,
W. Rabia.
you said you are Palestinian. Do you live in Palestine? Did you born in Palestine? Well,
So I'll tell you my story.
I would love to hear.
My uncle was unalived, and my father had to get out of Palestine. Him and my mother because they were getting the soldiers were coming to get them to unalive them. So my parents escaped. They escaped
What
on a
happened with
boat.
your
They
uncle?
escaped on a boat. Hang on a second. Since you asked the question, let me educate you, my friend.
Educate
They
on what?
escaped
What
on a
happened
boat
to
to
your
Venezuela,
uncle?
and from Venezuela they came to America with asylum. And I was born in this country, but my parents brought me back home, and I lived there till I was 5 years old. Then I came back to America. Then I went back home. Then I came back. And then I went back. And then I came back. And I went back because I couldn't stay because I'm not a citizen. So I only had a 3-month visa. But that's my land. I have my grandparents are buried in that land.
Wait,
My
you don't
grandfather's
have
father is buried
visa
in
in
that land.
Palestine?
Bet Hanina. Yeah.
You don't have visa in Bet Hanina. Okay. Your uncle was unalived.
I'm in America. You don't have a visa. It's not Bet Hanina.
Are
Why
you
are
gonna
you
sit there
being
and tell this man his history?
I'm not slow. You're gonna tell me
I'm
you're gonna
asking
sit here and really
questions,
tell me.
Momo. I'm asking this.
You know, you're not asking questions. You're trying to
I'm asking
deflect.
you
And
what happened with your uncle.
my uncle was unalived because my uncle was a resistant fighter.
Okay, so your
Alhamdulillah.
uncle attacked, and then the IDF unalived him.
No,
and
my
sent
uncle
him
didn't
to-
attack. My uncle stood up for children that were being pew-pewed in the soccer field, and because he stood up for them, they considered him a T group member, and they unalived my
You
uncle.
say the IDF came and then started pew kids in the soccer field.
Pew-pew kids playing soccer.
Just like that.
Because that's what they did
Just
all
like
the time.
that.
Yes. Just like that.
What
Just like
year
that.
did it
And
happen?
you know that, and I
What
know
year did
that.
it happen?
You know that, and I know that. But there's God above
What
us, so
year did it
people don't have to
happen?
believe
What
me.
year did it happen?
This happened in the 80s.
In the 80s, okay? In where you said it happened?
That's Hadina. You should know his name is Nabil Ibdah. He had the biggest. By the time his body hit the grave, there were still people marching from Jerusalem to him. So you know about him. You guys hate him. You guys fear
Who?
him.
What is his
And you
name?
guys unalived him. You guys partied for 3 days with his head.
What is his name?
So let's make this clear, bro. If you really want to know it, you guys
Wait,
unalived
hold
him.
on.
You
I
sent
don't
us his
understand what
body.
you're
You
saying.
sent us his
Come on,
torso,
hold
and
on.
you kept
Slow
his head, and
down.
you partied with his head for 3 days.
Slow down.
So let's talk, bro. Let's really talk because you're talking to someone who's very educated on this shit.
Okay,
You
so
lost more people
hold on.
in 1 year than you lost all your life.
Bro, he
And this year in
literally,
Hezbollah, 35 people.
bro.
35 of my members in Hezbollah this year. Gone.
Rabia, hold on. Let's
Rabia,
go
I
step
asked
by
a
step.
question and he deflected to ask you questions. I'm gonna ask the question again.
No, Viva,
What
you
happened in
should
Der
stay on the
Yassin?
side and let me talk
And
to
who's
Rabia.
the
Answer,
Irgun,
Vivian.
the
Not
Sturgan, and the
everything,
Lihi? That's the
not
question.
everything is
I
about you,
didn't
Viva.
ask you what Rabihi was. You just literally deflected. You said
I'm
you
not.
guys
I'm
are
asking
always
questions I want
peaceful.
to
You
learn.
don't do anything bad. So I'm gonna ask you, educate the people. 111 from an Israeli side. Who is the Irgun, the Sturgan, and the Lihi? And what happened in Der Yassin? It's a simple question.
Okay, so Rabia, I would like you to all say again the name of your uncle. I would like to
Deflecting
search it for
again.
myself
There
and
we go.
learn. I'm
Deflecting
not
again.
deflecting. I'm having a conversation with
Deflection.
somebody else, Viva. I'm
Deflection.
not talking to you.
Right,
I'm
you
not
listen to
talking to
me,
you,
mate.
Viva.
You're the most.
Answer,
Do you know what?
Viv.
You're vile.
You can't answer the question.
You're too scared to answer
He
it.
can't answer the question. That's
Nobody
why.
I'm
else talk
starting
to
to
him
sound
until
like
he
Rabia.
answers,
I'm
Viv.
talking.
Okay, I'll
There
ask
is
him the
only
question.
there is
I've
only
been
one
waiting.
Palestinian
I've been
man in this
waiting.
group
No, I'm
chat,
gonna ask
and
you,
I want
mate.
to talk
I
to
am gonna
him.
ask you a question. If you're so
This is not
no, you
about you
listen to
people.
me. You listen
This
to
is
me,
not
mate. Because
about
without
you.
my
Not
country,
everything
you'll
is
be
about
nothing.
you all.
You'll
You
be nothing
wanted
without
to
my
make
country.
it
So
for
My
stick
you
to
friend,
and
that's
make
where
it
you're
the
wrong. It is
center of
about them because of
attention.
these
I want to
atrocities.
talk to
All these
Rabia.
people
No,
became
no.
Palestinian.
I'm gonna ask
You
you two
understand me?
questions here.
All these people became Palestinian because of these atrocities. So
Exactly.
yes, it is about them. We are all one
No,
right
it's
now.
not
You
about them,
united
Rabia.
us.
It's
You united
about
us with the
me
G
and
side that you
you, and
committed.
only me and
And I
you.
just want you to know that.
That's
And
between
every day that you
us.
guys keep committing the G side, it's the more people that turn their backs
Rabia,
on Israel.
Rabia, this is
And I
Rabia,
just want you
don't
to know
let
that. And
him
when the day comes when
Rabia,
deflect,
Israel
bro.
falls,
Rabia, don't
when the
Rabia,
day
this
comes
is
when
between
Israel
me
falls,
and
I
you.
am going to fly to that
question.
land and I'm going to stand on my land and I'm going to pray to
Rabia, don't
God
deflect,
and be
bro.
the
Don't let him
happiest
do
man
that.
in
We asked two
Palestine.
questions.
Rabia,
We asked
don't let him. Yeah,
two
don't let him do
questions,
anything but
and we
answer the
need
women
the
right now.
answer.
He's gonna talk to the women.
It's all right. I'm going to ask him two questions. If he says he is what? If he says
No,
no,
you
you
said
Can you
Bechamel,
ask him
right?
the question?
I'm going to deal
Genocide
with
in
Viking Mom,
you.
can
Gaza.
you ask him the question?
I will. Don't you worry,
No,
babe. Don't you
Riva,
worry.
I'm not talking
Oi,
to you.
Again, I
mute
asked
yourself,
two
I'm not
Zippy.
talking to you.
questions.
I will talk to the Viking Mom,
Why
but
are
I
you
want
not
to talk
talking
to
to me?
Rabia.
Why?
No, you're not gonna
Why
talk
are
to
you not
anyone but the
talking to
women
me?
right now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You listen to me, Zippy.
No, I will do whatever I
Viking
want,
You.
not
Mom,
what
can you
you
ask
I
him
want,
the
and I
can't
want to
unmute
talk
him
to
for 2
Rabia.
seconds.
Chip, I'm going to drop it. Sit in the question in the panel until he answers them. I'm going to sit at the
How
bottom. When
about
he answers,
how
I'll
about we
come back
let
up.
Chip? How about we let Chip
Okay?
handle this?
That's how we're going to handle it.
Well, I
Right,
want to make
thank
one
you.
point. I want to make one point before Viking Mom goes in just
I,
a second. I
Of course,
apologize.
can,
Excuse
darling.
me. So if you look at the region of how people were treated in the region up to and including 1915, and this is a really important distinction. Whenever there's a very, very minute minority of any large population, they tend to be treated less than the majority. That's just human behavior. We know how this works. Living side by side, absent massive levels of violence, is different than sort of being in a minority position, right? Now, we know that what changed was 1917. What happened in 1917? Well, the British, in conjunction with what was about to be the end of World War I, issued a declaration called the Balfour Declaration. So that was a big turning point in the territory because what it then intended to establish was a different differentiation in the use of the territory vis-a-vis the parties. At that point, you had a vast, massive Arab Muslim majority, right? The population tables will speak to this. However, there was a huge encouragement of immigration from Europe, especially where anti-Semitism was raging, and it made sense for Jewish people to escape that and come to somewhere. And a lot of places wouldn't let them emigrate, so a lot of them poured into historic Palestine, which is a good thing. However, as the population shifted, it created tension, like most large immigration things that's happening in our country right now. People don't necessarily hate El Salvadorians; they hate the fact that thousands of people are pouring in and either taking jobs or causing chaos. It's chaotic. It's difficult. It's costly. It's disruptive. So that's a usual human thing. Also, humans are tribal. But in addition, if you know that someone is vying and kind of, I hate to use the word scheming, but behind the scenes working towards trying to do something that undermines your general society, it's not abnormal for humans to go, wait a second, this is effed up. I don't want this groundswell of change to come. So if there is violence related to some of that groundswell, that's not abnormal. It doesn't necessarily have to be from the motive of anti-Semitism, although certainly some of it could or probably was. So that's the big turning point. And the question is, if you're someone from the Israeli perspective, or the quote, I hate to use the word Jewish, but if you're someone who supports Zionism, if you're angry at what things happened violently prior to 1947, you say, they hate us, we're Jews, therefore it wasn't about 1948, you have to take that into account. That undertow of proposed change was rubbing the society in ways, generally between the Arab villagers and the smaller Jewish communities, in ways that had created a lot of friction. And as it was building up and culminating to the different agreements that were set forth, including the partition plan, this is where it wasn't just one day the Arabs decided one day, let's attack these people, they're Jewish. It didn't work like that. There had been Zionist gangs that, in response to some of the Arab violence, and also behind people like the likes of David Ben-Gurion, we know the groups, the Irgun, all those groups, they were actually physically attacking different villages, and in some cases cleansing them or trying to cleanse them or push people out for the purposes of establishing the state. And the British, they waged war basically on two parties: the Palestinian Arabs and the territories they wanted to occupy based on the proposed agreement, and the Brits, who were an obstacle to the speeding up of that process. If you read the history, that's what the history books will tell us. So I don't like the argument that it was only because of anti-Semitism that Jews were mistreated in historic Palestine, although it played a role. You can search that out in the history books. You will find that what I said is 100% accurate. No bias coming from me, whichever side you want to choose. So in that case, the argument you're making that it's all about unaliving the Jews and that nobody wanted to share the land with Jews is absurd. The changes proposed were dramatic, and they dramatically changed the lives of hundreds of thousands of people in ways that in some cases none of us would want to endure, myself included. So we got to be fair-minded on both sides. I reject any claims that the totality of the reason why this has come and become problematic over the eons is because of anti-Jewish hatred. I think that's a cop-out. Go ahead, please, Vike.
Okay. I would like to answer,
Right,
if I'm allowed.
Sippy, can you mute yourself, please?
Let's
Sippy.
let Viking Mom go, and then we'll give you your response. Go ahead.
Thank you. Right, I've got a question from the panel, so this is 3 questions. I've got 2 for myself, 1 from Tad. Right, have you heard of something called, 2 seconds, the Plan Dalais?
That's part of it.
Thank you, love. So to the man next to Momo, it was the plan for the military action in 1948 to tailor the expulsion and pauperization of the Plan Dalais. Just to let you know a bit of history for you on that one. So, question for you. I don't know if you're going to know this. Have you heard of a man called Nicky Winton? To the man next to Momo, I don't know your name, it's written in Hebrew.
What? What did you say again?
Clearly, I'm going to say this clearly to you, mate. It's called Nicky Winton. Have you heard of him?
No,
Right, it just shows you how much you know about your history.
I don't know what you're saying, actually.
No, Chip, have you heard of Nicky Winton?
I haven't heard. No.
Right, so a bit of history lesson for the man next to Momo. I can't read your name, Hebrew. He was a British... Nicky Winton. N-I-C-K-Y. Winton. W-I-N-T-O-N.
Sir Nicholas Winton, right?
Correct, darling. Yes, correct.
Okay. Yeah, I read about him right now.
Oh, now you decide to read about it.
No, you
Now
said
you
something
decide
I
to
don't
read
know,
about
and
it.
I like to learn something that I don't
It's
know.
okay. It's okay to look for people. I didn't know it either. So go ahead.
Oh, no, not to you, Chip, sweetheart. The man next to you. So, just
Yeah, I know, but Chip, you're okay if you don't know, but I'm not okay if I don't know.
Exactly.
Right, so it's a bit of history lesson. So just to let you know, it's a bit of a history lesson for you, okay? Because for what I understand from my knowledge, Israel have got no history. You're 76 years old. But there's one thing that is down to you that will stand by your history. The book from Nicholas Winton. A book which states he saved 669 Jewish children from the World War II. A man has an English-British investor saved 669 Jewish children. The book lies in the Israel Museum. That's the only one thing that will stand by your history. Just to let you know, one thing. The rest of it is the Palestinian history, the culture, the food, the heritage, the archaeological field of everything that is Palestine. That is not Israel. The only book that is down to your history, that's the only one thing you've got in your homeland. Just to make that very clear to you, mate. So don't
Okay.
yeah.
You are claiming right now that...
I'm not claiming, it's a fact. It's a
Okay,
fact.
let me
Don't claim
rephrase.
me. I don't claim things, mate. I make it factual.
Viking mom, just let me answer, please. I know that I may say words you don't like. Just let me
No, I've
finish.
got no problem with Jewish people. Just to make you stand out, I'm an atheist. My auntie
yes,
is
I'm
Jew.
saying
So just to
you-
pull the victim card out on me, it doesn't work on me, mate. Carry
I'm
on.
not saying, come on, wow.
No, because I know
just
what you're going to say.
saying-
Ain't stupid.
Viking Mom, let him get his point out if you don't mind. Just give him a chance. I want to hear what he has to
Of
say.
course. Of course. Most welcome.
Why I understand from what you said, and I want to ask you if that's what you said right now.
Yeah.
Is the Jewish people doesn't have any claim to this land? Is that the history you're talking about?
Did I just say that?
That's what I understand. You can please explain again. What is the book?
My
What is the
advice to
history
you
about?
is go back to school and learn English as a second language.
No, it's
Because
not my
I said
native language.
clearly,
Your accent
I've
is
just
foreign
said,
to
right,
me.
I've just said clearly to you. There's only one thing that goes by your history is the book that Nicky Winton made.
History since
right,
when?
that's the one thing. The rest
Wait.
of it, is the Palestinian history.
Okay,
Yes.
Chip, can you
what?
moderate between us? Like, I don't understand what she means, but when
Bloody
she's
hell.
saying there's only
Darling,
Viking Mom,
is my
let me-
accent that strong for you? Is my accent that strong for you? Do you need to go back to school, go back to learn history? Back
Yes, I
English?
need to go
Or
back
no
to
English
school,
lesson?
but it's not about your accent.
Sorry,
I want
guys,
to
I
understand what
just-
you're. Viva, wait.
I just want to
Chip,
say
please.
bye to the panel because you're not gonna
Okay,
answer
sorry.
anything I ask, so I'm not. And it's gonna be stupid. Trip, just want to say thank you for having me up. I
Sure.
appreciate
I'm with
you.
Vivacious.
And
It's
good night,
just
everyone.
like
Hi,
Thanks.
darling.
talking
Right, I'm
to
going to say it
nonsense
very,
is-
very
is
clearly.
draining.
Take care.
Right. I'm going to say it slowly. I do
I love
apologize.
Okay,
all
no,
beautiful
Viking
humans
Mom. I
that
want to ask
love
Chip.
life.
Chip, did you understand what book she's referring and what history she's referring in that book?
Can you say the name of the book again?
Of
Live
course,
and let
it's
live.
not. It's not a book. It's the actual book from Nicky Winton when he went to Czechoslovakia, which is now Prague. It has listed in that book of the children of the 669 Jewish children he saved from Czechoslovakia. So it's a book that is basically just shows what he's done throughout the time.
Okay, so the book, so you say the full history you're talking about, the book, the only source we have about what? The
Your
Holocaust?
history, your existence.
Let me ask Viking Mom, why are you bringing this particular thing up? Just let the audience know what
Yeah, of
happened
course.
was at the
Of course,
time of
because-
What does she mean when she says our existence?
Let me just say, at the time of Kristallnacht in Germany, when they decided they closed all the shops and they started to round up people and they unalived some people, this person went to Czechoslovakia and was able to facilitate the transfer of 669 children, about 96% of which were Jewish, to the UK away from home.
True.
That's right. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay,
Absolutely spot
so
on. Thank you very much.
how does that connect to what you said about the full of history and our existence?
Right, that's what I want to know.
The reason why, because what I've been hearing from every panel I go on to, Chip, is that they are trying to eradicate the Palestinian culture, land and heritage. So all the clothing, all the food, all the land, all the houses, all the manufacturing, they're claiming it's theirs. But what is actually manufactured in Israel? What is it they've got from a history perspective that claim it is theirs? That's why I raised it. So the only
I still don't understand what you're saying.
my God.
Not your accent. I'm still don't understand what do you mean?
What do you think? What do I mean?
Her
It's-
point
I
is,
don't understand
hold
what
on,
you
let
mean.
me
Momo,
let me
can you help?
elaborate. Let me elaborate.
Thank you, Momo.
Please. I think what and correct me if I'm wrong, Viking Mom, but I think what she's trying to say is that the history that's written from Nicky Winton, right, is basically all you have is that bit of history of where Nicky Winton rescued this is the basis of the beginning of Israeli history.
Correct.
Wait. So the only history we have of what happened in World War II with the Jews displacing and fleeing and massacring and everything is just this book.
I think
That's
she's
what you
trying
said?
to consider that might be the oldest history book writing of an Israeli person, if I'm not mistaken. Like that's
Maybe,
it's
but
just the actual
it
proof of
could
what
be
happened.
it could be the first.
It's
It
the
could be
only
the
thing they've got
first
proof
book.
that.
But we have you. Wait. Do you?
So you're saying to me falafel is yours? Are you saying
No, wait.
the Palestinian
Wait, no, I didn't say falafel is ours.
No,
Falafel
but
is not
no,
ours.
but this is what you're claiming.
Falafel is
You're claiming
Egyptian.
everything is yours. You're only 76 years old. You're nothing. The only thing you've got existing is that book in your museum. That's what I'm trying to get to you.
Why do you keep saying that book in the museum? The
Because
book in the
that's the
museum
only
is talking
thing.
about the Holocaust,
Oh, for dearest Lord.
isn't it?
Darling, your language even has Palestinian language in it.
What?
she's trying to say that book in the museum is the oldest thing you guys have as part of Israeli history.
So,
And
but we do
everything
have the
before
Torah.
that is all Palestinian history that is basically
Okay, Momo,
assimilated.
do you acknowledge the fact that Jews and Zionists lived in the land in 1900? The first Aliyah was in 1890. Do you acknowledge that as
I
a real?
acknowledge, you know what I do acknowledge? I acknowledge that there was definitely different religions that were all born in that one holy land, and different people decided to convert or revert to different religions. And at times there were peace, and at times there were conflicts. I don't
Okay,
think
I think
I
that's
don't think
fair.
I don't think any of what happened in the past is a reasonable justification for what's going on and the history that's being made today. What is happening
Okay.
today is an atrocity, and it needs to stop. We can't
Okay, I
use
understand.
we can't
I
use our
asked you
past
a
and say an
question and you
eye
took
for
the
an eye.
opportunity to expand on it. Okay, I asked you a simple question. You took the opportunity to expand on it and say what you think. First of all, the thing you said about different religion burning in this place, I would say I think it's fair. I think throughout history there were many religions that came to be. Me personally, I don't believe in religion. I think it's a tool to control a large amount of people. to obey one law system. And it helped us to move from tribes to societies. It helped us build the world we live in right now. That's my personal opinion. But we're talking about when she said that all of our history is just this book, I think she's like denying everything.
She's
basically.
talking about current Israeli history and not
So, but
ancient
you have
history.
documents from the 1900s. You have photos. You have Tel Aviv that started in the 1900s.
Yes,
You have
but
many.
it's the idea that Israel wasn't founded. I think she was trying to make that point.
Hello.
I don't know. I'm not trying to make her argument for her. I don't know
Before
the history.
1848, when Ishaq Shamir come to Palestine, he get a work permit from Palestinians government at the time to be a garbage collector. That's the prime minister of Israel at one time. And this
Okay,
document is in the internet everywhere. So
Amjad.
what history you
Amjad.
talking about?
Okay, so Amjad, who was the guy who gave him the permit? What was what language did he speak, and who was he? From where was he?
It was in Arabic.
No, it was a British man.
No, not the British who gave him. It was Palestinian Authority.
No, there was no Palestinian Authority.
No,
That
I
was the
mean
British
it's
mandate, my friend.
Palestine was called Palestine before nothing called Israel. And there is the
You
people
say
come
maybe
to
you're
Palestine. Let me speak,
my
please.
friend.
Let me
No,
speak.
my friend.
The
No,
people
no,
come
no.
to Palestine. They come from Russia. They come from Germany. They come from America. They come from all over the world. They're not. If we do a DNA test today, none of them is one nation. None of them related to each other. They have no roots in Middle East. If we follow the DNA for those people, they have no roots in Middle East. They have no connection with Middle East. You think by coming here and speaking about lies and stories, you think that will stop the Arab people, the Muslim people, the Palestinian resistance to stop fighting and until they free Jerusalem from you guys?
Okay.
That will never stop.
Why is there no?
No one will stop. Palestine will be for the Palestinian people. Whoever want or not want, this will not stop. The fight, the resistance will stay in Palestine. Palestinian people will not stop fighting until they free their land. Today there is genocide in Gaza Strip, and you kill 40,000 people. You think those children you killed and women and the victims you unalive in Gaza Strip, you think that will be forgotten? It will not be forgotten. I am a Jordanian. I'm speaking to you. I will fight until Jerusalem free and Palestine all free from you guys, and every one of you have to return where he come from. This country belongs to the Arab Muslims, Christians, and the Palestinians Jewish. We call them the Sumara. And any Arab Jewish, he is allowed there. But you have no roots there, no right there. You think
Chip, can you bring Viking Mom back up?
Yeah, I will. Just,
Her phone died.
Wait. How
Hold on,
many
real
in
quick,
history they occupied?
Real quick. This is a really important question.
I think this is a product of propaganda,
Hold
what
on,
you see right
real
now.
quick. This is a really important question to
Can I
ask.
speak next?
Yeah, you will. Just one sec. Let me. This is a very important question I want to pose to the audience and to the crowd, to the panelists. Okay, so we know that there were Jewish people originally for thousands of years, as there were people like from the Canaanite tribes. These people coexisted, many of whom started out Jewish but later converted to Islam, whatever the history of that was. So we know that both peoples are basically from the region, right? That's a fair assessment. I know very few people who dispute that. Now the question is, when the Romans came through and they expelled the Jewish population from the region, some went places, but some went to Europe, some went to different places. They were dispersed. The question is, do the descendants of those people who were dispersed, who had a historical tie to the land, based on the bloodlines, the people they interacted with, the different families they formed, do they have an inherent right? Some of whom are called Ashkenazi from Europe, or others are called different Sephardic, different regions will come from. Do they have an inherent right to come back and to kick out or take the place of those who had living there in recent times? And do they have a historical tie to the land that gives them that right to do so? Or is that an invalid claim? I think that's a very good question to ask.
Okay, Chip, thank you for that. I'm a Palestinian. Do you want to speak before me, my dear?
Yes, I would like to ask a question.
Okay, sure.
This
Go ahead.
gentleman down on the yeah.
I would like to answer Chip, if that's okay, please.
Yeah. Okay. So
Okay.
this gentleman down on the bottom, he said that they came from all different places. Okay.
Yeah.
So then he claims that the land on Gaza is theirs, although they came from all different places. So I don't understand the claim.
You're misunderstanding. He said that the Palestinians were there with Jewish people forever. What Chip was suggesting that they were actually dispersed, and now do they have the right to come back? Was what was being said.
Okay, now I'm getting it. And also, there's no DNA testing.
Doesn't have any DNA connection to other Jews.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. How
That's
come
what he
there's no?
said.
How come
And
there's
it's a
no?
proper. It's a proper.
But the issue is not Jewish and Muslim. It is not about religion. We're not speaking about Jewish. We are speaking about Zionists. They don't believe in God. Majority of them in Palestine, they don't believe in God. 75% of the Israeli people are Zionists, are not atheists. They don't believe in
You said
God.
it's not about religion. You said it's
No,
not about religion. Is it?
no, it's not about religion. It shouldn't be. It's about humanism. To be human, right?
Okay.
And how come there's no DNA testing?
There is.
Why you don't be human and say something about killing unlivened women and children in Gaza Strip and West Bank and everywhere in Palestine?
That's what I'm
Taking
saying.
people homes, taking
That's what I'm
people
saying.
land.
Yes, I'm
Amjad,
saying.
can I ask you a
Settlement.
question? Amjad, can I ask you a question, Amjad?
Yeah, go ahead.
You are Jordanian. You held Jerusalem in 1960 until 1967. Why
Chip,
didn't
bring
you give
Viking
the
Mom up,
Palestinian a
please.
land? Amjad, why didn't you give the Palestinian a land when you held illegally? You held Jerusalem, and
Chip,
all
can
of
you
the
bring
Western-
Viking
Jordan
Mom
was
up?
a government
Yeah,
in
sorry.
Palestine. And
but
unfortunately,
you didn't give
we
them the
we don't.
authority. Why? Why didn't you give them the sovereignty for themselves, Amjad? Why didn't you?
Palestinians there, they was citizen there, and they live in the land, and they belong to them. And
Amjad, why
Jordan
didn't
and
you
Palestine.
give them the sovereign state of Palestine when you were in charge until 1967? Why didn't you? Now you come and critique me when you yourself dehumanized the people in Palestine in Jordan and made almost a civil war on
No,
them.
let me tell you,
They live in apartheid in your
Palestinians
place.
was part of Jordan parliament.
You come and
Jordan
critique me.
parliament. There
Look
is
at your
prime
government.
minister of Jordan was Palestinian, and until today there is Palestinians who prime minister in Jordan, and we are one nation. We are not different between Jordanians and Palestinians. We fight both to
And
free
until
Palestine
today,
from the
there is
occupation.
more than 2 million Muslim Arabs that are living here in Israel, and they have full rights. And what do you say about that? Oh, that's fake. No, it's real.
Okay.
No one has full rights there. No one has no freedom there. Get your facts right. No one's got freedom there. You're unalive for the sake of it, for expansion, for colonization. You cannot admit your Zionism cult are G-siding people for no reason. So if I was you, get your
No,
facts
this
right.
is
before you
what
talk.
this is what you're trying to do to
No, no, no,
demonize
no,
us.
no, no.
This is how
No.
you demonize us.
No. I'm going to say
This is a
something
land.
straight,
This
mate.
is a land
I'm going to say
part of
something
the-
down.
You did it to yourself.
yourself.
No.
You
You
demonize
did it to
yourself.
yourselves.
Exactly. And I'll tell you this now, mate. If you're going to call me,
no.
call me a Jew hater or whatever hater, my auntie's a Jew.
I don't
And
care
I've got
what
no
you
respect
are.
for her, but people like you or Isaiah, I've got no respect for. You're the reason we're in this predicament. You're the
Okay,
reason
what
inside the
is
course.
Zionism?
Now,
You keep repeating it. What is it?
you
What
tell
is
me.
Zionism?
You tell me. You've been on
It's just,
TikTok for the amount of
it's
time.
just
You
the
should know about
idea
it.
to have a sovereign state for
No,
Jewish
no.
people to not be
Zionism are a
persecuted.
cult who don't believe in
Listen,
nothing. They'd rather go
you
and
can't
unalive innocent
build
people.
Wow, it's
Viking mom. Give
crazy.
me a
So
second.
why am I
Zionism
Listen,
and
allowed to
Nazism
go
is
you
the
right now
can't,
in the
same
street?
face.
guys,
They are
one at a
same.
time,
I am
please.
They are
allowed,
no
I'm allowed to
different.
go right now down the street in Tel Aviv and scream "fuck Israel" and nothing will happen to me.
Listen
How
to
is it
me.
possible if it's
You
a death
can't,
cause?
you can't
Can I?
create
This is
your,
because you all
oh my
never been
God.
to Israel.
No.
You never even been here, and you criticize and say things that are just fundamentally
All right,
not true.
let's take some turns, guys. We have some new guests, so I want to make sure they get a
I
chance to
swear.
go. Real quick, we have
Thank
a new
you.
guest.
Can
We
I
have
say
new guests
something,
to
please?
Mir 13.
I
Mir,
may.
welcome.
Hello.
Justice has been waiting as well to speak.
I will. I'll let Justice go next.
Thank you. Thank you, Chip. And good evening. And hello, Viking. How are you, my dear sister? And first of all, I'm Palestinian. I'm from Gaza. And I'm still alive talking to you guys because I'm not in Gaza as we speak because probably I'll be unalived by these guys. The youngest in my family been unalived is 2 months old. The oldest is my brother. He's a doctor. He's being taken from Kamal Edwan alive and come back in a body bag. A doctor. And one of my relatives is a Down syndrome. That I will repeat again, Down syndrome, and he's been unalived. And you telling me, Mr. Kashaf, you are a human being. You are unalive in my own family. My own family. And they have my sister with her my other sister, her entire family has been unalived. My other sister, she's been injured and they might amputate her left leg from a shrapnel because they have no medication, they have nothing. And if you call this a humanity, I don't know what humanity is.
Justice, there is nothing I can say that will make it better. It's horrible. I'm sorry for your loss. I really don't want to be a part of anything like that. I wish that nothing like that would happen to your family. It's horrible. I despise any involvement of civilians in this war. I wish that it went otherwise. And there's nothing I can say. I really feel sorry for your loss, as well as anybody that lost their life. That wasn't look, let me be clear. I don't feel sorry for age group members that lost their lives, but I feel sorry for everybody that was uninvolved and lost their life. And there's nothing I can do to mend the injuries.
Yes, there is. Yes, there is.
Viking mom, why do you have to interrupt?
Hold on.
Why?
Hold on. Let me say something.
It's not about you. It's me. It's between me and Justice. It's me talking to him directly and really expressing how I'm sorry for.
Thank you for that.
We understand, and I appreciate the sympathies. I'm sorry, Justice. Did you have something more to say?
Yes, and it's important to say that I'm not the Prime Minister of Israel. I'm not.
I was going to say that.
Justice, let's let Justice talk. Let's let Justice talk now. Go ahead, Justice.
Are you citizen living in land not belong to you, house not belong to you, and you part of the army who kill
Amjad,
who
please.
unalive people? You criminal like them.
Amjad, stop.
Please
Justice, go ahead.
Justice.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Is the other thing as well, you are besieging Jabalia. That's where I'm born at. And it's been for the last 2 months. No food, no water, no medicine. And if you call this fair, you starve or you surrender. For crying out loud, man, come on, you've been through Holocaust. Why are you doing it to my people when we've done nothing wrong to you, man? Why can't you have the guts to say, let's make peace and finish with it? Because if there is no justice, there will never be peace. And I'm saying it to you, and I'm a refugee myself. I'm Palestinian. I'm not a Gazan. My father had to fled. He fled from his own land in 1948 because what you done in the massacres. And please don't tell me you haven't done any massacres, because you know you've done it. So that's why my father fled away. He ran away with his family. You know, so, you know, my land is still, by the way, my land in Ashkelon is a Jew from Yemen. He's farming in my own, my father's land. And I still have the deeds here in England. I'm in England. I'm talking to you from London. I have the deeds to my father's land in here, in my safe. And
Okay.
thank you for giving me the chance to speak, Chip. Thanks,
Well,
God. Appreciate it.
Oh yeah. Okay. We got to be fair. I think Mimir, is that Mimir 13? Have you had a chance to go yet? I think you're new on the panel. Welcome.
Yeah, I would like to speak. I specifically want to talk to Justice after what he said.
Okay.
So, I'm Israeli myself, and honestly, I'm really sorry. I know I can't even imagine what you're going through. And I just want to say that the actions that have been done, I know I'm not for them, I'm against them. I know they're being done in my name, so I'm really sorry. But I want to say like another thing. You kept saying to Kashaf, you're doing this and you're destroying and Kashaf didn't do shit.
Yeah, I agree.
Kashaf didn't do fucking shit. Kashaf is here talking to you and really emphasizing with you. And I feel this is the one most thing we need to do as two hurting groups. One from October 7th and one from the massacre that's happening right now. Now, we need to speak each other and unite as people against our leaders. I don't know how it will be done, and I really hope we can find a way, because right now we are too hurting. So
You know
much.
what? You know what? I salute you, sir. And this is very, and I want to thank you for these kind words, what you said. And I agree with you. We need to get rid of the Meshuggahs in my side and your side.
Yes.
You know, we like it or not. We need to live in peace, man. Or two-state solution, you know? You know what I mean? It's enough blood is being split. It's spilled a lot of blood, and it's enough, you know what I mean? It's all the kids and the ladies that get in it. And it's not fair, is it? It's not fair, is it?
I have no problem with two-state solution.
You know, two-state solution, but not on your terms. No airports, no nothing.
No, I have a problem with two-state solution. There is one state called Palestine.
Amjad, your people, Amjad,
You're not
Jordan did the
helping
Black
anybody.
Saturday. You can talk about resistance right now.
Amjad, it's not about you. It's not everything about you. Stop. You're trying to butt in.
Those
on a
people need to
conversation
come
between
back
somebody
where they
that is
come
a
from.
Palestinian and somebody that is Israeli, and this is about Israel against Palestine. It's not about you. It's not about you, all of you. It's only about Justice, me, and Mimir. We are the only ones that are living through this, that grow up through this, and you are coming in and you're trying to justify. You have nothing to do with it. You just have an opinion.
Hold on.
if that's
I
the
just
case,
want to
then-
say something to that. Hold on, Viking.
Sorry,
I'm
go
gonna drop. I'm gonna cycle out. I'll let Chip bring somebody else up, and I just want to make a final statement and bounce. But to speak towards what Justice was saying and his appreciation for the peace and the actual aspect of what was being said, where Marmir jumped in and suggested that it was the toppling of our systems that was necessary in order to find some sort of justice. And I can't help but agree with that statement, and a complete and utter reset is actually necessary for what is happening to humanity today. We've got oligarchs and corporatocracies ruling everywhere. there's nothing but money that's afoot here as a source to all this turmoil. We all know this is the center of the Silk Road. We know that this has always been where everyone from all corners of the world has met to do trade, and it's always been the people of that land who were indigenous to suffer for the benefit of a few. And I'm really sorry for all sides that are suffering, for all humanity that is suffering because of this. It's not just in Palestine, as we were saying before. There are G-sides and ethnic cleansings happening abroad everywhere. Just because it's not at our door now doesn't mean it won't come for us too. So if we don't stand up for the rights of those that it's happening for now, we have nothing to expect from those people who are left to speak up for us, right? If we don't speak up for the Palestinians, who are we going to expect to speak up for us when it comes for us?
I mean, yeah, we do need to speak, but
Real quick,
Can I
I
speak?
want to try to balance the panel out. If you've been waiting in the queue, but I don't bring you up right away, I'll apologize. When people come up that I know are pro-Israeli, I want to incorporate an even panel as best I can, because 5 or 6 or 7 on 1 is obviously not fair to people. I know that all too well from doing it myself. What I want to do is, we have the likes at 42K. If we can get it up to 45K, everybody, if you don't mind doing a little tapping. This has been a very, very, very informative live. I've learned a few things today, which is awesome. I appreciate that from everybody. Everybody's doing a very good job of keeping civil, which I appreciate. No name calling. It's been great. So good job, everybody. Let me see who's in the panel. Let me give you an idea of what the order is. People don't wait too long. I know that Liberty's waiting. Rabia was
Go ahead and cycle me out, brother.
yeah, I will. I'll do that. Thank you. Mama, nice speaking with you. Thank you for coming, sir.
Bye, Momo.
Thank you all for having me.
Drop. I've been up here for a while, Chip. It's okay. I'll drop.
Okay,
Nice meeting
good to see you.
Everybody's been listening. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. See you tomorrow or something.
Can I speak, Chip?
Take care. Well, let me do this. I'm just going to address the panel to make. Let me bring up a couple people. I'm going to bring up Bayron and Liberty Mine, and then I'll bring up some of the other guests. I apologize if you've been waiting longer, like I said. Let me bring up Bayron and then Liberty Mine, and then.
Be very mindful of him, Chip.
So
Be very-
who wanted to speak next? Like your mom?
Yes, please. Just a quick one, darling. Be very mindful of Bayron, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
No, but back to the guy whose Hebrew name I can't pronounce your name. One state solution. Mashna. Thank you, Shukran Justice. One state solution is the best solution for all people. If it turned out to be a 2-state solution, it would be back to square one, a G-side. One state for all and justice for all, and that's for Palestine. Palestine deserve what's coming to them. That's their land. It was there before you even colonized it. It was there before you even fled there. It was them. They welcomed you guys. They welcomed everyone there. Every person in Palestine is a mixture of Jewish, Palestinians, Christians, Orthodox, Protestants. They welcomed you, your people, from safety, from a safety perspective. They welcomed you. What did you do? You went, not you personally, your government, your cult called the Zionism, went and colonized them, went and unalived them. For what reason? For no reason. Tried to colonize something that's not yours. That land was there before, way before you came into them. Way before. We all know that. Even this is what I'm going to let you know. This is what I got told from my uncle, who is an Israeli. This is what I got told from her. Okay, just to bear that in mind. Not from any Palestinian person, from an Israeli person who was born in England, her family are from Tel Aviv. My auntie told me this. Just to bear that in mind. And she's the one who's even claimed we have no history. It's the Palestinian history. So just to bear that in mind back to you as well. So if I was
Okay.
I read my facts.
I see progress here when she finally
be very
didn't
careful
say
what you're
it's
showing,
you,
please.
it's your
Any children on
government.
there. Be very careful, Chips. Be very
Chip, can I
careful.
have a big screen,
First of all, don't threaten me.
I'm
and
not.
say
I said not to you. That's why I said to you, not to you, to your government. That's why I said to you, not to you.
You said be careful with choosing your word or
No,
something.
not you, not you. The guy above.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but,
first of all,
Amir,
I see progress with you, Viking Mom, with not blaming me specifically.
I'd like to address something Mimir said.
Sorry,
he
2
said
seconds.
that,
You got it.
he said for the atrocities that Justice is suffering and his family is suffering, that Kashaf has nothing to do with it. This is the lie, guys, that we have to suffer by people that that sit in our country, contribute to the IDF, contribute their taxes to the colony, continue to live on stolen land, and then
Oh my God.
you don't. No, you don't want.
Wow. Liberty, we really don't
You're
need
boring.
your
You're boring. Liberty. You're boring. I want to address to Mrs. Viking.
People said what they said.
Liberty.
It's okay, don't worry.
Liberty. Listen, Mrs. Viking says that people welcome us in Palestine. Me personally, guys. I'm 350 years on that land. Okay.
No. So if you want to go back down
Would
that
you
route-
listen?
Can
you listen?
Hold on, guys, hold on. We're gonna go one at a time.
No.
So, is that
Being
Bayron?
You know.
Is that Bayron?
First of all,
Being
why
interrupted.
even bring somebody like Liberty on? Nothing to do.
Being
It's just
interrupted.
Hold on.
Finish my-
a warmonger trying to demonize everybody.
Speak. Why am I being interrupted?
Guys, I want to say something.
you. Yeah, you
So the lady Viking says that Palestine welcomed us when they didn't call themselves even Palestine. Okay, but look at the massacre and the pogrom against the community Jewish,
not a reliable source,
which
that's on Instagram.
I'm Mrs. Viking.
That is
I'm
not reliable source, that's
350
on
years on
Instagram.
that land.
That's on
I'm
Instagram.
12 generation
about to
on
bring it
that
up.
land. And when the British came over in 1920, they made a census and they found more than 350,000 Jewish on that land. You understand? So Mr. Amjad said that we belong to Europe.
I don't know what is lies being wash brain.
Hold on, guys. Everybody, hold on.
Amjad, really, just shut up.
Hold on, guys. Everybody, hold on. So the way this is going to work, and I got to have it orderly. This is not to isolate anybody, or I'm not trying to play favorites. Everybody knows I run a very fair panel, but when 4 people speak at once, I can't even hear you, and I really want to hear you because we have some good arguments.
I wasn't 10 seconds in.
No, it's okay. We'll get back to you, Liberty, I promise. So here's what I'm trying to say. Baron, before you go on, when you say somebody found 350,000 of a certain people, you need to be much more specific when you make that kind of claim. Where exactly geographically, what exact year, and who were the people? Okay, real quick. I want to listen.
Okay, so
Wait, you didn't say the same thing for them when they said everything that they said about the.
I'm gonna give the definition of hold on. Hold on means stop talking for a second. I'm a pretty nice host. But Liberty said a second ago he was trying to talk. He got a couple words in and he was cut off. So let me give him, out of fairness, he just came up. Let me give him a chance to speak. Bayron, I'm not ignoring you. You have your document up to talk about the historical massacres and stuff. We'll get to that. Liberty, go ahead. Everybody, please stay on mute. Please.
I can finish in one phrase your question, you know?
We don't need to.
I asked nicely. Please do it,
all
guys.
day.
Please.
So Mimir, when someone is actively sitting, I don't care if they're out there protesting Netanyahu until they turn blue in the fucking face. They're sitting, squatting in a place where my family lived, where my family was removed at gunpoint at a certain point in history. If you choose to look at this at a historical event and let it go, that's your problem. To me, it's a
Liberty, you're
expression.
just a mustautelin.
Let me finish, please.
These are
Allow me to complete. And I actually disagree with Chip Barnes on this point. Israel has no right to exist whatsoever. If you even look at the United Nations that created Israel, it was flawed and tampered with, and its members were to recognize Israel. They worked for 30, 40 years, worked the governments of the entire planet to make this diabolical, evil project begin. Israel does not have a right to exist. No nation has the right to exist. People that are the naturally occurring of the land have the right to exist. You, Mimir, are trying to sit here, take blame off Kashaf when his children are actively sitting in the place where my grandparents were slaughtered and made to leave so they can sit in our
You
place.
cut off.
Hold on, Liberty, I just want to tell you, I'm not trying to stop you from talking, but you're cutting.
Yeah, it's cut off.
Hold on. You're cutting in and out from your connection, so I want to hear what you have to say, and I'm sure you're passionate. If you can reset your internet connection or come back some way, I'll bring you back up, but we're getting like every third word.
Can I take it from
Is
here?
it better now?
Can I please respond? I mean,
better now?
Okay.
those are really
Liberty,
heavy
hold on,
things
guys.
said about to me.
Let's let Liberty speak so we can see if he's coming through okay.
Yeah, is it better now like this?
It seems to be better. Please don't raise your voice or do any cuss words. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. No, yeah, you got it. Yeah. So, Chip, I actually disagree with you with the fact because I heard you say that you believe that Israel has the right to exist. No, it doesn't. Jews that want to live in Palestine, they were more than welcome. And as a fact, as a proof for that, the
Who
Bosnians
the hell
once
you
came.
to decide it?
The Armenians once came. Shut the fuck up. Let me finish. The Armenians once
No
came, but
cuss
they
words,
came in
please.
peace. They came to live with the natives of the land and live in peace like normal human beings. They didn't come with the ideology of supremacy. These people came with the ideology of supremacy. Then they went on to influence Western governments and even the United Nations. It was a fresh created nation when they recognized this diabolical entity and gave it the right to exist. It was influenced, and the people of it, just like today, they threatened the members of the ICC. They threatened the members of the newly created.
You're cutting off.
Breaking up again. Breaking up again, Liberty. Okay, your connection's bad against Liberty.
I think his microphone can handle the hatred.
Yeah, it's well. No, it's
Can I
okay.
take it from here?
Yeah, just 1 second. I got to be clear because Liberty said something that I didn't say. Let me be clear. Maybe it sounded like I said that. What I said was, from a politically pragmatic standpoint, because of the way it came into existence with the authority of the UN and the approval of the US, that I don't think it's practical at this point to look at disbanding the state. I think according to most international players, not all the countries agree to this, but it's considered a legitimate state on the international stage. There are a lot of people, by the way, who don't want it to be a state because of the injustices that accompanied its formation. I fully understand and support that viewpoint. It's just, if there's going to be a politically pragmatic outcome, which is kind of where I fall as an American, I think it's going to be very difficult to make that argument and have a political outcome. So that's the point from which I do. I wish there could have been a way to have a Jewish state without causing harm to others. That's what I do feel, honestly, in my heart. Okay, who hasn't had a chance to go lately?
I'm glad you cleared that.
Liberty, by the way,
I mean, he said a lot of things about me.
let me do this. Just I want to make sure we get Liberty straight. Liberty, I want to hear the full point you want to make, but maybe if you can drop down and come back in.
But what do you mean a full point? It's just a full of hatred words.
Listen, he has every right, like you do and I do, to spread his.
No, he doesn't have a right to.
No, he doesn't have the right.
Yes, he does.
He doesn't
Talk
have the
about
right
it, and I can explain to you also.
People like that.
Kip, if you can remember me when you can, please let me know.
One second. Let you know, Bayron's attacking Rabia.
One of the things I think I'm kind of known for is letting everybody speak their piece sometimes at great criticism to me. When somebody says something I don't agree with, which sometimes I want to jump in so bad, I'm like biting my lip. It's like blood coming out. I don't want to eliminate free speech. Sometimes when people say things that are outrageous, maybe from the Israeli side, if you think what he's saying is crazy, let him speak it in a way that you think makes him look bad, and vice versa. If I hear somebody who's ultra-Zionist saying hateful things towards Arabs and terrorists, same thing applies. Unless somebody violates TikTok guidelines or is shouting curse words, I try to keep them and give them a chance to speak out of fairness, okay? So I know you hate it. It's passionate. Let's let each person take a turn. Each person will get their chance. I know that Tierid wants to get in. Liberty, have you fixed your connection yet, you think?
Nobody can hate you. You are a great guy. There's nothing I can say. You're really great. I like the way you articulate things.
Sorry, Chip, just 2 seconds. Bayron's attacking Rabia in nasty words down in the comments. Just be very vigilant, Chip.
Who's attacking whom?
Bayron is attacking Rabia in one of the comments, so he's put it into a different language, which I can read. I don't want to say it on the panel. Just be very vigilant.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you what, folks, again, what I like to do is...
Any shit on my country and my people, you know...
Let's just cover the administrative ground first, then we'll get back to the topic. Here's what I would ask of everybody politely. So, no personal attacks. It doesn't really make... It's like third grade stuff. It doesn't help the argument at all. Also, it's just kind of dropping down to grade school level. Just doesn't show well for anyone who does that. So... just ignore it if it happens to you, and let me know as the host if someone's getting out of line, and then I'll fix it with muting them or whatever. Okay. Who has that? Liberty, is your mic fixed yet, or is your?
I don't know. You tell me. What do you think? I've changed locations.
It sounds okay for now. Why don't you go about 30 seconds, land your plane, and then we'll let some of the other guys.
Yes, I want to thank you. I want to thank you first of all for clarifying your idea. But unfortunately, the way you think of it and you talk of it, it would have been beautiful. It would have been beautiful, and it would have worked. It would have been something to work on 10, 15 years ago, maybe 3 or 4 years ago. But after the blessed day of Tufan al-Aqsa, the Al-Aqsa flood, that has shown the world that these people are Nazis, there's no other way here. We have to go all the way as Palestinians. Look at the Syrians. They started their liberation 14 years ago. Today they are free. Look at the Algerians. They started their liberation about 100 years ago. And about 30 years later, and over 2 million martyrs later, lives that they gave up, they achieved their liberation. I have no doubt in my mind, not a little bit. I am 1,000,000,000% sure that we will liberate the entirety of Palestine. It is only a matter of time. If history tells us anything, you would understand that.
Come over. We wait for you.
And I come out, I already put my foot in a couple of your asses, so don't worry about it. That's happening.
Come over.
Okay,
Man, you're delusional. Oh my God.
Okay.
Go and come.
Very delusional.
I do go and come. I'm in Palestine now, so yes, I'm working on the ground as well.
Liberty,
Like a
you're
little
breaking
girl,
up
you know?
because you're shouting. It's not because of the internet.
I
connection.
think Terry wanted to go. How do I? If I'm pronouncing your name right, is it Tieride or Terreed? How do you want me to say your name? Terreed, you said you want me to not forget you, so I'm not forgetting you. Okay, she's busy. Would one of you, Bayron, would you like to give a response? Please don't interrupt Bayron. Thank you.
I would like to respond.
Okay. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I would like also to.
Okay.
So I
please
will
go
say,
ahead.
I will do a very small response, so I can give you
Okay.
space.
Sounds good.
Liberty, I'm sad to tell you, if you choose this path again and again, nothing will come to the people of Palestine. You will never win this way. Never, ever, ever, ever.
There's no other way with Nazis, bro.
Liberty.
No way with Nazis.
There is another way. There is always other way to if you say you are pushing liberty.
Would you want to make
Listen, I've listened to you, now listen to me.
Okay,
Liberty,
I can talk now.
Okay, I'm just finishing. Liberty, I listen to you, now listen to me. Don't continue to sacrifice your people to your cause. Stop choosing this way. There is other ways. If you want to resist, there is other ways to resist that will be maybe more effective for you guys and will show you in a better light to the people that live here in Israel. If you want to exterminate everybody here, you will never do it. You just
Can I
simply
take
will.
it from here?
Yes.
Okay. Liberty.
Oh, so you want the Palestinians
Liberty.
to be traitors like the Palestinian
Guys.
Authority?
I'm just going to reply to in one sentence.
Guys.
If you
never
decide you
happened.
want to stay and keep treating the Palestinians like this, then your entire extermination is inevitable. You will
Liberty,
be
let
doing
me
it to
explain
yourself.
again. If you
Liberty,
shout-
there is no
if
such
you
a thing,
shout, your
Palestinian. Wake
microphone
up.
cuts off. Stop
Just a
shouting.
minute,
Your
guys.
microphone cuts off when you shout.
Just
You
a
are
minute,
you're
just a
There is
minute.
nothing
sabotaging
called
your
Just a
Israel.
minute. I want to say
Wake up.
something before I drop because I
Use
need to
your
go
brain.
to sleep. So listen to that, guys.
Watching
There is no
children on
such a
the
thing,
internet,
people
Byron.
of Palestine. You demand something that it's not belong to you.
Raising my identity
You
again.
sitting
You see why
on
we
my
cannot have peace with
ancestors'
these
land,
people? You see
on
how
my holy site.
we can't have
Samuel,
peace with these Nazis.
just a minute, guys. I'm in the middle. Liberty, اخرس.
Liberty, you are a
اخرس.
Syrian or a Jordanian.
Just
Stop.
listen, you know. Respect.
So what
respect.
if I'm a
Just-
Jordan?
so the thing is,
my
Amjad,
Palestinian brothers?
You should really just.
Amjad, you are another Mustawtalin on my land, and we was very, very patient with you. Now it's over. For me, there is no more West
that.
Bank.
It'll be over,
It will be
Byron.
Israel.
It will
And
never
you
be over.
will
No,
remove
for fuck's
from
sake,
there,
no,
and
no.
you will
It's soon
be
the
very
end of
welcome
your
in
state.
UK.
It
and
is
in,
the
in
end of
your
your
homeland,
state.
which
It
is
is the
in the
end.
West,
What happened in Syria
the
is
Middle
the
East.
sign.
You see,
Prophet
you
Muhammad
understand?
speak
It's
about
not your
that.
land. It's
Your
not your
book-
land. It's not
I'm
your
not
land.
sorry,
It's not
darling.
your
book
land.
speak
Byron,
about
It's
that.
not your land.
What?
Let me just
It
say
is
one
the
thing.
end of your
47.
state. It is not
Where
your
there
land.
47.
even
You
a good
are.
God.
I don't know what the hell you come
Okay.
from. You nobody.
We belong to that land.
like
For
that.
that we call him Jew.
Byron,
Because the
you're
kingdom of
You're not
Judea,
Jewish, you're atheist.
kingdom of Judea,
You're
kingdom of Judea
Zionist
was
atheist.
destroyed,
You
but
are
the people
not
are
Jewish.
not.
Don't
The people
bring-
of Israel
don't-
still exist,
write
and we have the
this
only
Jewish-
right to change
Jewish
that name.
religion
You understand,
because you're
Amjad?
not Jewish.
You're just
You not
another
belong there.
settler who
It's
came
not
not
your
more
land.
than 100 years on that
Can you
land
shut
and
up?
claim
I'm
something
speaking.
that it not belong to
No,
you.
Amjad, you're
You
not.
understand? It will not
Can you
help
shut
you.
up? I'm
Amjad,
speaking.
stay in the West.
Hold on.
Stay in the
Yes,
West.
everybody, hold on. Everybody,
You
hold
ma-
on.
you
Whoa,
you
whoa,
have a good
whoa, hold on. So,
West Bank and
Bayron,
Gaza. It's
Bayron,
over
please,
for you.
please hold on, Bayron. Please, just one thing.
Remove Al-Aqsa will remove, and that's it.
Bayron, please take 1 second. Okay, so just to let you know, when we say things
We'll
to each
remove
other,
you from there.
hold
That's
on,
what
Amjad,
we
hold on, guys.
Amjad,
Hold on.
shut up.
Hold on.
Hey, Amjad, ya Hajjar.
When we say things to each other that negates each other's existence, that's not a good way to have back and forth. So just to let you know, the Arab people who happen to practice Islam that have been living in the region for a long, long time, that have been under different rulerships, but they collectively themselves see themselves from that territory, regardless of which actors or regional powers have been in place. Collectively, as they've gone through the difficult periods, as they've gone through this journey, they've decided in the 60s under Arafat to refer to themselves from this region collectively as Palestinians, based on the fact that the Romans had a territory called Palestine, and in their language it's Philistine or Philistine. So let's be respectful of that. A lot of people who are Jewish don't want to have their identity negated or blotted out by history, and therefore we shouldn't do the same to others. Is that a fair request to make?
Let's not forget to mention.
This area was formed by
Let's not forget to mention
Palestine,
by all means and measures.
Syria,
By all means
Palestine,
and
that's
measures.
what the name
By
was.
DNA testing.
You're making a little mistake,
Hold
Chip.
on. By
You
DNA
make
testing, the
gentleman's liberty.
Palestinians are the
I want to
naturally
explain,
occurring
Chip,
people of
something.
that land. The
I want to
Palestinians
explain,
are
Chip,
indigenous
something.
people of that
Because
land.
you're making a mistake.
Gotta have one at a time, folks.
Just a minute, guys. I want to make. I want to explain to you, Chip.
Be quiet.
Those
Look,
Arabs who
Rafi.
call themselves people of
Be
Palestine,
quiet.
they're not more than 150 years.
They're
That's
not
it.
Arabs,
And
Byron. They're
claiming,
Palestinians. They're
and they
Palestinians. They're not
have no
Arabs.
history.
You're an
Viking.
occupier.
What is their history? What is their
You
history?
have no history
Not
in
history.
Palestine. What history?
Nothing. It's just a narrative that we
sir,
abandon
you-
the
you-
name of
I don't know where
Palestine
you
because
come
we
from,
are the
Poland
one
or Russia?
who consider
Where you
as
come
a
from?
Palestinian. You
I'm
understand?
asking you where you come from.
understand?
Morocco.
Where the hell you
I'm
come
from that land. I'm from that land. أحكي العربي كتير منك.
You're not from that land.
أنا
You a
من أرضي.
Zionist.
أنا
You're
من
not
أرضي.
belong to that
هذه
land.
بلادي وبس. You're just a
Just
Mustafa.
wait a second. I want to speak.
I don't do
My
show.
mic
I
was
don't do show,
locked and
guys. I don't do
couldn't-
showtime. Okay, so everybody else who's not speaking, we're gonna.
Good night. Good night to you. Good night.
Okay, Bayron, take care. We're gonna let one person go at a time. What I'm gonna have to do is when the next time somebody jumps on someone else's time, unfortunately, I don't want to do this. I got to let you down because I can't keep playing this game. So let's please be polite. Go ahead, Tamreed. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is T, Chip, like a cup of
Okay,
tea.
Thank you.
Okay. And I couldn't speak before because my mic was locked. I couldn't unlock it.
Okay. What would you like to say?
All right. All right. What I'd like to say is I think everybody on this panel has been through a genocide, including myself. The natives have been through a genocide.
Can you say
And,
D side instead of the full word, please?
Okay, G side, I'm
Thank
sorry.
you. That's okay.
And there's nothing nice about a G side. It's a horrible thing, and people on live in terrible ways.
Yeah.
And justice, I'm very, very sorry for what you've seen and what you're still going through. We have to hate the governments that are causing this. We are the people, and we have to follow what our governments are doing. There's only one way, and if we are to lay down our arms and say no, I don't know if that'll ever happen. But the hatred is going to, like the buddy that left the panel. The hatred has been going on for centuries. Here where I live, the hatred of the natives against those who have done the genocide. It's still 100 years later. It's still here against the natives against the whites. It's just hatred all down through the generations. But as in the present right now, we're having a genocide against the Palestinians.
G-side.
They have nothing. Oh, a G-side against the Palestinians. They have nothing to fight with. They have no. It's beyond human, and therefore, all we can do is stand back, and the world is sympathize. And so, one at a time, inside ourselves, if we could dislike the governments instead of the people. I haven't been on one panel where the soldiers of both sides hate what they're doing. That's all I gotta say.
May I add to that, Chip, if you don't mind,
Yes,
darling?
sure. Please.
Thank you. No, you're absolutely spot on, T. You're wrong. You're right. It is the government's fault. But the thing is that what makes me laugh with the guy right underneath you, I care for the justice, it's all about justice. If that was the case, why don't he get up from his bum, from his seat, and fight against the government? If you're that passionate, why don't you do it? This is what I don't understand with the guy below T, the one, the Hebrew name. This is what
Can I answer? Can
This
I
is what I don't
answer?
understand, because what
He
T
would
was
be
just
unalived.
said, what T said
Viking,
is right.
he would be
It's the government.
unalived if he did that.
No
Exactly. But this
way.
is the
Whoa,
thing.
whoa.
This
T,
is the thing.
where are you
Let
getting
me-
this from?
No, let me finish, mate. What
No,
T
wait.
said was right.
T,
It's not about the
T,
government. The government
what
are
do-
here to.
T,
If you
what
don't
do
let
you
me
mean I will
finish.
be unalived for doing that? Where are you getting this
Would your
from?
government not, if you're a soldier, would your government not unalive you for that?
Of course
She's right.
not. Of course
She's
not.
right. No,
Oh, I'm
she's right. I
sorry.
can back that up, by the way. I
Wait,
can get that backed up.
Chip,
Chip,
can
there's
you
a
get-
lady
can-
who
can you
I'm
get
friends
in-
with,
can you
and
get in-
she
She'll be
the
just
same
thrown into
thing.
jail.
This is
You
I
know?
can't hear anybody.
She said that if I'm a soldier and I'm against my government will unalive me in Israel.
It's
That's what
correct.
she said.
It's
And
correct.
Viking
Chip.
Mom
Just to let
is
you know
saying
it's right.
she said that's a fact. It's
It
like
is
it's
a
a fact.
There is a girl, Chip, who I'm friends with, and
Okay,
she's
so
part of that.
did you ever
And
hear?
because
Did
she
you
said
ever
no,
hear
no,
about?
she's on the hunt. She's actually on the
Now,
hunt. She lives
Viking,
in the
he's
UK.
talking to me.
Did you ever hear about Shovrim Shtika? About breaking the silence?
No. Yes. Yes, I have.
You have. They are not unalived.
No, they're not, come to think of it.
Okay, good. We come to an agreement. Look, it's a democracy. My government doesn't unalive me yet. I hope that in the future they will still consider me, even if I don't agree with them, they will still not unaliving us for not agreeing. And what you asked before about me getting off my bum, the last time I did it,
Oh, yeah, I'm waiting.
okay, that was before October 7. And then after the age group attack, they said we did it because we saw most of the Israelis said that they will not go to the army until the government is changed. And they said we used it as an opportunity to attack them when they are weak between
Right.
themselves.
So
That's
you're
what they
saying
said
that.
themselves.
But the
Viking Mom.
problem starts from
Amjad,
1948 when you
Amjad,
take over
Amjad,
land
two
that
seconds.
belonged to you.
Amjad,
You're
2
still
seconds,
speaking
mate.
about October 7.
Please
You have
stop.
no
Excuse me.
shame.
We're talking, him and I.
2 seconds, right?
Have
Amjad,
you
I am
ever-
entitled to my
Two
opinion.
seconds,
Isn't
so
it
I'm
okay
responding
for me
back
to have an
to-
opinion?
Right, I'm
Viking,
responding back to
Viking,
you on
can
that
you
one
let
then.
us finish, please? So did you ever lay your arms down and say, I'm not going into Palestine and unalive people? Have you ever did that?
What do you mean going into Palestine?
Okay. Have you ever said, I'm not going into Palestine?
I never unalived people in my life. I never took anyone's life. Like I never needed to face this, and like most of the people around me, like most of the death you are contributing to what happened in Gaza are from airstrikes. I'm not a pilot. Like
Okay.
you're saying you want to base yourself and say it to pilots if they ask themselves, I'm not going to bomb this target.
Yes.
That's something valid to ask. I'm not a pilot. I cannot answer for you for that claim because when I come to somewhere, it's for a surgical point, and usually it's to make sure there is no bombing and no civilian casualties in the way. And I'm sorry for saying the word that triggers you when I say civilian casualties. Please excuse me for saying that. And
But
let's move
killing
on.
40,000 children,
Please quiet,
40,000.
When you
we have a
speak,
couple of
you
people.
don't contribute
We have a couple of
anything.
people we have two people that haven't had a chance to speak in a while. Mamir, I'm going to get to you next. We have a new guest name. Is it pronounced Tadig? How do you say your name, person?
Tyke.
Tyke. Hi, Tyke. What would you like to say?
I
Welcome.
come back, Chip. Okay, later.
Okay.
Hi,
Thank you.
let the two people finish. I have something to say to
Yeah,
the.
I wanted to finish with this man.
Okay, sure
So
thing.
you're saying there's no on the ground war going on right now between Israel and the Palestinians?
I didn't say that.
Oh, okay.
I said the most death that is contributed to what happens in Gaza was because of airstrikes. That is what is being accused. That's the numbers we see mostly. Airstrikes that are using when you say 2,000 pounds bombs and also the drones strikes. And that's not what I do. I don't have anything to do with that. I'm not a pilot. I'm not a drone operator. I never shot my gun towards another person in my life.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that information.
Chip, can I just respond back to the guy, please? Because I would like Rabia to take my spot, if that's okay with you. So if you don't mind, I can respond back to the guy above me.
Yeah, I just want to give Amir a chance to speak, and then our new guest.
Sure, of course, of course.
Thanks.
Okay, so a couple of things I wanted to say. It will be very long, so sorry in advance. First of all, I'm very disappointed in some of the people here because as we actually had a good dialogue. I was actually about to respond to a lot of their criticism of me and me being said on the side. I was about to answer that, but then they said October 7th blessed, and then like, okay, so you're justifying my death of my people, but which is some people in Israel that do the same, and they say like this, and they're like this for October 7. So it gets us nowhere. Where those death celebrating, whoever each one of those. That's the first thing of all. If we really want to have a conversation, we have to say, death is fucked up. No matter which one, no matter who, death is fucked up. Killing is fucked up.
Hold on. Whoa. Amir, you can't say those things emphatically. You get the live taken down. You get yourself a violation.
Sorry. I'll say killing.
You can say unaliving is effed up. Okay.
Unaliving is effed up.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Unaliving is
Go ahead.
effed up. No matter which side it's been done to, you can have million excuse, but the moment you start justifying unaliving of anyone, that's why I think it starts the problem. Because where it stops, what's the reason? Can you have some reasons who are not, and some reasons who are yeah? Yeah, you tell me, where do we draw the line? First of all. Second thing I want to say to Ter that soldiers can and like not say orders and then like say to themselves, so yeah, I'm not doing those, but usually, and there's a couple of groups in Israel that like say we don't want to serve in the army, we don't want to serve in the field, in the army or whichever, but because the service is mandatory, those people would get thrown in jail, and the social stigma about people who don't serve.
So why do they not want to serve?
Because of the war and the occupation, of course.
Maybe because of the break in the silence. Have you seen that and what they make them do to Palestinians?
Oh, I know. Trust me, I
So
see
then why not?
all those
So
things
then,
happening.
Mimir, I'm sorry. Why not check where your dad came from, where your grandfather came from, and say, I don't want anything to do with this colony that is occupying and unaliving people. Why don't I check my DNA, and wherever my DNA says where I'm from, I'm going to go there. Why not?
Oh,
And
you
I
mean like the country that
I
thrown me?
guarantee you,
You mean the
90%
country
of
that
Israelis
did the
have a
Asian
citizenship
DNA?
elsewhere that
That
they
long?
can go to.
Liberty, I tracked my DNA, but you don't like the answer. The DNA
No,
shows.
you're lying. See, the thing is, when we talk to liars, we're not gonna like the answer. You're lying. Show it. Show
Liberty,
it. Show me
you
your
are-
DNA
you-
that
Liberty.
says you're from the Levant. that says you're
Stop,
from
Liberty,
Palestine.
you're
Then
full
I'll
of
believe you.
propaganda
But
and
last I
hatred.
checked, DNA, except in very extreme situations, is illegal in Israel because
That's
they don't
not
want the
true.
common public
That's
to
not true.
understand that
That's
they're not.
not true.
Well, yeah, yes, it
That's
is.
not true.
Oh, yes, it
That's
is.
not true.
Then show
Google
me
it.
only with
Google it.
only
Google
with a
it.
judge's court order.
Google
Only
it.
the judge has to court order of the DNA in
Stop
Israel
shouting.
because
Stop
you all
shouting. Be
know you're a
civilized.
collection. You're a collection of people from all over
Liberty,
the
be
planet that
civilized and
don't
stop
belong in
shouting and
Palestine.
accusing.
I saw
looking
at
at his
Mimir.
phonetics
Mimir, I'm
and
talking
stuff.
to Mimir. Mimir, I saw a Chinese woman dressed in IDF uniform. Is she fucking indigenous to Palestine?
She's Jewish.
Why are you
She can
shouting like you are
come
a
to this
barbarian? What
land.
the fuck is
That's
wrong
the
with you?
rules of Israel.
Please no,
What do you want?
guys and gals, please no yelling and please no emphatic f-bombs or cuss words because that's going to get taken down. Thank you.
Come on, man. Be civilized. We're trying to have a conversation. None of us is the prime minister.
You
We are
okay?
just
can
regular
I say something to
You act
Liberty?
civilized with the people of Palestine.
Stop.
Maybe we
No.
will. But since
Liberty,
1880, since your very first settlement, you made it very clear. You came to be
Who is me?
supremacists. You came
Who
to
is
be
you? Who is you?
invaders. You came to be occupiers,
you?
and you came
What
as
are you accusing me of?
fucking war
What
criminals.
are you accusing me
That's
of?
what you came as ever since the first settlement in 1880 by your own historical writings. So when you start acting civilized,
God.
maybe the people you're oppressing can start acting a little civilized towards you. Up until then, honestly, to me, cockroaches are worth more of this life than Israelis.
Chip.
Okay, so we're talking with a bigot
Chip,
here.
did you hear
Okay,
that?
sure.
Chip, you said to tell you when somebody does something like you did right now. When he told us we wolf less than cockroaches.
Yeah. Let's keep language like that. Let's not compare each other to animals or insects or this kind of stuff. That's really bad.
With all due respect, I'm comparing Israelis to cockroaches simultaneously at the exact same time where they are
Did you
literally
see me do the same thing
exterminating
for
my
Palestine?
people like cockroaches. So
Wait,
you tell
did
me
you
which one is
see-
worse.
Okay, hold on.
Liberty, you are talking to me right now.
Yeah,
You're not talking to the fullest people
By the
of
way,
Israel. You're not
by the way,
talking
just-
to my
just
grandparents.
to be clear,
You're talking to me.
Just to be clear, just like the regular Palestinian society didn't go out and tell H group leadership to go unalive a bunch of Israeli civilians, similarly, the Israeli population is not deciding how exactly the Israeli military.
I beg to differ, Chip. I beg to differ. 84% believe, 84% in the colony believe they're not going hard enough.
I've heard that before.
Okay, and 90% in Palestine, the people of Palestine support October 7th. So what is your point?
Our international rights. It's our right to
Can you stop talking?
Stop
You
shouting
want to
like a
talk,
kid.
damn it.
Real quick,
You're
hold on.
shouting like a kid. What is wrong with you?
Hold on, I'm trying to be fair. Okay,
Can
so
I-
real quick, let me speak, please. So again, what I try to do is to keep a good and orderly panel as best I can. Emotions do run high. It's fair because I know historically there's a lot of anger with this, especially people that are much closer to it than I am. So who am I to tell people how to behave? However, the live also has rules, and as a host, I have to kind of play in the middle of all this, trying to navigate all that. So I'm just asking respectfully for those who are upset, if you need to take a breather, maybe take a walk down the hall or whatever you do. When I get upset like this, I typically just go away for a second because I'm never at my best when my emotions get the better of me. But as far as comparing people to different things like that,
I'll rephrase that.
Yeah,
It
I'd
is
ask you not
our
to do that,
right
please.
to fight the invader. It is our God-given common sense, international law, morality, every which fucking law on the face of this planet, sorry about my French, gives us the right. Let me personalize this a little bit. I just visited the West Bank. I'm 45 years old. I just visited the West Bank for the first time in my life, Chip, because I finally got my American citizenship. My father, 6 years ago, visited it for the first time ever since he was kicked out, him and his friends, when he was 22 years old in the 60s. He just visited it 5 years ago when he finally got his American citizenship. And you know what happened to him at the border, Chip? You know what happened to him at the border? A 19-year-old Ethiopian woman stops him in the hot sun, this 74-year-old man, for over 8 hours. You know why, Chip? Because his American passport said birthplace Palestine. Because my old man made the mistake of being born in a country in Palestine before there was such thing called Israel. They held him for 8 hours and interrogated this 74-year-old man. Mind you, since he was 22 years old, he was kicked out. His parents died, His brother
Wait,
died.
why was
So,
it important for you
now
to
when I
say
went
to
there,
Ethiopians?
when I went there this past summer, the people, my cousins, my family, my uncles that I've never seen in my life, they showed me our land. They showed me a piece of land that when the Israelis 6 years ago decided to build a road, a piece of land that I'm inheriting that would have been worth otherwise $400,000 is gone. Now it's theirs. They took it 5 years ago because they decided they want to build a road. Never mind that our village, sitting in the middle of like 3 or 4 newly built settlements, our village, everybody has tanks on the top of their houses. Everybody has tanks on the top of their buildings because they give us water 4 hours a week. And if you miss that Saturday, that 4 hours of water, be it, you got to wait for next week. Yet the settlements don't have no tanks on top of the roofs. They get uninterrupted water. You go to our village, we look like the land. We look like the olive trees. I visited the cemetery where my grandfather, great-grandfather, and his father were buried. Then they took me to the remnants of the old cemetery where their ancestors were buried. And then when I took my wife and kids out to Jerusalem, Chip, I took them in the car, yellow Israeli license plates. We were the only car out of thousands to be targeted and stopped because my wife, there's no other reason. My wife was wearing a headscarf. Then, Chip, they took out my 8-year-old son because his passport, American passport, is 2 years old and he kind of doesn't look like the picture. They interrogated him. Soldiers, a European Polak and another Polish chick and an Ethiopian dude interrogating my son and my family and asking us where we're from. At that point, I couldn't but remember the graveyard and the cemetery I just visited a couple of days before that. And I'm wondering, you're asking me where I'm from? Where are your ancestors buried? And then at that same time, I close my eyes and all I can imagine is the boots of our warriors, resistance warriors on these motherfuckers' necks. Because they put fear in the heart of my son. In the heart of my son that came to visit his ancestral land. They put fear till today. This was 6 months ago. Till today, my son remembers them pointing the fucking guns at him and interrogating him with an American passport. And they searched the car. My son was begging me before we left to Jerusalem, Chip, to bring his new friend with us, his cousin, an 8-year-old boy. We wouldn't. You know, they searched the car. You know, if I almost agreed. You know, if I brought that 8-year-old Palestinian boy with us, who his father's never left the village and been to Jerusalem. You know, if they found that 8-year-old boy with us, what would happen to us and to him? He would still be in their jails right now. And you want me to sit on the table with these Nazis?
Let's do this.
Oh my God.
I want to ask a question. I want to ask a question. What I just heard was someone who is so frustrated and so angry about being treated so differently than others in such an undignified way. It's almost like being publicly humiliated just because who you are. So my question is, I know there are Israeli security issues, which are legitimate, right? Israel has a right to protect its borders from people coming in and harming Israeli citizens. However, the things that I found most difficult to encounter are things like what was just described here, the level of aggravation and hassle and indignity. For example, water only being available in small amounts of time, while in the settlements, it's available like it is here where I live, like 24/7, 365, like it's no big deal. People who have to live under much more harsh, adverse, humiliating circumstances. My question is to our friends that are Israeli supporters, how does that make you feel when you hear somebody speaking of this? You can hear the passion in his voice and how angry he is about these experiences. What do you think when you hear somebody talking that way?
Can I respond right now?
Yeah.
Mir,
That's why I asked
if
the
I
question.
may, please.
Justice,
Can I
hold on.
say something?
I want to hear, Justice, before you go, I want to hear the response of the gentleman to the questions that I asked.
Okay. So, obviously, those things are horrible, and I oppose them. I follow a lot of groups and want Palestinians living in the West Bank and Gaza to have the same rights as anyone else, of course. Now, I'm going to do a little bit of a thought experiment, and you're going to have to listen to it to the very end.
Well, try to be quick because we have a lot of people who want to talk.
Okay, sure. Imagine like a little kid whose dad died in a terror attack done by an Arabic or Palestinian person. So, and those happen sometimes, and that kid will say, "I saw my father gain unalived with my very own eyes. So now I saw his body all those things, and now I feel so bad. And now I'll support the G on Gaza and those Palestinian people. But you get what I mean, right, Liberty? Yeah, I can do the same thing.
Oh no, you can't. Why is his father there?
I can do the same thing, actually. Why
Where
not?
did his grandfather came from? Who started this? Who
no.
started this, Mimir? Who started
my
this?
God,
Who came,
oh my God,
who came and
Liberty,
did
you
the
are
Nakba on the
blind.
Palestinians? Who came in the 1880s and started treating Palestinians like shit
Are we
and
seriously
throwing
talking
garbage
about
at them and kicking them out of their land?
about?
Who did
Man,
that?
Anymore. We're talking
Did
about
you
right
listen to
now.
fake
This one
history?
don't
What the-
understand.
Okay, let me say something. Right now, there is a right-wing government that is controlling Israel.
I want to ask
The
you, what came
problem
first,
is,
the chicken or the
Rabia,
egg?
wait.
Hold on, Rabia,
Rabia,
one
we
second.
decided to give everybody a second to talk, and then you can respond, please. Right now, there is a kind of, some people will say, an extreme right-wing government that is controlling Israel. The problem is that the ones that is fueling this government to stay in power, because they are the security government, is the Palestinian people. Now, that's the problem. We want to get rid of the right-wing government and have
The
somebody
occupied,
that is...
Okay, can I ask you what came first? Habibi Liberty, one
So the
second. Habibi
occupied is
Liberty, one second.
blamed
Habibi.
for the
What
actions
came
of the
first, brother?
occupier.
The chicken or the egg? Let me just ask you, what came first, the chicken or the egg? What
Even
came
blaming
first?
their
That's the
governments
question.
on us.
Can you answer that though? What came first, the chicken or the egg? Can you answer that?
The answer is the answer is the chicken.
Right, the people who've been living there, the people that are being occupied. So the reason why you
Okay,
have
so you
resistance,
say, okay,
hang
so
on, I'm going
let's
to
go
answer your
back
question
to
for
the
you real quick.
Islamic
The reason why you
conquest.
have resistance is because you have
Rabia,
occupation. My friend,
what
we both
happened
lived on that
after,
land and we
what
both know
happened
that we do not have equal rights.
800?
What my brother
Let it
What
go
Liberty is
one at a
saying
happened
is
time.
true.
1,600 years ago? What happened 200 years ago? The
Listen,
Islamic
man, no matter
conquest,
what you say, every year
the
that Israel
Islamic
existed,
conquest conquered almost all of the region. So what? You are a
every year that
conqueror.
Israel
You
existed, they
had
unalived more Palestinians than Palestinians unalived Israelis, bro. So you guys
you
have
had
nothing to
the
stand on.
largest slave,
Like I said, man,
slave
you guys
collection in
unalived more
history.
Palestinians since the existing of Israel than Palestinians ever unalived Israelis.
But
That right there
look,
tells you. That right there
Rabia,
tells you
we are
that
talking about the 900.
it's a
We are talking
cleansation.
about
It's
the
a cleansing, my friend. We can do this all day, but I'm telling you,
But
if you go
Rabia,
from the
you
history
cannot
of
jump
Israel,
in the
Chip,
middle of a
Chip, are you sitting in
conversation
front of
like
a
that.
computer, Chip?
Can we
Chip,
do
are you
one
sitting in
at a
front of a
time?
computer?
Just I'm asking you all, please, from the bottom of my
Liberty
heart.
talked, and I want
Yeah,
to
but this
answer.
guy is not going to stop talking. He wants to keep. He wants to
I
keep
am, because it
talking and
was my
talking.
time to speak.
It's been
Rabia,
time for him to land that
Rabia,
plane already.
Okay, so let's. I know I've said this several
it
times
was my
before.
time to speak after Liberty. That's it.
Hold on. I'm asking everybody nicely to please let each person speak, because when two of you speak at once, I can't hear a word you're saying, and I truly want to hear what each of you have to say. Now, what I'm going to do is this. Rabia wanted to ask me to look something up on the computer, so I'm going to let him tell me what that is, and then I'm going to let our other guests speak. I'm going to just 1 second, Justice. Then I'm going to let our other guests continue speaking, and then I'll try to go to Justice after that. Is that fair? So,
By
Rabia,
the
what
way,
did you?
did you get my message? Did you get my message about the land purchases?
I didn't see any messages. Did you message me a DM and
I
TikTok?
sent you. I DM'd you on the inbox yesterday a link to an article that it's a long article that has many it shows all the sources at the bottom. They're like 10 sources. Some of it is Avi Shlaim, some of it is Ilan Papi, and they'll show you. Once you read that and you educate yourself about that, I think you will be reluctant to say the 5.7% again.
Is it less than that?
The actual amount of land that was purchased without anybody finding any foul play at hand is less than 1%. Chip.
Oh wow, that's a big change. Okay, thank you for telling me. I'll check my DMs. Thank you for that.
So
Okay,
when you have people that are kicked out of the land, for example, to Lebanon, and they're not allowed by the British mandate to even come back and work the land, and when they impose so much taxes on it to where the people outside just let it go, that was counted as some of that 5% purchases.
I got you. Okay, thank you for telling me that. Okay, Rabia, what did you want me to look up, and then we'll let our pro-Israeli
I
guests
just wanted you to look up, Chip. Find me a year since the beginning of Israel that the Palestinian resistance unalived more Israelis than the Israelis unalived Palestinians.
What is that going to prove?
I'll look it up.
Once he does it, I will explain to you what it proves. But I just want to just let him do that.
That just shows you that they are attacking, and then they getting hit harder than they hitted. You're trying to make what, an
I'm not
argument
trying to
about
make nothing.
this?
I'm asking a simple question, man. I'm asking
Okay,
Chip because
yeah.
you're saying that we
I don't
unalive
think
you guys
I
and we
don't think
destroyed
you
you
need
guys.
to check
My
it.
friend, 1 second. I'm just asking Chip because you're making statements that
Oh,
we did
yeah,
so much to y'all, and I just want him to look it up, and I want him to see what year did the Palestinians
1929.
actually unalive more Israelis than Israelis did Palestinians.
1929.
Never, never,
1929.
Like I
1929.
said to you, mate,
never.
you've
It
done a
never
lot more.
happened.
No, so you have it. Google it.
Right, you've done
1929.
Chip is looking it up right now, and I'm going to tell you it never happened. You know why?
No,
Because ever since the
1929, the
day,
Hebron
my friend,
massacre.
ever since the day Israel existed, there was boots on our neck. There
The
had to be a
Hebron
resistance.
massacre was 68 people.
Right, the Hebron massacre, but how many?
120 people.
He's
were
got a
killed.
computer in front of him. He's got a computer in front of him. He's going to tell you there's not 1 year where the Palestinians unalived more Israelis than you guys have unalived us. There's not one single year.
Okay, man.
Matter of fact, Chip,
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken, Chip, the number should be like it might be higher, over 500 people, over 500 on each year, each side.
So you're talking
And
about
I'll bet
symmetrical.
this before I look it up. I'll bet this.
So you're talking about
Okay.
being symmetrical.
No, I'm not talking about being nothing. It's a simple thing. You're talking about what we've done to y'all and how we unalived y'all. We destroyed you. And we
Yes,
hurt
you are
people.
wicked.
Okay,
Yes,
okay,
yes.
100%. I agree with you. We did all this stuff to you.
Rabia, give me a second, please. Rabia, thank you.
No,
This guy,
Liberty,
this
I
man-
have a chance to answer
Hold
you
on.
finally. You
Okay,
said
Kashaf.
something and I want to answer you finally. They
Kashaf.
stopped me before.
Kashaf, you're right, man. You guys are the good people. We're the
No,
invaders.
no.
We
Liberty,
came.
stop
We came.
twisting my
We came.
words.
We came
Stop,
from across
stop,
the
stop,
oceans.
stop,
We
stop,
came.
stop,
We came
stop,
from
stop,
across
stop,
the oceans.
Stop.
Kashaf. We came from
Stop,
across the
stop,
oceans.
stop.
We
Let
came
me
with
answer
from
you.
across
Let
the
me
ocean
answer
with a
you.
book
Let me answer
and
you.
said this
Let
land
me
are ours
answer
and
you.
started
Let me
taking
answer
it
you.
and
Let me
started
answer you.
unaliving your people. That's what we.
Let
did,
me
right?
answer you.
But no, I
Let
want to
me
say
answer
something.
you.
I want to
No,
address
let
something
me
you
answer
said.
you. No, let me
Okay,
answer you.
answer
I
me.
listened to you for
Have you
5
found a
minutes.
year,
Let me
Chip?
answer.
Did you find
No,
a year where the Palestinians
they're just
unalived
doing
more
like
Israelis?
places. He talks and then he talks and he talks and then let me answer for 1 minute and that's even less. 10 seconds.
You don't
Okay?
stop talking
You
anyway.
have
I haven't even said a
you
word.
have
You
a
keep over
problem.
talking people.
You have a problem. You're talking about the settlements. I hate the settlements. Okay, me personally.
Oh, so you
I don't
admit to
live
it
there.
then?
Wait, Viking. No, let me answer for 20 seconds and that's it. You hate the settlements. You are talking about purchasing lands that are going right now in the settlements, and I'm saying to you, we have right now a right-wing government that is pushing this to happen, but this right-wing government have legitimate to see in their eyes and in people of Israel because of security reasons, and you think that this kind of resistance will be beneficial, but in the end you say yourself,
How else do
Palestinians
people
are
resist
suffering
in
more
occupation?
than
exactly what I
Israelis.
wanted.
And
That's
you are
actually
saying
exactly what I
fueling
wanted to
a
address.
war. You are
Kashaf.
fueling the war.
Rabbi,
You are
I can
fueling
answer
the
you.
war,
So
and it's
Kashaf.
not smart of you. It doesn't contribute to you in any certain way.
So Kashaf.
If you stop fueling this kind of government, you will
Yeah,
get
yeah.
somebody that you can
Okay.
talk to.
So,
But you
Kashaf,
don't
I'm sorry
want
to
it.
tell you,
just want to fight. You
congratulations.
just want to fight. You want to
Congratulations,
kill, and that's
Kashaf.
it.
Kashaf, congratulations. You have shown us that you are a typical brainwashed, indoctrinated Israeli that sits here, that sits here, that wants to blame. Oh,
You
hold
are
on.
fueling
I let
this,
you
and
speak,
you
bro.
can't even
I let
take
you
it.
Chip, are
speak.
you
I
are
let
you
you
hosting
speak.
this live, man? What's
I
going
let
on
you
here?
speak. Hold on. Be quiet. You have just demonstrated how the typical Israeli likes to blame whenever something is uncomfortable. We can blame it on the Palestinians. You went in your polling places and fucking chose for
Your
Netanyahu
resistance
to
is
be
to
in
bomb
power. Hold
yourself
on.
inside the
Hold on.
wall.
Let me
What are you
finish. I
talking
let you
about?
finish. I let you finish. I let you finish.
No,
I
you
let
don't
you
make any
finish. Hold
sense.
on.
Your
Hold on.
resistance
Hold
is to
on.
bomb yourself
Hold
and
on.
stab innocent civilians.
Your people, please mute this guy, let me finish. His people went into the polling places and chose this fucking Likud party. This is not last year, not the year before.
Because of you guys.
Hold on. 20 years ago, not more, if not more, 27 years ago. So the entire age of this colony is 76 years old. And for
But it wasn't that severe before you started.
For 40% of the age of this colony, the last 40%, they have chosen an extremely right-wing fascist government
to lead them. Not that they're not fascist themselves. No, there's no such thing as a left-wing Israeli. There's a fascist and there's an extreme fascist. So they found the biggest, most extreme fascist on the face of the planet, inherent in people.
What are you
Hold on,
talking
let me
about?
finish.
ranting. You're just
Let me finish.
monologuing.
Let
You're
me finish.
monologuing.
Inherent in people
You're
like
monologuing.
Bizael Smotrich, inherent in people like
Man,
Itamar
what is he
Ben-Gvir,
talking about?
the
What
greatest
the-
fucking
Let him
terrorists on the
talk. We
face
let
of
you
this
monologue.
planet.
Let him talk.
And
Because while
they
he's
put
speaking,
them in
finish.
power.
Rabia,
This is
stop,
your
stop.
government. You chose it,
Stop.
not us.
You stop.
Like
Show
a
me
kid.
when the last time the Palestinians went in and chose and voted for
Okay,
your leader.
so Liberty,
You
it's
vote for your
really
leaders.
simple.
No,
You have
You're
voted.
still
And then he
monologuing.
And
says,
who put,
Holy
who
shit.
put Hamas in
choosing
power?
dictatorship
Liberty,
again and again and
Liberty.
again.
and then he says, and then he
Okay, just guys, I can't. I don't like running a panel this way. It's giving me a headache, quite frankly. So I want everybody to speak. I've said this like 5 times before, so unfortunately, I'm not going to keep saying it. What I'm going to do is, when someone gets a chance to speak, which I'm going to give somebody a second here, the first person interrupts, I'm just going to start dropping people, which I don't want to do. But you guys made it really hard for me. So Liberty, I got to say, you've been pretty tough to manage. So I don't want you to be less passionate, but please try to work within the
yes, I
panel.
will. But I'm also getting interrupted. Like I cannot finish one thought.
Because you're
No,
monologuing.
No, that's fine. Let me finish my monologue.
Nobody was
then you
interrupting
can
you in your
monologue.
first minute, but then you
Let
wanted
me
to go.
finish my monologue. Then you can monologue.
No, it's a
No,
ping
we don't
pong.
want monologues.
You ping
We're
and
here
then
for
I pong.
discussion, not monologues.
Cartnuff, I'm not sure what your name is. I've been doing panels for 14 months. I think I can handle it, but thank you for the help. So here's what I'd like to do, if it's okay. I do want to give everybody a chance to speak, especially people who come in that are new. Liberty, you did have a good bit of a stretch. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to finish.
Please, thank you. Yes. One thing he agrees.
I'm not like that.
I'm sorry.
Then I want to let you know the new people that are here, and in this order, we have Anna Falastine, who hasn't spoken yet. Todd, if you want to go again, you haven't said much. You passed the mic, so if you want to go first, it'll be your turn. Then Anna Falastine, and then our new guest, Cart. I can't read the rest of your name. Cart, whomever. Go ahead, Liberty.
Yes, he said something that I agree with, strangely. He said, oh, I hate the settlements. The settlements are a problem. Yeah, see, to you, they are a problem that you can think about. Maybe it bothers you, then you can go to sleep and be okay with it. To us, it's the problem. So, buddy, if you really think the settlements are a problem and you're really true about that to yourselves, then you should be up in arms about your settlements before you even have the audacity, the chutzpah, or even the shame, you should be ashamed to speak to any Palestinians before you take care of the settlements. Because while to you, they're just a problem that you can deal with today or tomorrow. To us, they are the problem. They're constantly and actively, as we speak, kicking out our people, annexing more land, and bringing more fascist, extreme schmerrists from Europe to replace us. This is the fucking core of the issue. So it's not just a problem, it's the problem.
Okay. Can I speak now?
Well, we have other people that haven't had a chance for quite some time.
Yeah,
I know
but
you want
he
to.
addressed the guy
Can we
next to
have
me.
a pro-Israeli
Let's
side
see.
speak right now?
I mentioned the 2 other people that haven't had much of a chance. So, Todd, did you want to speak?
I understand, but we have only 2 pro-Israelis on the panel right now. This is
Listen,
why
I'm
I
with
can
you, but
speak after Kashaf.
yeah, I'm okay. That's tough. Why don't you go ahead and respond, and then we'll let Todd go.
Okay. First of all, Liberty, I see right now you as somebody that represent people that can't take any accountability on anything. Everything has an excuse. Everything is okay. And okay, I tell you, yes, I think the settlements, I'm not pro of that, but you want me to do what you want to do in your way. Take up arms, go and fight them. I don't believe in this kind of way of resisting. This is not the way we do things.
You say when your house is not being taken.
Don't answer
That's
me.
easy to
Don't
say when your
answer
home
me.
is not being
Don't
taken.
interrupt me while I'm speaking.
You say when your home is not being taken.
My home was taken in the past. My ancestors chose another way. They chose to go and build themselves in a different place.
No,
Some
they
of them
chose
went
to they chose to unalive the Palestinians and take their land.
Liberty. And if I talked about 2,000 years ago when everybody was kicked out, they made themselves live. They were persecuted for thousands of years and they still became such a great nation with such rich culture. And you still come here and bash us because we don't choose to do what you want to do.
What rich
when you
culture?
want to
You've
go
got
and
no
stab
culture.
people in the street, when
You're
you
doing
want
it.
to go and bomb yourself because this is the way you choose to resist. This is not the only way to
Give
resist.
us
There's better ways to
Give us
resist.
F-16s and Merkavas, we won't bomb ourselves.
Stop fueling the hatred with your violence.
F-16s and
then maybe
Merkavas,
we
we
can
won't
come
bomb
to a
ourselves.
conclusion. That's what you get. Stop your violence. Stop pushing people to send their kids and to soldiers
Give
will
us
not shoot them.
F-16s and Merkavas to fight you. We'll stop doing that.
Target
Give us
civilians like you do.
F-16s to bomb you from the sky, and we'll stop
target
doing that.
civilians like you do, and maybe one day we'll have peace. In the day that Palestinians appreciate the life of their kids more than they hate Israel, we will have peace. That's what Golda says, and it's true. Peace.
Golda, the old witch.
Wait, 2 seconds. Could you say, you just said about culture, but what culture? You've got no culture. I've explained that to you before my phone died. What culture do you have? It's the Palestinian culture.
Okay, let's go to Tog. She said she wanted to go after he finished, so that's what happened. Let's go to Tog. Go ahead.
Well, actually, I was going to tell him about, you know, the Hebron massacre that keeps coming up and keeps coming up and keeps coming up. There were 55 Ashkenazi and 12 Sephardic Jews were unalived. And these are the numbers from the Jewish Virtual Library. There were 484 survivors, and a lot of them were actually hidden by their Palestinian neighbors. They survived because their neighbors hid them. So I don't know why the Hebron massacre is always brought up as the shining example of the viciousness of the attacks. It's ridiculous. These are and then numbers go up to 120, so we just double it to make it extra sound bad. And yet the whole tally of unalived people is, I don't even have a percentage, but probably in the 4 figures higher than actually Israeli people unalived.
I guess what you're trying to say, sister, I'm just trying to understand. You're saying that in the entirety of that massacre, some Jews died, but the majority weren't. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. 67 all in all, which is sad. I have no... Yes, every death is one death too many, but it's not this brutal, overshining, huge massacre. It's just not true. There was a riot. Even the Jewish Virtual Library says there was a riot. It was a riot. It does not call it a massacre. It calls it the Arab riots. So that alone is because I am sick and tired of hearing Hebron massacre. This is like always the last hurrah.
And also, why was there a riot in the first place, right?
There was a riot.
Because wasn't there a siege of some sort?
What do you mean?
So the riot, the Arab...
Yeah, there were things that led to it. Yeah, it's just we don't need to really get into the details of it.
But it explains, why there was...
Oh yeah, it was actually not Palestinians that did it. It was I think some Egyptian leader that instigated it, and the massacre was against Jews as well as Palestinians, not just Jews. So, but they like to take it as only Jews were unalived, and that it was a massacre. It was a genocide of the Jews, the Hebron massacre.
But the interesting thing is, there was also, it was pretty much even as in unaliving. There was like, give or take 5 on either side. So the numbers were quite even. However, only the Jewish people who got unalived, their families got given money by the British because of the unaliving.
Nice.
Yeah, that's true. No, she's right on that. She's absolutely spot on.
Yeah, I mean, intellectually and historically, honestly, any which way, morally, ethically, legally, they really have no leg to stand on. I mean, our friend Chip Barnes here earlier today got unalived with like 6 of them that seemed to be
intellectual enough they did, but I think he handled them greatly.
I'm sorry, guys. You know,
I
I'm
have
sorry,
to
but I like
say,
to.
Chip, I do not know how you stay so quiet when you speak to them. You have the patience of a saint. I do not tend to get loud, hardly ever, but
Neither do
I
I.
don't know
You know,
how.
at the end of the day, we
thing is
condemn
like,
the things that need to be condemned, and we stand for the
exactly.
things that need to be stand for, and we tell the atrocities that we committed as well as the atrocities that happened. We stand on that because we know that shit happens. With all due respect, sorry about that, but you coming up here and just explaining one side and one side and one side, and every time we come on and say something, you wanna bring another thing up and another thing. It's like just stand on business and admit that the shit that's happening is wrong and it needs to stop. And if you're such against it, you don't have to serve the military. You can pick where you want to serve. So some of them do have the choice of not unaliving people. So the ones that are actually in Gaza chose to be in Gaza. They weren't forced to be in Gaza. That was a
And the
choice.
thing is, though, Chip, just a little to add to that. Rabia knows what I'm going to say, so is Tad, because they come to another live that I go on, Liberty. I work not far from London. I had to go to a bit somewhere in Trafalgar Square, and went up to the building and was working, and I knew there was a protest happening, obviously with the Palestinian protest. I was happy. I was looking at the window. Oh, brilliant! What I saw was a rabbi, just coming out of nowhere, crossing the road. This man jumped him. I ran down the bloody stairs. I nearly broke my neck. I nearly got run over by a car because London's bloody heaving. And Zio went and kicked, punched, and spat in this rabbi's face, an 80-year-old man. Do you think that's acceptable?
That sounds pretty awful. Yeah, I know a lot of Orthodox
That's
Jewish
happening.
people oppose a lot of the aspects of Zionism in certain cases. And I've seen people literally spitting on or beating up other Jewish people by the police in Jerusalem and elsewhere. It's pretty bad.
Real Jews believe in peace. They believe that the land of Israel will be given to them in a peaceful way, not in the way that they're doing this. I mean, and this is the one thing. So I like to let that be known too, because not all of them are bad. Really, not all of them are
Well,
bad.
I mean,
It's just the Zionists that
the
are
great
bad.
majority of prominent and well-known Jews throughout the entire planet. If you look, for example, in the 20s and early 30s and the teens, were wholeheartedly against this idea of a nation state. The Zionists were on the fringes of Jewish thought of mainstream. They weren't anywhere near the mainstream of Judaism. They were like sort of under the rocks, like fringe group. What catapulted their ideology is the Shmolokos.
Exactly. And the reason why, Chip, when I brought up the question, because Tad and Rabia would tell you, every side that comes up, I ask them the question about Nicky Winton. None of them know who he is, Chip. But what shocks me the most, if they're very passionate about their history, about everything about being an Israeli, why don't they know him? They know about Schindler, but they don't know about Nicky. This is what I don't understand, darling. This is why I asked the question. Oh, I don't know who he is. Right, he was one of the biggest heroes to my country, to you. He done a lot. This is why I asked the question, Chip. Do you know who he is? No, I don't. But it just shows you they don't know nothing. But in honest to God's truth, that book is lying in the history, in the museum in Israel right now. That's the only thing they can fall back on. They have got no culture. They have got no history. They claimed everything. They've stolen everything from the Palestinian people. It's a sad thing. I don't condone what the British did for Jesus Christ Almighty. I don't condone that at all. But it's nothing.
They've been digging
compared to
under.
what the
They've been
people
digging
go
under
through
the
now.
Aqsa. They've been digging under the Aqsa for over 50 years, trying to find one piece of stone and one piece
Yeah,
of anything.
and Chip,
And
if you
it's
ever get
causing,
a chance, I don't know if you visited, you should visit Palestine and see for yourself, man. Like I said, I wasn't lying, man. The first time I ever visited was this past summer, and what I've seen and what I've known before and what I've seen, man, it's two whole different things. Two whole different things.
I'm looking at it now.
I get there. Imagine I get there with my wife and kids in our village, and my cousin, my brother goes there. He's been there. That's how we have a car there. And when I get there, they bring me the car. They say, but please park it inside the building, like behind the building. Don't park it in the designated parking area. I'm like, why not? They're like, believe me, just do it. And sure enough, I swear to God, I'm not lying whatsoever. Our lunch that same night, The same night we got there, we woke up at 4 a.m. in our West Bank village that doesn't have any problems. We woke up to the sounds of breaking and like stun grenades. I thought they were shooting, but they were also shooting. And what they did is the army comes in at like 3, 4 in the morning, and any cars that are in the street, if it's in their way, they're breaking it. Not in their way, if it's just remotely. They are not willing to move an inch. Like if it's in your way, if there's a car outside, they're gonna break it. They break the stores, they break the cars, they break everything in the way, and they leave. Every 2, 3 weeks, they come into the village and do the same thing. Why?
And the saddest thing is, though, Chip, like what Liberty said is spot on. But the good people of Israel, the good people that I've seen in London, the good people of Israel are against the Zionism. Look what they're doing now. I just saw on the BBC News, literally about at 7 o'clock, that Israel looking to expand to Golan Heights. What's going to happen to the people of Syria? What's going to happen to them?
Defending themselves, Viking. Israelis are defending themselves in their own.
Yes, no, darling, but it's hard to see.
How's everybody doing? Can I just say, when you say Israelis are defending themselves, what's defending themselves? You want to be the big military nuclear power of the world, but you want to have your neighbors with no means to defend themselves? Can I just say something? Can I just say one more thing? Do you know what's... I know. Do you know what's keeping...
I was just talking to Lucy. You can butt in.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
So if you don't mind muting yourself, much appreciated. I don't tolerate people butting in while I'm talking. Yeah, you can mute yourself, mate, please. Yeah, can you mute yourself? Thank you. Not you, Lucy. Look too fast. Lucy, no, this is what I'm a bit worried about, because now they've expanded to Golan Heights of Syria. They've just shown the BBC News at 7 o'clock. What's going to happen to the people of Syria? They're going to end up exactly the same the Palestinians are going through and still suffer to this day. No one even repeats itself. And everyone else that I have seen and heard, Israel are looking to be an empire. They're colonizing all these countries. Look what they're doing now. Thank you, Chip. Look at that. Honest to God, yeah? Wallahi ya buck. Look at this.
Okay, but if that's their territory, right? They're occupying it. How long have they been occupying that territory?
Darling, this has been going on for
20,
many years.
30, but this specific area, right? Like if they've been there occupying it for 30, I mean, they've been in a war of aggression with Syria. Syria are the aggressors. They have a right to defend themselves, Viking. No, but that's their mindset, right? They believe deep down that they have a right to do that.
Out of fear. It's all out of fear. They fear that and the thing is, if we have a two-state solution, guys, the same shit's gonna happen. They're gonna have this military. We're not gonna have the military. They're gonna be able to come in anytime they want and take land and throw people out. This is why it can't be an option. You know, I mean, this is why two-state cannot be an option, because we know what the outcome is. The outcome is going to be the same thing that's happening now. They're going to be
I'm going to tell you a
unrivalled
little secret, Brother Rabia, and I'm going to tell everybody else a little secret. Even a two-state solution, according to international law, I'll tell you why they're so. Do you know why they're so vehemently against it, the Israelis? Because they know that means it's their end. An Israeli state, to do it overnight or over a month along the borders of the 1967 borders, that means you have to move 1 million of the most disgusting, extreme fascist humans that ever walked the face of this planet out of the West Bank. That's what it means. And what these people will do in Tel Aviv, they will definitely, almost instantly, begin a huge civil war, which will lead to the demise of their colony. And this is why I think it is an absolutely genius move by the leaders of Hamas to go ahead and put it in their charter that, you know what, we see it as a consensus, they didn't say, well, recognize the existence of Israel, but it is a consensus. If that's the consensus, we'll go with it, because they understand very well that the colony, whether we see it or not, whether we, I'm not a fortune teller, but I'm a Palestinian and I'm close, and things are different. I'll tell you, they've outdone themselves. They've put in their power ever since Oslo. They've brought the most vile, disgusting, extreme Jews on the planet and put them in the West Bank. And now they rule their Knesset.
At 60,
I mean, you know, they only put that settlement there because they don't
a
want
two-state solution on the lines of the 67 border, which I'm not for, is just another recipe for the demise of the colony, inshallah, soon.
You said that it spells Israel's demise. I think the thing that we need to always factor with Zionist is the reality of keeping a Jewish majority is that it cannot happen without focusing on that.
So can I speak now, or I gotta keep going?
I've been waiting to, so I was waiting too. So whenever I'm talking and then you start going, can I speak in the middle of it? It kind of like interrupts my thought process there.
Yeah, I didn't go.
No, but too fat. Someone was like,
She's just saying
that must have been you.
It's hard to like have a complete thought with people interrupting. The Zionists have to reconcile with keeping a Jewish majority. So if they, at the end of the day, they are annexing the West Bank. They're annexing any potential Palestinian sovereignty. If you want to do that, then that's what you're doing, right? You're doing this thing. So we need to reconcile it, right? You have to ethnically cleanse or annex these people to create this Jewish majority. Keep a Jewish majority in that land.
So, can I speak?
Bro, go ahead, because you got some shit to say, so just go ahead and say it.
Yeah, calm down, bro. Why you mad?
No, because you're mad disrespectful. You don't want to let the girl finish, so go ahead. I mean, obviously, it's burning your tongue. You have to get it out, so go ahead and get it out.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Come
on, just say it. Spit it out.
It would spit what out? What do you think I'm about to spit out, huh?
Bro, you coming up here to cause drop quick, bro.
All right, Rabia, close your mouth and let me speak, all right?
I'm not going to close nothing, bro, but you're not going to disrespect the females on this panel because you're not a man. Okay,
so here's the deal, folks. If you want to come up and speak, just come out and start talking. If somebody gives you the green light, go. If you're going to try to pick a fight before you even talk, come on back up if you want to talk. If you don't want to talk, then go fight with somebody else somewhere else. Okay, who hasn't spoken in a while? Who wants to say something?
At the top, at the very top right, she hasn't been speaking. I haven't heard from her in a while. I mean, and Sister Tabby hasn't spoken either.
I'm good. I'm just like being on with Chip because it's such a great, it's really a great live. I just like being here and I like learning. And that's basically what I'm doing. I'm learning a whole lot when I'm on here.
Well, this is in that light. Then I have a great suggestion to everybody. So this is one thing that you can learn, which is everybody wants to know like what the ICJ is looking at, like when are they going to make a decision? Is it GC and all these different considerations. So if you type in WAR crimes in the Israel-Palestine,
tell me that again.
If you go to Google and type in war crimes, Israel-Hamas war. The very first link is a Wikipedia article. Now, I've read it from start to finish, so I don't think it's unbiased. It spends the first half going through the allegations and the things that are likely, for the H group. And then it goes through the Israeli part of it. So if anybody wants to know kind of like what's the totality of the things they're alleging between like starvation, medical restrictions, forced displacement, dropping of boom booms, the actions of the individual military units doing things to civilians, journalists, blah, blah, blah. It's all listed. It's the best summary I've seen so far. So I suggest anybody who thinks if you're someone who doesn't think that the H group did something wrong on 10/7, go take a look. And if you're somebody who thinks that Israel has not committed a single thing because it's just collateral damage, go take a look. I
did look at some, and I found some under the UN war crimes, and that's why I kind of sit and I don't take too many sides too often, because both sides are charged with war crimes.
Right.
Right?
And I'm going to drop.
I keep listening. Pardon me?
Okay, I'm going to drop soon. I just want to say, Chip, I appreciate your stance on all of this. I appreciate you giving everybody at the table and the chance to discuss everything they want to discuss. I love that you're so open-minded. You know what I mean? You don't one-side anything, and I really appreciate that because that's actually, the kind of person that we need to be the one that's judging what's going on and have his feeling and has his 2 cents. So I thank you from where I stand, and I'm sure my Palestinian people thank you as well because everything you guys are doing is just giving us the chance to be heard and be seen and let what's going on be known. I mean, yeah, there is atrocities happening on both sides, but something happened for it to get to this point. And if you go back to every single fight and every single way it happened, it was always them that started this. And I mean, it just needs to be known. We really are not hateful people. Wallahi, we love everybody. Palestine has always been the land of love and the land of free. And it's only became hard when this Zionist entity came forth. So I mean, please, guys, we come up here very very hard hearted because we hear the things that people are saying. We hear the some of the lies, and it does bother us. And we're really in it. Some of us lost people, so we're so passionate about it that we have to raise our voice. So I apologize on behalf of all of us for that. And I
I
just thank you
understand.
for this. I thank you for this time, man. You guys are amazing. Thank you.
You're
All right,
amazing.
thanks for being here. And just one other point, and this is not to inflame those who are pro-Israeli, but just to give you some context. If you or I were living in a situation where every aspect of our life was controlled by somebody else, we weren't allowed to travel places, the airport that we had was destroyed, so we can't fly anywhere. We're not allowed to leave to go see our relatives in the other territories. If we're lucky, we might get a work permit, which we're doing the dirty work for someone else who doesn't want to do it like we do in our country for people who immigrate here. You fishermen can't go past a certain point, and they can get attacked whatever the hell the other person wants to. The other party can come in with its jets and dominant military and can just blast the crap out of you when they want to. And the idea that somehow living under those circumstances wouldn't cause someone anger. I mean, that doesn't even mention the unemployment situation and the inability to export goods, which is critical to developing the economy. Things like cement to rebuild things are not allowed in legally, so you have to smuggle them in to be able to construct stuff. The foreign aid does come, but there's problems in the leadership too that do things. And these are all the realities of life in that territory, and it builds an anger and frustration. And if you put people under that pressure cooker for too long, it's almost naive to think that they wouldn't do something violent at some point. In fact, a lot of people argue they couldn't believe it took all the way until October 7th, 2023, for something like that to happen because it's inevitable no matter who it is or where it is. One last point. We were talking earlier about how the H clause is leveraged for guilt, which gives people a lot of license to do things in some cases, including all the excesses we've seen over the decades. There's a great book by an author named Norman Finkelstein. It's called The Holocaust Industry.
I've seen that.
And anybody who's ever heard of the victim card, that mentality, please read that book because it goes through the litany of how all the different organizations, politically and otherwise, go through and use that leverage to try to guilt people into thinking and doing certain things where it's not really justified. Interesting stuff. Okay, let's get back to. And by the way, if there are any pro-Israelis in the audience, there was somebody named Coach who I've known. He's in the audience. If you want to come up, Coach, I'd love to have you up. The more people on the panel of different views makes it more interesting. Even if you don't agree with how I see things, that's fine. But I'll tell you, let's go back.
Yeah, sorry, darling. I'm gonna jump off, darling, because it's 11:15 at night in England.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
good night. Good night, love. It was nice talking to you.
Pretty late, yeah.
So yeah, I just didn't realise the 12 bloody hour. I didn't realise what the time was. It's lovely speaking to you, Chip. Thank you for having me, and I'm glad you
Yes.
learned.
Nice to have you. Please come back again. Thank you.
I will do. I have followed you, so from now on I will be. Don't you worry.
Whenever I was requesting, there was someone up here, Cart.
Yeah, Cart left. I'm not sure what happened.
I've been interacting with him. The reason why I bring him up, it's nothing personal, but there's just this type, and even Coach too, I would like to talk to them rather than talk about them, but they are definitely a type of people who come across as liberal, caring of human rights, but justify what's happening. And those are the people who really I can't swear. When you were sorry, I have ADHD, so anyway, I had to write down my thoughts. Anyway, sorry.
Do I hear some kitty cat? Is there a kitty cat or two in the background?
Yeah, she likes to talk to
Nice.
people. You There's this zero reconciling with reality though when these people when they come up. It's hard having conversations over and over, right?
Lucy, what does your red triangle stand for?
So the red triangle is a calling of the resistance videos that have been coming out since October, this current siege. It just represents the resistance fighting against the people there.
Fighting against Palestine, you mean?
No, Palestinians fighting against the occupation force in their land. Because since October 7th, they started coming out with like really cool videos of them doing cool things, and they use the red triangle as a target system for the ITF. That's what it's talking about.
Yeah. T, if you haven't seen it, the videos that the resistance publishes periodically, one of the things they do to edit the video is when they're showing an image in a picture, if there's an Israeli vehicle or soldier and they're trying to show you like who they're engaging with, they'll have an upside down red triangle that they'll flash on the screen for a few seconds to indicate like what's going on, and then it disappears. And that's how that symbol came into these different things on TikTok.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they started like all the videos that they would put out it's a propaganda effort basically, but I understand that, and I'm down for it. So I'm like, oh yeah, I have the red triangle. Because
are you saying that the Palestinians videos are propaganda?
Yes, so the resistance comes out with their own type of propaganda to like garner support.
Yeah,
well, these are specifically from a group called the
Propaganda. It's not like propaganda.
Not a bad thing, but like a way to like say, hey, this is what we're doing.
Yes, to show the world that we are fighting back. We are fighting back, This
But
is
it's
what we
wartime propaganda. I mean, okay, so the resistant, I don't know how like strict you are, Chip, with like the words you use on your live, but because I feel silly using fake words when I'm talking about this stuff, like Islamic Jihad, right? Like that's what it is, these groups. So during this past war, they've been, since October 7th, the siege on Gaza, they've been putting out these videos, right? The resistance, Islamic Jihad, Hamas, which people use H group as a colloquial term when H group is just like the governing body. It's not even the military groups that are doing these things. Anyways, so the Islamic Jihad are putting out these videos saying like, this is what we're doing to fight back.
Okay.
Yeah, the largest group that operated, their leader unfortunately was unalived, Mohammed Daif. But the biggest group is called the Al Qassam Brigade.
Al Qassam Brigade. Mohammed Daif is still alive, Chip.
He is.
Yes, Mohammed Daif is still alive. That's
they
what
reported back in June that he may have died. If that's what I'm
No,
saying.
the Israelis. If you look in history, this would be, I think, at least the 8th or 9th time they claim they've assassinated Mohammed Daif.
Okay, well, I never know.
Listen. I guarantee you, he's still alive because one thing I know, and why Hamas and Al Qassam brigades have a lot of popularity, not just among Palestinians, in the entire Arab world and Islamic world. I promise you, you go to Indonesia, in certain neighborhoods, kids that were waiting for Cristiano Ronaldo are now waiting for Abu Ubaidah to speak, and it's because. Yes, there's videos on TikTok of it. Hey, kids, what are you doing? You're thinking they're watching a soccer game. No, they're watching Abu Ubaidah speak. It's because they represent something that the Arab and to a less extent the Islamic world needed for a long, long time, for 100 years, if not more. Some kind of leadership that says the truth and that is not afraid of the oppressor. And it is inherent in Hamas. They speak the truth. They say what they mean. They mean what they say. They proved it, and that's why they enjoy such popularity.
By raping women, kidnapping babies, and burning people alive.
Again, these are all Israeli allegations. I wish
Liberty.
there was a
Lady,
place
can you
where
wait
we can
your
put.
turn?
I wish
All
there
your
was a
leaders
place.
died,
I
but
wish,
sit down for
and
a
I'm
second
sure
quietly. Can you wait your
Rape and
turn? terrorist supporter?
Can you wait your turn? Let her.
So are you saying that the leader of Hamas was not killed, unalive?
Mohammed al-Daif is still alive. Ismail Haniyeh.
No, he's not. He's dead. It's confirmed that he's dead.
And are you also saying
Also,
that
Ismail
that
Ania, also terrorists are dead.
Your Chip.
Are you mad? Chip, are you mad? That's why you're muting me?
Chip, we can't hear you.
What I was trying to do is take a brief administrative break. I'll bring it. Israel, if you want to come back up, I was muted. I'm sorry. I thought people weren't listening. What I wanted to just explain the rules of the live again so everybody can understand what we're trying to accomplish. So what I want to do is I'm happy to hear everybody's point of view. I'm the fairest host probably in the entire TikTok universe, but I don't want everybody talking over each other because then I can't hear. And if somebody can't make their full point, we don't understand the totality of what they're saying. So I'd love you to come back up, Israel, if you want to share your point of view. I do want to say this, though, and I talked to it at great extent earlier today. There are a lot of what I call more severe allegations of the things that happen on 10/7, where there hasn't been, for most of us, the ability to see things to corroborate some of those more extreme charges. I'm one of the few people, unfortunately, who's seen a lot of the gore that's come out as far as the videos, both what the journalists saw in that compilation after 10/7 and other videos that people have sent me or directed me to Telegram groups. I will say that I've seen a lot of horrible things that were done that day. Most of which I believe, and I know people don't like me for saying this, were done either by civilians or H group members who poured through into Israel that day. We don't have clarity on who did what. But we do have GoPro footage that purportedly shows the H group doing some of that, and I've acknowledged those things as I've seen them. I think that's fair for me to do. What I haven't seen in the same level of fairness, and every time somebody who has come into my lives and made the claims that I definitely have this, I definitely have that, this is definitely here, you can go look at it. I've done the work to go follow what they've shown me to go to. And not once, not ever, have I seen anything that's indicative of those more egregious claims. Let me tell you what those are. Babies inside of ovens, pregnant women having things removed from them and then being unalived after that, making claims of people being, things alive. There were some structures that caught fire. There were some vehicles that caught fire in the Nova Festival from weaponry of unknown origin, a lot of which is alleged to be the Israeli helicopters, who were burned beyond recognition. And so whether they died from smoke inhalation or whether they died by being burned, I'm not sure. It's awful either way. I wish it didn't happen. But there's a lot of ambiguity there as to how it occurred. As far as some of the ones towards women, there's a UN report that speaks to 3 cases specifically and one that is alleged and likely. Again, we don't know if it was fighters, civilians, whether it was told by leadership to do these things. A lot of times we hear from the pro-Islamic side that these are things that are prohibited by their religion, and so therefore probably from their point of view were unlikely to have happened by people from the leadership. But notwithstanding that, it's fair to acknowledge the UN report if we're going to use the UN as a fair arbiter for all sorts of issues. They did say that there was the allegation of gang SA, but they didn't clarify where, when, how, and what quantity. And they said it was based on the notes of testimony of Israelis. That's what they referenced to make the claim. They didn't have any other forensic or investigatory evidence upon which to base that allegation. So to be clear, when somebody comes to me and I say, hey, I have a drone footage of an Israeli drone unaliving 13 Palestinians in the middle of the street after a young kid was boom-boomed, shot, pow-powed. And they go, well, that's got to be H group members. No, it's women and young men that walked up and wanted to see if the kid was okay, who was screaming. Well, I don't believe you. It's got to be Pallywood. Well, I can send you the video. No, don't bother. It's probably just some AI image or it's from Syria. Do you see a difference in the standards? Here I am. I'm begging for people to send me something so I can corroborate it and tell the truth. Other people immediately dismiss whatever I want to share, will not accept any evidence whatsoever in video format. So I don't know how you juxtapose the two. So before you get angry at somebody like me for being a denier or a hater or whatever, let's be fair in the standards to which we hold ourselves as far as taking in the claims that are made by both sides. I hope that's not an unfair way to put it. I don't mean you any disrespect, and I can't say for sure what the hell did or didn't happen in some of these cases where the evidence isn't as clear as we would like it to be. All right, let's see if we can bring back up Israel. By the way, for the rules of the live, everybody, we have to take turns speaking. If you're angered by what somebody else is saying, make a note. I got a notepad right here. I use it every day on these lives, and I don't interrupt people. Okay? If you start saying things that are un-TikTok friendly or you're really disparaging somebody with using inappropriate language like F you, I will stop you or I may drop you. But otherwise, I'm a free speech advocate. I want you to have your chance to speak. And the same goes for both sides. If you're pro-Pally, please don't interrupt the pro-Israelis. And likewise, if you're pro-Israeli, please don't interrupt the pro-Pallies. I'd like to get an equal panel so it's fair as can be. Give me a chance to adjudicate it properly. You'll see that I'm fair. Okay, let's go ahead and bring up Israel if she's still here. and let her speak uninterrupted. Let her say
No,
her.
I'm gonna interrupt you. No, I'm just kidding.
Go ahead, Israel. What would you like to share?
I'm sure you're not going to interrupt Chip, but you're going to interrupt me, Lucy, with the red triangle sitting on American soil, while 45 American been unalive in Nova Festival by the age group, and we still have 7 American hostages in Gaza getting tortured by Hamas. So this is who Lucy. Lucy is a tea supporter that calling rape and slaughtering people. And
Just real quick, we don't want to get the live taken down. I'm not trying to stop you.
don't
from sharing
worry,
your-
you're not. I'm going to talk.
Just use language that's a little less inflammatory, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Yeah. No, but just let me point out, you veteran, that's what you're claiming, and Lucy is American citizen that never been on the land. So do you, Chip, never been on the land. But you still, supporting rape, grape, and tea, and slaughtering people. And you don't care that your brother and sister been unalive in Nova Festival, and we still have American hostages. Forget about the Jew, because I think you're a Jew hater, but you don't care about your own people. So that shows who you are.
Okay, so what I want to do is, rather than making the claims of what...
Let me wrap this up, and then I'm going to let you talk.
No, in this case, I'm not going to let you finish, because this is a tactic where you say what somebody believes rather than ask him what they believe. I'm not going to let you come here and tell me what I do or don't believe.
Chad, I heard you for 15 months. You forget?
I'll bring you back up. To make the allegation that somebody like me, or maybe even somebody like Lucy, I don't know her views, but I'm assuming this is not the case either. I wholeheartedly have condemned any atrocities on 10/7 towards civilians. To say that I then somehow support that behavior is incongruent with what I've said, first and foremost. Secondly, I don't support terrorism as a tactic. Okay, very clearly, I've condemned any harm purposely done to civilians. That's my position. Now, other people who are pro-Palestinian, they have a different view of the people who live on the land that they feel is theirs. They view them differently than I do. I look at them as innocent civilians. They may see them differently as occupiers. That's their choice to make. That's not the position that I hold. So what I would ask you to do is to ask people, do you support the raping of so-and-so? Do you support the unaliving of civilians? And let them answer you. I'll give you the same courtesy. I could say to you, you support mass slaughtering tens of thousands of children. You support the commission of massive war crimes by Israeli troops. You support a genocidal, maniacal, expansionist regime. You support, blah, blah, blah. I'm not going to do that to you. And I would ask that you extend that same courtesy, not only to me, but our guests on the panel, as well as those in the comments. If you don't want to do that, which is your choice, find some other place to play the game you're playing, okay? But your opinions and your point of view are welcome, but not the way you're expressing them and the way you're going about doing them to others, okay? If that's unfair, then, call me unfair. Can everybody...
Let me know when I can speak. Let me know when I can speak, Chip.
I think she left. Did she leave?
Just really quickly, and then I'll pass it.
Why don't you go ahead, Lucy? Go ahead, and I'll bring back Israel. If she can play by those rules, I'm happy to have her. If she wants to do her thing, then she can do her thing elsewhere.
I don't even really want to argue or anything.
You continually dropping the pro-Israel. It's really funny.
Just a second, Israel, can you
October
wait?
7, you're resistant.
Okay. Can you wait for the other person to finish before you go, or do you want to keep interrupting?
Why you become red, Chip? You really mad, huh? I triggered you.
No. I'm just asking if you can wait for the other person to go. Can you wait, or do you want to have...
You keep muting and dropping the truth.
Okay, so what we'll do is, if you're ready, when you're ready to go by the way I've expressed it, I'm happy to have you up. As I've said, I'd like to hear your point of view. But if you're going to throw insults at people and make claims of what they do and don't believe without asking, and you're going to interrupt people rudely like you tend to do when I'm up on a panel, you talk over people, you talk down to people. I'm not trying to hide your truth from the public. If you want to share your view and express where you think we're wrong, do that. But do it in a way that's civil and decent among a group of people like you would if you were at a party. Okay? Lucy, did you want to...
She's acting emotional, and I get it, but I'm not going to react emotional. My response and my thought is, that the ICC, not the International Criminal, the justice, like the highest court of justice in the country or in the world, but the court for criminal, ICC. You have to have jurisdiction in order to make claims and like fight things in the ICC. So I find it very interesting if you look at the record that Hamas and the people in Gaza, they actually petitioned to join the ICC when Israel was rejecting joining it over and over because they were willing to face their crimes in an international criminal court while Israel and the United States deny even facing their crimes.
Hamas would love to have an investigation, a thorough investigation, and any of their leaders that are alive to be present. I would love to see that day where you put the leaders, the decision makers in Hamas, and the decision makers of the Israelis in one courtroom. And I have not a speck of doubt in my mind that we will have some otherwise freedom warriors emerge and some straight up disgusting terrorists emerge. And I promise you, our freedom warriors, our resistance fighters are not the terrorist ones.
Can I ask a question?
If you show the record, just let me finish describing this, then I'm done.
Go ahead.
So whenever the ICC, Israel and the United States were kind of like dodging joining the ICC because there were cases brought forward, but they were saying we do not have jurisdiction, right? Up until the point where H group in Gaza petitioned being a part of it, saying Palestinians have sovereignty into this court, you can use us as jurisdiction, right? So once they were granted participation into this court, they were saying, we will be held responsible for our crimes, and we want Israel to be held responsible for their crimes. So you must once ask yourself why Israel was avoiding joining that entire time, and why H group was willing to be held responsible under the ICC, right?
Can I respond to
Because
that?
they took impunity for granted. That's why.
Real quick, Liberty and Nino, we had someone else that was here first. I think it's called Canadian. Zio, you can go ahead, Canadian.
You know, it's funny that Liberty Mind mentioned, you know, these horrible T groups. But after October 7th, if that was not a T attack, what would you consider it as? And may I ask a second question?
Are you asking
The
Liberty or are
battle
you
on a
asking?
broader war.
Okay. See, this is the problem of what's going on. When there's a definition, it seems to be one-sided, not dual-sided. It seems to be a double standard.
Well,
Yeah,
can you be more
I don't
clear
know,
about that?
correct me.
I'm not-
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, up to October 6, 2023, in that year alone, more than almost 300 Palestinians were unalived with the bullets of Israeli soldiers, and at least 50 of them were children. Up to October 6, only of 2023. Am I wrong about that? Correct me if I'm wrong. Less than a month before October 7th, Israel conducted an airstrike on Gaza, unalived like 70 people. Is that am I wrong, or correct me if I'm wrong, buddy?
A war zone is a war zone. It doesn't matter how many you unalive. It's war.
Before October 7th, bud.
Yeah, they've been going at war for years. Since 1948. Since the 7-Day War up until...
So why is it then when Israeli citizens are unalived, it's T-ism, but when Palestinian civilians are unalived, well, it's just a war zone. That's what happens in war. So there's the double standard, my friend.
And I mean, was the American Navy responsible for T groups when they went to go retaliate against Japan after Pearl Harbor?
Yes.
Oh, how about when we leveled Berlin? How about when we leveled Berlin at the end of the Second World War?
Yes, you were. Have you ever read what was the book where he was a pilot and he came back and he talked about the atrocities that we did to the people in Germany?
It's funny that you have to fortify yourself or your argument with some of the most disgusting acts in human history, whether justified or not. It is disgusting that that's all you find to fortify your argument with. But keep going. It just keeps showing how much of a
I thought we're not doing personal
person you are.
attacks.
It's not a personal
Jeff.
attack. It is
He's
just
talking about
disgusting.
the argument.
I'm
Not the
talking about the
person who's
argument.
backing
It's disgusting
answer
that
all of
if
this.
anyone would have to resort to the most significant mass unaliving of humans in history in order to justify or somehow make their argument valid. It just shows how back in the corner you are and how on the verge
Yes,
how
word
your
time
argument
is
is
not.
on the verge of total and complete collapse. I think, guys, within the next, not 10 years, 4 or 5 years, Zionism is going to be on the fringes again. It's going to be right there where it belongs, right next to the white supremacist ideology, right next to the Yahtzee ideology. It is on its way. And we have no one more to thank for this than first God, then our blessed, glorious freedom warriors of Gaza.
All right, Canadian, did you want to respond? We're gonna let Nino.
Yeah. I would like to respond to both Lucy and Liberty Mind. Which one should I go first?
Your choice.
Let's go with Liberty Mind because he's the one who spewed
By the way,
most propaganda about the unalivings.
Nino, real quick, I just want to ask the audience, please don't interrupt Nino while he's speaking. Thank you.
Thank you. So he's talking like in a vacuum, as if Israel went into Gaza because they felt like it. May I remind you of all the Shmerist attacks that happened, jihadi attacks in 2023. April 5, 18 launches from Gaza towards Israel, 2 people injured, and a factory damage. April 6, 7 rockets during Passover. April 7, 44 rockets, 1.5 million people affected by these attacks. Should I go to May? May 2nd, 2023, series of attacks from the Gaza Strip, resulting in 8 injured, damage to buildings and cars, and fires. And that's with Iron Dome. 500,000 Israelis affected by the attack. May 9 to May 13.
Affected how?
1,469 rockets and mortar shells fired at Israel by Palestinian Islamic Jihad in Gaza. 131 landed in Israeli territories. 291 landed in the Gaza Strip. And 39 fell into the sea. May 14, 2023. 1 rocket fired at Israel. Palestinian Islamic Jihad claimed it was a technical malfunction. So I can go on and on, but I guess you guys get the gist. These people would have you believe that they're all like roses and cotton.
No, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and you're addressing me.
You're done here. Islamic Jihadi, you're done. Now bring back Lucy. Bring back the one that just
Nino. Please don't refer to people on the panel as an Islamic Jihadi. Okay.
That's what he is. He's calling for the destruction of my state.
That would be an honor if I was. That would be more than an honor if I was.
Hold on, please don't refer to somebody that way. Please don't refer to somebody on the panel. I wouldn't want people using that kind of language towards you in whatever regard you would be not flattered by or whatever. Just keep it to the issue, okay?
Thank you very much. I said by the Islamic Jihadis. So, and this is true. I don't want to call them Shmerists because that's not what they are. Shmerism is an act towards an ideology by some people. This is not people. This is an organized crime for an ideology by a people. Where is the one that just fled? The Lucy sympathizer.
She had to drop.
Okay, so let me tell you about the ICC and why Israel does not join the ICC. The two injunctions by the ICC, the International Criminal Court, were done by 2 prosecutors, and you guys will tell me what they have in common. People in the comments, because people on the panel I don't trust. Fatou Bensouda, that's the one who launched on December 20, 2019 the investigation into war crimes alleged committed against Palestinians by the Israeli military. And the second one is from some guy who's now being prosecuted himself. His name is Karim Khan.
He's not being prosecuted. That's not true.
Okay, fine. Whatever it is, he's under investigation. So for SA. So in any case, what do these 2 people have in common? People in the comments, what do these 2 people have in common? Bensouda and Khan. You guys tell me. Well, they're both Muslims.
And just like these guys here on that panel, who all they have in common is the fact that they're Muslim. They don't have anything else in common. As a matter of fact, if Israel was still Muslim tomorrow, if everyone in Israel converted to Islam, there would be no war. I guarantee you that, 100%. So this is the link.
Cease to exist.
This is the link, and
Because
this is
your Jewish
why
supremacy
you're
would cease to
no.
exist.
You guys are 2 billion.
If
We are
they
15
converted to
million. Don't call
Christianity,
me.
would have
Don't
the
call me.
same outcome.
Quiet down. Quiet down.
Check it.
Back to your kennel, Kelb. This is why.
That was an intelligent comment, really.
Nino, the next time you do something snide like that, I'm going to have to take you down, my friend. Just speak what you want to say.
No problem.
Okay?
No problem.
Shit, but he keeps interrupting Nino.
Yes,
No,
I thought it was clear.
No, you don't have to tell somebody to go back to their kennel no matter what they're doing, okay?
Well, he's barking. So,
your mom
in any
is
case,
barking.
Let it go.
I'm not
Come on,
going to
go.
respond to that because I started it, Chip. See how nice I am to you.
Just go ahead.
In any case, this is what they would have you believe. 2 billion of them with 99% more land than the Jews ever have. We have one small little country. They have 57 countries, 2 billion people. They would have you believe that we are the invaders. Guys, wake up. Wake up. It's not about Palestinians. If they want to solve their problems, they should solve themselves between Arabs. This is an Arab problem, not a Jewish problem. Don't make it a Jewish problem. Gaza, solve your problems with Egypt, and Arab-occupied Judea, Samaria, solve it with Jordan. We, the Jews, we've solved our problem. We've solved our refugee problem in 1 year, in 1948, with barely a state.
Nino,
And
just
barely
land
any resources.
Land it soon.
We've solved it. 1 million of our people, we are not refugees in this world anymore. You guys in 76 years with oil, with 57 countries, you can't solve shit. So why? You should talk amongst yourself. Don't come to me, the Jew, on my land and tell me that I have to solve your problems. It's not my problem. It's your problems and our problems. Thank you.
Allow me to reply, please.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give Liberty 30 seconds to a minute, and then Jeff is going to come in. Welcome, Jeff.
Thank you so much. Okay, he started his rant or his little soliloquy, for the lack of better terms, with Israel. Did you think Israel went into Gaza because it wanted to? Nobody. No. I think European Zionist ghetto-dwelling, pogrom-fleeing Jews went into Palestine because they wanted to. That's what really happened, and ever since then, that's when this problem has started. And so then you say rockets. There's launch of rockets. After 17 years of siege by land, water, air, by dehumanizing them, when they went to the fences peacefully at the Great March of Return, and you guys sat there and made memes in 2018 of how 241. I know you remember those memes very well. How you had a target on a pregnant woman, and those were the memes. Those were relevant, very all over the internet, and all the sources were Israeli IDF soldiers putting them up there. So after all this, after the 17 years of siege and all these things that you've done to the Gazans, what do you expect them to launch at you? Flowers? You expect them to launch roses at you? I wish the rockets would hit their targets, but you're too dense to understand that the only purpose of these rockets was economic, knowing that the $200-300 rocket will cause Israel to employ its Iron Dome and cost it $100,000 to $150,000 to intercept that rocket. A nation that has to live with something called an Iron Dome must be checked and checked again and again on why, in the first place, it needs to have such crazy defenses all the time. Is it because maybe they stole something and they're afraid of the people of Gaza, like October 7th, wanting to go back to Ashkelon, going back home? These people went back home on that day and found settlers and squatters in their land and took them in and arrested them. Yes, rightfully so. And by the way, it saved some of them from the Apache helicopters that came to just unalive everybody in sight, which is again another feature of your occupation, how you're willing to do with your own people just for the sake of your government and what they want done. And also, He says, because of the rockets. Okay, the rockets are coming from Gaza, but the 300 or so unaliving of Palestinians in 2023 alone that I spoke about, the great majority of them were in the West Bank. They're in the West Bank. Did you forget what you guys were doing at Al-Aqsa Mosque? How these old women, you would drag them in the streets by their hairs? How the old men, you bust their heads? It was all over the internet. We've seen it. Us Palestinians have seen it. The world has it. And then finally, Chip, this thing of associating Palestinians with the rest of Islam. Hey, buddy, I hate the Israeli regime as much as I hate your regime. Don't associate me with other Muslims. I'm Palestinian. And we also have over 1 million Christian Palestinians. So we're Palestinian before we're Muslim. And we belong to Palestine. Okay, just like a Christian Russian and a Muslim Russian belong to Russia, a Christian Palestinian and a Muslim Palestinian belong to Palestine.
Sure.
And it should be the same for the Jews. The Jews should go home. Every Jew should be able to go home. The Polish one to Poland, the Russian one to Russia, the Yemeni one to Yemen, and leave us the fuck alone. Leave us be. Leave us live in our indigenous homeland.
All right, Liberty, hold on. So, Nino, wait a second. I said I was going to give Jeff a chance. Keep your thought in mind. I can't give everybody a chance to go back and forth or nobody else gets to talk. Jeff, welcome. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Pretty good.
So where I wanted to chime in is just this idea that Jewish people have to have, and I'm Jewish, and that we have to have our own homeland and all this is not only ridiculous. I mean, I don't believe in any sort of theocratic state, but it's not only ridiculous, it is actually completely against our religion. The Torah explicitly says that we're not supposed to have a Jewish state until the Messiah comes. And even
Jeff,
beyond,
since you're such a Torah scholar, can you please show me for $1,000 right now where in the
Don't
Torah
interrupt him. The man was speaking. Why interrupt him?
Coach, can you please hold off until he's finished? Thank you.
this is well known. There's countless rabbis that talk about this. I'm not playing your game. But regardless, as a Jewish person, the idea that we can only have a homeland by expelling and destroying another people is the most absurd thing that I've ever heard. We, of all people, know what persecution and G-side is like. How it boggles my mind that we can turn around and do it to another people so just nonchalantly and act as though Palestinians have absolutely no reason to have a grievance with the state of Israel. You talk about these rockets that are being fired into Israel. Why are they being fired? You completely gloss over the years and years of oppression and apartheid that these people have dealt with and don't acknowledge that at all and say, oh, it's you know, they brought it upon themselves. They're just evil and they're doing it because they're evil and there's no actual, you know, thought process behind it. They just hate Jewish people. It wouldn't matter if it was, let's say hypothetically, Saudi Arabia was occupying their land and keeping them in an open air concentration camp and a full-blown apartheid in the West Bank. It wouldn't matter that they were Muslim. It matters that they are occupying them, that they have stolen their land. So this idea that Palestinians just hate Jewish people and they always have, and it's nonsense, because prior to 1948, prior to extremist Zionist groups like the Irgun and the Stern and the Lehi, before that, Palestinians and Jewish people lived in peace. There are Palestinian Jewish people. And like you guys always make this claim that there are no Jewish people in other Muslim countries and they're just strictly Muslim. That's not true either. 10,000 Jewish people live in Iran in peace. they totally fine. So I just, this idea that Jewish people have to have a homeland is just beyond me. I don't understand it in the slightest. Especially
I'll take that with your permission, Coach, because it's fun. So this guy,
if you
he
don't
literally
mind, I
went
wanna...
with all the best. Coach, I know you can dunk.
No. I just want to read this to Chip. This has nothing to. You can respond to Jeff. I just want to read this to Chip.
Let me make it big. Hold on. Go ahead.
All right, so this is Chip, since clearly you didn't read the report, talking about the report on SV. You said it was based on just some testimony from witnesses, some Israelis they spoke to. So I'm going to read you what line item 34 says in methodology in the report. I urge you again, Chip, to read it. The mission team, specifically the forensic pathologist and the digital analysts, reviewed over 5,000 photos, 50 hours and several audio files of footage of the attacks provided partially both by the various state agencies and through independent online review of various open sources to identify potential instances and indications of conflict-related SV. The content encompassed the actual attacks and their immediate aftermath captured through the militants' own body cams and dash cams, individual cell phones, CCTV footage, and traffic surveillance cameras. Additionally, the materials included photos and videos documenting the process of recovering and identifying the deceased. That's not just talking to a few Israelis, Chip. But
And who
now,
wrote that?
Let's
this is the UN.
Let's
this
dig.
is the UN report.
Let's dig into
on
that, though.
Conflict-related sexual violence.
Let's dig into that though. So in other words, I had a conversation with East LA Bakery about this. So he said he had a report about SV, S violence. I said, well, how can you start to describe what happened without being too graphic? He goes, yes, this person was in this person's clutches. I said, what does that mean? Well, I said, were their clothes off? Well, so the person's holding on to somebody against their will in some regard. So I said, well, does it get worse than that? Is the person being forced to undress or do something? No. Is the person doing some sort of performative act that we would think of in a very, crazy? No. So what I'm wondering is how, to the extent they're describing this, are they describing the most extensively horrible things humans can do, or some milder?
They are not.
Do they clarify
They're
that?
not just okay. So this is not a report that gives you a play-by-play of what happened.
I'm not asking for that.
Report documenting the evidence and what they did to come up with the determination of whether or not they believed SV occurred, and if so, where.
But
It does
again,
not go
Coach,
into the details. You're not going to be able to get your jollies off to this.
Well, wait, no, hold
So-
on. That's not fair. Don't say that.
Gross.
That's not fair. That's not fair. Let me say this. For those in the audience, my dad was a criminal defense attorney, so I've had a lot of experience with the industry. Somebody's got a lot of background noise, but maybe it's Federico. Or no, I'm not sure it is. Anyway, if you could please mute up. If you're not muted up. Yeah, Coach, if you can mute up. So there are different degrees of offenses. So anything can be considered SA, right? A lot of things are SA. So if you touch somebody unwanted near one of their sensitive, private areas, that's SA. That's S violence. If you grab somebody from behind or touch their rear end or whatever, that's SV. There are different degrees of it according to the law. So up to and including the most egregious versions where you violently hurt somebody and do the more things that we would think of with the R word, like, that's the most extensive version. That's first degree R. And things go back from that based on what you do during the encounter. So what I'm saying is, if there's widespread evidence of widespread use of the first degree R, that's a lot different than if there was 150 men who grabbed women by the boobs. So I don't mean to make light of this because that's not fair for me to do because I don't know what the hell happened. If the report does, without giving a play-by-play, my jollies, would you say? How disgusting is that? If the report gives more details about the degree to which these things happen, which I think is germane to the conversation, that would be helpful in assessing it from a standpoint of verifying some of the more egregious claims, which the
So, Chip,
almost done. When we hear about this in the media and in the ether, we hear about it as if it was gang-related first-degree R. That's kind of how it's presented to the world. Mass use of S violence, which makes people think, oh my God, 100 women were put in the corner and banged around and blah, 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 blah. That's what the image it puts in people's heads. If the report doesn't specify the degree to which things go, it's unfair then to base that broader allegation on a report that doesn't specify any type of scale. Does that make sense?
Chip, the report is about 50 pages long. Read it tonight and let's discuss it tomorrow.
I'm happy to. I read the UN
It'll
summary.
answer a lot of these questions for you.
Yeah, and by the way, I have no desire to see it for jollies. Just please don't say stuff like that, Coach. That's just not, that's out of bounds. Okay? Thank you for being a little decent in that regard. Okay, and here's one more thing I want to say, and then we'll wrap that issue up and go to something else. So in this interchange we've had on TikTok for many, many months, obviously, you know, who am I? I'm just a guy from the States. I have no reason to get anything from anybody, but so many people have come on these lives who have spoken to this issue and said, I have the direct evidence. There's no doubt this is going to prove to you beyond any doubt that what we're saying is accurate. You'll never have to ask a question again. I'm like, okay, I don't want to see it for the sake of wanting to see it like Coach just alleged I did because I'm not a sicko. But I would like to put the issue to bed as far as being able to communicate it accurately in public, like I have done with the other allegations, some of which I've corroborated and told people, been criticized for that, but it's what I saw. I'm an honest person when it comes to this stuff, so I'm not going to lie after I see something that shows the truth. But every instance when someone's come and made that claim and they said, I got it, it's 100% lock solid, guess what comes across? Nothing. I've gone through hundreds of Telegram videos that the other person didn't even do, by the way. I've spent hour after hour after hour scouring in excruciating detail videos that are disgusting, but don't include any of these additional allegations of things like ovens, pregnant women, the widespread use of these higher degree versions of S violence. So I go with what the UN report said. Here's what it said as far as I understand it. Maybe Coach will correct me. The report that I read from the UN, this was the summary of it, and it said that they were certain that 3 instances had taken place with absolute certainty according to the investigation they did, 1 likely event, and also the use of widespread SV across the theater of the conflict without specifying the level of detail. That's what the report said. It did say as a subtext at the bottom of that report, the remaining allegations were taken from third-party testimony that was unable to be independently verified by our team. So I read that. I'm like, okay, that is what it is. But that's not widespread, high degree across the entire war. Okay.
Can I speak, Chip?
What I
Yeah,
would
let's
offer
let Rima come in. She has, by the way, welcome.
Thank you very much. So just a few things, Coach. Can you please, Coach? Anyway. Anyway,
Limit, we're not going to answer.
just
the guy at the bottom.
I'm speaking, please. I'm speaking.
Hold
Thank
on
you.
one second.
No,
Rima, 1 second.
no.
Nino, let's
I said I'm
listen,
speaking.
Nino, you'll get a chance to answer Jeff. I
You are,
promise.
you are not, you are
Okay,
not, yeah,
thank
thank
you.
you very much. Okay, so in regards to these allegations of SV that you guys are using to commit a genocide on an entire group of people and ethnically cleanse them is absolutely wild to me. So as things stand right now, ISIS, which is currently now taken off the T list by the United States of America, who committed huge attacks against females, including women and children, have now been excused by the United States of America. So ISIS, woohoo, yay, great. So just in order to get our initiatives and whatever our goal is to get that done, we're just going to go ahead and take them off the T list, and whatever essay that they committed it's just been erased. Let's let bygones be bygones. So it's just crazy to me that you guys continue on with this narrative. That's number one. Number two, those videos that you guys continue to say that you watched, it's really cool because here's a fun fact. I'm not sure if you knew this or not. The whole video with the baby and the stomach being taken out. Here's a cool thing that the people in Gaza actually speak Spanish. They speak Spanish from Mexico, to be exact, which is why they were speaking Spanish in the video. Yeah, so here's what happens is there's actually a tunnel, Chip, going all the way from Mexico into Gaza, right? And so that's how they were speaking Spanish in those videos that are actually cartel videos that you guys put together, as well as IS videos. And then the third thing is within a military operation that took such a little amount of time, just a question, I'm just trying to figure out how they came in with paraglides, decided to burn entire buildings down, and hundreds of cars. Well, you got to remember they took they had equipment with them to take the tires off the car, so it was like Jiffy Lube. Jiffy Lube trained them on October the 6th to go in, take the tires off, put them in the houses, burn them down. Apparently they came, put their pants on the ground, ran around, raped everybody. But the cool thing is that the people, the hostages or prisoners that are coming out of the tunnels are saying, hey, Hamas never touched me at all. So which one is it? Wouldn't it be easier and just using coach's words, wouldn't it be more fun to do these things in tunnels? Why there's 364 kilometers of tunnels in Gaza. So why would we need to do this in a 30-minute military operation? We could have just done this in the tunnels. Why are the female hostages that are coming out, the prisoners, saying, hey, nothing ever happened to me? Are they doing it because they're scared, or are they doing it because legitimately nothing happened to them? And even if it did happen, that is still not an excuse to G-side people. While on the other end, every single day, Palestinians on live television, you guys sat there, one of your soldiers, 12 of your soldiers sat there and actually SV'd a man until he was unalived. You did the same to Dr. Anan al-Bursh. I'm sorry, I don't know if you know him, one of the biggest orthopedic doctors in Gaza. You guys took him and you SA'd him until the point of him being unalived. And you're doing this on live TV.
So let me talk on this because host Chip and I were on a live, and I don't talk much, so let me finish, please. We were on a live the other night, and I've only heard one person come on these lives, and I've been on them a long time trying to learn. And I've only heard one person come on here and say that she actually seen visually, and there's people on here that are in Gaza and that were at the October 7th, and they haven't once said that they visually saw what's in these videos. Only this one lady, and she spoke about things that are in these so-called videos that are, as far as I'm concerned, and you just said it, Mama or Mame, I can only say your first three letters. They're all staged. Okay, they're staged. And you can tell they're staged. The one with the baby coming out of the belly, the baby's put in a box, and you can see how it's all staged. These videos, I don't know how come you're not seeing where they're staged. I have watched tons and tons of these videos that ladies on here have sent to me, and I cannot see anything that could be true. And if they were true, the United Nations would have done something really bad. They would have stepped in long ago. So we need to stop spreading these lies, because that's what they are.
Sister Tier, I am a Palestinian. I was being sarcastic. My family is from Gaza. Yes.
Did you actually see what you're?
Yes, which is why I was being sarcastic. And thank you for saying they are staged, because they are indeed staged. And I agree with that
Yes, they are.
statement.
They're being staged.
So Hamas,
And
yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
have you actually seen any of the videos that are put out there?
Yes.
Have you actually seen any of these gross,
Yes.
immoral human?
Yes.
Have you seen it
Yes.
being done to people?
Yes. Yes, I am a Palestinian. My family is in Gaza.
And have you seen women being raped?
Yes.
Children being?
Yes. It is
We're
a
talking about
comparison.
by Israel or by whom?
By Israel.
Right. Not by the H group against Israelis on 10/7, by the Israelis against Palestinian detainees.
She's talking about if you're talking about what Israelis do to Palestinians, no, that is not staged. But if you're asking about in regards to what Hamas is being accused of, and they requested a third-party investigation, which they were not given. I've never seen a group of Ts request the third-party investigations. Most Ts are very happy and proud of what they've done. Now, what is happening to Palestinians in Israeli detention centers is 1,000% real.
And you were in the detention center and seen this happen by Israel?
Thank you, guys. You guys can do that on your off time. You can be friends, but I can't let you guys spew your kind of BS and
Well, just a minute now. We're trying to get some truth here.
No.
from people who have seen
Listen.
something.
You deserve jail.
Who?
You absolutely
I don't even talk
Who
much.
the hell do you think you are?
Who? Me?
Who I
No,
am.
him.
All of you.
I don't even talk much, dear. I'm trying to
Not
learn.
you.
Chip, you're
Nobody-
you're muted, Chip. We can't hear you.
Sorry, Nino, one sec, guys. I'm curious to hear what Rima has or hasn't seen, and I think it's a fair question for this other person to ask. We've spoken to pro-Israelis who have said they have videos. Some of the videos they did share. One of the videos I saw in the thread that was sent to me, which, by the way, they're disgusting. Some of the stuff is absolutely 100% true, which I've talked about. So it's not fun to look at this stuff. But the one where they claimed about the baby thing, it is a cartel video. I didn't even hear the audio. I just saw the video. I've seen it before because I've seen a lot of cartel. I couldn't believe I was like, I've seen this video before. So to include that in a thread and blame Hamas for that is really sick, in my opinion.
That comes out of their official lines, and it is scary, man. At best, it is scary to the rest of the world what a state-of-the-art propaganda machine, state-sponsored, is willing to do. It is absolutely terrifying to the rest of the planet what these people are willing to do, and I hope the planet catches themselves and sees it before it's too late, before more people outside of Palestine have to suffer. Us Palestinians, sure, we are suffering, but we are extremely proud and honored to be on the front line of fighting this disease on the behalf of humanity.
Well, of course, but what I'm trying to say here is we're just trying to get from Mama her experience as being in Palestine, okay? And
I can tell you she's been on TikTok for 1 year spewing bullshit. So obviously she's been nowhere in Palestine. We know her by heart. She's a venomous viper is what she is.
Just leave her alone, Precious. She's not denying that a lot of it's
She's an Ibn
propaganda.
Khalifa is what she is.
What did you say I was? What did you say I was?
It doesn't matter, Mama.
اسمع يا
You're not
ذواد يا ابن
denying that.
القحبة.
You're
اسمع يا
not
ذواد يا ابن
denying.
القحبة. انت
Mama.
وامثالك انتوا حتروحوا فيها
Hey,
حتروحوا في
shoot
داهية. Okay, very good. So what I'm
You're going to
saying
let her
is,
insult
what I
me?
am saying
Ya
is
Khalifa.
that what.
what
Excuse
you
me,
said.
Chip, Precious is calling
She
me
calls me a pig.
in
She keeps
Arabic.
calling me a pig.
He's
Chip,
calling me a
Chip,
pig in
Chip,
Arabic.
can you mute
All right,
him?
everybody,
Thank
let's
you.
not do name calling. I understand that emotions run high. I'm really sincerely curious to hear if Rima saw things in terms of actual video evidence that she wants to share with T. I want to hear her confirm that. So go ahead.
The videos.
Yeah, because she's not denying that the videos, a lot of the videos are propaganda.
They
So
are.
she's
They
telling
are.
the truth.
They are. So the videos that are being used and weaponized against Hamas are propaganda. So those videos are compiled of 3 different parts. They are compiled from cartel videos, carteles, which is why I made my statement about there being tunnels coming from Mexico to Gaza. Obviously, it's a joke. And then the other videos that were from ISIS, which has now again been removed from the T list by the United States of America. And then the other comes from a list and a compilation of videos from Cornhub, which includes a lot of the graping and a lot of the crazy stuff that you're seeing with the SB violence. And then it was also a lot of Israeli soldiers dressing up like Hamas. And you can tell that if you are a linguist, which I am, you will understand the difference between an accent that is coming out of Gaza or those who are native to Gaza and others from different places, for example, Syria or Jordan, Egypt, and so on. And so us Palestinians know how we speak the same way that you would know, Sister T, or you would know in a video if someone is from the north or the south, east or the west in the United States of America. That was my point.
Okay, I believe you. I think you have some knowledge, and I have not heard anybody on any panel yet come and tell us exactly what they have seen inside of Palestine and the reality of these videos. Only yourself. You're the first panelist I've ever seen. Tell us the truth about what's going on in there.
Ma'am, she lives in the U.S. She's only seen videos.
Oh,
I am referring
Mama,
to
you're
the
not in
videos.
Palestine?
I am referring
She's
to the
Palestinian, but she lives in America.
Okay, thank you very much, Coach, for your introductory. I will send you a coupon for cat food. I can speak from
Thank you.
myself.
Thank
You're
you.
very welcome. I
But
will
why are
send
you
you.
capping?
Yeah, I will send you
Why are
some.
you capping?
Okay, so
So you're not in Palestine, Mama.
no,
No, she's full of
I
it.
literally said that, Tier. I told you when I started my conversation that I am a Palestinian and my family is in Gaza. At no point did I say that I was speaking to you from Gaza or from Palestine. If that was the case, I would be unalived at this moment.
Oh, I thought you witnessed stuff. I asked you, did you witness stuff yourself?
I am speaking about the videos that have gone around and people have used, saying that these videos are what are the actions that were committed by Hamas on October the 7th. That is what I am speaking about. And then I also spoke about the crimes being committed against Palestinians. We do not have to live in Palestine to know that one of our cousins were raped to death, because there are videos and those videos are not staged.
Okay, I misunderstood you. I thought
It's okay,
it's
dear.
like I
That's
said.
okay. I
Like
know.
I said,
Yes.
there's nobody that I've seen on any panel yet that has told us on the panel that they were in Gaza and they actually saw these crimes being committed on their people. Actually, visually saw.
They do it every day in Arabic to read, but you're not. I apologize. They do it every single day in Arabic. But sometimes there's a problem with the language barrier, but they tell us every day what they see. Every day what happens. There's record of it every day. Go ahead.
I was just saying she should come to my panel sometimes because I regularly have Gazans on my panel that tell their stories, and it's bloody horrific.
Okay, Jeff, invite me because I just followed you. If you would be so kind to invite me sometime on your panel, that would be great.
Absolutely.
You know, I am from Jeff panel. My name is Rana Khalili. I don't go and get different names, so I will hide my identity. I am Palestinian, Jordanian, and Syrian. And what is going on? It's outrageous. And me and Jeff, every night we have a lot of people from Gaza and from West Bank, and you will hear horror stories. They have no reason to lie. We don't know who they are. All what we know that's the life they live. My God, you don't wish it on anybody, not even an animal, even if they call us animals. Unfortunately, Jeff, I did send you a few videos about an hour ago. Maybe you need to check your messages from me so you could talk about these videos, because the grabbing was on camera. I did not witness it because I'm in America, but it was grabbing on camera. The horror stories is unbelievable.
Just one more thing. We have whistleblowers from the IDF of people who witnessed the soldiers carrying prisoners and doing these sort of acts that have spoken to it, in addition to corroborate some of the video evidence that shows them what appears to be in the act of doing this. You can't actually see the actual act, but they hide from the camera a bunch of like shields or whatever they are using.
Yes, that's the video I sent you.
They take a prisoner. The other allegation, which I think is outrageous, just to share this one. So there was an allegation from a doctor that said he worked on a patient who had a mobile phone that was forced up his rectum.
Yes.
Oh
And
my
he
God.
had it was so deeply placed that he had internal organ damage. And then we were told by the Israeli side that this person did it to themselves.
Yeah.
Well, you know, to add insult to injury, and then just to, and in another indication of the nature of this regime and the whole society. I mean, the great majority of the society, let me put that, they sit there and they have a debate in their Knesset on whether it's okay to do that.
Yeah, they want to make it legal.
They want to make it legal.
Rana, I followed you. Do you have some of these videos on your wall?
Yes, I do.
Okay,
Chip.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes.
So since this is, let's call it an educational live for all intents and purposes.
Trying.
Any videos that Hamas releases is staged. Any videos from the IDF are 130% true, and there's no question about it. But any person witness is, I'm in America, I didn't see it, but I heard from someone, from someone, from someone, someone. You know what that's called in the court of law? Hearsay.
Yeah, well, excuse me, Sonny. Whatever the Israelis do, it's fake and it's a lie. And
See?
thank God, finally, the world is witnessing who you guys are really. And facts and truth and everything you guys, every time you open your mouth, you lie. Every video you did was fake. You remember the calendar? You remember the calendar?
Yeah.
Oh my God. You guys made fools out of yourself for lying and deceiving. Oh, remember the CT scan machine? Oh, there is a tunnel underneath. Oh my God. Who built the tunnels in Palestine and Gaza? Who built them tunnels? Do you have the guts? Do you have the guts to say what is right?
Let me clarify that point. That's a good point being raised. Okay, first of all, there's an interview with Ehud Barak, who was a former prime minister of Israel, and Christian Amanpour from CNN International. So if you look that up, you can find it probably on YouTube. And in that, one of the allegations we've heard is that these hospitals have these great distribution of command centers and tunnel systems underneath them, and therefore they become legitimate military targets, etc. Ehud Barak talked about the fact that the Israeli military constructed certain tunnels underneath the hospitals, not for the sake of command by the use of the guerrilla forces, but to facilitate transport underneath the hospital at the time they were being constructed. Look at that interview, okay? Now, there was one video from one of these IDF spokespeople named Jonathan somebody, I forget his name, but they showed video, and from the video they went to the lower level of a hospital. They had an MRI room, and they showed a go bag. A go bag is a large canvas bag where soldiers can put in different items like, firearms and magazines and grenades or whatever else, the equipment.
A laptop. It has a laptop.
And also there was a laptop on an adjacent table. And the argument was in the video that, look, they're using the hospital to store supplies as well as using as a command center because of the laptop. However, the funny thing is the laptop had a power connector on it that does not work inside of Gaza. They have different power connection systems inside of Gaza versus inside of Israel. It was an Israeli laptop brought in to appear as it was being used by Hamas commanders in using the hospital. In addition, they were pretty sloppy when they did this because at the one time they showed the go bag with 2 weapons inside of it, and then later when you came back to see the other part of the video, it only had 1 inside of it. And people were like, what? So they were challenged about all this, and they brushed it off, and they just ignored the criticism. Now listen, are there examples of some Israeli videos that are accurate? I'm imagining there should be, because I'm sure everything they do isn't false. But I just want to remind everybody what Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson said. If you don't know who he is, senior member of the Bush administration, he was the second in charge, the chief of staff, the then Secretary of State Colin Powell. Secretaries of State engage directly with the governments of all of the other governments in the nation. They're very busily involved in these processes. He dealt with the higher level. He was assigned to deal with the Israelis specifically, delegated by Colin Powell. He interacted with Israeli officials for 6 years in the Bush administration. And what he said afterwards was this: you cannot trust a single word. This is a high U.S. official, by the way, who served at the highest levels of government. You cannot trust a single word that comes out of the mouth of an Israeli official. They are liars. They are inveterate liars. They lie. That's pretty strong language from a senior member who worked with them closely as much as he did for 6 years.
And how about your future, Secretary of State, who confirms everything we say about Hamas being true, that they use their people as human shields and lays Hamas completely to blame for any unaliving that's currently going on right now. We don't take him seriously.
Let that circus come in first, but let that circus come in first.
We don't take him seriously because he doesn't confirm your narrative.
Which passports does he hold? U.S. passport and where else?
Marco Rubio?
No, I'm talking about the Tony Blinken.
He's going to be I'm talking about your future.
Well, he's not the
Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, and your current Secretary of State is only a U.S. citizen.
He's not.
Your current Secretary of State is only a U.S. citizen.
We all know what the Blinken
Yes, but
is all about.
your current Secretary of State is not a dual citizen.
Blinken has
You're a
Israeli
weirdo if you believe that.
When he arrived,
No, he doesn't.
Just this is clear. This is irrefutable. You can watch.
No,
the tape.
he doesn't.
when he arrived in Tel Aviv to speak with, or Jerusalem, with wherever he met the Israeli officials, he said in front of the camera, the first thing he said, "I'm not just here as an American official, I'm here as a Jew." Now imagine one thing. Imagine if an American official from, let's say, the Trump administration went to Jordan and said, "I'm not just here as a representative of America, I'm here as a Muslim." What kind of an outroar would there be in America about somebody who's representing themselves that way? But for some reason, when it's done in this other capacity, it seemed to be normalized. That brings up a...
There wouldn't be. You asked what other passport he had, and the answer is no other passport.
Far be it from me to agree with Coach. He's right, though. Anthony Blinken does not have
Yeah, he may not, but I think 10 members of the Biden administration do express sincere loyalty to Israel, maybe not to the passport.
And yes, we do actually have a member of Congress who says that her name is, Ilhan Omar. That she doesn't just represent the U.S., she also represents Somalia.
Well,
Which is fine. I'm glad that she does.
Okay, can I ask a question for Liberty, please?
Yeah, go ahead. Let's
Liberty, you just come out of what do you call it? Palestine?
Yes.
Or
Yes.
okay, so I'm going to ask you the question: is Hamas hiding behind the people inside of Palestine there?
Absolutely, unequivocally, no. That is absolutely not. That is the narrative. That is the exact narrative. Actually, Hamas is the biggest protector of Palestinians and the Palestinian cause. So, the people of Palestine hold anyone that is in the Al-Qassam brigades or a member of Hamas to very, very high regard. These are our protectors. These are our children. These are our brothers. These are our fathers. Why would they come and hide behind us not to get shot? It's not like they're an outside
Gaza.
force.
I'm talking about Gaza. Were
Even
you
in
in
Gaza,
Gaza?
even in Gaza, sister, they are the Ismail Haniya, the unalived martyr, God bless his soul, by the Israeli soldiers. His family was also unalived with the bombs. His wife, his children, his grandchildren. These are our
Syrian. Why are
family.
you lying
These
to
are
us?
our uncles. These are our fathers. These are our brothers. These are our sisters. These are our protectors. They have no whatsoever, even if the last resort was to hide behind any of us, that would be the absolute last thing they would do. Actually, they would do the exact opposite if they're targeted. If we know, like for example, if a Palestinian family has a family member that's in the Al-Qassam brigades or in Hamas, they are nowhere near their homes during times of conflict. This is just how it goes.
I'm sorry if I could just add to that. And this is why, this is why they go after the women and the children. It's because the Qassam fighters are far away from them. This is exactly why. So if the Qassam fighters were amongst the women and children, then that would make sense, right? But the reason why they go after the women and the children, because they're defenseless, is because their fathers and their brothers and their husbands are far away. So I second what he said. As someone from Gaza, we 1000% stand not only with Hamas, but we also stand for our other forms of resistance in Palestine, like the Jihad al-Islami and the PFLP, which is Jabha al-Sha'biyya. So any Palestinian that is going to resist against their occupier, we 1000% stand for them and with them.
You think about it, see, right? Would your husband or your brother or your uncle or your father or your son use you as a human shield? If the answer is yes, then that's really, it's just as simple and as unequivocal as that. It is just another Israeli narrative for them to justify what they say. What they say. This is
I have something to say to that.
Excuse me, let me finish. It's just a narrative for them to justify what their leaders.
Why do you have to talk over him?
It is just another narrative that they use to justify what the leaders specifically
Be quiet.
what their leaders specifically say what they want to do, right? I mean, they're
Every time they don't wear uniforms,
listen to what they say,
they're
sister,
using human shields.
and the whole picture will be as clear as the sun for you.
Every time they don't wear uniforms,
So your answer is if your brother or your uncle Your answer is if your brother or your uncle or your husband or your father would use you as a human shield, then I guess maybe. But other than that, that is not the case. It can't make sense.
Yeah, every
right?
time they
On
don't
the
wear
other
a
hand,
uniform,
Tia.
they're using human shields.
T.
I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it again for those
Yeah,
who
you
missed it in
said
the
it
back.
15 times. We heard you.
Every time they don't
Yes,
fight in a
every time, blah,
uniform,
blah,
they
blah,
make it
blah,
impossible
blah,
for the
blah,
military to
blah,
distinguish
blah,
between
blah, blah, blah,
civilians
blah.
and actual military
Shut up.
members. So not wearing a uniform is a
Jesus,
war
man.
crime
Verbal
for that
diarrhea.
reason.
Aren't a military. That only applies to militaries.
No, it
Oh,
doesn't.
weird that. Have you heard
It
of
applies to
the
terrorists too.
Fortress of Zion, the Israeli command center under Tel Aviv? So that means, by your logic, that every single rocket that is fired into Israel towards Tel Aviv is justified because the IDF is using Tel Aviv and its citizens as human shields because they put their command center underneath
no, their
the
command
city.
center is not underneath the city. However,
Yes, it
if you
is.
can, if you can
Would you
show
like?
me,
Yes,
if you can show
I
me
am
where they
happy
actually
to.
use that base, where they use that quote unquote headquarters for purposes
There
of
is a map.
tactical
Go
fighting.
Google it. There is a
You targeted
If
Hamas.
you-
You targeted
There is a
Hamas
massive
leaders. You
article
targeted
in
Hamas
the-
leaders in
in the
entirely
Times
different
of
countries.
Israel.
You
if
targeted
can
Hamas
show me-
leaders in entirely different countries. So yes, if you wherever you run, the people running your show are a fair target,
Israel
whether
did
they
not
are
take
using
claim
it,
for that.
whether
That could have been
they are
Iran.
launching from that building or not. By your measures, you targeted the leaders in entire different countries, in different continents, for God's
Uh-huh.
sake. And then you come and telling me it's okay to have, as long as you don't have command
No,
center
what I'm telling you
or
is that you're
military
lying.
coming out of Tel Aviv.
What I'm telling you is just that you're lying.
I'm
Because
lying.
you're saying that they
Okay,
unequivocally don't use human shields.
Unequivocally
But every time
not.
that they
Can I ask you a
Absolutely
question?
not.
I've
Every
seen
time that they
videos
take
of
up
Israeli
arms, not
soldiers
wearing a
using
uniform,
them as a human shield.
they're using human shields.
Yes, Israeli
Every
soldiers.
time
Yes.
they take up
Literally
arms,
using shields.
not wearing a uniform,
Coach,
is
you
using
got no
human
leg
shields.
with this argument, man. Again, you're just confessing.
So let me ask.
Every Israeli accusation is a blatant confession.
Tara, can I ask you a
but
question?
but the crime is orders of magnitudes larger.
Tara,
it is,
can I ask
it is
you a
a
question?
confession with orders
Tara,
of
can I ask you a
magnitudes
question?
larger of a
You gotta
crime.
stop. Wait, now,
That's
one
what
at
it
a
looks
time.
like here.
Tara,
One
can
at
I
a time,
Tara, ask you a question?
Liberty. Yes.
I want you to pretend for a second that you're an IDF soldier, right?
God forbid.
And now you have to, you're fighting this war and it's terrible. Obviously, nobody
Yeah.
wants to fight you. Now, the people on the other side who are shooting at you don't wear uniforms. They're dressed in flip-flops, Adidas sweatpants, and t-shirts.
Yes.
So now, when you're walking the streets, if they're not holding a weapon, how do you know, or they're not showing that they're holding a weapon? How are you going to be able to distinguish
Do it, everybody.
who's military
Unaliving
and
an
who's
unarmed
combatant?
combatant is
Liberty,
against
wait.
international law too, so you know.
Hold on.
Babies with
We're just going
headshots were
somewhere.
really just
We're just going somewhere.
hate
Guys,
group
don't interrupt.
fighters,
Let's
weren't they?
hear answer.
No, well, you don't
Let's
keep
hear
to
answer.
your own rules.
Go ahead.
Let's hear answer.
I will answer you.
No, this was a question for Tyr.
Oh, excuse you.
Oh, so imagine you were at a festival.
No, let her
And the
answer
people
my
at
question.
the festival were all, wait a
Let
minute,
her
we're all,
answer my
hold on.
Rima, don't get triggered.
Imagine
Rima,
all the
don't get
people
triggered.
at the festival were
Rima,
actual
don't get triggered.
child murders. And how would
Rima,
you
don't
know
get
if they were all
triggered.
dressed up
There's
in a
the
rave?
man sitting in
Rima,
the
don't get
States
triggered.
talking about
Rima,
not
don't
triggered.
get triggered.
I'm
gonna
just
say
Don't
saying.
one
get
thing
triggered,
only.
sweetheart.
Listen,
You're
everybody.
using
Marima,
Hello,
don't get
hello,
triggered.
hello.
Let her answer.
you're using the example, and I'm telling you,
Let
imagine
her
if you were
answer.
at a music festival
Let her
and you
answer.
had no way as a Hamas fighter
Let
getting
her
ready to
answer.
go
No, Mama
into
Rima, let
battle.
me answer him, please.
Yeah,
Let me
let
say
me
Let
one
her
Let
thing.
me
answer.
answer. Let her answer.
Let her answer,
When the
Rima.
when the
Don't be
Etche group
scared.
handed you guys the
Don't be
Zion,
scared.
some of
Sweetie,
your
nobody
See,
hostages.
Tyr,
is
this is
scared
how
of
you know
you.
Listen,
that they're losing.
listen,
This
coach.
is how you know they're losing
Absolutely
the argument
Listen,
nobody
coach.
is
because they
scared
Listen,
of
cannot let you
you.
answer.
listen,
Just be
listen.
quiet.
That
If
Just be
my
little
daughter
quiet while I
question
speaks,
just
talk to
no,
triggered
him.
the
no, no,
hell
no,
out of
no, no.
them.
When
Oh
the
my
Etche
That little
group,
God.
question just triggered the hell out of
Nobody's
them.
scared
Rana,
of
no,
you,
Rana,
sweetie.
when
That
the
one
Etche
question.
group handed you, when the Etche group handed you guys the hostages, some of them, remember, they all are in uniforms. They all were wearing uniforms. So don't tell me they all in Adidas and flip-flop. Some of them are, but the professional one of them, they wear uniforms. And I've seen lots and lots of videos of Israelis tank have injured Palestinian kids, not even men, kids, strapped onto their tank because they are using them as a human shield. It's unbelievable. Just think about what I just said. Thank you.
Okay. So I have heard um, all kinds of talks on here, and people have said during the October 7th, they weren't wearing uniforms, and they didn't know they were civilians or the H group that attacked Israel. So I don't know if the person doesn't have a uniform on, then I guess we don't know who the army is. Not that I'm sticking up for Israel, because I'm not. Because what's going on there in with the Palestinians is horrible. And so regardless, if they don't know who they're shooting at, then why are they shooting the kids? That's what I got to say.
So what I have to say is, number one, H group is not an army. If they were an army, they would have, well, the things normal armies have: heavy artillery, air force, everything that comes with an army. They are a guerrilla. It's a guerrilla warfare. And they'd be damn stupid if they'd be running around in uniforms in Gaza and paint a target on their back. Personally, if that was me, I wouldn't be doing it either. And I doubt you would either. And it still does not explain toddlers with headshots. Why would they be targeted if it makes no sense? Because a toddler.
Notice how one little question just triggered the entire panel. Because the fact of the matter is, regardless of whether they're fighting as a militia group or what you like to call guerrilla, the fact of the matter still remains that they're fighting wearing civilian clothing. And every time they do that, they make it impossible to distinguish between them and civilians. It's why they do themselves up. But at the same time, every time they do it, they put each one of your precious civilians at risk. And you are too proud to admit it.
Not judge, coach, over here at Walmart, debating to make some shekels. This is absolutely disgusting. The Qassam fighters, the Hamas fighters on the 7th of October were uniformed. They absolutely were, which is why you guys have so many videos of them. Oh, I forgot. Those videos are fake, right? Or which one is it? Are they fake or are they real? Because they were fully uniformed in the videos. So which one is it? Israel supporters, I'm asking you. How were you able to make videos dressed up as Hamas if Hamas wasn't in uniform that day? They were. No, Hamas does not use the civilians as human shields. And here's a cool thing about T groups, right? T groups are very proud of what they do, and they do it to their own people. So you would hear the people from Gaza saying, yes, they are a T group, and they're not.
This is an Israeli tank using Palestinians as human shields. This is a Jeep using the Palestinians as a human shield. This is two Israeli soldiers using the Palestinians as a human shield. There are more soldiers using Palestinians as human shields. It doesn't end. I could keep going. This is us, people and Palestinians. We know, guys. When they come in at night to the villages and raid them, sometimes they go into people's house. They break everything while they sleep 2 a.m. Before they go into certain rooms, they take the kids, they hold the kid in front of them, always, or the wife, right? Before they break the door and go in. This is normal. This is like, for us Palestinians, we know human shields. We're just a human shield for these guys when they come. Any one of us can easily be a human shield. Again, another Israeli confession.
Have been well documented using Palestinians as human shields. Kids even. In Gaza, there's reports of them making Palestinians search through rubble to look for explosives. And that aside, regardless of uniform, number one, and number two, you said that they are always fighting from civilian areas. Gaza is the most overpopulated place on earth. Everything's a civilian area there. And regardless, none of your arguments negate laws of proportionality. It is not legal to unalive a couple of fighters while unaliving hundreds of civilians.
Yeah, if we want to talk about human shields, I will show you what government is using human shields here. Human shields, again. Human shields, again. Human shields, again. Human shields, again. So the fact that y'all sit up here, like we always say, every accusation is a confession when it comes out the T-rest mouth. Everything y'all do is an accusation. So when you plant military bases in Tel Aviv right next to mall centers where innocent civilians are, or when you have universities a block away from a military base, and when H group decides to boom the military base and it affects the universities or the mall centers, it's not our fucking problem. You're using your people as human shields. Yes, when you have military bases next to civilian infrastructure, you're using your people as human shields. So shut the fuck up with your bullshit. I'm tired of it. Like, seriously. Seriously. Do I have to say much? The picture speaks for itself.
Maybe they're fake pictures too, you know, like fake videos, fake pictures. Yeah, sure.
And when you realize he's been on Teacup this whole time because he's a little bitch and doesn't want to pay attention to anything you say. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, I'm on Teacup because I literally don't give a shit about what you have to say. You're right. Because again, the only thing that matters is that you stood there with 10 toes down and said you don't use human
What
shields.
is this?
That's
What
your
is this?
only
What
thing
is
you
this?
do.
Hello? What is
Looks
this?
like a Hamas fighter using a person
What
as a
is
human
this?
shield.
No, I
Looks
have
like
articles.
it could be a Hamas
No,
fighter.
this is an article. This is your own sources we are talking about. Your own sources. You have him.
Now here's the funny thing. Speaking of that, you guys debunked yourselves.
Your own
Because
sources.
you just said that on October 7th, They came in wearing military uniforms, which I agree with you, they did.
Tactical gear.
The
does
video
not-
evidence shows that. But you know what they don't do when they go
Sorry,
back to Gaza?
Yeah,
They
you don't want to
wear
tell us
that.
what to wear too?
They
Let me
don't
make
wear
it
that.
bigger. Let me
That's
make it
why
bigger.
it's
Hold
a
on.
war crime.
Yeah? Is
That's
it a
why
must for
it's
you
a
guys to
war
wear
crime.
diapers?
Can I talk to you,
That's
coach?
why it's a
Chip?
war crime.
No, it's not a war crime if you're not a
God,
military.
you're
Please get
insufferable.
me in my
Honestly.
spot. Okay, one
Fuck
moment, please.
me.
Can
Oh,
I talk?
okay.
Can I
Okay.
talk for a minute? Hey, can I just say something?
Yes, darling. Just one moment.
No matter
Just
what
one
you
moment.
say about the uniforms, it cannot
Please get
justify.
me in my spot.
Okay, coach, no matter what you say about the uniforms, it cannot justify the unwiving of children and women. Okay, that doesn't need a uniform. So we can't justify that no matter what we say about uniforms.
Can I say something? It's not down to the uniform. If the person doesn't have a weapon in their hands, so in Gaza, for example, when they are justifying and minimizing the G side by saying, oh, we can't sell them H group parts from innocent civilians because they're not wearing their uniforms. It's not about that. It comes down to, are they holding a weapon in their hands? Yes or no? If they're not a combatant. They do not qualify as combatants. So Hind Rajab, the 5-year-old that had to watch her family be unalived in front of her eyes, and then she was proceeded to be unalived along with the people that came to rescue her in the ambulance that came to rescue her. They were also unalived. Why?
This is what I'm saying.
What about the World Kitchen aides, the workers that came and were basically transporting aids and food supplies to the innocent civilians in Gaza?
Mark
They were giving the okay to go and transport in again.
allowed in by them just to get bombed by them. Not once, not twice, but 3 consecutive times.
Well, this is what I'm saying. There's a whole lot of
right, excuse
trying
me,
to
guys.
justify actions
Here,
by
just
one
second.
truth.
It's a mad announcement. I'm gonna have to drop some people down for other people to come up. So
Drop me if you go. Drop me.
You wanna go down? All right.
Thanks for the space, guys. Thanks for the space, Chip.
Yeah, thanks, Liberty.
I just want to know one thing, Coach. All the detainees, the one you have in orange suits or the one you have completely naked and blindfolded, where are they?
In prison.
No, where are they?
In concentration camps.
Cedric,
They're in prison.
when you get the chance, can I get a minute showtime,
Is
please?
that how the international law said you have to treat your prisoners? If they are prisoners of war, is that how you treat them? You try to strip them away from
All
their
right.
dignity?
Rana, 1 second. Let me say something. All right, you guys know me. I'm a pro-Palestinian, but over here we have 7 pro-Pali, only 1 Zionist. I do not want to stick for coach. I don't like the guy. He's an Israeli. But we're gonna take turns speaking, and if he speak and somebody else speak over him, I'm gonna have to stick up for him, and that would be something I don't want to do. So please don't let me do it. I don't want to go on Showtime. What we do, we're gonna put a big screen, and if you're on big screen, you speak. If you're not on big screen, you just listen, write notes, do whatever you want to do. So we're gonna start with Coach on big screen, and then we'll give the rest to speak.
Someone else can go ahead of me, dude. Someone else can go ahead of me, big guy.
I asked you a question. Can you answer, please?
What was the question?
The
Sorry,
question
I didn't hear.
is, what is that noise?
I have no idea what you're talking
The
about.
voices. Anyway, thank you. My
Just
question. Go ahead, Tagreed.
Yeah, I guess my big point for the whole thing is, since the topic came up, is that there is a point that there's no uniforms being worn, And there's a good possibility that they don't have the money for uniforms because there is no money right now in Gaza. They have nothing. They have no food, they have no water, and probably no money for uniforms. But just because we have that one point, again, I say that it doesn't justify the unaliving of women and children. And of course, we're talking about from the sky. We're talking about, the unaliving of bombs, of everything coming from the sky to cause unaliving. But we still have the foot soldiers, and they are still on, they're unaliving children and women, or like the lady said, if they don't have a weapon in their hand, then they're of no danger to those soldiers who are coming in on foot. So they don't need to see a uniform. They only need to see that there's no weapon. And that's my point. And thank you for allowing me to share there.
I can't stay long. I'm sorry. I'm putting myself to sleep real quick. So Coach made a few unwarranted claims and unvalidated claims. So number one, there is no law, there is no international law against guerrilla warfare in terms of wearing uniform, that there's no such thing. So they're not actually, H group is not committing into any laws against, it's not committing anything against international law, considering the fact that Al Qassam al Brigade, they themselves are not considered a military, nor are they considered a government under international law. So Coach, you lied there. Number two, the only ones that use human shields are Israel, right? Because we have the kibbutzim, which were within the Gaza envelope, which are considered the first line of defense against any invaders into Israel. These are families, whole families living in kibbutz, who are considered the first line
They're
of
not
defense.
considered
I'm not. Why
line of
was I cut off?
defense. They don't
Why was
have.
I cut off? Why was I cut off? The kibbutzim are considered the first line of defense. As a matter of fact, there was an interview that was released by one of the survivors of October 7th, who clearly stated that he was paid a stipend to live on the kibbutz outside of Gaza in order for him to protect the border. So, and Israel in return was to protect him. As a matter of fact, the residents of these kibbutzim are upset with their government because their government, it took their government 6 to 9 hours to come and respond to what happened on October 7th, making those residents of the kibbutzim human shields. Now, that's now third example. Stop reporting me, Coach. I got like 12 other accounts. Stop. Come back. Third example is when the IDF decided to stand in
I'm
front of the
reporting you. I'm
festival goers.
shopping. As Rima noted, I'm at
The se-
Walmart.
Stop, silly. The festival goers tried to leave the onslaught on October 7th and were blockaded by Israeli IDF trucks, rendering those festival goers human shields. Now, the UN has been asking Israel for years now to provide them one bit of evidence of H group using its citizens as human shields, and Israel has yet to provide any evidence in regards to that. So, Coach, please, when you say things, guys, when Coach speaks, ask him to provide proof. He has none. Zero, zip, zilch. Thank you.
Anna?
All right, Jeff, you there?
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
No worries.
Kind of don't have anything to add. Janine killed that. Yeah, I would point to all of the instances of Palestinians being used as human shields by the ITF. It happens in the West Bank. It happens all over the place. They use kids. They force them to walk in front of them and knock on doors and literally use them as human shields. It happens all the time. There's images. There's all kinds of reports of it. And again, I would say, Gaza is all civilian area, and uniform or no, weapon or no, it does not negate the laws of proportionality that dictate how warfare is supposed to be conducted. In the situation where they boomed al-Mawasi and claimed that they were targeting Mohammed Deif, they unalived 100 people for one man. for one man. That is in no way, shape, or form proportional. And that's the point. That is what a lot of people don't seem to want to wrap their heads around is, okay, maybe they were targeting fighters, but that doesn't justify the, 30 people who had to be unalived in order to get those, 2 or 3 fighters. That's not how it works.
Somebody else can have my time. Sorry, I'm just doing something.
I just have a hi, how are you?
Okay.
I have just one question for the Israelis or whoever is on against Palestine. So I just want to know, like today we read the news.
We're taking turns. Each person has the big screen, then you'll get a chance to go up.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I've seen a lot of horror videos. And in the beginning, I kept thinking maybe. But then all this evidence, it's overwhelming evidence of a genocide. Even the United Nations finally admitted. The United Nations is the first people or the second people to sign Palestine to Israel and agreed that they need to have their own country. And now, because of the overwhelming evidence against Israel, now they're saying, no, what's going on? It's a You cannot tell me that all these people are wrong. All these people seen and witnessed and heard by the IDF soldiers admitting to what they do and how they do it. About the pew-pewing of the children. How many doctors, American doctors, spoke at the United Nations about snipers for babies straight in the head? How many babies left without limbs because they don't want them to grow up and walk and live their life? How many? There is so much going on. I don't understand how you cannot open your heart. Open your heart. Open your heart. You will see the truth.
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Hi, I just have one question. So I read news today, like if you all know, that Netanyahu, the court allowed the expansion in Syria. So if this is not a genocide, if they are not taking, I'm sorry, I don't know the words, but if they don't want Palestinian land, then I don't know what the expansion and extension is. And the prime minister he started ordering the buildings of in Golden Heights. So they already started the construction, like already. They have been sending the materials and all. So I got this on Telegram. Anybody can check on Telegram or the groups. So I just would like to know what is this, if they don't want to take the land, or if they deny what is going on in Gaza. Like we have seen children, like yesterday and today was exactly like last year. Children were like butchered. The parents, the way a mother was crying, she lost her 5 kids and she was holding on to her baby. He was 4 years old. She was shaking him so hard and just telling him to call her last time mama. Just call her mama. And she was crying, screaming, saying that there's nobody left to call her mother. Like, can you believe this is not a movie we are watching? It's not a movie. Like, people are going through this. We can't even imagine. We say 100,000 times, we say, God forbid if anything happens to my child. But they're going through. I just want the answer from the Israelis that what's going on in Syria right now. That's all. If they think this is not
So I'm happy to answer that. So in Syria, obviously you had a fall of a horrible regime. Israel is, because the Free Syrian Army fled They're posts that's supposed to act as a buffer zone between the Golan Heights and Syria because they fled.
It's not
because they
clear.
had to go
So
in.
much noisy.
I'm sorry, but because they had to.
He works at Walmart. He works
They,
at Walmart. Be patient
yes, I
with
work
him.
at Walmart, totally. It's my goats. But yeah, because they had
Please don't
to.
tell us that Syria posed a threat.
No, I don't. I'm not saying that Syria poses a specific threat at the moment. What I'm saying is that we don't know what kind of threat they are going to pose at all. And what we do know is that the buffer zone, the people from the Syrian army who were supposed to be guarding it, fled that buffer zone. So Israel went in to protect that buffer zone, which they have every right to do. You may not like it, but that is the fact. I hope that answers your question.
If it's okay with Chip, I would like to show a video.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chip. Just before I play this video, I want to inform everyone, pay attention to how the Israeli secret services are dressed in this video. They're dressed to look like Muslims. They're dressed, they're wearing religious garments of Muslims. So I just want to point that out just to show people how not only are the Israeli government and Israelis in general racist, but they are also Islamophobic and they don't like any religion at all, not even Jews, not even Judaism, because they're not Jews themselves. But here you go with the video. Hold on. Let me get it pulled up here. If I can. Okay. Here we go.
I was in the hospital, right?
Dressed as doctors, nurses, and ordinary civilians, Israeli forces raided Jenin's Ibn Sina hospital early Tuesday morning. Moments later, they would enter a patient's room and kill 3 Palestinians, at least one of whom was receiving medical treatment after being injured in an Israeli airstrike on Jenin.
A special force infiltrated and attacked our hospital today. After injuring and endangering the lives of our patients and medical staff, they killed their target, a patient, and his relatives who were receiving treatment at the hospital.
A hospital, no longer the safe haven international law requires it to be, now seemingly fair game to the Israeli military under allegations that those killed were affiliated with Hamas. With no attempts made to arrest those killed, let alone try them in court, Palestinians are powerless to protest Israel's claims. While raids on hospitals are uncommon in the occupied West Bank, the intensity of recent raids on homes, heritage sites, and other spaces means that people are unsurprised by Tuesday's killings. And the hope that anyone will intervene on behalf of Palestinians and force Israel to act in accordance with international law seems to have completely vanished. Priyanka Navani, TRT World, Occupied East Jerusalem.
Okay. Okay, so I would like to say not only are they using Palestinians as human shields, but they're also a Mossad group. They are working, they invade the West Bank areas, disguise themselves as Palestinians, as you heard in the video, also as medical staff, which goes against international law. And it's a Teak act within itself to disguise as a doctor and go pew people in the head while a boy was in a coma. A 13-year-old boy was in a coma, and they disguised as doctors and Muslims and went and pewed a child in the head when he was in a full-on coma. If that doesn't scream T or T group to you, and you still choose to go forward supporting such actions and such groups, might as well call yourself a Yahtzee supporter and a cultist, and you are supporting a cult.
I didn't get my answer yet. Still, coach or whoever was answering me.
And unfortunately, we have only Israeli here. So I guess he tried to answer
I thought
you.
I did answer her.
Yeah.
But what didn't you like about my answer? I mean, the fact of the matter is that they're going to be in
I heard
Syria
nothing.
until
I don't know if anybody else heard something or not.
they're going to be in Syria until they have the opportunity to secure the border themselves.
But who are they to secure the border? How did they even enter? They started doing the construction.
Because
I told you.
they have an agreement with the with the former Syrian regime that the Free Syrian Army would defend the buffer zone.
Would you like cash back?
Coach, you have a ton of background noise.
Oh, sorry. I'll jump on from a different account. Give me a minute. Apologies.
I'm okay. I can pass my turn.
All right. I guess the longer we live, the more we learn. Is that right?
Absolutely right.
So, Tyr, what did you learn in these couple of days? You've been coming to a chip panel for the past, I guess, 3 days. I've seen you.
Yeah,
Why?
I've been learning a whole lot. The one thing I learned most is that the age group is not holding their people hostage, and that the Palestinians do not hate the age group. That's nice to know, because it seems to be worldwide that the hate group is holding the Palestinians like almost like a hostage. So I'm glad to know that the Palestinians are okay behind the hate group. I'm also glad to know that the reason that what people are saying, or what I should say, the Israels, or Israel is saying that it's okay that they can unalive the Palestinians because they're not wearing uniforms, where the truth is, and they can't tell who is the age group away from the civilians. Well, I guess if you look at it the right way, as long as they're not holding pew pew, then they wouldn't be of danger. So there's no reason to unalive them. There's a couple of more things I've learned that are peaceful for me to learn. Then the lady that was in here earlier, no, I can't say anything about that because she wasn't exactly in Gaza. So yeah, that's two big things. That's big for me anyway. Thank you.
And I want to tell the people in the comment, especially the pro-Israeli, if you guys want to write something, if you want to express your mind, you can request. We'll make you space. You can come up here and defend your cause. And I have one more question to Tyr. How do you feel after all these years that bulk of narrative media, or all these news agency and all of that ganged on us to put one side of the picture in front of our eyes and try to hide the reality from us? How do you feel like knowing that we have been fed by mainstream media just lies?
Well, I know that now because I come on. This is one of the true lives that I believe the people, because Chip actually researches what he's being told on here. And so I love coming on here on this one. Sometimes I just sit up in the corner and I barely speak if you watch me. Actually, down in the comments here, I'm being accused of talking badly about the Palestinians, and then badly and almost accusing me of being on the side of Israel. When we were talking about what happened on October 7th, I believe yesterday, I'm honest to God, my heart is just broke for the innocents the innocent people in that particular attack, and I'm still heartbroken over what's happened in Palestine, but to the Palestinians. So she's telling me I said terrible things. Well, what I really mean is that my heart, I have compassion, so much compassion. And if you get to the point where you don't have compassion for the women and children on both sides, then it's a very cold place to be. And it's horrible what's happened to the Palestinians. And I don't know what's going to stop it. I don't know. Something has to, because they only have this little tiny piece of land, and they have nothing, no food, no nothing. And I haven't spoke to a soldier from either side that likes doing what they're doing. I really haven't. And they're all going to go home with PTSD. They're all going to suffer from that. So they're never going to be normal again. And their families are going to have to live with that.
Have you ever
You know?
watched the video that is called Breaking the Silence?
No, I didn't watch it, but I am going to, because somebody on here today, and he's left. He's the one that opened my eyes to this, that you don't have to go and fight unless you're, what do you call that when the government says you're going to war? You have to go?
Conscription.
Yeah.
Or draft or conscription, yeah.
Yeah.
You
So
know,
I only found out about that today, Breaking the Silence, and I am going to watch that. I can't wait to.
Well, so Breaking the Silence is actually an organization, but they do have a bunch of videos and footage out there of their members speaking out. They're former soldiers that speak out against what Israel made them do.
Yes, and they don't really have to go, do they? Do they have to go to attack?
If they refuse to join the military, they go to jail.
But that's what I'm trying to say. Then somebody said they don't have to.
Only if they're ultra orthodox. If they are specific from a specific sect of religion, they are exempt, or used to be exempt. They actually just changed the law, and now not even they are exempt. But no, yeah, if you are an Israeli citizen, when you turn 18, you have to join the military.
Okay, and so then when you're in the military and you have to go to war, actually to fight, then you have to go if you're told. Am I right?
I heard the thing now. Unless you tell the officers that you sympathize with the Palestinian, then they don't take you.
And do you go to jail?
Yeah,
That's what I
saying
heard.
the terrorist sympathizer.
Okay, so then there's no way out. So if you're a soldier, there you go. There's what I'm trying to say. So although there's so much hate, we have a lot of hate right in Canada because of the G-side. We were G-side as natives, right? And there's a lot of hate. And I don't know if it's ever going to go away. But there's a lot of hate, and it's going to be there for a long time. But I don't know if anybody ever wants to really unalive someone. And yet we have to because of our governments. We got to blame our governments.
Hey, real quick, can I interrupt you for 1 second, sweetheart?
Yeah, you sure can.
Chip, I think you have my other account blocked, man. Are you there?
He could be gone to sleep because I wouldn't shut up.
No, I didn't fall asleep on you. I'm not sure, Coach. I got to check.
I just tried joining from my other account. It says when I go to search for you, and even when I invite myself, account not found.
It could be. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Not sure why you would block me, man. I've never been rude to you.
Yeah, the one thing I do know from all of this is, and I already knew anyway, I don't read any of the media about this whole thing, because they're lying. Everything is a lie. I did go to the UN and I read about the war crimes a little bit, and I found out that both sides have war crimes, you know. So I don't know. I just listen and I try to learn. And if I'm learning the wrong stuff,
Just one thing I want to make clear to you, dear, by international law, if you are in occupied, you have the right to defend yourself, and if you are the occupying force, you do not have the right to claim self-defense.
And may I add one more thing? Tagreed, keep in mind that is more women and children. They are unalived in Gaza and in West Bank than adult, because they are not going after adults or men. They are going after women and children, because women have kids and they don't want kids to grow up and be Palestinians. That's
that's another
what they're
thing.
going for.
Well, the other thing I learned today is that the age group is off fighting, and the women and children are over in another spot, and they're attacking that spot instead of where the age group are. So I guess that part too I've learned today, and that's why there's
You
so
just
many.
say the women and children are away from where the fighting is?
Yeah, is that what's going on?
Because that is not true, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, that one could have been not true, but I did learn a couple of things today, and yeah.
Tier. Can I ask you something?
Yes.
What comes first, occupation or resistance?
Let me think. Occupation, I'd say.
Yeah, of course. And what comes after occupation? Is it not resistance?
Yes.
Okay, so therefore, Palestinians have full right to resist the occupation. That's number one. Second of all, Tier, does it sound like the most moral army when you boom a hospital full of babies that are on incubators?
Yeah, there hasn't been a single
Well, I'm not
hospital
speaking to
kaboomed.
you. I'm not speaking to
Except
you.
there
I'm
hasn't been,
speaking.
so we have to be factually
I'm
honest.
speaking to Tier,
But
not
you're
to
but you're lying.
Coach.
But you're
Not to
lying.
Coach. I'm not
But you're
lying. I'm not.
lying.
I haven't finished my sentence for you
So
to
show me
indicate
the
I'm
hospital full
lying.
of children that was
Can
boomed.
someone mute this? Can someone mute him? I'm not here to speak to him.
Okay, I'm going to ask you, did they give warning to this hospital?
No, Tier, let me finish. Tier, they even if they were to give warning, a hospital is where injured civilians are. Therefore, a hospital is you can't boom it. Nothing justifies booming a hospital, even if you give a warning. It's against international law. The leaflets are a joke. The leaflets say, "Get out. We're about to boom where you are. Get out. You have 5 minutes." How do you expect people in comas, people that are babies that are on incubators, receiving oxygen, to leave the hospital? How do you expect injured people that have lost their limbs to get up and walk out of the hospital? How do you expect thousands of people to evacuate a hospital, some in comas, to evacuate a hospital? It makes no fucking sense. If it's a ground invasion, you go in there like real men with the weapons you are being funded by our tax dollars and fight face to face, man to man. But no, when you drop a boom on a hospital, it unalives everyone in it. Babies, not babies.
Except we didn't do that. So
No one's speaking. You did.
no, we didn't.
You did. Shut
No, we
the
didn't.
fuck up. Shut up. Do you want me to debunk you? It's the Google is free.
Haneen,
Google
please,
is free. You need to shut up with your bullshit.
Yeah, Haneen, please. Chip don't allow profanity words and all of that, so try to say it.
We all have everything downloaded and saved. Remember the first hospital where there were newborn babies and they were preemie babies, where they took out the life-saving machine from them? Like they deliberately did that, and those babies decomposed right on the bed. One baby literally had the bottle by him, but he was like totally black, decomposing.
36 of them for 36 babies decomposed.
Yeah. They didn't even let the babies go out to Egypt.
Or the makeshift hospitals, the tents, the Al Aqsa
That
hospital made of
hospital was
tents.
never
Hold on.
kaboomed.
I'm
People
not.
didn't take the babies
Hold on.
with them.
I'm not finished. The makeshift. You see, he's trying to science me. The makeshift hospital made of tents. They boomed it, and it erupted into a fire. and people with IVs in their arms were burnt alive. Does that sound moral to you, Tyr? Burning people, including babies alive.
Even if they thought there was weapons or something hid under the hospital, there should have been a more humane way to deal with that than what they did.
Tyr, as soon as you get off of this live, you're going to find someone by the name Just Coach in your DMs. And Just Coach is going to gaslight the living daylight out of you the same way he just did when we specifically told you that Hamas is not fighting amongst the civilians, that they're fighting somewhere else, and that is why the civilians and women and children are unalived. They do that to hurt them and weaken them. Again, they do that to hurt them and weaken them. The biggest
Rima,
proof
you're
of this
lying
is
through
the
your
way that
DMs.
Sinwar went out. Sinwar, I don't know if you know who Yahya Sinwar is or not. Yahya Sinwar was not in a tent. He could have hid amongst the hostages. He didn't have to go to the front lines. No, the hostages are actually probably in the
came out to get
Sinai
food.
desert at this point. Your prisoners are in the Sinai desert, just so you know. Fisina. Mashi yalla. Go write that down and go tell whoever your friends are. They are in Sina desert, just so you know. And that is why they're unable to locate them. That is the few. Now the others that they are, now the hostages, on the other hand, or the prisoners that are being treated extremely well, are amongst the civilians, which is odd because you guys are unaliving them knowing that they are amongst the civilians. So why are you doing that? Why are you doing that if you care so much about your hostages that keep crying and saying Atsilu, and you guys continue to unalive them? Is it because you want to get rid of them? Yahya Sinwar was a 62-year-old man who didn't eat for 72 hours and was fighting with his people on the front lines. He wasn't in Miami drinking tequila. Do you know where Yair Netanyahu is, Tyr? Yair Netanyahu, the son of Bibi Netanyahu, is currently in Miami on a beach, running around in a G-string and drinking tequila margaritas while his people are unalived. Bibi Netanyahu, on the other hand, is in a bunker. While he sends children, like you just mentioned, 18, 19-year-olds, and if they refuse to, are obtained and detained and tortured. Anyone who is against the Zionist terrorist state of Israel is either teed to death or unalived. Even the Jewish people that live in colonized Palestine and are completely against what is happening, they are also mistreated. So when a Palestinian tells you that Hamas is not fighting with the civilians and amongst the civilians, knowing good and well that something could happen to them, please understand that that is the truth, which is why they're going for the women and children. Now, if Hamas was amongst the civilians, the proper and moral way to do things would to be to go in and do special operations. Any military in the world will tell you, even in the United States, for example, if you have a school shooter, they will tell you that the proper way to do things is to go in and obtain the shooter, not boom boom the entire school with all of the children in it, including the shooter. Does that make more sense now, Tyr? And I'm not being condescending. I'm just trying to shed light on it.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
There's your glorious Anwar taking his last thumb.
I have one last question for Coach. I just want to ask you, like, okay, I believe that one time it is war, okay? It's not, I'm telling you, I promise it's not war. I'm a professor, so you have to say something very good to convince me. So I have one question. After seeing like so many people begging for life and after they're butchered, right? How you convince yourself to believe what your government is saying, and then you're so relaxed, then you can go to sleep, then you can go out to restaurants to eat. Believe me, you can tell this to your friends. Whatever happened on October 7th, right? That was the best thing on earth in history that happened. That was a very good thing. Like the whole world know how poor Palestinians are being treated in their own land. But the price was really very heavy. It's like unmatched. In history, this was very good, but the price really was unmatched. I literally asked for forgiveness. Like our own people were suffering in Palestine and we had no idea. You guys were that good at hiding it. If they were that bad, you should have exposed. Like just in 2014, there were 9,000 cases in ICC against Israel oppression.
What?
9,000 cases in the coast. Yeah, I can send you
9,000
the article.
cases. Please
Yeah,
cite them.
yeah,
I will
9,000
wait
cases,
all day
including
for you to rattle them off.
4,000 murder cases. I posted it that on my
Please,
profile.
please show me. Show me.
I will send it to you. I will send it
Show
to
me
you.
each one of those cases.
Oh,
Because
each
you're
one of them.
lying through teeth.
I'm not there to have.
If
I
you're an
just have,
educator, then
and
you're
it's.
horrible at this.
I don't know. I'll send you the article, and it was not just one article, and it's from the Israeli
9,000
article.
cases in the
Yeah, just
ICC.
in 2014. Just
That's
in
crazy.
2014. 9,000. Like everybody have been submitting their cases against Israel, and nobody turned around and looked at them. Yeah, you guys
That's
were
nuts.
so good at. But yeah, my question was about the Syria. You didn't answer, and the second
I
question is
did
like,
answer
how
you
you
about
guys?
Syria.
I don't know. I didn't hear a word. Sorry.
All right,
Okay,
Sarah,
so
Sarah.
would you
So
like me
many
to answer you about
questions.
Syria?
Yeah, 1 second, coach. So many questions. Just now, give them a minute. And again, if you're on the big screen, it's your turn to speak. If you're not on the big screen, it's not.
Okay, so I'll answer you about Syria. I'm sorry if you couldn't hear me before. I was shopping. So the Syrian army was supposed to be defending what is known as the buffer zone between the Golan Heights and Syria. Israel decided they're not going to F around and see people in the Golan Heights get unalived. So they decided to go a couple of kilometers into, I think it's about maybe 100 to 200 kilometers into the buffer zone that the Syrian army is supposed to be securing, if you would, and they're going to secure it until the Syrian government figures itself out. I think the more interesting question you should ask yourself is why the Druze in Syria recently voted to become a part of Israel
I've
and
never
why
heard that.
they,
I've never heard that.
but they did. You can
I've
look it up.
never heard that.
Their vote is on, it's on video camera. Like they recorded it. They wanted it known.
Maybe it's like one of
They
the
are
stories.
hoping,
Like maybe it's one
they
of the
are
stories,
hoping,
like ISIS and Al Qaeda.
they are
Once they.
hoping that Israel will annex at least their villages and make them part of Israel. Now that's probably not going to happen. However, what will likely happen, and I say likely because there's still a shot that it doesn't, but last week in Doha, you had a meeting of the Arab League in which representatives from different Druze communities in Lebanon and Syria and Israel all went, and the Arab League is considering taking a part of Syria and making a Druze state in that buffer zone.
I've never heard that.
Does
I've
that?
heard is about the
Yeah.
greater Israel, and I've
Does
heard that how Israel has like totally destroyed the military system of Syria. I don't know how could somebody do
Well,
in some other country.
one
Israel
second,
did
coach.
kaboom.
Does that mean now the part of the Golan Heights, the one is occupied by Israel, the Druze area, would that be considered part of the Druze state?
They're actually discussing making that part of the Golan Heights part of the Druze state. Yes,
So Israel will release that piece of land.
they're considering it, or at least a part of the Golan Heights.
But why
Yes,
are they taking it?
they're not. They're considering making
But every day
establishing
I
a
read an
Druze
article
state.
in right from the Haaretz, which was stopped by the government, right? They said that they're going to make greater Israel by like just doing the same
No,
thing.
they're not going to make a greater Israel. You're again. I've said this on these lives 100 times. Greater Israel is a figment of your imagination.
No,
There
no,
are
Well, that's
only
all the
Prime
extreme
Minister. Oh my
settlers
God,
that
only
believe
everybody
it.
knows what
whoa,
I'm
jeez, you
talking.
guys freak the hell out.
Well,
There are only 16 million Jews in the entire world.
so what was the other
First
question,
and
coach? We
foremost,
addressed this before. We will talk
well,
about
she
it.
didn't apparently hear
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
so
yeah.
let me answer it
What
for
was the
her.
other question about one was Syria, and the other question, what was it? Sarah?
No, like why do they deny the
Oh,
fact
no,
that
she asked
people are
about why
getting
they
missing?
kaboomed certain Syrian things or certain bases in Syria.
The
And
One of the
why do
by the
you
so
ruling
deny?
class.
Why do
so
you?
yes, so I will answer that question.
Why?
So,
Sorry. One more thing. Why do you?
oh,
My
wow,
question.
lots.
First question was no. My first question was why do you deny it's a genocide? And the other is like recently this news was so much viral. Like it was a school field trip, like 10 miles or for 2 hours. Sorry. I'm so sorry. For 2 hours. So the high school kids were taken towards the northern Gaza to show them like a movie, like what about the plan they're trying to like do the settlement there. There's so many things. I don't know if you can answer those or not. I don't know.
I don't believe that that's actually something
Everything
that
I say
happened.
you don't believe. Everything like anybody from Israel, right? They
But
have the problem.
I can answer why they boomed places in Syria.
And
So
northern Gaza too. And what
so
about the
well
settlements too?
so Syria, if you remember who Bashar al-Assad was and what he did to your precious Palestinian people
I don't care about Bashar
when he
al-Assad.
used
Very good.
when he used
It is
gas
very
on
good.
them,
Happen. You'll be surprised to know. I
Sarah,
really.
Sarah, one second. Sarah,
he
you're not gonna ever gonna ask a question and you're gonna get the answer you wanna hear. So when you ask him a question,
used chemical weapons and he used them on his own civilians. We know this to be fact. This is why his regime was so oppressive. It's one of the tactics he used against them to keep them scared and in line. So what Israel did, knowing where a lot of those warehouses are stored, they kaboomed those warehouses to ensure that whoever comes into power does not have access to chemical weapons. Because the fact of the matter is, Jelani is talking a good game right now, but we don't know what he's going to be. We don't know what Syria is going to become. And those weapons in the wrong hands are extraordinarily dangerous. So Israel took them off the table.
To take their land.
No, to just make sure that nobody can get access to those weapons.
We'll see. Now they already started constructing on the Golan Heights,
No, they
right?
didn't.
Yeah, they did. I
They're
even
not.
posted it on my
They're
profile.
the Golan Heights again. What I told you before. There were meetings last week in Doha with Israeli government officials plus the representatives and leaders of the Druze community. Now that Syria has fallen, to get relinquish potentially some of the Golan Heights to the Druze and form a Druzy state in what is currently southern Syria and the Golan Heights. That is not Israel acquiring land, that is setting up a completely new country.
Love how they can do it for the Druze, but not the Palestinians.
Well, the Druze are not committing acts of terrorism, so if potentially, shocker, if you don't do acts of terrorism, maybe you would get a state. Crazy, I know.
Speaking of
There's
acts
a
of
huge
terrorism, out
difference
of
so
between the Druze
one
and the
second,
Palestinians.
coach. So
Coach, how
Samir,
much the Israeli pay you for spreading all
uh,
these lies
They're not lies. You can
Amjad,
actually go and see the
and stories?
the
You
Druze
all
recorded themselves. It's on
24/7 in
video.
the TikTok
The
in
Syrian Druze
everywhere
people recorded
spreading
themselves
lies.
on
How much they
video.
pay you? Be honest
Amjad,
one
I know
time.
you're so triggered. I know you're triggered, but the Syrian Druze people,
thank you, Jeff.
they
Sorry about that,
videotaped
man.
that vote.
Yeah, Amjad, we're doing like this. If you're on a big screen, you speak. If you're not on a big screen, you listen. If you have a question, you write it, and then you ask it. Hanin.
Thank you. So speaking of acts of terrorism, I'm gonna play a video showing what acts of terrorism Israel is committing in Gaza. Give me a second. Hold on. Here we are. Okay.
These video they can bring the life. These video, but these video can bring the life down.
Okay, but okay, give me a second. I got another video here.
Yeah, as long as there is no.
Hold on.
On the end, Samir Al-Kantar didn't end up being from 17 years old until he was 47 years old. He came out of prison at the age of 47. He was sentenced with like.
Hopefully, he learned his lesson.
Oh, he's after he was released, the Israeli unalived him. So.
But that video could have been a part of a movie. I didn't see much.
No, this video we
No,
seen
that
it.
video, that video is graphic. It's real. I'll confirm that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have.
That's in Syria, is it?
No, it's in
Palestine. That was in.
Oh
it's,
dear.
Here, it's a video of how the Israeli
hospital in Gaza.
Oh
yeah,
my God.
they boomed a hospital, a makeshift hospital in Gaza, and it caught on fire, and people were burning alive, and they had IVs in their arms, and they're
the real story is they boomed a
You know what, Tier? I'm not even
weapons
gonna waste my
facility
time.
next
Tier,
to it.
Scott, Tier,
And
I
the
will
weapons facility
DM
sent
you.
rockets at it.
Tier, Scott, are you on big screen?
Haneen. Now
Are you on?
listen. It doesn't matter. Even if you speak, it's known now. Anytime they commit a crime, and then when you say this is a crime you committed, they have an excuse. They were firing weapons, or they were hiding weapons, or there was somebody from a T group in there. So once you get these answers, we already know.
I know, but I'm on the big screen.
There was a better way to deal with it. If they burned people alive, that was inhuman. It was a better
They
way
didn't
to
burn
deal with
people
that.
alive.
It's my time, Coach. I'm on big screen. You have comprehension issues. I did not interrupt you during your
Well, we're
time.
waiting
Mute
for you to
yourself.
play the video. Are you ready?
Mute.
Are you ready to play the video?
You gotta speak, man.
Mute. No one interrupted you when you were spewing your bullshit. So mute.
Go on, man.
Yeah, I don't want to hear your bullshit propaganda during my time. I am speaking to Tier. And Tier, I will DM you the link to this video so you can watch it yourself, because for obvious reasons, I cannot play on here. So now I'm going to show another video of testimonies of women in Gaza. This is their testimonies of what has happened to them by IOF soldiers. So yes, here we are.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Hold on.
خششوني على ساحة على غرفة كبيرة كتير. كانت أتفاجأ إن كل البنات مشلحات، الأسيرات كل المشلحات. يعني أنا بعد ما طلعت من الغرفة البنات بيقولوا لي ليش بتطلع؟ قلت لهم أنا بطلع، أنا اتفاجأت إنه كلنا مشلحات. أشرب الإشارة أخذوني، فكرت أنا إيش ياخذوني على أساس إنه شربونا مية يعطونا جناني عخدعة هيك. بفهم في أولادي بقول لهم يا أولاد هي بدهم ياخذونا يعطونا مية وارجع لكم شوي وارجع لكم. ما كانش معي حدا لأولادي. ضليت ماشية على خيمة، من الخيمة بتفتش فيي بنت شلحتني كل وعي. البنت اللي هي اليهودية، هم لما أخذوني عليها دكتورة. فلما خشيت أول شيء كنت خايفة إني أخش الخيمة لأنه يهودي ورايا. قلت أنا يمكن يخشوا يقتلوني، بدهم يخبطوني يزقوني. شلحت لحد بس البوكسر ضلتني لابسة. لما شافت تمام قالت يلا ارجع البس. على إني بدي أروح أتفاجئ إنه وراي اليهودي بسلاحه بظهري وامشي بطلع وين أنا رايحة، وعلى الشحن وركبوني. بقول لي أهلا وسهلا فيك أنت في إسرائيل. قلت له أنا في إسرائيل يا وردة أي ولادي لحالهم ما حدش بيعرفهم. هو قال لي ولادك بخير بس وخدوها. خشينا على اليهوديات نزلونا، وطبعا كل مكان كل نقطة كانوا يفتشونا فيها ينزلونا ويفتشونا التفلاية على الأواعي، تفلاية داخل ايديهم في صدرنا يفلن، داخل ايديهم جوا البناطيل يفلن بنات. لاحظ ما خشينا مكان يمشوا فينا ويخبطوا فينا طول ماشي، واحنا يخبطوا فينا بدورنا. يعني ايش ما حكيتي شاكت له، خششونا على مكان غرفة. هذه ساعتها قامت اللتمة عن عيني هيك تريحت، بطلع زي هيك كانت عاملة حاجة زي سماعة كبيرة، طلع هناك في كاميرات في الغرفة نفسها. لهن صار يخبطوا فيه ويضربوا فيه اليهوديات واشلح. هذه كانت المفاجأة ليلي كمان مرة اشلح، شلحتني كل وعي، لا البوكسر ضل البوكسر أنا لابساه والطرحة، وقفت قلت له أنا هيك بضلي. طبعا تشيكت وتفوا علي ويغلطن يا وتفن. المهم أنا طلعت لسه لابسة واقفة ومتفاجئة إنه أنا ايش بده يصير فيي، ليش أنا شالحة حاليا خلص ودينا سكعة. صرت أصيح وأقول طب ليش السنتين أنا هذه عشت لها بالإشارة إن هذه السنتين بضل لابساها. نو أصيح وأعملها هيك بدي، ويقول لي نو قلت له بعرفش أتحرك بدونها، ونو وأترجى فيها أمانة أترجى فيها وأعملها زي هيك عشان يتفهمش عربي. وأبدا لا حياة من تنادي بالآخر لو يترمي علي ترنج لونه سكني بنطلون بلوزة، وانا بلبس فيه وتخبط فيه وتضرب فيا. والله وانا بلبس وتسب فيا تخبط في ايديها في رجليها في مسطارها، في ايديها تخبط وتصمت كأنه انتقام الشغلة، مع انه المفروض ان انا يعني هي يعني اسيرة عقبال الاسيرات تعينها وتعينهم، لا هي كانت عقاب. خششوني على ساحة على غرفة كبيرة كتير، كانت أتفاجأ إن كل البنات مشلحات، الأسيرات كلهم مشلحات. يعني أنا بعد ما طلعت من الغرفة البنات بيقولوا لي ليش بتطلع؟ قلت لهم أنا بطلع.
Okay, yeah. So these are testimonies. Yeah. So I hope everyone was able to read the translation there. This
Yeah,
is
with all
just
due
one of
respect,
the.
that could
No
be
one's speaking
anybody.
to you again. I didn't interrupt
Yeah,
you.
you
Do
just
not
played a
interrupt me.
3-minute video, so
Do
I'm going to respond to
not
it.
interrupt.
With all due
Do
respect, it
not
could be
interrupt. Again,
anyone,
I am
anywhere
not
in the
speaking
world,
to you. I
with
am not
some
speaking
dramatic
to you.
music played
I
behind
am
it.
not speaking to you. At the very least,
All right,
hold
all
on.
right.
Can you just mute him,
Hanin,
please?
yeah, lay your plane, lay your
I'm
plane. That was
trying
a
to, but
very,
this clown is not
yeah,
allowing anyone to speak.
that was a very sad story to hear.
So you
Yes.
guys can mutilate a man when you can do it to a man so easily to a
Allow
doctor.
Hanin to finish. Allow Hanin to finish, please.
No, I was just saying if they can do that to a man, right, so easily, I mean, what is woman to you? That's nothing. That's actually nothing what she has shown.
Can I? Yeah, this is just one of very many of the testimonies. Tier, I
That could
will
be
DM
totally
you.
fake.
Again, interrupting. What is it with these Zios? They have comprehension issues. Stop interrupting. Testimonies in Tier and anyone else that wants me to DM them other testimonies that this was just one of the many. This is nothing. At the very least, at least our women are coming out with testimonies, unlike other women that like another government that claim this happened to their women, but yet we don't hear any testimonies from their ends. So at the very least, we have testimonies and women names. Just gonna say that.
I would believe their testimonies if I saw them. I think it's so sad. I would be terrified. Wouldn't you be terrified if you were in that? Wouldn't that be so terrifying?
There was one picture too online that there was one woman on the truck with so many men. It went very viral. Hanin, do you have anything that photo? I have saved it, but it's so many of them. I don't have time to search. That one woman with so many men, remember? Recently from Northside. There were doctors on the truck too.
I mean, I wonder, like, they come to deny, obviously, at this
No.
point,
There is a picture.
you
Let me
know,
find the picture then.
yeah.
I'll find the picture.
What I'm trying to say, since Since 1948 up until today, we heard all kind of stories. I mean, it's obvious when it's too much, it's too much, and when it's true, it is true. You can make all the justification you want, but you can't deny the factual thing that it is true. And if you go around the pro-Israeli panels and you listen to them, the way they talk, the arrogance, the supremacy they talk with, and the way they describe the Palestinian, you don't need to add 2 + 2 to understand that is it's very plausible that it is true.
Well, she didn't once say that she was actually great. So that would tell you that the girl is telling the truth. She told her experience of what was happening to her. She didn't exaggerate.
I mean,
So
there
why
is
wouldn't it be true?
videos out there where you see a Palestinian child and an Israeli soldier grabbing a big rock and putting his arm on the ground and just slamming that rock on his arm to break his arm. And that was during, I think, the first Intifada, where the Israeli official came up with, if you catch a Palestinian kid throwing a rock, just break his arm.
Yeah, yeah. Like when I hear a testimony, what she just said, I'm not ignoring what you said about his arm. When I hear a testimony that's not exaggerated into any more SA, and it's just talking about the experience, the fear in that experience, then I have to believe it, because it's not, like I said, it's not being exaggerated into a further SA, right? Then I would believe something like that. If she wanted to make it look really bad and tell a lie, she would have gone into a further SA, but she didn't. What happened to Coach, the host? He's gone. Kip.
He's
took
probably
off.
making his dinner, or he's having his dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
he's
looking
gotta-
forward to, there's an 8 o'clock live coming on.
The justice, come on up and debunk. I heard you're a physician, you're a doctor, so you can say your side of the story. And I heard you served in the IDF, so you got both sides of the coin.
Z Justice is a great dude.
If he be a little bit neutral.
Yeah,
The
I
fact of
was
the
on
matter
a,
is, as heartbreaking as that story was, it was sad music with a narration.
well,
You're
somebody,
not seeing that the woman's in Gaza. Literally, I could make that video myself.
well, maybe who put the sad music in there?
It's clearly somebody edited it.
I mean, yeah, obviously, you guys, when you made the video about October 7, you put all kind of music and all kind of. So it is part of the
dramatic.
of the story. No, of the storytelling. You know,
What
it's
makes me angry that somebody like Coach sitting there 24/7 defending war criminals. You know what type of people you are.
Amjad.
Can you tell me what kind of human you are?
I think you
What
need to
kind
get out
of
of the.
human
I think you need to get out of the tunnel, big guy. It's kind of
children and
noisy.
women? What kind of
That guy
human?
comes in and he's loud.
You need to get out of the tunnel. It's noisy.
Can I say the reason there's music in the background is because this testimony is taken from the journalist in Gaza sent to news stations like Middle East, the news network, or Al Jazeera, and they edit it and put a background, and
Supersat
they put
sounding.
shut up.
Hold on.
They
Yeah, the
They put
music.
music in the background for obvious reasons, And they also put translation captions, you dumbass. What, like, are you debunking it off the fucking music? Are you stupid? Are you mentally ill? Like, what the fuck? At least give me a
Easy,
testimony from
easy, easy.
one
Hanin,
bitch from Israel that was raped on October 7th.
Hanin,
He's sick.
easy. Hanin,
I'm
easy,
telling
easy.
you, this man is sick in his head to sit down here
Okay,
and
okay,
defend
okay, okay.
criminal
Hold on.
war
Oh,
criminals
Amjad,
and killers of kids.
Amjad. I
I
told you,
can understand how you are. You are human.
Amjad.
Not even animals. Animals even.
All right,
Amjad,
Amjad,
stop it. I
everybody,
can't handle him.
everybody.
Tier E,
We
just for
one
you, so you
second,
know.
Z. 1 second, Z. I again, I do not like to stake up for anybody, especially if there is Zionists. But if you are gonna attack them on Chip's panel has some rules: no profanity, no personal attacks. It's a conversational panel, and I am as a
Those
moderator.
people
Hold
don't
on, Amjad.
understand only this language.
Oh my god.
Amjad, I have a duty to
Lock
do
me
on
up.
this panel.
I have the right to speak whatever. It's a
Yes, but
freedom
you
of speech.
have the right to speak, but you don't have the right to attack anybody personally unless the host allows it, and the host do not allow personal attacks.
Can
You
you
can,
let me speak, please? And
yeah,
lock
but
your
I
mic.
ask you,
You're not the owner of this site. Chip is
Amjad,
the owner of this site.
Amjad,
So
I
please
am the
don't
moderator.
say nothing to me. I don't
Amjad,
know who's you. I don't know what the hell you are trying to say. All
yeah, that
Oh
was
my
the
god.
host that brought you down, Amjad.
But
That
you
wasn't
put
me.
him off. Tier E, I just wanted to mention to you that, when we analyze evidence, and by the way, I would just say to Hanin that it's horrible, right? It's horrible. No woman should go through whatever that we heard, right? Like this is said, this is unjustified. There is this, it's horrible, like it's horrible. But if we have to look at the evidence, right, and we have to analyze the evidence, there are different levels of evidence that would be acceptable in court or anywhere else. For Thierry, for example, for you go to a court, they will say, okay, was court on video camera? In other words, first-hand reporting, or is this something that was said, like hearsay, allegation, right? So now we're in a buckle. And by the way, for example, there were many instances where things were reported or appeared on the media, but really panned out to be not a true story or exaggerated story, or unless we held a candle and we saw that there was a grave.
Which one was what came out to the media on the Palestinian side?
Okay, so here I say, and I just dropped it in the comments. Okay, I just dropped it in the
Testimonies are
comments.
accepted in court. They're enough to charge someone, by the way.
No, just hold on. Let me
from the
finish.
victim. Hold on, I'm going to respond to your claim. Testimonies, you want proof, right? Testimonies are enough to charge someone in court legally. So shut up.
Well, I agree with you, but hold on a moment. There is already a documentation of a body that looked into it. For example, I dropped it in it. Everyone can read that there are organizations that, including Amnesty International, that went out and said that Hamas used grape as a war crime, as a war tactic on and I stress systematic fashion. I put down that means not one person, two people, three people.
Hold on. So hold on.
Here's my source. I'm putting the source down.
Please.
Yes.
Please.
Yes.
You said that there were story put out that has been proven to be fake. So I asked you which one it was. Now you turned around and you tell me that Amnesty International claimed that each group did like it does not have it does not match my question. The question was, where is the story that was told by a Palestinian and it was to be proven fake?
Because in order for it to be proven, no, it works the other way around. In order for it to be proven true, you need to have a credible body that looked into it and then wrote a report. Otherwise, I can go on the streets, man, and
I have
say,
an
"Hey, listen, I
instance.
was raped. I was raped by the H terrorist," and coach will put a very nice music into it, and then we're gonna make a nice video. We're gonna sit
I
and
have an
cry.
instance where it was actually proven to be fake. So there, early on in the war,
Here you go.
I believe it was January or February, there was a woman who came out. She was interviewed at a hospital, and she said she was raped. It was awful, the story that she told. Well, we found out just a few weeks later that Al Jazeera had to retract the story, and Hamas themselves and the woman both came out and said that she was lying and she was trying to make the Israelis
Us
look
proof
bad.
of it. Show us
Hold on,
proof of this. Don't just
hold
speak
on,
shit.
hold on,
Show us
Haneen,
proof.
Haneen, 1 second. So you're saying that one woman lied, and then the
You just asked for an example.
yeah,
I gave you an example.
Hold on. So you said one woman lied, then Hamas and Al Jazeera came out and said that woman is lying. So
Correct.
what's bad with that?
I'm not
If
saying
the
there's anything
entity,
bad. I'm just saying
yeah, I
that
know, but the
you
entity
asked
you're
for an
claiming
example.
that they're lying, they came out and they say that it was a lie. So to me, that is actually more than a lie. It's more of being neutral, and especially the statement of Hamas saying that she was lying. It proves that these people are not making up stories. But on the other hand, if you go to court and you have two criminals in court, one have a rap sheet with a lot of proof, and another one have a rap sheet as a first offender. How long would it take the jury to convict the one with a long rap sheet, and how long would it take the jury to convict the one with only the first offense?
I'm not sure I'm following the logic, brother. With a lot of respect,
The logic is when you arrest somebody and they have a long rap sheet, the jury takes 2 minutes to convict them because he's got priors. And when you arrest somebody for the first time, the jury will sit down for hours debating if the allegation are true or not. And in this case, Israel has a long rap sheet.
Well, but we're talking here about grapes, right? So you have a full body of a organization that went out and said Hamas did it, and there is no reports of body of organization says that Israel did it. So which is it? Please decide. Show me a credible body that accuses Israel of grape and sexual violence. Just show me one report.
How about your Knesset? How about your Knesset?
No body, serious body.
Hold on. Like, how about your Knesset making a session to decide if graping is allowed or not?
Oh my goodness.
What do you mean, oh my goodness? If a country is passing a law that allows you to grape prisoners, what other international body you want to talk? You guys
Do you
are
really
spoken for
believe our
yourself.
Knesset would pass a law it's okay to grape prisoners?
They did.
Can you show us the evidence to back your claim? Because there's no such thing. And number two, let me comment on what you were saying. Your priors has nothing to do with your actions, okay? So if somebody has a prior conviction of grape, it doesn't mean that they're going to grape again. It has something to do with your sentencing. So if somebody has a prior convictions, yeah, your sentencing is going to be harsher, but it has nothing to do with your current case.
But it helps the jury to make up their mind faster, right?
No, that's not true at all.
No,
Every
that's
case is
not true.
independent.
It is.
Every case is independent of that case. Has nothing to do with your priors. But go ahead, bring up your evidence to back up your claim regarding the Knesset.
I mean, if we at Knesset do this, I mean, we probably should be.
I have the video. You want proof? I have the video.
Hold on. Let Honey
Can you
play the
show it
video
to
now.
us? I mean, it would be nice.
Let's pull it up.
Go ahead, bring your AI video.
AI, you're so unhinged.
Unhinged, I'm calm. You're the ones going crazy for the past week.
Dapper, you change your account. You're always known. We all you know. Doesn't matter if you change your account and you come up. We know who you are.
Okay, everybody says dapper.
And I can tell you, Federico, if you ask any panelists that you sit with, none of us will ever allow grapes for women. This, in fact, was the sticking point. We would never do this to any
I'll be honest
Palestinian
with
woman.
you. I lived the Lebanese civil war and the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, and I've seen the Khiyam prison. I've seen in Saudi prison. I've been through Czech when the Israeli was occupying Lebanon. And at this point, anything you tell me about the Israeli army, I will believe it in a blink eye. I don't doubt it for a second. Because I've seen what they
What
do.
is this? What
Okay.
is this video?
I'm gonna show you the Knesset video. Can I play it,
Go
Federico?
on, honey, go on.
Yes. So they're still gonna deny after tier. Just a heads up.
Hanin, if you can just back off so we can read it a little bit. Thank you so much. That's great.
Oh wait, hold on. This clan wants to interrupt, so I'm gonna play it again.
אני לא יודע אם יודעים, אבל יש אירוע כרגע בשדה תימן שמשטרה צבאית הגיעו לעצור חיילים ששמרו על מחבלי נוח'בה. טרלול שהמדינה שלנו נכנסת אליו סביב הסיפור הזה הוא מטורף וצריך להפסיק אותו, ואני חושב שצריך לתת דוגמה אישית, ואני אומר עכשיו, ואני קורא לחברי הקואליציה כמוני, אני קם ואני לא הולך יותר על שום דבר עד שהסיפור הזה והטרלול הזה, שיש מי שבפרקליטות חושב שאפשר לבוא ולעצור חיילים על דברים שעושים למחבלים.
Can you tell me what they said went too fast?
So he said that he felt uncomfortable that, you know, that that the Israeli soldiers from the border patrol, you know, used
Sodomized a Palestinian prisoner.
was the
First
allegation.
of all, let me. Oh no! It's not an
Knesset,
allegation
that's
because
in the
this guy in
Knesset.
the green, the guy in the green, literally said it's permissible when it comes to them. He
He
literally
didn't
said
say
it.
it's permissible.
in
He
the
didn't
said,
cap-
"Do
say
you
it.
think
He
it's
didn't
okay?"
say it.
Listen,
That's not
He
true.
listen.
did.
You don't speak
Yeah, it
Hebrew
goes
They
very
anymore. What are you
said
viral.
talking
It
they
goes
about?
very
are.
viral.
You don't speak Hebrew.
He
He said,
did.
"Do you think it's
He
okay?"
did.
That's all he said.
It's in the captions. It's in the captions. We're not
No,
stupid.
no, that's
Speak
not
Hebrew or
true.
not speak Hebrew. And the
Well,
fact,
Justice
and
speaks
Hanin,
Hebrew
the
Hanin,
fact of
hold
fluently,
the
on,
so
matter is,
Hanin, play,
shut up. Oh my
play
God.
the video one more time and make sure
Just
the
pause on that so we can all read it,
See,
okay?
Tier. I told you they're going to deny it right after. And the fact of the matter is, why are they debating whether it's permissible to grade
he never
Palestinians?
said
But that's
anything
not
was
what he
Just
permissible.
said. They debate it's not
they're
permissible.
debating. They're debating on it. The fact that they're debating on it is wild.
אני לא יודע אם יודעים, אבל יש אירוע כרגע בשדה תימן שמשטרה צבאית הגיעו לעצור חיילים ששמרו על מחבלי נוח'בה. טרלול שהמדינה שלנו נכנסת אליו סביב הסיפור הזה הוא מטורף וצריך להפסיק אותו, ואני חושב שצריך פה לתת דוגמה אישית, ואני אומר עכשיו, ואני קורא לחברי הקואליציה לעשות כמוני, אני קם ואני יוצא מפה, ואני לא הולך להצביע יותר על שום דבר, עד שהסיפור הזה והטרלול הזה, שיש מי שבפרקליטות חושב שאפשר לבוא ולעצור חיילים על דברים שעושים למחבלי נוח'בה, לא נגמר. להמשיך כרגיל. להכניס מקל לרקטום של בן אדם, זה לגיטימי? כן.
Okay, let me pause on these words right here, since they want to deny it. To insert a stick in a person's rectum, is that legitimate?
של בן אדם.
And then he's telling him, shut up, shut
No,
up.
he's saying it's an accusation, and he was saying, "Do you think it's okay?"
Excuse me.
It's just an accusation.
No, the
Nobody's
guy,
been convicted of it. What are you talking about?
And then
Shut
what did he
up.
say after that? Let her tell me.
I'm really trying to break it down for you, but you see these clowns, they're trying to silence
We're reading
me.
what it
Okay,
says. You
here
don't
we
have
are.
to change it into what you want
Okay,
to be.
can you shut up? So, okay, I'm reading it for you, matter of fact. So if you shut up, maybe we can hear.
של בן אדם, זה לגיטימי?
He's telling him, shut up. And then he said, yes, if he is a Nukba, everything is legitimate. So yes, he is saying it's permissible. Nukba, aka Palestinians, tease. They called him a T, even though he wasn't charged or charged with anything. So therefore, he's not a T. He's saying yes, if it comes to the Palestinian, everything is legitimate,
my
permissible.
God.
So I don't want to hear shit from shit when
Thierry,
it comes
so
to
let me
y'all.
explain this to you. Thierry, hold on. Let me explain this to you what you just showed. In the beginning in the video, you could see that there is the person who sits and says, the Border Patrol police was sent to arrest those soldiers. Now, mind you, this is what's going on, right? The adequate government realized that there was a potential crime. So they send the border police. They're sitting in the Knesset, and this guy says, who's a crazy guy, he says, listen, I will not stand up for this. We are the Jews. We have responsibility. If I want to know until the last second how the hell is our Israeli soldiers did this, I'm going to send, the border police was sent there, they were arrested. So this is what happened. The other guy goes and says, who is obviously a radical, says to him, how dare you in the middle of the war to question the Israeli military? How dare you? They were terrorists. So the other guy, this was the Ahmed Tibi, the Arab minister, who yells from the set and says correct things. He says, do you think it's legitimate to stick a stick at someone else's rectum? And the other guy, radical, says, well, in my opinion, I think it is. But the matter of the fact is, this is a Knesset, this is a democracy. The person who started the video said it's unacceptable. The border police soldiers sent to investigate, and there is a criticism inside. Why are we investigating our soldiers? And I can tell you, we're investigating because whoever did this, they're fucking animals and criminals, and we're investigating them for that. But that doesn't mean that we as a whole, we're the moral army. We conduct research and we do what we do, and if someone violated it, that's the problem.
Explain to me, hold on, backtrack. Explain to me how you're considered a criminal if you weren't charged with any crime.
Well, of course he was charged. Look,
he wasn't. Show us where he was charged, but not convicted.
He was charged. What are you talking about? The border police arrested them. They arrested them.
She doesn't know the difference between charge and conviction.
Hold on, both of you.
I don't know how to.
We know for a fact that they were arrested, and we know for a fact that the settler broke into the prison and freed them, and there was never charges brought against them.
That
I don't know. Can you show me that?
They were released.
They were released. Went there.
We all saw the video.
Protested. They didn't break into the prison and free them.
That they broke in. And
they didn't break in and free them.
One of the guys.
Shit up. Shit up.
I could show that video too.
You're making shit up.
But
they were there protesting.
Your own sources. How am I going to make up your own sources, you dumbass? Are you stupid? I can show you the video. They were there
protesting.
It's
they didn't break into the prison.
It shows they broke into the prison.
They didn't break into the prison.
How can you break into the prison, Hanin? Do you listen to yourself?
Okay, I'm going to go pull up the video because I'm done hearing bullshit coming out of your mouth.
How can she be lying? It's right there in the video. They may have arrested him, but what did they do?
Are you out of your fucking mind?
Rebuttal before I prove you wrong. I'm giving you the floor to rebuttal your statement before I prove you wrong.
Chip, can you bring up Ariel?
You can try.
Yeah, Ariel is not welcome on this panel. Ariel is being vile towards Chip. And he has no respect.
Oh, he apologized 3 days ago. They made peace.
No, he's very rough. I can't take it.
You guys don't. You're afraid of the truth. You're afraid of debaters.
People are very decent here. I can't hear that.
Hold on, Sarah. Yeah. Chip is here. He can decide if to bring him up or not. But I as a moderator, I was instructed not to bring Chip up. Not to bring Ariel up.
Chip, brought him up. Go ahead.
Question. Z. So is it true that they released him? They didn't finish to charge him?
Z, are you asking me?
Yes.
No, they didn't. They did not release them. What ended up happening, if you want to know, is that they looked at the video that was submitted as evidence and found that it was piecemealed together. That it was essentially a deep fake. So they got acquitted, is per my understanding. The settlers didn't have to break into a prison and bust them out of jail.
So the video
Those settlers would have gotten arrested if they had done that.
So the video that they made was fake?
The video of the man getting whatever in the rectum was a deep fake video.
That was made by the IDF.
That wasn't made by the IDF. It was made by some news agency.
But Thierry, just to your question, look at Israel. Look. every bad reports are coming from where? Israel, Haaretz. Look at our democracy. We ourselves going, are we divided society? Of course we are divided.
All
Of
right.
course we are divided over this war. We have a lot of pain.
Z,
A
one
lot of
second.
our soldiers commit mistakes on the
One second.
field.
Mad announcement. The live is.
I just wanted to
I have
show
a
that
point.
we don't have the tendency to go.
Let Z go.
We all our apparatus of democracy shows that we try our best of the best to keep people accountable to what they do. There are definitely mistakes. There are definitely war mistakes. It's a horrible situation. My heart goes to all of them. But I think the existence of the criticism of Israel, we are the own best critics. And you find zero critics on the Hamas side. You will find zero critics there because in the end of the day, we got to do what's right. And I think we are a very good nation. We try our best and the evidence is out there. That's all I wanted to say.
Can I have a couple of minutes to clarify this whole thing, since I'm speaking Hebrew and I know the case like one point by one, but I'll start with one thing that Federico said. I was never vile or cursed anything against Chip. I might have been rough with him, debating in a certain narrative, but I never ever said like bad words. So don't say that you have instructed. Now, regarding this Sdet Teiman incident, obviously you touched a lot of points that are correct, but many points are incorrect. Number one, the guy complained in a hospital that something happened to him. His complaint was taken seriously. The judiciary within the army sent the soldiers to arrest the one that he complained that have done things to him. There were a demonstration next to that camp, Sdet Teiman, which one member of the Knesset participated in that demonstration. Now, those soldiers were brought in. 7 of them were released, totally. 3 of them were in house arrest, and the trial is ongoing now. To say that they are not facing trial, that's a bluntly lie. The trial is actually going on now. It is in a stage of hearing. And so there's army prosecutor on one hand, the 3 that are accused on the other hand. Now, as a trial, each of them is allowing to bring experts. So the attorneys for the accused bring experts from Hadassah and Karem Hospital, but they, by the way, said that it was self-inflicted, as medical doctors testifying as experts. So to say that everything like is released, it's a lie. You can say whatever you want to say. I speak Hebrew, word by word, okay? The guy that was the first guy, if you can play that again, I can point you exactly who says and what. He says to the Knesset that how come that we allow, and he was referring to the member of the Knesset, that radical guy that participated. How can we allow something like that to happen, okay? And he asked the prosecutors, the Israeli judiciary, to actually prosecute the one that were demonstrating. To take the narrative that whether it's grape, it's permissible or not, that was the issue on the Knesset, on the debate, that's a fallacy and it's a blunt lie to say that. So,
What was the sentence, Ariel, to these soldiers? You know the case point by point, you said. What was the sentence?
If you would have listened to me in the very beginning, I said that the trial is an ongoing now. There is no sentence yet.
And what are the charges brought against them?
SA mutilated by the judiciary within the army prosecutor. That's what the complaints are. And it's ongoing now. There is no ruling. It's in a stage of testifying. So why would you say that they were released? Why would you say that nothing happens that they were released?
One guy came
why
on
you
TV.
lying?
One of them
Why
came
you
on
lying?
TV. Listen,
Why are you lying?
Ariel, if you're
Yes,
gonna come up
yes.
here and you're gonna attack me personally, I will bring you down.
No, because you
I am
lied
running.
twice
Listen,
already.
listen
Yeah, I know
very
you're a
carefully.
moderator, and I should give you respect, but I
Listen
don't
very
give
careful
respect to
to me.
people that
Listen very
lie.
careful to me. Listen very careful to me.
I'm
I've been
very
fair
careful.
to. I'm being very fair to everybody on this panel. It can be
Right.
pro-Israeli or pro-Palestinian. And
So
I
why
try
do you
to
ask?
play.
So
Hold
why do
on.
you ask? Why do
Let
you
him
ask
finish,
me?
Ariel. Ariel, just let him
Okay,
finish.
okay, no
I
problem.
try to be as fair as I can, and I try to play the devil advocate as much as I can. But for you to come up here, if you have a personal issue with me, okay, we take it to a different panel. This panel is for educational matter. Do you deny that the settlers stormed the prison?
No,
They did storm
I,
the prison, right?
yes, yes.
Okay.
They
And what was the
protested.
motivation? What was the motive? They stormed. They didn't protest. What was the
Yes.
motivation behind storming the prison?
Why are you asking me that? Ask them. I
I'm
know it. You
asking.
know.
I'm asking
You
you. What
know.
was?
You know,
So
and I
okay.
know.
I
You know, and
will
I
I
tell
rest
know.
my
you, it was
case.
in
I rest my
protest.
case. I rest my
It's fine,
case. Thank
coach.
you.
It's a pro.
No, I'm answering. They went there in protest because they didn't feel that whatever happened to that person, they figured they were of the mindset that he deserved it. That's what they were protesting, but they didn't break him out of jail. They
No
didn't
one
break anyone
broke.
out of
No,
jail. That's what you
you're
said.
right.
That was your claim, Frederico.
You're
Is that they
absolutely
got
right,
broken out
coach.
of jail.
They stormed the prison to break them out. That's what I said.
No, absolutely not.
They
That's a
didn't
game,
go there to break
coach.
them out. They went there to
Coach,
protest.
let me finish it off. No one released no one. They protested, and if you ask me what was the motivation, the motivation was that the army prosecutors did not have to do it in a public manner to send them to arrest. They could just ask in a manner that is not so public to bring them in, and they would have brought them in. Now, when you ask me, Federico, what was the sentence of the trial, that is with an intention lie, because you know that the trial is still ongoing. Why would you ask me what was the sentence?
It's no longer on the media. So what do you say right now? Because like now, if I go watch this case right now as an citizen that lives in the U.S., I look for that case. I can't find anything about it. And usually, when a case is buried, we know what the result is.
It's a
That's why I
military
ask
coup.
you.
Excuse me.
That's why that was my question was to you, because you have sources that I don't have, and that was the whole thing. So I don't understand.
If I will go into Google now, I'm sure that I will find information that the trial is still
I've done it.
going
Believe
on.
me, I've done it. I can't find anything.
I don't believe you.
Ariel,
And if you give me
I'm telling you, I did it.
Ariel,
and if you give me 2 minutes out of the 20 minutes, that's okay. And if you give me 2 minutes, because there are 20 minutes left to this live, I'm going to Google it.
Wait, I could say
I'm going to Google it, and I'm going to show you that it's on.
Ariel, I think you're probably, both of you might be right in this situation, because the problem is, when we're using a Google search, if American media is not reporting on it,
right,
then we're not going to find it in the top of our search in the U.S. Because this case, even though it made headlines when it first happened, the fact that it's gone through, like, that was what was noteworthy here in the U.S. What was noteworthy in Israel, though, I mean, is the case is probably something that's reported on by Israeli media. So given that that stuff is published in Hebrew, it's likely not going to pop up at the top of our searches when we're searching in English in the U.S.
T-Rate, but
So I think both of you in this instance, as it comes to that, are right.
Correct, and T-Rate is just for you.
But as far as I understood, and Ariel, you can. Oh wait, I just want Ariel to correct me if I'm wrong.
Right.
Some of the people, because there were like 6 people that were arrested, some of the people got released because it has come out since that some of that was BS.
Correct.
7 out of the 10.
And for
7 out of the 10 were released. 3 were arrested. later on released to house arrest, and the trial is in ongoing trial.
And T-Rate is just for you. This is really just for you. If you Google Ismail Hanisli, Islam Hanisli, you can find out that she was an aid worker with 2 children, that H terrorists killed her because she refused to give them money that she was collected. And please go and Google amount of evidence now and justice that her family is going to get on the Gaza Strip area. Now, you can speak about our crimes all day long, and we have courts through this, but this woman was murdered by the age group just on the sole premise that she didn't refuse to give the money she collected for starving children of Gaza. Her name
one thing
was...
we need one thing
Oh
we need to
gosh.
understand. One thing we need to understand when we're talking about a group, not a country. When you're talking about a country, you
It's a
expect
governing
them
body,
to
Federico.
hold on. When you talk about a government, you're expecting to have institution and procedures. When you're talking about a group or resisting group or militant group, whatever you want to call them, you cannot hold a group to the same standards of a country that claims to be the most democratic country in the Middle East or in the world.
I think
And
Coach
plus,
will
you
have
said
something to say about
Google.
that.
Google will say everything opposite about Palestinians. Everything. What you want to say, the same thing Google says. So we will never Google about Palestine.
Thank you. I will look that up.
Idea that the Israeli Knesset, the most democratic country in the Middle East, or they claim to be, that they have a session, they have to make a session to discuss if it's permissible to grape or it's not. That is outrageous.
That was not the idea, and that was not the subject. Why you carry on lying?
And that is
The subject of the
issue.
video. No, the subject of the video that Hanin was playing has nothing to. Wasn't that whether it's permissible to grape or not? Are you out of your mind?
It was an outrage, actually.
This Green that was asking the Knesset to prosecute their protesters.
Exactly.
You don't understand Hebrew.
Can you play that video again? But play it.
Yes, she can. Please do.
Sentence by sentence. Play the first sentence.
Please do.
And pause it so we can go through it step by step.
Right. Please do.
What video? The Knesset?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on. Also, while I'm pulling that up, I just want to say 2 things. These Zionists claim it was self-inflicted. We all know that in those concentration camps where they detain the Palestinians without charge, they are all handcuffed or zip-tied, have their hands zip-tied behind their back. So how, and they're also guarded 24/7 with hundreds of guards. So how is he gonna get up while his hands zip-tied behind his back, find a stick, and self-inflict that upon himself? And just to say, if he were to touch that broom, he will probably been pew-pewed in the head, because the IDF are that scared. They're that terrified of Palestinians. So there is no way in hell he got up and was able to wander around and self-inflict that upon himself without anyone seeing him, especially the IDF.
We have 10 more minutes.
I'd like to respond.
We have 10 more minutes.
I'd like to respond to that. It's a second time for Hanin that you are falsifying the truth. Number one, let me tell you exactly what happened. That guy was actually in the Megiddo jail, where he was arrested, where he was assaulted by fellow inmates. He was unruled in the jail, so they brought him back to Sdete Man.
All right, let's play that video. Let's play that.
No, hold on, just for a second. When she says you Zios are claiming self-inflicted, it's not you Zios. It's 2 medical experts, the chief surgery of Hadassah in Cairo.
Where's the report?
It's doctors.
Where is the report?
Go to the court document if you have any access, and you'll see that.
You show me.
Right.
You show me.
I don't need to show you. I don't need to show you.
Ariel,
There's only
the
10 minutes.
The doctor is also an Arab Muslim. Am I wrong, or?
You
No,
shut
you're
up.
absolutely right.
Yes, he was an Arab
You're
Muslim.
He's right.
absolutely
I have
right.
the report. I have it
Thank you.
Ariel, were
screenshotted.
you
Y'all
there?
can make
Go
up
Seems
ahead.
like
shit.
you were there.
Again, every accusation
Yeah,
is a
yeah, yeah.
confession. Shut
Yeah,
up.
yes.
Shut
Yeah, stop,
up.
stop.
Let me
I
play the
have the report
video.
Play the
Shut
video.
screenshotted.
up.
Play the video.
I
Play the
have the
video.
report
Shut up.
screenshotted.
Shut up.
Play the video.
Are you done?
You need to
She's
start
so
Are
your
you
triggered.
device.
done?
Why are you so triggered, Haneen? Go ahead,
Okay,
play the
just let me
video.
know when these clowns are done so I can play the video.
Ariel, it seems like you were there.
Yeah, I think Ariel was
You
one.
have a lot of specific knowledge.
Another idiot comes and speak. Yalla, play
No,
the
no,
video.
I'm not an idiot.
I don't know who you are, but
superior. I'm superior to you.
Okay, guys. Okay, guys.
wonderful.
Let's just pay attention.
You're an imbecile, by the way. Oh,
Okay.
ooh,
No personal
ooh.
attacks, please.
For an
I'm
old
an
man, you're an
imbecile.
Yeah,
imbecile.
yeah.
You
On
need to
this
behave.
panel, no personal attack is allowed.
Well, he started it, so tell him.
I didn't start it, but
But
never
Yeah,
mind.
you
You're
said another
irrelevant, so I'm
idiot,
not
and
going
you
to
don't
listen,
even
respond
know
to
me,
you.
imbecile.
we have 7 more minutes on
Are
this
you a
live
white
before
South
we end
African,
it.
by the way, Ariel?
Carry on
You
with your
sound
stupid
like one.
narrative. אבל
You
זה, אתה
sound
רוצה
like
שאני
one.
אדבר איתך עברית? לדבר איתך עברית, יא חתיכת דביל.
Can I?
يا هلا بالغيزلة. Gibberish.
Okay.
Go on, honey, go on.
Ariel, shut
He
up.
knows
Let
a
me
bit
play
of
the video.
gibberish in
Please,
Arabic,
everybody
apparently.
mute. Please, everybody mute. We have only 8 minutes left on the live.
Okay.
Only 8.
Do you
God
want?
help us.
Okay.
אני לא יודע אם יודעים, אבל יש אירוע כרגע בשדה תימן שמשטרה צבאית הגיעו לעצור חיילים ששמרו על מחבלי נוח'בה. טרלול.
Stop here. Stop here.
המדינה שלנו נכנסת אליו סביב
Okay, hold on. I will explain it. We don't need your propaganda explanation. So
Well,
first of
I
all,
speak Hebrew, you don't.
Ariel, be
I can
quiet,
read
please.
English.
We've got
You
AI
don't.
now. We've got
No,
AI.
no, okay.
We've
This
got
is
AI.
what he
We don't need
said.
your butt.
Oh my God.
Okay, shut up.
There is here where I can read in English. I don't need to know Hebrew.
I don't know who put the subtitles, but translate
shut
and I'll tell
up.
you if it's saying.
Shut up.
Ariel, just
Okay,
focus.
so that
Be
guy,
quiet.
the first guy that spoke was saying, I don't know if you know, but soldiers were arrested. Here, I don't even remember what he said because I was they're getting to my brain. Let me play it again.
אני לא יודע אם יודעים,
I don't know if you know.
כרגע בשדה תימן שמשטרה צבאית הגיעו לעצור חיילים ששמרו.
Okay. It says he said, I don't know if you know, but there was an incident where these IOF members were guarding in one of the concentration camps, guarding I'm not even going to say that word, Palestinian, and they're not terrorists.
No, that's not what he said. But that's not what he said. But that's not what he said.
Said Nukhba.
That's
Hold
not
on.
what
He
he
said Nukhba.
Okay.
Ariel, we've got 8 minutes. Come on now.
יש אירוע כרגע בשדה תימן שמשטרה צבאית הגיעו לעצור חיילים ששמרו על
Okay, so he's basically saying that IOFTs were arrested and they were those that were guarding Palestinians in one of these concentration camps held by IOF.
לנוח'בה. טרלול שהמדינה שלנו נכנסת אליו סביב הסיפור הזה הוא מטורף וצריך להפסיק אותו.
He's saying this is a crazy story and it needs to stop going around. Okay. Just read that
דוגמה אישית ואני אומר עכשיו, ואני קורא לחברי הקואליציה לעשות כמוני, אני קם ואני יוצא מפה, ואני לא הולך להצביע יותר על שום דבר, עד שהסיפור הזה והטרלול הזה, שיש מי שבפרקליטות חושב שאפשר לבוא ולעצור חיילים על דברים שעושים למחבלי נוח'בה, לא נגמר.
Okay, so he's basically crying. He's crying because he does not agree with the arrest of these IOFTs. And does not think it's permissible for, and does not think this is enough to arrest these IOFTs. The other guy is telling him they inserted a stick behind the person's rectum. Is that permissible? Okay, that's the very, very most important part. He's saying, shut up, shut up. When it comes to Palestinians, everything is permissible. Everything. Do you know what these people did? He's referring when he says, "Do you know what these people
No,
did?"
he didn't say
He's
if it's. He didn't
shut
say
up,
Palestinians.
shut
He
up.
said if it
Yeah,
comes to those
Nukba
terrorists.
terrorists, Nukba terrorists, aka the Palestinians, even though they're not charged. Y'all are calling
No,
them
the
Nukba terrorists.
Palestinian terrorists
Shut up.
who
Yeah, the Palestinians.
committed
Oh,
Period.
October
okay.
7th.
I
Palestinians.
see.
Period.
Thanks for the clarification, whoever that was.
Palestinian.
The
Palestinians.
terrorists who did things
Periods.
on October
Okay,
7th.
you're the
He
terrorist.
didn't say.
Shut
He
up.
didn't say
He's
Palestinians. He didn't
saying.
say
Shut up.
Palestinians.
Shut up. Shut up, ya kalb. He's saying it's permissible. That's what
He
he's
didn't say
saying. Doesn't matter
Palestinians.
what he calls them. Doesn't matter what he calls them. He is saying it's permissible to grape Palestinians because they are T's in his period.
No, the Nukba are the people who came in on
Listen,
October 7th.
That came
let
on
someone
ships.
else speak. Let someone
Y'all
else
are the
speak. I
Yankees
just
that
joined.
came on ships
Guys,
that were
Hanif,
stinky and nasty and hungry.
let coach finish. Then we give the last 2 minutes to Chip before he closes the panel.
What about me? I just joined. Let me
Yeah,
say something.
we'll give
about
you a
this.
minute just after coach.
So, this is the medical report that was released. You can go to the court documents and
my
find
God.
it.
This is so perverse.
Not a report. That
In
is
the,
sure, sir. That
it's
is
the
not a
medical
report.
report
That doesn't
straight
look like a
from
report.
That
It
doesn't
looks
look
like
like a
something
medical report.
that someone made on
straight from the
TikTok.
hospital.
What kind of medical report is that? I'm
So
a doctor. I've never seen a funny report like that.
no. This is the
What kind of
statement
nonsense
from
is
the
that?
hospital.
All these colors and
It is
what
a
kind of
statement
asshole
from the
is that?
hospital where the
I've
doctor.
never seen a medical report
Don't
like
fall
that
for
in my
this
It's a
life.
bullshit.
statement from the
No,
hospital.
So
medical
it's a
reports
report
don't
of
look like
graping
this.
and putting
I
sticks up
understand you're
people's
triggered.
backsides. You're glorifying a stupid
Hey
report.
guys, after coach, I'm gonna do a show
Can I
time.
say something about this? Just one
Everyone a
thing,
minute,
one
then
thing.
we're gonna close down. After
Just
coach,
one
coach,
thing.
please
If
carry
you don't
on.
Hey,
mind.
Do I
coach,
get to
just
finish
let
and then
you,
we can
everybody,
debunk?
real quick, guys, real quick. It's okay if we go until 10 p.m., another 34 minutes or whatever, so people can get a chance to speak. Okay.
Can I say
Okay,
something about
cool.
this? I don't know about this
So
coach
real
guy.
quick, let me finish.
But I have to
Coach,
close up at
with all
10
due
p.m.
respect,
Let me
that's not a medical report.
finish.
That's a joke.
Let me
That doesn't
finish.
even look like a letter. It's so
That's
weird.
great,
Look at
Kurdish
it.
doctor. You can
Did
speak
you print
after.
this out yourself?
You can speak after.
No, but this is not a medical
You can
report.
speak
So there's no
after.
point of you
I'm
talking
not
about it.
done. I didn't even get started.
Okay, I'll talk anyway. In about
I'm gonna speak right now.
hold on,
Doctor,
hold
You're
on.
not gonna
I'll
speak.
give
I'm
you
on
right
the big
after him.
screen.
Let him
Yeah,
finish,
but
and
this
I'll
is
give you.
nonsense, Frederick.
Can you mute him,
It's not a
please?
medical report. I've never. I'm a
Can you
doctor.
please mute
I've
him?
never seen such garbage in
Can
my
you please
life.
mute him?
It's like a child made it.
I will give you all the time you need
What
to
kind of
debunk him.
report
Just
is
give me a
this?
minute.
Do
Just
you
give him a
believe this
minute.
nonsense?
We don't
Doctors
believe
don't write in
anything.
these colors.
We don't believe anything.
That's
We don't
fine.
believe anything. We listen to everybody.
It's a press release from the hospital where the victim was seen. You can screenshot it and blow it up. It even has his
So he was a victim,
identification
right?
number.
He was a victim.
It
That's
has
good.
his prison identification number in lieu of his name.
Okay. And he was a victim, like
to
you said.
protect his identity. It also has the 3 doctors, 2 of which are Arabs, 1 of which was a Jewish doctor. And in this report, what it states is that the
Oh, as long as
damage
they're Arabs,
to,
then
oh
it's
my
okay, right?
God, dude.
Were any of them black by any
Dude,
chance,
do you
or
want
from
to just
Mars?
keep your mouth shut? It'll be a lot quicker. I won't have to start all over again. There you go. Good boy. So, what they stated is that the damage to the perineum, which is the area around the butthole, if you would, was consistent with that of somebody doing something to themselves as opposed to be forcefully having something done to them, because when something is done forcefully to them, you would have damage to the outer part of the anus. When they do it to themselves, they try to be a little bit more gentle, which is consistent with the finding that he brought a cell phone into the place with him, and then later tried to complain that it was the Israelis. Now, again, the court case is ongoing. They will have their opportunity to provide their evidence. And at the end, we'll find.
So I just wanted to come up and say
There's a report that you can look up from Bethlehem.org. It's called Welcome to Hell, and it chronicles all of the abuses that have been inflicted upon the Palestinians and the investigations that are ongoing. So if you want to explain away any cases, this is a systemic issue with Israelis. There was also a poll that was taken, and 65% of Israelis that were polled said they didn't think anything should happen to the soldiers who committed these crimes. A small percentage said they didn't care, and another small percentage of the rest said that something should happen, like 12%. So
Yeah, about that self-inflicted and all of that. I don't believe that anybody in Israeli custody they have access to even a match, not a broomstick, no nothing. We've seen images. They are all hand zip tied, and they are sitting next to each other in their underwear. But judging from what I see from the Israeli soldiers' action, no matter what anybody says, I blindly believe any accusation against the IDF for the simple reason of their history, of what have they done before, and from the crime they commit. Even if you watch them firing their weapons in Gaza, you see they have no regards, not even for their ammunition.
So first of all, I'm gonna show y'all what a medical report looks like. When it comes to a medical report, sir, this is a medical report looks like. The name of the hospital, the doctors, the patient's name, and a summary. What happened to him? And then after this, and then this is how they are detained while they are in the concentration camps that you claimed he was able to wander around, find a broomstick and self-inflict this upon himself. They are guarded 24/7. They have their hands zip tied behind their back 24/7. So you tell me who's lying here. Y'all are
How's
so
everybody doing?
stupid.
How's
Y'all
everybody
are so
doing?
dumb.
How's everybody doing? Can I just say something? Can you guys, I'm sorry, can you show us the same medical reports? And can you have that same energy for the women that claimed they were raped on October 7th? Can you show us that exact same proof, just as like you are proving to us, like the sources you are showing us? Can you show us? Because usually when you say the women that got raped on October 7th, can you show us medical reports of them, please, too?
Can I just add one? Okay, thank you. Federico, here it is. The Times of Israel on the 3rd of August 2024. This is the article, this is the date. The name of the article is Doctor Who Reported Abuse of Palestinian Detainee. I blame fellow prisoners. That's the doctor. Okay. And the name of he's an anesthesiologist. His name is Yoel Donchin. I'm quoting actually from the article. Anesthesiologist Yoel Donchin, who treated terror suspects at Sde Teiman, confirmed seeing signs of serious sexual abuse. And read the article, and this is what it says. The title of the article is The Doctor That Was Treating Him says, Doctor who reported the abuse of Palestinian detainee, I blamed fellow prisoners. So by that, I'm ending this whole point about who and what and Knesset and nonsense like that. Medical report. This is the name of the doctor. That's the title of the article. August 3rd, 2024. The article by the Times of Israel. Title, Doctor who reported abuse of Palestinian detainee. That's the doctor who reported. Blamed fellow prisoners. Period.
You know, it's crazy how there's a whole video of you guys raping prisoners and you're
Too
still
fast.
trying to
Just
like.
1 second. I'll be honest with you, Ariel. I would love to believe anything your doctors
Right,
or
folks. I
anybody.
read the article.
It's
pulled
on
it up and read
Google.
it. I'm going to tell you what
It's
it
on
says.
Google.
Ready? Here you go. The response from the doctor initially was, ready? The first thing that came to my mind was that the other prisoners had ... What? We, the Israelis, would do something like that? It doesn't say clinically that he determined it wasn't done by Israeli soldiers. He made the immediate assumption that, well, I guess we're better than doing something like that. That is not a valid article saying they didn't do it, Ariel.
But later on, that doctor and
Come
another
on,
two
man.
experts
You're better than that, Ariel. You're better than
So
later on,
no
two
longer
doctors from
self-inflicted.
Hadassah and Karem
It's
did
no
the
longer
report, and
self-inflicted, huh?
they backed it up. The two
Ariel,
expert reports
Ariel, I thought it
that
was
are
self-inflicted.
hold on,
I have a
hold
question.
on.
Hold on. Do you see,
Let him
Ariel?
speak.
Ariel,
I want to hear. Let him speak. I
this
want to ask him
is
a quick
this
question.
is why Shadowban. Hold on,
That
hold on, Shadowban. This is
the
is
two
why when
reports that were in that
Ariel,
now in
Ariel,
front of the
Ariel,
court, the two
Ariel, 1
reports that are
second.
currently by
Ariel,
expert. You don't need to
Ariel.
interrupt me, Federico.
No,
You don't
but
need to.
I gotta. Chip
I know
said
you're a
something.
moderator,
Let me
but
interject,
I,
and you can. No, I have like
but why are you
This
interjecting at
this
all?
is this. What do you mean? Why am I interjecting? This
Why?
brings me
Why
back
can't you wait until I finish?
anytime you bring an article up and we tell you, Ariel,
Uh-huh.
can you open the camera? You say, I can't open the camera.
I
But
cannot, and you know
obviously
that I
here,
cannot.
1 second, 1 second, 1 second.
You want to know why I
But right
cannot?
now, I don't want to know why. You have your own reason.
So why are you asking
But
me to open the
again,
camera?
but again,
You want to see my
like right
face?
now,
You want to see how I
1
look? What's the
second,
connection?
Ariel, no,
How
no,
is it
no.
relevant?
We opened the camera to show the article. That's what I said. Now Chip had a computer
Oh,
next to
I
him.
don't need to.
He
I don't
was
need to. Fine.
Ariel, hold on, man.
Yeah.
The
Ariel,
panel was.
don't beg me. Please don't beg me.
We've been going out for 7 hours, 8 hours.
Okay, I believe you're tired. Okay, fine.
Anybody.
I just woke up. It's Israel. I know
All
you're
right,
tired.
so what I'm trying to say, you always read the reports the way you wanna read the reports. But now,
Right. Also, Hanin is translating what in the Knesset the way she wants to
no,
translate.
that she's not translating the subtitles.
What do you mean?
Is right there.
She
was
lied
reading
blankly.
Subtitles.
She lied
She
blankly.
was reading subtitles.
She
But
lied
right
blankly.
now, in effect, 2 minutes ago, you read the report in one way, then Chip looked it up and read it in a complete different
I understand
This is what I
that.
say.
I
This is
understand
what I
that.
say.
I understand that.
This is why I cannot believe anything that comes out
You
of
don't
here.
need to believe anything. The court has two medical reports submit to the court by two medical experts, not that one, not this one, but two medical experts from Hadassah and Karem, one of the best hospitals in Israel. One is the chief surgeon, and the report are saying exactly what I have said.
Perfect.
Simple.
You must be right then. Let me ask you, what would happen if one of those doctors were to say, no, it was an audacious and horrible crime on the soldiers? What would have happened to their personal lives and careers living in Israel if they had said otherwise?
Look, it's very simple. The court is sitting with three judges. Okay, one of them has to be an attorney.
That's not the question
and
I
they will-
asked you, bro.
Hold on. I don't know what
have
would
happened
happen
to them if theoretically they said that no, it was a crime on our own soldiers? What would have happened to those doctors?
I don't know.
You don't know. Same
No,
way that you don't
do
know
you?
about Hind.
Do you?
And same
Do
way when
you?
it comes to a question
Do you?
that comes down to your same basic morality, you're
No,
going to
no,
say,
no,
no,
no. Do-
I don't know. Because I'm
Are you
clueless.
accept-
Tell me what a
No, no.
genocide is. What's your
Are you-
definition of a genocide? You can understand why people get frustrated listening to you, man.
Hey, if you're expecting me to say that maybe the medical board in Israel would take their license away, that the chief surgeon of Hadassah and Karem would lie for anyone. He would give his own medical opinion about, according to his medical
Okay,
knowledge,
is it possible
that's
that
what
one of those
happens.
doctors, is it possible
And
one
then-
of those doctors may have the opinion of the same guy that we just saw the video of, where he was like, no, they have a right. They're animals.
I mean,
the
this
thing
this
is,
argument is
yeah,
so lame.
the
What do you
thing
This
mean
is,
it's
argument is
so
so
lame?
lame.
You're
yeah,
One
claiming
doctor
one
can
second,
be
guys.
one
One,
doctor can be Arabic, the other one can be Christian, the other one can
yeah,
be a Jew. He
Ariel,
functions as a doctor, and that's it.
yeah.
What
The
are you
thing
claiming that
is,
that
when it
political
comes,
opinion are
No,
influencing
I'm
medical
claiming that
reporting?
what we all
Yeah,
see
Shadowban,
is
this is
obvious.
nonsense.
Shadowban. 1 second, Ariel. 1 second.
Again, you're interjecting.
When it comes, when I interject, yeah, because I have, I have responsibility towards this panel, and I have to give my honest opinion. And
Oh,
when
so
it
you
comes,
need, but you can wait to give
and
your
when
honest
it
opinion. You don't
comes,
Well,
need
it's
to
not
come in
all
but
about
the
between.
you,
thing is
Ariel.
with you, Ariel, I have to interrupt you because you, like, if I don't, you're not gonna stop talking. And the honesty in Israel, it's a problem. Because
You
any
see, and now
Israel,
you are carry on talking. Now you are
1 second,
monologuing for nothing. Why are you
I'm
moving
not,
away?
I haven't, listen,
Why are you
Ariel,
moving
please,
away to a complete
please,
different?
Ariel, here you go. The thing is, anybody in Israel that gives their honest opinion, they become either a self-hating Jew, or they become too lefty, or they become something like, like Pape, like
Or pariah.
Frankenstein, like anyone that
Yeah,
came
a
out and
pariah.
spoke, anybody that came out and spoke against the Israeli government, and they have been turned into monster, vicious, self-hating Jews or something. So obviously, when we hear reports like this and when we see the doctors, I honestly, just from my experience, I have to doubt everything they say. I have to doubt it because I don't know anything that comes up, anybody that comes up and speak anything, even their own Israeli. I've seen so many Israeli on this panel. They speak against the Israeli government, and they get bashed like they are worse than the Palestinian to them.
Where'd he
Real
go?
quick, I want to play you all a video. This is of Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, the person I spoke to earlier tonight, who was who was the head of staff, chief of staff of U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell during the Bush administration. He dealt directly with the Israelis for 6 years. Okay, I'm going to turn my camera around. I'm going to turn the volume up, and then I'm going to start the video. It's very short. He was giving an interview, and he said, "Before I start talking, let me just tell you something," and then what he's about to say. Okay, so I'm going to do that, and then we can have a little talk about that before we shut things down in about 15 minutes. Okay, let me turn the camera around. Okay, again, this is Larry Wilkerson. I actually just saw him last weekend in person at a panel in D.C., but notwithstanding that, he's a nice guy. He's a decent human being. So volume up a little bit. Okay, everybody, here we go.
I've been in the government too long to know that the Israelis are patent liars. In their intelligence community, in their propaganda community, certainly, and in their leadership, they are inveterate liars. Let me say that again. They are liars.
So that's somebody who's dealt directly with the highest level of government, who's been watching this for decades as a top-level diplomat, and look what he has to say about them. So when you have somebody like Ariel who comes up, who's obviously someone who wants to make the case, I'll give you an example. And by the way, I don't think everything that Ariel says is a lie, by the way. I think he acts in good faith as much as he can with the way he sees it based on versus how others of us see it. But I will say this. I took a very close look at that article. Let me repeat what I just said a second ago, just to be clear. Anybody can go to the Times of Israel. It's the article at the top, like Ariel said. It says, doctor who reported abuse of Palestinian dainty, quote, I blamed fellow prisoners. Now, that's not exactly what he said. It says, anesthesiologist Yoel Donchin, who treated terror T suspects at Sde Taiman, which is that detention camp, confirmed seeing signs of serious S abuse, says he, quote, didn't think Israelis would do something like that. That's not blaming the prisoners or finding evidence that it indicated that the Israelis didn't do it, like Ariel presented it as. What it says here is that he didn't think the Israelis would do something like that. Let me go down to see what they further quoted him. It says that when it first was brought to his attention, his first reaction was that this is the actual words he says, quote, the first thing that came to my mind was that the other prisoners had, in other words, the prisoners must have done it to the detainee. What, we Israelis would do something like that? There's no medical determination in that finding. That's a doctor going, I don't think our people are bad enough to do something that bad. How can you interpret that article and say that that doctor proves that the soldiers didn't do it. I mean, that's not, in my opinion, that's just not being, that's being incredibly disingenuous. And I know Ariel knows a lot about the history of the conflict, and he's a smart man. He's very knowledgeable. He lived a lot of it himself. He lives in Israel. He's not an intentional liar in most cases, but in this case, I think he was not being fully candid with the audience, and I think that's something he's better than.
Chip, I wish Ariel had the same proof, and I wish she had the same sources and medical reports for the 40 babies that were beheaded. And I wish she had the same sources and proof for the women that were claiming they were raped on October 7th.
Well, put it this way, guys. I mean,
so it's kind of hard to believe somebody. That's why,
You remember that it's the job of the Israelis. It's called Hasbara. Explain. It's their job to try to paint a picture that justifies what it is their government and their military does. Myself, as an independent observer, I'm critical of it. A lot of people question the motives for why I'm critical of it. They say either I'm hateful towards the people or I have some other motivation, like I'm members of a hate group or some silly stuff. But it's about the behavior. And the way you can prove that is, I've talked about this before, if you switch the sides and everything about this conflict was reversed 180 degrees, and similarly how I felt about what happened during the Holocaust, I would be vehemently defending the Jewish people from the harm being done to them by their oppressor. In this case, though, they just unfortunately happen to be the oppressor, and the oppressor, as Palestinians see it, just so happened to be Jewish, based on their Zionist, beliefs and the project. So it's not based on the players; it's based on the dynamics and the behavior, if that makes sense. So on that note, did anybody want to make any final comments before we shut it down?
I'd like to say something. You call yourself a critical observer?
Try to.
Well, I would call you a documenter of what's going on right now, because these people are coming up and spreading these lies, and some of them believe their lies. Maybe, like, you're right, Ariel probably believes those lies that he was spewing. But at the end of the day, this isn't 1960. We're living in 2025. Everything is recorded now, and all these atrocities that these guys are doing on either side is being recorded. And we're about to lose our major tool for recording, which is TikTok. There's a platform called Reds, REDZ. You can say whatever you want on there. Unfortunately, you see a lot of things that you don't want to see, and it's straight truth.
Yeah. Chip, I want to ask you something very important that I think you guys didn't talk about today, just real quick. And I think this is another propaganda tool that Israel, even the U.S., are using, like in front of our own eyes here in the U.S. Those drones in New Jersey, I mean, those, like, they're over here trying to say it's Iran, right? So we all know it's U.S. drones, right? It's all U.S. drones in the sky, but the thing is, they're coming on, like, the media and saying these are Iranian drones.
Who said that they were Iranian?
There was
it was a Fox News. It was a congressman. I forgot his name. What was his name?
I can't.
You could look him up. It was I can't remember his name, man.
There was somebody else in government that was trying to say it was Mexico too.
Yeah, they're saying, he said this is a very good possibility. This is Iranian drones because of their mothership, whatever, blah blah blah. This and that.
They'd never be allowed in our airspace. That would never happen.
Well, that's what they're saying now, man. So, I think
that's absurdity. Most likely what I've heard it is, and this is what a couple of really well-educated people have said, that these are detection devices trying to find some contraband that they've been looking for, and they're flying so low over these areas, and they have special sensitive equipment that it has either odor detection or some sort of infrared light detection that are supposed to be able to find certain types of contraband, most likely some sort of stolen or redirected nuclear weaponry. That's the best explanation I've heard so far.
That doesn't explain where they're being found, not just in the States, though. They're being found all over the world.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. I'm not aware of other locations. And by the way, it may be something completely foreign. It's possible.
Do you remember the Chinese balloon? They knew what it was, right? Like, right away, they knew what that was. But unfortunately, you have there's videos of like 10 drones right above the sky, and they don't have no idea what it is. Come on, this is the U.S. This is
the Chinese balloon. The Chinese balloon, before they even flew the balloon from China, the United States government had knowledge of. They just waited for it to get above the United States airspace to complain about it, but they knew all along.
I think this is it. I think after this drone incident, my opinion, I think that's it. Like it's going to be a big all blown out conflict with Iran. They're trying to find any reason.
Oh,
They're going to
that's
put the
obvious.
blame on anything.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
for sure. They're definitely trying to draw the United States into a conflict with Iran. In fact, part of the reason for conquering Syria, because of its location, it's such a critical location for a lot of reasons. But one of the reasons is it's a landmass from which to invade Iran.
Yeah.
Al-
Well, then it's going to
Also,
happen.
now they can finally get into Lebanon.
They can get to Lebanon. Lebanon is the land of surprises. But do you think they're gonna use the rebels in Syria to do ground invasion to Iran? Is that what you think it is?
The rebels in Syria were spoke about by the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him.
Yeah.
But aren't the rebels? Don't they want conflict with the Shias in Syria?
They just
Yeah.
want conflict. The Prophet, peace be upon him, what he said was that wherever they go, they'll claim to be of us, but they will leave nothing but destruction and destroy everything they want. I saw an article, or destroy everything that they touch. I saw an article today or yesterday saying that they're heading to China. That they're going for China next.
They just reinstituted mandatory headscarves in Syria. That
Yeah.
wasn't the case prior to the change of power.
And funny
No
about
way.
these prisons.
They got to wear headscarves now.
Yeah, women have to wear headscarves or they can be arrested.
Oh man.
And no smoking allowed. The thing is,
No
there was
way.
a Lebanese TV, the MTV. They went to Syria to make an interview with the guy that was supposedly has been in prison for the past 14 years, and he's in the hospital. And they went to see him in the hospital. And then when they pulled his ID, it was issued in 2023.
Federico, you just said no smoking in Syria. Are you sure?
And that's what I heard.
Man, if that's true, that's definitely
Whatever
that
their
I'll
lies are, Fred. I know it's Frederick, but I'm just gonna call you Fred. Whatever their lies are, they get busted right away, man.
I mean,
Yeah, well,
it's like the Israeli propaganda. You see, what was the worst loss for Israel on October 7? Because usually they prepare for their war. They have like a scheduled war, and with that scheduled war, they go along with the propaganda.
What's
At
up,
this
Lincoln?
point, the resistance started the war. They were not ready with the propaganda, and they start coming out and making their own lies. Believe it or not, if that war was started with Israel, everybody would have believed the 40-beheaded baby. Everybody would have believed the baby in the oven. Everybody would have believed all their stories. Lucky this time that resistance started, and they came out with such amount of lies that made everybody doubt. Like at the first impact, when they said 40-beheaded baby, I myself, I said, holy shit.
that's what I said. I'm like, damn, that's messed up,
Yeah.
man.
We all were so scared. Like my husband couldn't sleep in the night. Like we
That's
had
what I
ideas.
said. Yeah.
But Lincoln, I
But
mean,
it was like common sense. Like no, they will not do it. It's understandable. Like I had a feeling they can do this because they're so religious.
Lincoln, it's not me and you. It's the people that believe.
Yeah. Did you
Like
see
even
that
though
those
before October
guys?
7, I'm sorry, before October 7, it was very hard for us to debate the Palestinian issue.
I had no idea that they're so hard-headed. Like when I'm saying that I have proof for 9,000 cases in just 1 year, and that's nothing. And they're so hard-headed. He was not ready to accept it. I don't know how they can do that. Even though if I'm paid, I can't take a lie for so long. I was like, I just give up. But they were so good at it. They're like, no, 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 no. That was not the thing.
well, that's just
The-
it, Lincoln. Is we come to the conclusion that they're paid, because what other reason could they
People
have
say
that
that?
crazy belief? Like, how could they argue with facts and videos and proof and say that this text that Buddy typed up is real?
You know something, man. I'm born in the U.S. I'm a Palestinian. I've never been to Palestine, right? And there was before October 7th happened, I used to like look at videos of the H group, right? Me as a Palestinian, never been to Palestine, never been to Gaza, right? How did I know that H group was planning on doing something in Israel? I even in myself before October 7th, I kept telling myself. I remember man, they're about to go into Israel and do something bad. I have a feeling, right? And I kid you not, October 7th happens not too long after that. And you're going to tell me the Israeli intelligence did not have any idea of this?
Guys, we have 4 minutes. Everybody say his piece, and Chip has to go to sleep.
Yeah, it's the bedtime. Actually past bedtime.
Yeah, but they're gonna go after Iran. That's definitely what I'm betting everything I got on it. They're gonna go after Iran, but if American soldiers start getting unalived in Iran for Israel, and the Americans realize this, because that's what's really gonna wake the Americans up. Like
Shadowban said, these are signs that in the prophecies, all of this, I did not believe these prophecies before. But right after Syria, what's happened in Syria, I said, the fuck with this prophecy, it is true. Like even the Sofiani flag, which is Benjamin Netanyahu flag on top of the mountain, the Sheikh mountain, that is said clear. They said they were going to go on that mountain, they're going to put their flag, and they went there and they put their flag. And about the rabbi dancing in the Golan Heights and performing spiritual religious, it was mentioned. About the fall of Syria that fast, it was mentioned.
The Bedouin that are competing to build towers in the middle of nowhere is Saudi Arabia, right?
Oh, I hate that Bin Salman. Oh my
Chip,
God.
why do I feel like you're the type to just organize everything and make sure everything in your house is nice and organized, and you don't like a mess around? I don't know. You keep moving and fixing things and organizing things.
I was trying to get the phone to stay still in a certain place. It's not that.
Every time I look at Chip, he's like moving around, putting things in place and moving. And
I'm just a fidgety person. That's all.
I just wanted to say, like, one last thing is, we saw with the pandemic how everybody was able to go in a state of perpetual fear, and they pushed that same fear on everybody, man. When we heard about 40 beheaded babies, well, now they got the drones to distract us and plant more fear.
We saw the drones first time like a month ago, like almost by Costco in Illinois, and I was leaving Costco and like everybody saw that, so I thought maybe it was something, and they were making so much noise, just like the helicopter when they're close to like right on our head, like literally we couldn't speak to each other.
I'm surprised how no Americans here flew their own drones up to the other drones in the sky.
Yeah, I saw a
If I had a
video of
drone,
a
I
guy
would have
shooting
flew
at
it.
one. I saw a guy send a drone at one.
And by the way, that noise that the drone makes, it's purposely done. Like that drone can fly quiet.
It's another whole agenda thing. My
Oh.
point is this: that if we can learn to be as a fraction, just 1/10, even one hundredth, as brave and have as much faith as those Palestinian people do.
Everybody saw that, but it was like 3 weeks ago. But like it's coming on news now. Now I'm scared.
If we can just have a fraction of the faith and the belief in their creator that those Palestinians do, those poor oppressed people.
And you know that same prophecy says that the people of the United States of America will go after the Zionists, and they will look for them corner by corner. And now, when you look at the corruption in the Congress and the Senate, you're gonna
Yeah.
say again, history repeat itself.
You know the new world
109th
order, right?
country.
You know what the new world order is, right? It's just how Jews are going to say, like, it's going to be their order. I read an article today which says the drones were for the new world order, and Trump is going to implement that, and that's what it
Yeah.
is.
And look at what the power they've given Elon. Elon Musk alone, just between three manufacturers, Ford, Chrysler, and a Chevy, they paid $10.5 billion to Elon Musk last year. Last
For
year
what?
alone, just those three manufacturers.
For
And
what?
now they're
forget
giving
that.
them a whole division. Like, you want to talk about the
Donald
Antichrist.
Trump is opening all the space files for Elon Musk.
They're opening everything for him, man.
Anything
Giving him
related,
everything.
anything related to space, he's gonna have full
Oh, I
access.
see. JD Vance looks so funny now. He literally looks like a puppet, like just walking behind both Elon Musk and Trump. He should have made Elon Musk a vice president instead of JD Vance.
I seen a guy calling him the Antichrist, calling
Oh
Elon
yeah,
Musk.
JD Vance.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he was this guy. I don't like. Sometimes you listen to people. I'm more of a logical guy. I believe what I see, and I believe in a domino effect. Like you do an action, there's another sequences to it, and that's what I
Yeah,
believe.
but
But you know,
he's not on the
sometimes
screen much. That's what I'm saying. He's like always quiet, just nodding his head. He was just happy one time when he was chosen. So that's it.
none.
Well, apparently they're
Elon Musk was
creating.
changed. Eh, If you look at Elon Musk, a picture, just grab picture of Google and pull up two pictures. Look at his face
I know. I
before
was saying
7,
that.
October
I was saying
7,
that.
and
And
look at
after.
his face after the X, when they told him we're gonna pull our ads, and they forced him to go to Israel, and he had to wear
Yeah.
the bulletproof vest inside out so he doesn't show the
In
Israeli
fact,
flag on it.
in fact, Fred,
And if you look
before
at
that,
his,
he was
yeah,
before that he was trying to justify the standing up for Palestine, and then he went did that visit, and he came
Yeah,
back
yeah,
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 yeah.
and
He
yeah,
came
completely.
back.
yeah.
Just like
and
what's his name? You guys all know. You guys all know Mayweather.
that drives me, yeah, that
Oh yeah, I
drives me
don't
to
like that guy.
believe
He looks like Diddy to me.
the biggest slap Israel is gonna get is from two people in this world now.
Give
One of
mine.
them is Donald Trump, and the second one is Elon Musk. Don't forget that
Oh,
the
You think
military
so?
base, the
You think so?
military
Listen,
the
listen.
military base in
Oh,
Iraq
so
got attacked by Iran because of Benjamin Netanyahu. When he told Donald Trump we're gonna unalive General Soleimani in a joint operation, and last minute he calls him while the drone is in the sky, he calls him and says, "Oh no, I don't want to do it. I don't want to be part of it." So he ended unaliving General Soleimani by himself, and a military base in Iraq got attacked because of this.
You
I
know,
don't
man.
think Donald Trump.
You know, I don't know, man. I think it's all these guys are all bro. I don't understand what Israel's doing to control all these leaders. Like you get like it's like I don't know. People say they're bribing him and they're giving him these politicians money in order to support Israel. But like Donald Trump, he's a billionaire, man. I don't think he needs money from anybody else. Why are they so
That's
hell bent on supporting this nation? Why, man? Like
that's why I believe they're gonna get the slap, because now Donald Trump is not looking for money. He's looking for legacy. He's looking
Yeah.
for
revenge.
him
He
to
wants
be in
revenge
the
too.
he
also
wants
you
to
gotta
be
believe
written in the
there's
history book. He
He
wants to
wants
be written in the
revenge.
history book to be the greatest president that the United States of America
No, well,
had.
Federico, I think he wants
That's
revenge, brother.
that's what he wants.
I think he
No,
wants
revenge
revenge.
is part of it. Revenge is part of it.
Democrats
But
better
the
get
ego
you.
of the ego of Donald Trump wants to be in the history book to be the best president that ever the United States ever had.
But did you
That's
see just in 4
and with the
years
help
he got
of
more old? He got so old. He got so many wrinkles too. He literally like he's stooping
yeah,
down.
but that's
All right, guys, I'm about to drop. Take care. You guys have a good night. Nice talking
much
to you
love,
all.
Good
bro.
night, too
same
fast.
Thank you,
same.
Chip.
All
Good night,
right.
sir.
Thank you guys. Was a wonderful panel today. Very good
Yeah,
panel.
the good thing is people were decent. Oh my God, I can't take those cursings and those cussings. Yeah, it was so hard for me, and because my children will be around. Usually that's why I don't go on the live
Hard to
panel.
control.
Yeah,
Very
it's hard
hard
to
to
control
control. People
yourself.
are very emotional, and TikTok bring up people that are high standards of education
Yeah,
and a very low standard of education, and it puts them at the same level.
exactly.
And
When
that
you
is the
said that
problem.
Ariel was not allowed, he was like he was so angry. He's like, "You're not the owner."
No,
Yeah,
it's not.
he
You know,
can
we
be a
try
tough
to be
cookie.
fair.
He's very
And
self-assured and very obstinate,
Yeah,
and
I saw him. Yeah, I heard
you
him
know
twice, and I didn't like him. He's so rough, and oh
he
my
well
God, it's just
his style is one where he tries to come up. Most lives he comes into, by the way, he becomes the center point and tries to control it, and he talks
exactly,
at great
exactly.
length. Now, put it this way: he is a smart guy, and he has a lot of knowledge under his belt and a lot of years of experience. So I think he's a good person to listen to. But when he gets in one of his ways, he's hard to. He's like a charging bull. It's just kind of hard to stop the person.
Who was that
Not
guy
when
one
he's
time?
on
Was
with me on the
that
panel.
Ariel? Was
What's
that
that?
Ariel?
I
Like,
think I'm his.
Ariel, yeah.
I'm sorry, Lincoln. I think Ariel and I are the largest rivals on TikTok.
Oh
And
yeah.
when he's, oh yeah. When me and him are on the same panel,
Hold on one second.
uh,
I'm so sorry. There's somebody in the comments peppering me for a question. So where I heard about the headscarf requirement in Syria, it's not formal in law yet, but the new regime is making it clear to the public. They did a little road tour through Damascus with the Turkish intelligence minister, and the word was out that women in public have to cover up. And number two is they cannot be alone in public. They have to have a male escort if they're out in public. Now, if you want to know where I found that out, you can go to Richard Medhurst's YouTube channel. No other media
Richard
outlet.
Meadows is a born Syrian. He was born in
Yeah,
Syria
Richard
and
Medhurst
baptized.
knows. He has his entire family's in Syria right now. So he
Oh, wow.
knows what's being going on the street in Damascus. That's where he's from. But you can go to his YouTube channel. In the last 12 hours, he just put the video out. So it just happened in the last 12 hours. So go there. It's on YouTube, Richard Medhurst, MED. And I sent you a message, by the way, in the chat, Defender of the Truth, like 15, 20 minutes ago.
I saw that on Richard Meadows' video that they started even construction in Golan Heights.
Yep, that too. So, by the way, anybody who wants to see something about Syria or even anything with this guy, Richard Medhurst, he's incredible. So I hope you'll tune into him. You won't have to ever come to me again. Just go watch his stuff. Trust me, he's amazing.
And what is the coffee case, the coffee restaurant case? Like every Israeli who comes on the panel, they always talk about the coffee darn thing. It's so dumb, and everybody
I'll
says
show
that.
people let me show you the headline. I'll go to the YouTube page for you since you seem to have a doubt of what I'm telling you. So this is Mrs. Richard Medhurst right here. Let me turn my camera around. Just a sec. Okay, so this is Richard Medhurst on YouTube, right there. The guy with my mouse on top of him.
He's pretty popular now. I hope everybody
He's a great
knows.
guy. He's an awesome guy.
Yeah.
He did a lot of stuff for
I'm gonna enlarge his picture.
right there's
That's
Richard.
blurry.
And he did a lot of stuff publicly for Julian Assange when a lot of people weren't saying much in favor. So I'm going to go to his video list. And right here, I'm going to show you the tag. It says, women told to cover up, forbidden from going outside without a male escort. If you want, I'll play the whole damn video for you. This is 9 hours ago. So it just happened.
I'm
So
not
not even
shocked.
time to make it to the papers yet, you know?
I'm not surprised. Syria is gonna be the Pandora box of the Middle East.
It's a good thing they liberated and saved Syria, right?
No,
I
they're
I
still
don't think
That's
they
their
liberated.
narrative.
more
I
That's what they're
dangerous.
believe
going around saying.
I believe Assad and Iran and Russia played the same dirty game that the United States played on them in 2011. Now what happened is the Assad regime and the Russians are out of Syria, and now the United States, Turkey, and Israel has to deal with the mess that they put in Syria.
I
So
was surprised about Erdogan. I was like so much shocked. Like he's so much supporting Israel from behind. Now we knew it. Just like you, Federico said that it's a Pandora box. So much surprises.
and Lebanon is immune more now than when the Assad was in Syria.
I don't agree with that, man.
I can explain to you why.
What you said, Lebanon is more, what, Federico?
It's more immune now than when it was with
More immune to
the
what?
Assad regime
You mean more insulated? Or
uh,
what do you mean by immune?
more immune in a
More
war with
defense.
Israel. Why? Because
How's that?
when the Assad regime it was confusing, and all these infiltration that happened in age group Lebanon happened because of their expansion to Syria. Now what happened is that ring that they had, the wide ring that included Syria, now is going to shrink back to Lebanon only. And when you shrink back the ring to Lebanon only, you can control your intelligence, your leak, your movement. You will not be as infiltrated as when you are with an open, wide Second one is these rebels in Syria. If they did the war on Bashar al-Assad while the war in Syria is on with Israel, and don't forget that these rebels has a beef with Hezbollah from 2011, so they would have got involved in Lebanon and blame it on whatever. Now, with them being in charge of Syria, now you have to build your own country. Then you have the Iranian out, you have the Iraqi out, and there is something you guys need to understand about Shia. No matter how you think the Jews are united, all the Shia are only one blood. It's if something is going to happen to the Shia of Lebanon, Iran, whether any like it or nobody likes it,
Yeah.
they will not stand aside and look.
But
Same
Iran's
thing with
surrounded
the Iraqi.
with U.S. Iran itself hasn't really retaliated or gone crazy because they're surrounded by the U.S. with their naval ships, man.
They're very strategic. Listen, there is a game. There is a war simulation that was done. It's called the Millennium. Have you heard of it, Chip? The Millennium the war simulation between Iran and the United States. And it's called the Millennium.
I didn't know the
And
name.
the
I didn't know the name.
yeah, McKinsey, yeah, and that simulation was done about 3 times with assuming knowing all the Iranian arsenal of weapons, and it was published by the McKinsey Institute. The Pentagon has to rig the game to the 3rd time so they can present it to the Pentagon in a decent way. Otherwise, within the first 72 hours, the American had suffered a great loss.
Yeah, but Fred,
And
you don't realize, man, that they constantly rig the game. I mean, look at Vietnam, look at Japan, there's not an atrocity that they're not willing to commit.
you see, I tell you one thing you should always look at. If you look at HGAP, the Group Lebanon organization and way of operating, and you look at the Iranian, it's the same exact way. Don't forget that after the damage that H Group suffered in Lebanon between the pager attack, between the walkie-talkie, the unaliving all the top leaders of the special forces, then on top of that, unaliving the symbol of mechanism and energy that they have, which is the leader of the Sayyid Nasrallah, the leader of H Group. He is the hardcore of the whole movement. And any military organization or any organization on earth suffers all these hits all within 15, 20 days and doesn't collapse, this organization does never collapse. And 63 days of war on the Lebanese border. And when people say the Israeli went to Lebanon, yes, they went into Lebanon because they were allowed so to become easy targets. They didn't make it in because they were strong. Yeah, they were destroying buildings, going after civilians and all of that, but this is a narrative that we all know about the Israeli. But when you look at the suffer that each group got in Lebanon, the hits that it got in Lebanon, and the result of the battlefield, you would say that this group will not ever collapse or fall.
But the
And
whole
now
thing
coming,
was, Frederick, in 2006, the reason why they couldn't invade Lebanon in 2006 was because it took a couple of guerrillas to jump out and plant a couple of.
not only
But my point
2006,
is
I
that
know
the terrain doesn't support their
I
landing.
have
Now that
I
Syria
follow
is,
this.
they have more control of
I'm
Syria, they
from
have a
I'm
lot more
from
terrain
South
control.
I'm from South Lebanon. I know. In 2006, the H group, after 6 years that they kicked the Israeli out of Lebanon, they put a defensive strategy. In this 2023, they had a defensive and an offensive and an air defense strategy. These the first 2 weeks of the war in Lebanon, it brought back the H group to the 2006. It means with all the unaliving and all the hit, they dismantled a large capability of what the H group is capable of in the matter of offensive and air defense. But now that everybody is retreated back and everybody has re-evaluating in these 60 days of ceasefire, if everybody think Hezbollah is collecting its pieces, no, Hezbollah is immuning themselves and they're strategizing for the next battlefield because we know it's coming at any day. And if it's not going to be after 60 days, it's going to be after 90, if not 90, after a year, if not a year, after 10 years.
Yeah, I think King Matthias wanted to come up and say something about something or other. Did you want to say anything, Matthias?
Yeah, hey Chip. Yeah, I was just making in the comments about whether Palestinians want peace. I think the way that I'm asking though is not. I'm sure they want peace, but I guess what I'm asking is, what's more important for Israel to be gone or for there to be peace? And I think that. So that's the question. So if you're balancing out the two, if you're balancing out the two, would you make peace with Israel still being there? Is the question.
Well, again, there are ideologues on both sides which are probably trying to stir the pot and kind of to scuttle the process. But from a politically pragmatic standpoint, and they've spoken to this in multiple ways. One, the Arab League has put this since 2002. They've set forth the framework. Since the 2017 revised charter, they've agreed with that and they've put it in writing. They've said, not that I think this is practical or is going to happen, but they've said publicly that if the Israelis are willing to withdraw back to the June 4th, 1967 borders, that they will guarantee its recognition of Israel and they will guarantee the security of the Israeli state by third party. So this is not something that's up for debate as far as whether they want it or not. They've put it in writing. Now, the problem is that Israel happens to have over 700,000 people that have since moved into and have constructed these massive communities in the territory that's considered to be part of Area C under the Oslo Accords. That is not something that even if Israel wanted to politically do it, if they decided as a government, if the Knesset voted and they approved it, how are you going to pull 700,000 people out? What the economic impact of that is just immense. So that's not going anywhere in my view. Now, that's if the Israelis even wanted that. What the Israelis want, and the hard right, the further right you go, the more radical this gets. What they want is they want peaceful, pacified, non-violent Arabs that they can either live with, but they can't incorporate them into Israeli society under a democratic regimen. So there can't be a single state solution. Israel can't necessarily annex territory with large Arab populations because why? Because now it's part of Israel proper, and according to the laws of the land, it's a popular system. So you have to have equal representation under the law. Well, right now there's 7 million Israelis that are Jewish, and there's 2 million non-Jewish Israelis. That's a fairly large majority. But if you were to incorporate large numbers of Arabs by annexing territory, which is why the West Bank hasn't been annexed yet, in my view, that would change. And that's unacceptable because that negates the entire concept of a Jewish nation state. So this is Israel's predicament. So what they're going to have to do, which is, I think, their intent all along, knowing this is a requirement, they're going to have to move people off the land they want, slowly but surely. Now, could they do it with physical force and blow people off the map? Sure, they have the firepower to do it. They could have destroyed Gaza from north to south. The problem is that's very politically untenable on the international stage. The United States, which is the key ally to Israel and provides all of the things that allow this to continue going. Not that they couldn't do it to some extent, but it makes it much easier with an ally like the United States. But they can't stand in the face of international scrutiny to allow something of that magnitude to occur. And that's why we're seeing the slow but steady approach, which, by the way, the pedal has been pressed to the metal in this recent chapter because of the atrocity propaganda and the events of 10/7 has given Israel this opening to kind of put the foot on the gas. But that won't last forever. So it's going to be a long but steady. And this is the other part of the problem. Israel is looking at every problem in its front view as a nail. So it's just smashing it with a hammer. It doesn't have to make any changes right now because it has the upper hand for all the aforementioned reasons. It's got the strongest military in the region. And one of its key obstacles to peace in the region just fell. So it's sitting pretty right now. Why would it spoil its position having the upper hand? It doesn't have to. It's got the Trump administration coming in right now, which is the most pro-Israeli friendly administration in the history of our country. And it just has to keep doing what it's doing. No problem, dude. Just don't change a thing. That's what makes sense.
Right. Yeah, I agree actually with that. That was a good analysis. But I guess you're saying that they have the leverage or the upper hand, but
Yeah.
many of the pro-Palestinians would kind of disagree because it seems like they're trying to negotiate from a position of what they consider strength. They're saying, "Get off my land," and it's almost like you don't, and in a way, like you don't have a leverage to ask for that.
King, I gotta ask you a
Well,
question.
It is their land,
If you
isn't it?
don't, one second. How long have you been debating on TikTok, King?
I've been debating on TikTok for approximately 8 months.
8 months. And do you think that question, what you just asked, isn't it a bit 14 months past due? Like, I don't know. I feel like you came out to, maybe I'm wrong, Chip, tell me. I feel like he came to change the conversation we were having.
no, it's okay. It's a good question to ask, by the way. Just to finalize the thought, though, remember right now, there's really nothing that stops Israel from doing what it wants to do. It gets to act pretty much do whatever the hell it wants right now. I mean, look at what's happening with the ICJ and the ICC. What's going to happen as a result of that? It doesn't really matter what their findings are. They could come out and say there's no problem. They could come out and say that Israel's the worst country that's ever been. And what impact is it going to have on them? The U.S. is going to call it out. They're not going to back it up, and they're going to sanction the court if they do find anything wrong with it. So Israel's in a great position. The Palestinians, unfortunately, because of this, and to some extent Hezbollah, are all in very disadvantageous positions. I mean, Hezbollah getting resupplied is going to be very difficult moving forward. And by proxy, some of the Palestinian arms that flow are going to be difficult to move. And they have their own supply to some extent. And what will happen is this: the only trump card that the people of Palestine have, and by the H group, are the hostages. That's the one thorn in the side of the Israelis right now. Everything else is going perfectly for them. But that's a big issue. And it's politically very confrontational, very contentious in Israel right now. A lot of the families are just beyond themselves. It's been over 400 days. So they're freaking out. In fact, in recent airstrikes, I don't know if you've heard this or not, but in the last 2 days, they've unalived another 8 hostages by bombardment. So they're losing them slowly but surely. I think there's like 93 left that are supposed to be alive, among which we're not sure who may have died among that group. And they're not going to come back anytime soon, absent some sort of concession. And the Israeli government is not willing to make any concessions for hostages because it doesn't want to set a precedent so that more can be taken, which makes sense. But at the same time, it puts the hostage families in an impossible position, 4 of whom are American. Now, there is supposed to be some deal being worked out that's kind of been scuttled that was going to have between 4 and 10 hostages released in exchange for a 60-day pause, but that fell through, and so we're in an impasse. The idea that they would release the hostages unconditionally, though, and just give up, I mean, what sense does that make? They've already suffered tremendous losses, and their only advantage they have is by maintaining the status quo. They gain nothing by doing that.
Yeah.
Did you see the testimonies from the hostages released, those hostages? Have you seen the statements? That they were scared by their own people and they were so safe and secured and they were having food at Hamas's place, but they were scared of their own people.
They weren't as concerned about losing their lives at the hands of their captors. They were more worried about losing their lives at the hands of Israeli airstrikes or Israeli soldiers.
Yeah. What do you think, Chip, about, remember at the beginning when they were talking about the 8200 unit and the files in it and all that stuff has not been spoken over anything? Is that, do you think that was I don't know, big officials were kept? Like, I don't think the Israeli wants them. They don't want them to speak after.
I'm not clear on when you say the 8200 file. What do you mean by that?
Like there was a post of the 8200 unit near Gaza that was captured by H group, and they removed some computers, and these computers, that's why they were able to capture most of the infiltrators in Gaza. They had names, nicknames.
Oh yeah, the intel they gathered.
Yeah.
And
it was on news. It was a big news.
And that unit is responsible for a huge area. Not only Gaza is responsible for some part of Lebanon, Syria,
right.
And now if the H group have them, I assume the Russian and the Iranian have them. And does that, you think, whatever was planned in these documents affected what's happening in Syria?
I highly doubt that. I mean, I think what happened was they found the names of collaborators and they immediately executed them. That's one thing they found out, which was important for them, because obviously that's a huge point of vulnerability. The Israelis are constantly trying to pay people off, and like we saw with the hostages, there was a $5 million offer for anybody to give any information with regard to the locations of any of the hostages, and they haven't had a single taker so far, which is pretty
Why do you
impressive
think that is? Why do you think that $5 million is a lot of money, especially for the people of Gaza,
for anybody.
for anybody? But then why is it that nobody is helping getting that money? Why don't people
They
want
had he had so many chances to agree to the deal they made. He
No, I'm
was the
talking.
one, only he was the one who rejected those
No,
deals.
we're
Talking
talking
about the
about
It
there's
takes
people.
there's
time.
a deal by, I think it's by SodaStream, which is one of the companies in Israel. They're willing to give $5 million to a Palestinian that's willing to give information that was going to free
No, I'm
the
talking about
hostage.
the ceasefire deal. There
Why
it
aren't
was like
why
going on
aren't
since last year.
no? But I'm saying, why are no Palestinian civilians taking $5 million, which would help their family and
I'm
help
pretty
their whole
sure
life?
Nobody
if I
knows.
was king, if I was a person that was getting beat up and slapped by somebody and I wasn't allowed to even like collect rainwater to feed my kids, I'm pretty sure you couldn't pay me any money in the world to snitch on my neighbor.
You got it.
But,
That's
but
what
is
it
it
is.
is
And
it is it snitching, or
do
it's
you
it's
believe
it's
like
doing
all
something
are
that you're
Hamas?
releasing a civilian hostage? So if you have morality, isn't that a good righteous
I don't
cause? I don't
think
think it's
you
a
have
There was a
a
ceasefire
leg
at
to
the
stand
table.
on
There
when
was a
you're talking about
ceasefire.
morality, King. You
no.
can't
So
sit
so
there
no,
and say that you're not allowed
is
to
it a
collect
morally
rainwater
a
and
good
I am
decision?
more moral than you are. That's called a superiority complex.
You
It's
see,
similar lingo to the mustache man.
Shadow. What King think he's thinking only of the hostages. Step
No,
on
no,
the
no, no. Then
step.
tell
One
me,
second, Lincoln. One
these
second. One second.
ceasefire. One second,
One
one second.
second. Lincoln. So if you step on the Palestinian side and you have an ambition to have a country, to have a stability, to have a future for you and your kids and everybody in your family, no, I wouldn't sell that for $5 million.
But
You're thinking of the point of
here it's
you're
about the hostage. So the fact is, all you're doing is you're helping a hostage get released. I think that's a morally good thing. You're trying to say don't help the hostage get released, which and maybe get the
Nobody
hostage
said that,
unalive.
bro.
Well, it's a decision if you either getting a hostage freed and you get $5 million, or you don't want to get the
But
hostage
you just
freed
went
and
and
you want to
said
get
that
it
Fred
alive.
said that he doesn't want hostages released. Really, at the end of the day,
No, his
King, what
point
this
is
comes down to,
Federico saying that he doesn't, because of this cause of the Palestinian people that is about resistance and about keeping hostages and stuff like that. He doesn't want the $5 million.
You sound younger, King. Are you under the age of 40?
No, no.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, you are.
Your parents, your
What
parents
stage
are
was
still
that?
alive, right? Your
What
parents are
stage
still
was
alive,
that?
right? Are your parents still alive?
Yep.
Do you love your mom and dad?
Yeah, of course.
Would you kill them for $5 million?
No.
Why
You
wouldn't
have
you?
to think so much. I
Why
wouldn't even
would
take a second.
why wouldn't you kill your parents for $5 million? You could do a lot of good things in the world with $5 million. It's a better lifestyle for you.
It's for my morals. It's for my family. I owe them.
So you're saying that to you, some things are far more important than money, right?
My family is, yeah.
Okay, so to these people, the future of their broader
But
population.
hold on.
and-
Your
and-
example,
and not-
though,
and
is
not
like
being-
I would unalive them. Here, I'm saving somebody else.
But let me finish. It doesn't matter what the reason that would be involved for the money. If you take money in contravention of your formal core beliefs, the two things that people in Palestine believe in is their faith first and foremost, and their national liberation second. And everything is that's above everything else in society. That's why when people say, "Why didn't you take the money you were given and make the place into the second Singapore?" Because that's not what people care about. They want their freedom. Does that make sense?
you just dropped
It
the
makes
mic
sense,
on
but
you.
I can understand it, but in the context of what you're actually doing, you're actually saving innocent lives. So it's like it's not like you're doing a bad
Aren't you
thing.
selling out your people to save an Israeli? Are you kidding me? Does that make any sense to you?
10,000 Palestinian
I actually
prisoners.
feel that.
Okay. He doesn't
Well, so that
understand.
means you're supporting taking innocent hostages.
conversation.
You're saying that the Palestinian cause is about taking innocent civilian hostages.
You see, you don't
That's the
understand.
cause.
You're not.
and
you're not
making
getting.
sure that they're not released.
No, I didn't say that at all.
Like you're
Well,
just
that's
putting
the
words in
cause that
people's
you're fighting
mouths.
for.
No,
You
put it
just
this
can't
way.
go and
King,
assume
why-
that when
why did
somebody
the
says
Palestinian-
black that they mean blue. and you can't state it as if it's a fact. You have no right to go put words in people's mouths, man.
Why were they taken?
You have to
Why
put
were the
you
hostages
can't
taken to
ignore the
begin?
context that it's you're saving an innocent life as a hostage.
King.
That shouldn't be there. That's a righteous cause.
Why were the hostages taken to begin with?
They're taking as hostages to begin with because they're Yerists, and Yerists take hostages.
No, that's not why.
You
Yerists
literally
take
sound like you're
civilian
23 years
hostages so
old.
that they could
Sound
have
like
political
23 years
leverage.
old.
Do you remember Gilead Shalit? Do you remember him?
Yeah, he was an IDF soldier taken for and then released for 1,000 to 1 prisoner swap.
So if you've had that experience as a Palestinian leader and then you take more hostages, what is your anticipation?
Your anticipation is that it's going to result in another prisoner to
Bingo. So that's why they
hostage
took
swap.
the hostages, not because they're Schmerists.
In that particular, okay, so what's interesting about that one is they released Sinwar as part of one of the 1,000 people who then became the leader of the age group who then did the Al-Aqsa flood. So I don't think they're going to fall for that trick twice, number one. Number two is that one, he was actually an IDF soldier. Here you're taking innocent, random civilian population people too, and not just an IDF soldier.
How many civilians between these people that are in hostages today?
How many are left?
How many are reservists and active duty soldiers, and how many are civilians right today?
I don't know the
list you
numbers.
have.
I don't know the numbers.
Okay. Did you know that the Nova Festival was organized from 2 Israeli soldiers, right? And you know, most of the attendees of the Nova Festivals were people that served in 16 military bases around Gaza.
Actually, okay, so let me ask you this question for you guys to check your morality. And this is
Okay, reflect it, turn it to our morality. Like,
No,
dude,
here's the thing, 'cause you're basically saying-
something to you. Like, what kind of
that's one of the
nonsense
points
is
I wanted to
this?
make.
Grow the
I want to
fuck up.
understand your morals. I want to understand the Palestinians.
You have no morals,
Brother, one
you
second.
need to
This is-
understand morals, period,
No,
and
one
what they
second.
mean.
I'm going by. I have very high
guys,
morals. So
one
I'm
second.
seeing if you have high morals.
Please.
You clearly are a superior human being.
Entertaining.
Shadow, 1 second. Please, I ask you, even if you think he's lying and he's making up or diverting, when he asks genuine questions, give him the benefit of the doubt. Don't say you.
Fred, he's coming
I
out
know,
and
I know,
immediately
I
says,
know,
"Oh, I want
I
to
know,
check
but-
your character. I want to check
know.
your morals."
No,
Like,
he has a-
dude,
he has a point.
go ahead,
He has a
ask
point.
a genuine question without trying to
he-
bash somebody.
Shadow, he has a point. Morals is a big factor. My question to King is, why don't you look at the underlying problem of what's going on, the oppression of the people? Why don't you look at the morals on the other side of it? You are right. Morals plays a key factor. Where's the morals when it comes to the people that have the right to self-determination? What do you think this whole fighting issue is all about? Where's the morals in that? Oppressing the people.
Why do you think Israel is right? I have one question for you. Why?
Why are they right?
Yeah, and literally, I have my son is 21 years old, and you sound just like him. That's why I'm not even getting angry at you. How old are
I
you?
think. Look, they got a phone drop there. Why are they right? I think that they're put into like an incredibly difficult situation, like double standards and all that. And you guys, no matter what they do, you're always going to come after them. So they have to do the best that they can in a very difficult situation. That's what I think.
That makes sense. That makes sense. That actually makes sense. What his train of thought is. Hear me out for a second. You know a guy that always cheats on his wife? Always assumes his wife is cheating on him.
Oh yeah, that's true. A narcissist, you mean? Yeah. He always treats his wife just like how he is.
King, do you know that there would be no Sinwar if there was no occupation, right?
Yeah, that was
You
I was
believe
going to
that?
say, do you know how the H group formed and why they formed? And why would any resistance group form if there wasn't a circumstance in which to resist? Right? Makes sense, right?
But we actually believe the difference in the cause. You believe that occupation is what creates the resistance. I believe that the resistance is what creates the occupation.
And the cause is greater Israel, bro. At the lives and feet of other people. We know the
So
cause.
in other words, you did a resistance move, and now you're experiencing a really bad situation. And I'm arguing, and you're going to argue
It's
that
not
it was the
about that. It's
occupation that
about the
caused that.
cause that was implemented since 1917, and thousands upon hundreds of thousands of people have been pressed, and not just the people of Israel, and not just the people of Palestine. The people over the last year who have been watching atrocities happen and having hearts broken, watching humanity fall.
Did you watch the documentary Israelism? And you know what, King? You're so
Yeah.
young and you have so much passion. I'm really very happy, but use your passion for the right thing. That give some logic, give some reason to your support. Like literally
Okay,
give some
okay.
reason.
So here's the okay. So just back to this, because you guys are saying that you would not sell out the Palestinian cause, even if it meant to save an innocent hostage. Okay.
I'm not saying the Palestinian cause. I'm saying if you had me in prison in my backyard,
So, but
and
here's
you
the
wouldn't
question.
even
Here's
let
the
me
question.
collect
Okay.
the
So I'm going
rainwater
backwards.
to
I'm
feed
going
my
backwards.
thirsty
Let's
child.
say. Okay, but here's the
You're
question
acting
now.
like
Here-
I,
here's
as a
the question
Canadian,
now about
represent
that.
and speak for the Palestinian people. Stop
Shadow, okay.
generalizing.
Shadow, I'm
So
still,
here's the
I'm still,
question.
one
Let's
second.
say that let's say
brother.
that Israel
King, one
before
second.
October.
King,
Okay.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around with what you just said right now. It's really bothering me. You actually said that the occupation is based on the resistance. That the resistance, because there's a resistance, there's occupation.
It's actually flipped upside down. When you see occupation, when you see occupation, you don't realize that the reason for the occupation is directly a result of the resistance.
How does that happen? Explain that to me. If I'm resisting
Sure,
because
I'll
of the
explain it to
occupation,
you.
how can you occupy
Okay,
me
I'll
because I'm
explain it to you like
resisting?
this. There was an occupation of Gaza, and then Israel left, meaning backtracked. You can make the arguments that they still controlled it and all that, but at the end of the day, they did have less occupation, if you will. And then what happened is then you started doing more resistance activities, even though they're backtracking, which resulted in more occupation and more things that now then you're saying is more occupation.
Guys, I
But
got
that's
this
a direct result of the
I
resistance.
got this one. Okay, King, let me
One
ask you
more
this.
thing. One more thing. Just
Yeah, go ahead.
one more thing. October 7th was this resistance activity, which resulted in Israel doing what they're doing now, which you're complaining about. But you're not realizing that the root cause of it was the resistance. So, and now you're getting more occupation, and you're
Well, I just
saying,
want
why
to
is
say,
this
I want to say
happening?
thank
Well,
you.
it's because
Thank
you're
you,
doing
King,
resistance.
for
handle this, guys.
not
Let me handle
saying
this.
the T's. Thank you for not saying T's, and thank you for actually recognizing the occupation.
Let me at least handle this from here. Okay, so again, King, what I'm hearing is because you probably don't know much about me. I've learned about this when I don't know how old you are. I was 21 when I learned. I'm almost 60 now, so I've had a lot of time to kind of try to learn this thing. And part of this thing is the history is so important to understanding how things got to where they are. So there are different ways to look at it, but I wanted to ask you a couple questions because I don't want to make assumptions about what you do or don't know about the history. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay, so can you just tell me briefly what happened in 1967?
1967 was just before that. Don't forget that Israel did not control what's known as the West Bank, and also did not control Gaza. Those were controlled by Egypt and Jordan.
Right.
Notwithstanding that Israel did not have those territories occupied, and they're occupied by Egypt and Jordan, those countries were making aggressive moves, such as blocking off, I believe it was the Straits of Tyran. They were forming military right across the border. They were having UN peacekeepers in trying to resolve the conflict, etc. And so Israel did a preemptive strike, and that resulted in what's known as Six-Day War. And the Six-Day War resulted in them taking those, basically getting a treaty and taking the lands for the first time, actually, which is the West Bank and Gaza.
So before 1967, where was the IDF, and then where were they after the Six-Day War?
So before the 1967, they were in what's Israel proper today.
Correct. And where were they afterwards? Up to what edge of what river?
I think they probably took the Golan Heights as well.
They did.
Obviously, the West Bank, obviously Gaza.
Right.
I think even where north of Lebanon as well, south of Lebanon.
Where were soldiers after the Six-Day War where they weren't prior to it?
I don't know exactly, but it's just spread out more.
Okay, so that the military presence was not in Israel proper. It was outside of Israel proper, in the Sinai to the south, in up to the edge of the West Bank on the east side of the Jordan River, right? The West Bank of the Jordan, the Jordan River, and north in the Golan Heights, right? So now there was a military presence, permanent military presence, otherwise known as, get it, occupation. So Israel has occupied. Now, the T attacks, or what you're calling security issues, or whatever you want to call pushback, were not the result of the occupation preceded the attacks that followed against it, opposing it. Does that make sense? Okay, so when you say that it's the attacks that caused the occupation, do you see how we can't really get our head around that logic?
Well, can you respond to what threats they were facing at that time, though? Because those were the
I'm not claiming they weren't. I'm not going to make the claim that Israel was right or wrong with its decision to do what it did, although I happen to think that it was just like the U.S. It claimed preemption. It didn't have proof, or it wasn't attacked first. But let's put that aside. The fact that the people living on the land who had been under Transjordan prior to this military action, the people in the territory that's now called the West Bank, Judea, Samaria, they were not occupied and controlled militarily by Jordanian troops. They were in a territory that was ruled by a Jordanian leadership. But they weren't. Their lives were way different in that scenario than they were after the Israeli combat concluded. So now that they're living under Israeli military occupation, over time, based on the way in which they were treated by those occupying forces, and their lives changed dramatically for the worse, that then led to, wait for it, resistance. So it wasn't resistance that caused the occupation. It was the occupation that later led to resistance because of how their lives were changed by said occupation. Does that make sense?
I don't know. The way I see it is those countries were the ones that were pushing, and so they're the ones who resulted. Who if they're not doing that, then there would have been no occupation.
King, the way you see it doesn't make it right, bro. He's giving you facts.
Well, I'm just saying, if you have 100,000 troops that just went over to
Forget
the
theoreticals.
No, it's not theoretical. It's 100,000 Egyptian troops now we're basically at the Egypt's.
I'm not making the argument that Israel wasn't justified in its choice to make a preemptive strike. I didn't say that.
What I'm saying is those activities are the direct result of why.
But the people living in Transjordan prior to the war were not from Egypt. They didn't cause the changes that Israel responded to. They were living somewhere. So when you're a people and you're living somewhere, like you and me are living here, and we didn't do anything to prompt something, and all of a sudden we got a bunch of troops from somewhere else that are making our lives hell. We look at each other one day and go, man, this kind of sucks. Why don't we start doing something about this rather than just sitting back and dealing with our bad set of circumstances? So that is listen, this happens in every liberation movement over time. It's human nature. When somebody comes in from the outside and starts controlling your life and making it more difficult, it is human nature. The thought goes through your head. You and I would do the same thing. It happened in the Warsaw Ghetto. When somebody controls your shit and your life is made worse by that control, you start to think of ways to how to change your circumstances, one of which is to organize and to resist militarily. This is just the way life has always been. So when Israel went into the territory, these people are not stupid. The command and control structure of the Israeli military knew that the people living there were not going to be very excited about being under an Israeli military occupation. So they were expecting some form of eventual resistance, which they got, and then they tightened the screws down. They got more, they tightened them down more. And here we find ourselves today with checkpoints littered throughout the entire West Bank, a separation barrier put in place. Not that some of the security measures weren't merited based on what happened during the intifadas. I'm not saying that isn't. But if you look at what they've chosen to do, they've been tightening and tightening and tightening and tightening for decades. And here we find ourselves, and after they do that with no political outcome, because they have the upper hand, and they know this, by the way, October 7th happens. So when you tighten the vice on somebody's head, one turn and another turn and another turn, eventually the leg on the table is going to come up and kick the person turning the vice. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So the part that does make sense is I agree. I can understand that, nobody's going to be happy about any civilian about occupation, no matter who it is. You can't. It's like almost impossible.
Yeah.
So I get that part.
When they say the problem is the occupation, we want peace, but the occupation must end for there to be peace. That's what they're talking about, man. So rather than blame them for being schmerrists, Let's look at the underlying conditions that led to them choosing to band together and then use tactics which are unconventional, aka terrorism, as a response to their circumstances, which were caused by the Israeli choices. Israel had a choice. They didn't have to invade and attack. They chose to. That
You're talking
changed
about
things
1967 that they didn't have a choice. You're saying.
Say again?
You're saying that they didn't have a choice. They had a choice not to do. Okay.
Absolutely, they had a choice.
But the choice, it's like this. It's like either you do what they did, or you have an existential threat.
No, because once they moved in and secured the territory from that threat, right? They repelled the military rather than withdrawing from the territory for exchange for a peace accord. They stayed permanently. Got it?
I think over time they did do that though, right? Didn't they make some treaties with Jordan?
They did it with Egypt. They did it with Egypt. In exchange for withdrawing from both the Sinai as well as Gaza, which, by the way, the Egyptians didn't want to maintain control of Gaza because it was a difficult situation with all the refugees that had poured in. It was a hornet's nest. So therefore, they were able to strike a peace accord in exchange for that. They didn't have to do that with the Jordanians. The Jordanians acquiesced the territory and didn't want to formally. They relinquished their control of the East Jerusalem and the territory up to the east of the Jordan River as a part of their. They just relinquished the territory. They agreed to walk away from it, like the Ukrainians are going to have to do with the Russian territory. They ceded the territory.
Yeah.
But that was because they didn't want to go to war to take it back, which is what it would have required. Israel could have, if they chose. Again, this is a choice. Nation states make choices. Choices have consequences. They wanted to keep the land. And then they started aggressively settling the land after the war. If you haven't noticed, there have been 0 settlers in the West Bank in 1967, and now there are over 780,000. And way more planned. Also in the Golan Heights, they're planning to double the settlement construction in the Golan Heights in the next 12 months.
This is what I was going to say exactly just now to King. I mean, with the guise of threat, you could go ahead and do expansionism where you're going to say, okay, as a more of a buffer zone. And this is when you're encroaching on other people's lands, for example. And tomorrow when they decide, okay, we're being oppressed, they're going to start getting up and you're going to say what? The whole idea, this idea of quote unquote threat, and gives you the leeway or the ability to expand on other people's lands and territories for your own security. It's just adding to the problems that you're going to face in the near future. I mean, it's been going on for what, 75 plus years now?
Yeah.
So one of the solutions that a lot of us have talked about for a long time, including the Arab League and every external scholar who looks at this, I'm not a scholar, but I'm just somebody who studied it closely as an independent, American, is that to have a solution along those borders, the very borders we just spoke of. In other words, do what you should have done at the time, according to international law after World War II. The international consensus was, and Israel's not alone in breaking this, but it is part of the consensus, that when you take territory by force, you need to relinquish it when the fighting is over. But Israel decided not to. Other countries have done the same. It's not atypical, but it doesn't make it right. And by the way, one of the things that happens when you do this is you get the blowback from having chosen to do it, which in this case, you have a very large and unstable native population that doesn't like the occupation. And you have to do one of two things. You have to somehow pacify them, which has been impossible to do. You have to either unalive them or you have to remove them, which is ethnic cleansing, which is what Israel, I believe, has been trying to do and would like to do. I don't think they want to unalive the Palestinians. I don't think they want to necessarily kill people. They just don't want the hassle associated with the people still living there. They want people to acquiesce and be peaceful and not present a problem for their long-term goals and basically take their situation lying down. Palestinians aren't the people to do that. They're the opposite of that. They're the most resolute people. They couldn't have picked a worse group of people to try to control, is what I'm basically saying. So do I blame the Palestinians for some of the tactics? Perhaps. I think going into cafes and buses and some of the other things that have been done, I personally find horrific, and I probably wouldn't have done them if I were in charge. But when you have limited options to you as an asymmetrically weaker power, your choices are limited. You have very little good choices to choose from.
But isn't that they kind of, you're saying because they did the Gaza disengagement plan, that was a unilateral decision to leave. Obviously, you still want to maintain some security and control for a little bit of time, just to make sure everything is safe, etc. but that did give the Palestinians an opportunity from that, like 20 years ago, to go a new direction. But they continued to go down the same direction, even though they did do a disengagement of some sorts, right?
Right.
So
And why was that?
was that a bad decision then for the Palestinians to decide on electing the H group?
Well, put it this way. Let's think about why they came to be. Let's logically walk through what happened. So we know. Do you know about the Oslo Accords?
Yeah.
Okay, so in 1993, the Israelis and the Palestinian Authority, the PLO, agreed to have a distribution of authority in the territories in the West Bank. Obviously, three areas. Area A being the more densely populated Palestinian areas will be exclusively under the authority of the Palestinian Authority. Areas B, which were sort of joint control outside of those key areas, and then the remaining part of the territory was exclusively Israeli control. Area C, which is where the settlements have been built over the years, had been built and are continuing to be built. Now, in terms of that authority, though, Israel maintains control effectively over 82%, the entire territory where there's either shared or total control by Israel. In addition, whenever Israel decides to, like it raids these various Area A locations. We've heard of raids into Jenin recently, for example. This happens all the time. The Israelis have never given full autonomy to anything on the Palestinian leadership. The Palestinian leadership, this is crazy. If they want to travel outside the territories, they have to get permission from the Israeli government just to move, just to go somewhere. So who's in charge of this stuff? Who's really in control? It's Israel. So here's the problem. If you have somebody basically yanking your chain for decade after decade, you mentioned the disengagement from Gaza. Why did they disengage from Gaza? Do you know what the Sharon government said publicly of why they did it?
Well, they just wanted to reduce tensions and improve Israel's security by removing civilians from Gaza.
That's a fancy way of saying it was too damn difficult to protect their civilians from harm. So they wanted to get the F out. So that's why they did it. Now, the benefit of that is to put a little cherry on the cake of, look, aren't we nice? Aren't we beneficial? Aren't we great? Let's see if this helps. Now, why do you think there was still violence from the people within Gaza? And why do you think the H group got elected? Let's walk through the logic of it.
I think probably the extremists, like, were saying, let's keep, now we have power, so let's use our power for more resistance, I'm thinking.
Well, let's think of another way. So if you're a Palestinian and this is your bigger concern of your life right now, your bad circumstances in the West Bank, your difficult circumstances in Gaza, which is this small enclave, densely populated, life is not very easy. You can't really do a whole lot. You're kind of packed in like sardines. It's not like you're free to kind of go around and live a good life. It's a difficult slave. I don't think any of us would want to live that life, which it's gotten worse, but let's look at what happened at the time. So you're looking at the political landscape. All of us have a political viewpoint, right? We're just living our lives and like, what do people want right now in America? They don't want the inflation to keep going up, right? They don't want because that makes their lives more difficult. Shit's more expensive. So they're looking at their alternatives. They had the Harris administration choice, which was the Biden part 2, or they had Trump part 2. And they decided that Trump part 2 seemed a hell of a lot better than the Biden part 2, not for a number of reasons, immigration, inflation, a few other things. So now we have Trump part 2. But a lot of people aren't happy with choice A or choice B. They'd like to have C, D, E, F, or G, but we don't have those choices. Similarly, in the Palestinian experience, they had a choice. Go with the status quo, which is the Palestinian Authority, which had orchestrated this sharing agreement with the Israelis, where a lot of Palestinians feel like that wasn't the right way to go because we're getting sold down the river. More territory being annexed and more territory being settled, more and more incursions by the military in response to any sort of the small pockets of resistance that had popped up. So they were not happy with those circumstances. They were going backwards, they felt. There was no political resolution, very little light at the end of the political tunnel, life getting tougher. So a group pops up and says, hey, we'll take the charge ahead. We're not going to be conciliatory. We're going to fight for our rights. We're going to fight moving forward. That's why the H group got elected. It was a change from the status quo. Now, of course, it pissed off the Americans who wanted a free and fair election, but just didn't want Hamas to win because they knew they were a more militant organization that would fight. That's not in their interest. With their when you ever have a rival, you have an alliance in an area, you don't want to have political instability. That's not good for anybody, which is what this has led to. So they voted in the H group, right? There was a violent change of power where the people from the Palestinian Authority were thrown the hell out of Gaza. And now they have distinctly different leadership, right? We know that. So it's a bifurcated enemy, which is good for Israel. They have two parties fighting each other, not together. But the people, not the leadership, the people see themselves as one people, right? I mean, you could very well have relatives in the West Bank and in Gaza, or even East Jerusalem, even though you can't even travel between them in some cases. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. So I can understand why they did do that at that time.
Yeah.
Do you think that now then, given what happened and Gaza, what has been going on for the past year, now there will be a new path forward? Do you think the people are still going to be wanting this kind of, as you said, more, I guess, right wing, more resistance, or are they maybe finally going to try maybe a different path? Like, do you think it's still going to be they're still want the resistance? Because to me, it seems like it's not really working.
Well, I mean, the reason why that October 7th happened in the first place was because of the realization, the unfortunate and really tragic realization that no matter what they do, whether they play nice, whether they do what the Israelis want under a shared power agreement, there was never going to be a political outcome. It's the same thing the Russians realized when it came to the NATO expansion and trying to work out NATO not infesting itself inside of Ukraine. The Russians realized over time the Americans and the Ukrainians were not serious about peace. Once you make that realization, it's kind of like all bets are off. Like, what can we do? There's no other choice. It's either go down this road or become extinct. And so therefore, what the calculus that they've made is we're going to get fucked anyway. We're not going to submit. We might as well fight. And that's where we find ourselves. That road that's gone there, there's no road to go back. The bridge that was crossed is burned. There's no like turning around and going back across the abyss and saying, we were just kidding. Let's play nice now. First of all, the Israelis won't stand it. They won't have it. They're not going to put up with it. Second of all, the people don't want that. They're willing to go down fighting than they are to sit there and play nice and basically get on their knees and kiss the ass of the Israelis to try to have a better life. This is what the West doesn't understand about the people from that region. Economics is not the primary motivator. People aren't worried about their lifestyle. They'd like to have a better life, and they're frustrated like anybody else in a bad situation, but that's not the primary motivator for them. The primary motivator is their faith and the allegiance to their popular movement and their people to have autonomy and dignity, because they know that'll make life better for their kids and their grandkids. And absent a solution that incorporates those core needs, they don't even want to talk about it. Now, I'm not saying I agree or disagree with that. I'm just saying that's what is real. And it's not that they hate the Jews. It has nothing to do with that. It's the circumstances they're trying to fight against, not the people who happen to be the implementers of those. So although they probably hate the people who are doing it to them, because who wouldn't? But it's not specifically because of the ethnicity or the religion of those people. They're the oppressors. They didn't choose the people doing that. If it was Ethiopians putting the screws on, they'd hate Ethiopians.
So you're saying that so what's going to happen now for them?
Well, look what's happening. I mean, I can't predict the future, but I can tell you this. Usually what's happened before continues to happen for a while until something changes. So who's in the driver's seat right now? The Palestinians.
That's my point. Like, he's asking what's going to happen to them now as we have some sort of control with our future. The whole idea is what is the oppressor going to do to us now? Are they going to relent and give us breathing room? Don't put it on the oppressed to say, okay, are you guys going to tame it down somewhat? It's still
okay. So let's say that Israel put in a puppet government of someone that they could work with. Right. That would be the leader of the Palestinians, if you will, or the government. But it's something that not just them, but let's say they got some partners in the region to help out with that too. But it would be effectively a puppet government that Israel was comfortable with. Would you think that would be okay?
No, because the fundamental problem. Remember, I talked about the resolute nature of this particular people. I talked about that characteristic earlier that makes it difficult for Israel to overcome.
Yeah.
So in the United States, we were able to break the will of the Native American population by a combination of extermination, forced displacement, and also just ethnically cleansing them into oblivion. Okay, and their ability to resolutely fight back against that diminished as these things occurred. It was a much different time when you could get away with that shit. There was no international media and global economy and all this other stuff that we have today. So there wasn't any accountability. But that's changed. That the circumstances today are Israel can't just go in there and ethnically cleanse 12 million people. That's just, you can't do that nowadays without getting held to account. And they know that. And the United States as a partner won't put up with it either, because that tarnishes the U.S. as political. We have no legitimacy on the world stage if we're having a bad enough time as it is of letting this happen, which is bad enough. So with that in mind, these people will not give up. And this is the hard part for Israel. They're trying to get a solution like you're talking about. They want to cram the square of pacifying them into the round hole. And it's just an ill-fitted policy. It's not going to work. So they have two choices. They can continue hammering, which is what they're doing, and they're going to continue to get more violence, which is what they've been getting. and they'll continue to get in perpetuity, because you can get rid of the leaders, you can get rid of the age group members, but you can't kill the idea that the driving force behind these people is their religion and their desire for autonomy. And anything else you offer them will not pacify those two core issues. And have you seen it? They've offered $5 million. It's a lot of money, right? That takes our conversation full circle. And how many people have stepped up to collect the money?
Nobody.
Exactly. So does that answer your question?
Yeah. So
there we go.
I guess you're saying resolute. I'm kind of saying a little bit. It is what it is. Like I'm a little bit more pragmatic thinker, but you know,
I
I guess
appreciate that, King. I have a question for
they
you.
don't really. It seems like they're just very resolute and they're so passionate about something, but it's almost like that is not seem to be working. So I feel like it's almost like when somebody's getting, I don't know, like maybe you're getting a divorce and you have all these grudges, but in a pragmatic way, you just have to try to, you're not going to win. So you have to try to cut your losses and try to do the best of your situation for the children and for the future. So it's a choice.
You're probably right. But Chip had mentioned something earlier about the atrocities against the First Nations people of the Western worlds of United States and Canada. Like they got away with some crazy shit, man.
Yeah, they did.
It was atrocious, right?
Right.
You agree with that? That's awesome. You're a human being, King. I love that, bro. And like you can talk civilly and you can actually
He's sincere,
listen to-
bro.
I like
He's
that.
a sincere guy, man.
I like
you
it,
could even
bro.
tell
You're a good dude, man. Now think about it. If you were on TikTok and at those times documenting your atrocities, what would have happened to your children generations down the road?
You're talking about what's going to happen to them? I don't know. What do you mean by that?
I'm saying if they had TikTok, if they had TikTok in those
क्या
days,
अंदर मारे एक कॉल न करे 4 घंटे से तो
if you had TikTok back in those days and you were documenting the atrocities that you were doing to the First Nations people and you put it on video and you laughed with your friends about it, or you went on to panels and you joked about it and told off the people that were trying to show you the light, what do you think would happen to that person after the smoke cleared, so to speak, and the next generation woke up and was like, what the hell did you do to these people? What do you think would happen to those people documenting the atrocities? What do you think would happen to their bloodlines and their families and their legacy that they would leave?
You know, the obviously the legacy is got an issue with the legacy, but it doesn't necessarily mean you have to take revenge, though.
It's not about revenge. It's about people would abhor
Because
that.
the thing is, I'm just saying from the Jewish perspective, they did get a very bad thing of the Yahtzees, but they never really wanted the revenge. They sort of like remember, so it's like they it's not like they forgive, but they're willing to.
Your mind jumped to revenge. I was
I'm thinking you're thinking they want to.
I'm talking about staining your family name.
Hold on, Shane, real quick. This is really important. So if a guy around the corner, let's say an older gentleman around the corner, molested you as a child, and you were just ruined for life, you just were beside yourself, you had to go to therapy, you're just, it destroyed your ability to be normal in a relationship or whatever. And so instead of you going after the guy who did it to you, you then go find another kid 10 or 15, 20 years later, and you decide to do the same thing to them because you can. Now imagine being in that cycle, and that's exactly what happened here. The Germans, by the way, the Palestinian Arabs had nothing to do with the anti-Semitism in Europe, and none of the aspects of the Holocaust, not anything. Yes, there were some skirmishes in the region, but that was mostly because of immigration and some other, local interactions that weren't widespread. But does it make any sense for somebody who's been through the trauma of being traumatized by somebody else when they were completely vulnerable and they were horribly mistreated, to then turn around and make the decision for their own gain to do it to someone else?
I hear what you're saying. I feel like it's not really analogous. It's completely different. It's a little bit similar, but not. It's
You mentioned the Holocaust. You mentioned the trauma of the
No,
Holocaust.
the reason why I mentioned that is not because of that. Actually, the reason why I mentioned that specifically is because I'm trying to say that it's not like that is just in the memory, in the subconscious, but it's not like it's not like something that you're so still angry about. It's more like, and even I'll give you this too. October 7th, it's like people when they get a trauma, I feel like the Jewish people, it's not like they're getting that angry. They're just like more, okay, we're willing to move on. But I feel like the Palestinians, you're talking about the Resolute, they just kind of like can't, even though they suffered, they can't like move to the future. And I'm not saying forget the past and all the bad things. I'm just saying think to the future and the children of the future. Like maybe they can have a better life.
I
But
would say to King though, once the Palestinians have their self determination, you'll be pleasantly surprised that they're not going to seek revenge, nor do they
Exactly.
care to continue. Give them their self determination, and you'll be pleasantly surprised.
all
That's all
right,
there
I,
is
I
to
don't
it.
know,
It's like,
maybe.
leave us alone. They don't even want. They just want to be left alone. They don't want your money. They don't want reparations. They just want to have their own spot that's legitimately decent and dignified and freedom, and let them figure their own lives out. And they'll guarantee the security of your state. They'll recognize you. It is what it is. Bygones be bygones. But if you put the hammer
Yeah,
down on them entirely and give them no chance for anything, they're not going to play nice ever.
Hey,
I
King.
agree. But it's I feel like you can't do it like from one day to the next just because there's so much history. It has to be like gradual, right? So, but if
King,
if it's gradual, then they're still gonna be upset. But I
King,
feel like for
you wanna
Israel's
know
perspective, you have to be gradual.
how civilized the Palestinians are? What do you
Yeah.
think of Gaza? How Gaza before the war? How did Gaza look like?
It was from my understanding, the people of the West Bank were more looking at Gaza as like better than what was happening in the West Bank.
Yeah,
Like it was a better situation.
hotels,
It
car
was.
dealers, beaches, restaurants,
Yeah.
infrastructure, all of
Even
that.
more people are working in
So
Israel too. More people than from the West Bank. So there were more workers, and they had more
beautiful,
ability to make money.
beautiful, beautiful. So if these people were able to turn an open air prison into something beautiful, knowing that they're in prison. See, a lot of people say, "Oh, they use the money they get for the tunnels." And no, no, no. Gaza was a beautiful city. The people
Yeah.
of Gaza, they were living open air prison, but they were able to turn their life on top, being occupied and oppressed and controlled, and turn Gaza into a civilized area. So why do you think people that are so ambitious to turn a prison cell into something modern would not like life?
Well, I
You know
guess I
the
understand.
literacy, the literacy rate of Gaza Palestinians,
It
King?
was a high
It's
literacy rate.
99% of the people are educated, and it's not just bachelors. It's not just you just Google this.
Doctor.
Every single house has an engineer or a doctor, and not less than any master's degree. And I'm a professor myself, so
It's
there's
crazy.
nothing I'm going to
Even when
lie like a
even me
Israeli
as
or anything.
even me as a Palestinian, when I figured out what the education system in Gaza, I was surprised. I'm going to be honest. I was surprised.
Yeah, normally education is so important, but education is the only tool they have. You see how many doctors they have?
It's
And
crazy.
so good
Even
doctors. The
dentists.
residents are so good.
And imagine, guys, all of this out of prison. So imagine if they
And
had
it's their own house. It's their own house. It's been
imagine if they
so
had the
Israel
freedom.
Israel was like made in 1948, right? But even if you look through the books, through Bible and Torah, I'm not talking about Quran, leave it alone. So what God did, what he chose people of Jacob, prophet Jacob and his 12 sons, God termed them as Israel. Israel was never a land. He called Jacob and his 12 sons as Israel, Bani Israel, that is the sons of Jacob. So due to famine, they ended up in Egypt. You know the whole story, I hope so. But anyways, Jacob and his 12 sons, they ended up 11 sons actually, because Joseph was already in Egypt. He was in the very high position in Egypt. He was a leader in Egypt already. But the rest of his 11 brothers, then because due to the famine, they moved to Egypt. That's how they got under Pharaoh's control. And Pharaoh made them slaves. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, see? You have sense. I told you you're like my son's age, so you're very smart. That's why I want you to use your passion for right thing. Just watch the documentary Israelism. Like people, the young kids like you. Oh my God, they have so much passion for Palestine. So when they saw Palestine, they broke down into tears, saying that they can't believe that their own people had been lying them since they were 5 years old. That's why the Jew schools, they don't take normal children like Muslims or Christians or anybody else in their school, because they can better brainwash their own children and use them as ITF in Palestine. But that's true. I'm not saying that by myself. Just watch the documentary Israelism. It's very popular. It's free on Tubi TV. And she's a Jew young girl who brought so much change. She made the rally into a protest. So, but anyways, I was saying that since they got under the Pharaoh slavery, and when Moses saved them, no doubt God made them chosen people, because God said that it was a deal between God and those people. Like Moses helped them get rid of Pharaoh, right? And he brought them to the other side of the sea. But after God saved them, God wanted them to spread the word of God, be the good people in the land, and stop other people from doing wrong and idol worship. But once they are saved, these people, they denied by themselves. They saying that they don't want to go in Jerusalem, and then God got angry and he exiled them. That's
King,
it.
where are you from, bro?
From Canada.
Or your parents.
You American?
From Canada. From Canada.
No way, I'm Canadian too, eh?
No, but your parents.
Hey.
Huh?
Parents.
Yeah.
Parents are from what gets a lot of hate these days. Eastern Europe.
Oh, nobody hates them.
I just feel like it's so much hate for Europe for whatever reason these days. So it is what
There's a
it is.
It's
lot
hate
of
everywhere.
there's a lot of hate against
Actually, I
what's
was
happening.
thinking, it's like I felt like I was in the thing. I was thinking about this today. I feel like all throughout history, like every single group was like disliked. You can't have like any group that anybody just like always doesn't have issues with almost. So it's almost like human nature to sometimes hate other
Here's
groups
the
or
thing,
dislike other
King.
groups.
Here's the thing, King, is all the people that preached love, they got waxed. And you
Yeah.
could talk about like Bob Marley is a perfect example. Everybody remembers him for Blazing, right? Bob Marley.
Bob Marley.
Bob Marley
I think
got shot.
Yeah, or even like I guess Jesus Christ. You know, he's probably the nice. You know, he's a righteous person, and then he's still hated, kind of thing.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but
Usually the guy that's preaching the love that gets hated the most. It's because the
can you
people that
guys
have the
imagine?
hate in their heart can't help but
Can you imagine if hate was spread really wide the way they make it seem? We would be unaliving each other on the street like animals. It's just used by political reason to scare people, scare tactics. I don't think as human our hearts is not hate, but our brains are very manipulative.
That's what I asked the Israeli on panel just now. I asked him, leave the war, leave everything. Like, how can you guys, like, you literally believe in the fake when you see yourself on the phone, those little kids, and you can go to bed, you can go to restaurants and eat chicken, your stomach full, and you can go to bed, like, seriously, like nothing happened. How can you do that? And he didn't answer me. And I'm not sure, but I don't know if you.
well, I
But
mean,
you're
like
a Christian, right?
you
Are
see,
you?
look at Sosha right now. She's like, it's called war. I don't know what your definition of war is, but my definition of war is two armed groups attacking each other.
Yeah.
It's not a T-shirt that says one bullet, two lives.
Like a week ago, you should see a woman. She had 5 children, and the youngest was like 4-year-old or 5-year-old. All her children, like just under one roof, all her children were gone with their husband, and she picked up the little baby, the 4-year-old, and she was shaking him, and she was telling him to just call her mama just one last time. She wants to hear that. And she screamed and she fainted, saying that there's nobody remaining, like to remain to call her mama, like she lost all her family. Imagine like that woman. Just imagine. I mean, I would give away both the worlds for my children, being a mother. That for no reason. It doesn't even make any sense. So these people have been living there since 1948, even before that, even before that. You know what happened? Like when Jerusalem was conquered by Umar bin Khattab, right? Umar bin Khattab, when he conquered Jerusalem, it was not Muslims, it was Christians who approached him, and they said there is a treaty still. I have that in one of my posts. Christians, they approached Umar bin Khattab and they requested him, please do not let Jews enter Jerusalem. They literally made the deal. But he said that he cannot stop Jews from coming and visiting the sacred place. So he just let them visit, do the pilgrim or the sacred visitations. That's it. And they said they were supposed to leave after that. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to reply to this troll.
You heard me, King. Tell me one thing. How did you so strongly believe in Israel was right, like without even giving any reason?
I think,
That's why I kept asking, how old are you?
yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm just thinking that Israel, at the end of the day, it's hard for them. I'm just saying it's hard for them because what Chip is saying about, I don't think there was any way that they could have done anything that much different other than, I don't know. It's almost like what else could they have done if they still wanted to have a country and to
If you
survive,
wanted
right?
to collect a bunch of bees, King, do you think the best way to do it is to run up and drop kick the hive?
Like realistically, like it seems like it's not really anything they could have done. I think the Palestinians could have done some things too. Maybe they could have done things too different. But for instance, I'll just give an example. Federico is saying Gaza was nice before October 7th, et cetera, et cetera. Literacy rate was good. People are smart, et cetera. That's very good things. But then the thing is, if that's all, those things, then you could arguably have a government that is somebody that say, okay, let's try for education, work. Yes, it's a prison, but let's try to normalize a little bit relations with Israel. And that could have been a path forward too in 20 years' time. And then maybe now would have been a little bit, slowly better. And then you're saying prison. Well, because if you prove yourself over time and you could be trusted, etc., then
The guy with the foot on his head, that's having his head pressed into the ground, shouldn't be the guy to make the first move. I'm pretty sure the guy that has his foot on his head, pushing his head into the ground, needs to get that.
But you guys are saying that they have the power. So if they have the power, you have to almost adapt.
I tell you, King, Israeli philosophy is what you can't get with force, get it with more force. And the Palestinians' way of thinking and background, the harder you hit me, the harder I fight you. And I think where the problem in Israel lays right now, and this is the fault of Zionism, that they have put out a dream for population, they printed out the identity, and they put it on top of other people. And now you have a whole 4 or 5 generation of Israel. They know nothing else but Israel. They have no place, no country, no nothing. I hear it a lot from Israeli, like, where do you want me to go? And here where I believe Zionism messed up. Now the Israeli have been used as a war machine by the Zionists with the idea that you have nowhere to go. Either you fight for here or you die here. So I think most of the Israelis should shake Zionism out and understand their neighbor, because the Palestinians, no matter what, on the end, they want to live in peace. So
I think that the way that Chip is saying that the Palestinians have this resolute personality, I think, and you can't shake it off. I think that same way people have to admit that Israelis have this resolute personality too about Israel's there to stay too. So and you can't
I
just
would
shake them
agree
off.
with that, King, except I would say Israel is more of not a personality as an ideology, as a superiority complex where my baby's life matters more than 10 more other babies' lives. And you had mentioned earlier about a prisoner exchange, how they traded one for 1,000 or something like that. And the way that you said it yourself, it gave me vibes of elitism. There's no one person in the world that's better or more important than another. We're all equal.
Yeah, I would go as far to say it's a pervasive arrogance of the quality I've noticed, even through my whole life travels when I've met people who have been Israeli. And this isn't everybody, obviously, no society is everybody. But the overarching characteristic that I've seen from people who are Israeli, they're an arrogant group of people. And they think that nothing can happen to them now that they've had this secure place called Israel come to bear. It's like they've arrived at the destination. Everyone else just has to deal with what comes next because they are where they want to be. That's a dangerous way to be, man. And I never have sensed that with Palestinians. I've never met an arrogant Palestinian, ever. And I've met hundreds.
Yeah.
And most of the Israelis I've met in my life have been beyond arrogant and impossible to deal with. That's just been my lived experience. I'm not doing it to be mean-spirited, I swear.
I was friends with an IDF soldier when I worked at Apple, and generally he was a pretty cool guy. He was a single
Wow.
father,
By the
and
way, I want to make clear, not Jewish people, Israeli Jewish people.
yeah, he was Israeli.
Big
He was
difference.
specifically IDF. I've met plenty of Jewish people, and every single one of them opposes this, except for the IDF guy that I worked with at Apple. And we hired a Palestinian woman, and he treated her like trash, like they were in the West Bank, like on the clock at an Apple store. He just felt entitled
Oh
to.
my God. Tell us more. Tell us more.
So yeah. It was something really weird that everyone in the store, in retrospect, like my friends I still talk to from Apple, they were like, yeah, none of us really knew. No, we all knew about that. Like it was like an elephant in the room. Like you couldn't ignore it. And he was being really mean to a really young, sweet Palestinian girl. So everyone knew, like, I literally walked up to her like, what did you do to him? And she was like, it's this, and she told me she told me all of this. And I was like, holy shit, that's what it is. And he also didn't treat the other Arab woman in our store very well at all. So it kind of just showed me that he was a bigot towards Arab people. And he just felt like he was entitled to be a bully. And this guy was huge. This guy was like a lot bigger than these women and just kind of acted like a sleazeball around them. On the clock, rocking an Apple logo on his chest.
Hello, guys.
Hi, Mahar.
Why did you think Israel was right in first place, King? I want to know.
Right in what though?
The first time you started talking, you were so angry at Palestine. Why was that?
I was angry at Palestine.
Yeah, you were like so. I don't remember, but I just remember that you were very mad at
I think I was
Palestinians.
just saying. I think the first comment I said was about the peace, and I was trying to say, in my opinion, Palestinians don't want the peace. Now you guys are saying that they do want, like, I think what they want is like, kind of to feel, I don't know, like respected or their integrity to be like. I feel
No,
like
we are not saying you can search it up yourself. We are not saying anything.
I feel like somehow it has to be that you guys are saying, okay, Israelis are arrogant. You're also saying Palestinians are resolute. So it's a little bit of like the different personality profile. But I feel like somehow the two personality profiles have to somehow respect each other almost like in an equal manner. Like almost like a brothers.
Yeah.
See the documentary Israelism. See the documentary Israelism.
That would
So
be
this
the
girl, Israelism. It's free on Tubi TV. You should watch it and then watch Holy Redemption.
I heard of it.
Israelism is also on YouTube. Sorry.
I heard of it, yeah.
No, please watch, please. I mean, you'll get all the answers. This girl, she was raised like the staunchest, the strong. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Hello.
Yeah. It's Simone Zimmerman. It's actually it's
Yeah,
a
yeah, yeah.
film by Jewish people. The production company is called Tikkun Olam.
Yeah. You know everything so perfectly. Yeah, I follow her
Heal the
on
World.
Instagram.
So yeah, it is by Jewish people. Yeah, she's great. She used to work for Bernie Sanders for like a day until some Zionist lobbyist just completely slandered her
Okay.
and
And
made her
she's so
lose her
young.
job
She's just 23,
because
right?
she
She's just
is
23.
pro-Palestinian.
Yeah, she was literally raised, and
She's
all they
very
had
young.
in
Aaron
their
Ackerman.
mind, yeah, all they had in their mind, like until the last day was like Israel is their land and Palestinians were not letting them live on their land. So they were literally told because Palestinians were bad and tea people, they have to attack them to get rid of them to make it a safe place for Israelis. You know what I'm saying? So at the till the last moment she saw that, and
Yeah.
one day she made up her mind to visit Palestine. And when she saw Palestine, I don't know how many of you know the story of the mandarins, the Chinese king. He grew up in the palace. He was in the palace his whole entire life, and one time he was flying his kite, and his kite was a like very expensive one, and his kite flew away, and that's one time he happened to leave his palace, and when he saw out of his palace, everything was like, all it was filled with destitutes and miserable and poor people. So he was like, he didn't believe that he was living on this earth, like right out of his palace. He thought that was his world. You know what I'm saying? The story of Mandarin. I don't know how many of you know. It was just like that. So one time she made up her mind to see Palestine. When she visited Palestine, and when she saw people, and they knew that she was a Jew, and she came to Israel just for a visit. Oh my God! And she broke, and she came back, and she started writing the documentary.
King, can I?
You should
Sorry, Lincoln, finish.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Just I was gonna ask King to hear his point of view on something. First, I want to say greetings to Chip, and I find your lives very uncompromising and respectful. So that's really cool. King, I was just gonna ask you a question to hear your point of view on. I think I sense that you are really not biased or unbiased. If the might now is with the Palestinians, if the might, just hypothetically speaking, if the might is with the Palestinians, what do you think the Palestinians could do or should do to solve the problem?
By might, you mean like momentum or
No, the power to
Power.
enforce. The power to
power?
enforce.
If they had the power,
To enforce, yes, and more power than Israel.
If they had the F-18s instead of the gliders.
No, just more literally by all the sense of the word. If they have more
obviously
might,
they're gonna try to do what Israel did to Gaza.
what would your advice be? Your king's advice?
No, they will never do that.
Matthias,
They will
not the
never do that.
well, not
You're
what
wrong,
the
bro.
Palestinians do. What you would recommend them to do, King?
What I recommend, or what they're actually gonna do.
No, what you recommend.
What do you want them to do if
I
Palestine
want,
is in
like
power?
I said, my hope is that somehow that the two people, they can come together and like almost like be like the long lost cousins of the Abrahamic religions, and like somehow come together of the people of the Middle East and
They
like get along and stuff like that.
Can
they
you give
left
me
nothing like
Multicultural kind
Abrahamic
of
state.
society,
Can you give me one
multicultural
second,
society.
Lincoln? Lincoln, one second. Can you give me?
So
I see that.
if you have the power, like you have to, how's that done? I think that's done through just communication, getting along, working together. Because you
But
could,
as a
Federico,
strategist,
when was the first
as a
ceasefire
strategist,
deal?
as a
education,
strategist,
having the children play together, stuff
as
like
a
that.
strategist, what technical solution, like literally, to solve living beside the values and the moralities and how they would live together and not technical solution? What would you suggest would end? If this is an assumption that the mighty power is with the Palestinians to enforce, so more powerful than the Israelis, what do you recommend them to do if they were to listen to your recommendation?
Well, then if they have the power, then they have the power to negotiate, right? So they
Negotiate
try
what?
to
Negotiate what?
negotiate something on their own terms. And
What terms would you tell them to follow?
I mean, I heard that at the end of the day, they want to do one state. So they would probably if they if in your hypothetical they had all the power,
Yeah.
then I would say to do one state solution back to sort of the Palestine that it was originally, and then it would just be one state for that whole region.
That'd be beautiful, man.
That's if with this
Obviously,
hypothetical
obviously,
that
then
if they had the
obviously
power.
that's with all making sure that the Jews people are their rights are like fully
You
uncompromised.
can
Of course.
even do you know Daniela Weiss? You know Daniela Weiss King?
No, I don't.
Oh wow, seriously? You should just Google Daniela Weiss. I'll type her name. Just Google their videos. She just keeps nodding her head like a donkey, saying that no, 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 there is no Palestinian. There shouldn't be any Palestinian in their land. It's going to be all Israel. It's going to be all Israel in 1 year. Then she was showing the map to her rabbis, and they made a field trip tour for 2 hours from high school. They took all the high school kids. They drove 2 hours drive towards northern Gaza to show kids, look, that's our future settlement. That was a field trip and it was a project. Can you believe? It was a recent news. I have it in posted every I have post that video. Like it got very viral too. So they took kids from high school kids. It was a project. They made it a project and they made it a field trip for 2 hours drive all the way towards northern Gaza. I wonder you don't know all this, and I don't know. I just don't want to say, but all I want to say is you're a very young, good kid with so much of passion. You give the reason to your passion, give logic to your passion, and think correctly. And even, I don't know, but I don't want to bring the religion, but I don't know, you're a Christian or no? Are you a Christian? You're not, but then you know. So they didn't leave anything that we can call ourselves cousins. If you're a Jew, then you know that we are so much closer, right? But still, they left nothing like cousins. Nothing. There's nothing. We just don't want to say that they're like us in faith. You know what I'm saying?
So King, do you think?
I feel like they're actually, to be honest, I do feel like they're cousins. They're
No,
more.
I'm not saying like that. I'm not saying like that. Like now, how they have done, like Zionism is totally a different thing. It's not even in the religion. It doesn't even come close to Islam. Like
It's
passion,
like you can
compassion,
say
mercy.
the real Europeans, let's say Germans and French and British, they're sort of cousins, you could say. And then, but even the people of like
No, in faith,
Southern
when
Europe,
it comes to faith, it gets stronger.
Southern Europeans, let's say like Southern Italians, they're also similar to Middle Eastern as well. So it's a little bit like, like you do have a little bit of similarities, and I feel like they both have
There are a lot of similarities.
similar
Like we don't
foods. Obviously,
worship any idols. We don't worship any pictures. We
the
worship the same God.
well, the
No, but
Hebrew,
ethnically, he's
the
not talking
language, the
religiously. He's
Hebrew
talking
language and
ethnically.
the Arabic is kind of similar too. The way that you read it is like both. You have
That's
to
what
go
I'm saying. They
backwards.
left nothing that we can call ourselves cousins. They made the enemies. You know what I'm saying? They just destroyed everything. They ruined everything. But I just want you to know that you're a very good kid, so with so much passion. Just watch Israelism, and I really hope best in your life, in your future. And I hope you give reason and logic to your thinking, your love and your hate, whatever. You seem to be wise.
Thank you very much. I think I'll leave it on that note. Thank you, Chip, as well for the analysis and some of the thoughts. I'll think about it and have a good night.
You guys have a very good night too.
God bless you, King. God bless you, Lincoln.
Yep.
And thank
God
you,
bless you
Chip, for
guys too.
staying up 2 hours, hour and a half more than you wanted to.
I enjoyed it, everybody. It was fun. It was fun conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Chip.
Normally it's just like I can't sleep when I've seen those kids today. Oh my God,
Yeah,
those kids.
it's really sad. Hey, I just want to say
Yeah,
thank you to Federico for helping me moderate. Thank you again, as always, my friend.
Federico is so good. I didn't know.
He's excellent.
Yeah.
I try to be fair, although sometimes
I see
You got a great
Federico's
job.
2 swords and the palm tree, and I just joined the live.
Sounds good. I'll see y'all next time, okay?
You guys have a very good night.
Good.
God
Take
bless
care,
you all.
everybody.